Chapter 81. In addition to various multi-block structures, Levi also saw two familiar things in the synthesis table: Dwarven Wind Crossbow and Black Arrow. The former only needs to forge various parts to be assembled, while the latter requires some more complicated forging processes and a certain amount of experience to cast. Moreover, the Black Arrow also has a loyalty attribute, which disproves the rumors about it. No matter where it is thrown, it can always return to its owner's hands. In addition, it has a special attack against dragon creatures and has armor penetration. There are quite a lot of items unlocked in Lonely Mountain. Levi also saw something that made his heart pound: gears. This thing can replace some of the functions of redstone and achieve a certain degree of automation. For example, many of the dwarf's gates actually use related technologies, such as the secret passage where Smog died. As long as the switch is pulled, the heavy iron door of 7 or 8 meters high can be raised. It seems that after returning this time, many facilities in the territory can be updated. Found it. Approaching the cellar, Levi heard a familiar voice. Bilbo was the first to find the Arkenstone and handed it to Thorin. Thorin's eyes immediately glued to it. He could not wait to take the shining gem from Bilbo and stared at it. Ah! The heart of the mountain, the Arkenstone, so beautiful. My baby? The king murmured, and the word baby made Bilbo's breathing stagnate. A dark shadow flashed through his mind, and he was a little breathless. Boom! In Dol Guldur, a huge pupil shadow on an abandoned tower suddenly looked towards the north. I feel its breath. Go get it back. Sauron summoned the 9 ringwraiths and gave them orders. Where do you want to go? Suddenly, a voice came from behind. The huge pupil turned around and saw 3 figures slowly rising from the steps and approaching the tower. Elrond, Lord of Rivendell; Galadriel, Lady of the Golden Forest; and Saruman, the white-robed wizard of Isengard. The 3 of them standing there made Sauron feel a great threat, and his pupil shook. Where did this scum come from? Before Sauron could say anything, the orc leader below surrounded them with a group of soldiers. If you don't want to be destroyed, retreat on your own. Galadriel issued her warning. Ha ha ha, let me see who will be killed in a while. With a roar, the orc leader rushed forward first. Galadriel raised her hand gently. Boom! The powerful force wave spread out, shaking the sky. The force was so huge that even the dark and heavy clouds above were affected, creating a halo. The orc leader and the group of soldiers behind him were crushed into powder by some huge force in an instant, and fell to the ground, leaving no armor. Lady Galadriel never exaggerates when she speaks. When she says destroy, she means destroy in the literal sense. No one cares about the life or death of those orcs. The 9 ringwraiths appeared from the void and fought with the 3 invading people. All kinds of black magic and mental attacks were used, but they were all resolved one by one, and they never caused effective damage. Soon, the ringwraiths were smashed to pieces and returned to Sauron to revive again. You can't defeat me. Sauron released all his strength, and darkness immediately enveloped the entire Dol Guldur, wrapping everyone tightly inside. The pressure was overwhelming, and even Radagast, who was waiting outside, was affected. He was startled by the movement, and felt fear from the bottom of his heart. But the one who had the biggest mood swings was Saruman. He stared with wide eyes, and felt this unmatched power, and his heart could not calm down. That's exactly what I want. The darkness covered all the light, making everything dim and colorless. But soon, another light rose from Galadriel, even covering up her own brilliance for a time, making her look sacred and cold. That was the starlight of the Star of Arendelle, and its source came from a Silmaril. The light of the Silmaril is a natural nemesis of darkness, and Sauron's power was suppressed at once, unable to exert his full strength. The battle ended with Sauron's defeat, and he was forced back to his base camp, the shadowy land of Middle-earth, Mordor. For a long time, he would not be able to set foot there. Unaware of the weakness of its true master, the ring was still bewitching the hobbit who carried it. Hey Bilbo, I brought milk, would you like a glass? Thank you, Levi, I'm a little thirsty. Tun tun tun. Bilbo did not doubt anything, took the milk poured into the cup and drank it in one gulp, making a happy sound. I feel much better and more energetic. Phew, it seems that milk is indeed very nutritious. Maybe I should consider drinking a glass every day. As long as you are energetic. Levi nodded, looked at the resolute hobbit, and suddenly said, after this, can I invite you to my territory? I have some experiments and ideas that need your assistance. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. It's just some simple things. I know I will go. It would be great to be a guest in your territory. I am happy to. Bilbo agreed without hesitation, regardless of what experiment Levi was talking about. The hobbit didn't consider any bad possibilities at all. Thorin, it's time to find reinforcements. After talking with Bilbo, Levi turned his head and interrupted Thorin, who was still immersed in the glory of the Arkenstone, and brought him back to reality. Thorin paused and nodded immediately. Okay. A moment later, at the main gate of the Lonely Mountain, a bird with a black body and a few spots on its abdomen flapped its wings from Thorin's hand and flew towards the Iron Hills. Thrush. Seeing that Levi was a little curious, Balin took the initiative to explain. It is a long-lived and magical creature that can understand our language. The dwarves who once lived in Erebor domesticated some of them, and used them to pass messages. The one that just flew away should have lived for hundreds of years, older than me. Balin stroked his white beard and lamented the passage of time. After hundreds of years, we finally set foot on this land again and returned to our home. It's just... He looked at Thorin, who had never let go of the Arkenstone from beginning to end by the city wall, with unconcealed worry in his eyes. I hope we won't go down the same old path as before. Don't worry, you won't. I hope so. I hope so too. Levi put on his elytra and said to Balin, You guys get ready here first. I have something to do, and I have to leave for a while. I'll be back soon. After saying that, Levi suddenly jumped onto the wall, looking at the ground outside and stretching his muscles. The stairs are over there. Balin reminded him thoughtfully. I know. Levi jumped down at once, causing a shout. The dwarfs quickly lay down on the wall and looked down. Whoosh, the next moment, with the sound of a firework being lit, a group of dwarves raised their heads and looked at Levi gliding in the sky, exclaiming, Is that a wing? I want to try it too. Bomber stared at the figure that was moving away quickly, and said without blinking. Bofur, who was considerate, looked at Bomber's body, which was the same length and width, and his expression was indescribable. No, for your safety, it's better not to. Chapter 82. Long Lake Town. No matter what happens outside, the people here always think that living a good life is the most important thing. Life is already difficult and poor enough. No matter how big the things happen outside, gold cannot flow out of the river. The lake and active river surrounding the town are not only the source of food for the residents of the town, but also a barrier to protect them. Just cut off the bridge to the land to prevent most enemies from invading. But this method obviously can't stop the Oaks, at least that's what Bard thinks. Bane, pack up your things at home, take your sister away from here, go north, go far away, and find the dwarves there. What happened, father? Why do you want to leave suddenly? Bane opened his eyes wide, a little at a loss. Bard immediately came over, pressed his shoulder, and said seriously, Listen, Bane, there is an orc army approaching here. They will bring killing and death. You must not stay here. What about you? I'm going to evacuate the townspeople. They are unaware of the impending disaster, and need someone to warn them. Bane opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but under his father's stern gaze, he closed his mouth and honestly maintained the safety of his family. By the way, I remember 2 elves came to my house. Where did they go? They are near Long Lake Town and have not left. At the bridge by the lake. Looking at this town that often trades with the forest, Legolas frowned, always having a bad premonition. I always feel that some kind of shadow is approaching Toriel. Maybe it's just an illusion. Unlike Legolas, Toriel's eyes were always looking towards the north. She touched the small object in her hand and slowly said, They have been gone for a long time. If something happened, there should be movement by now. Maybe their action has been successfully completed. The two people seemed to be talking about the same thing, but it seemed to be different things. Lord Legolas. As he was talking, an elf came on horseback from a distance. He stopped in front of the two and said to Legolas, Your Majesty, please go back. What about Toriel? She has been exiled. Tell my father that if Toriel has nowhere to go, then neither can I. Hearing this, the elf who came to convey the message shook his head helplessly. He couldn't force Legolas to do anything. Delivering the message was his entire responsibility, and the only thing he could do. Let's go, Toriel. Where to? To Gundabad. Why go there? Legolas borrowed the horse of the messenger elf and said to Toriel, That's where my mother died in battle. I have never been there, and my father never mentioned it. I want to go and see it. Toriel didn't know what to say for a moment. This was the king's secret, and she was not qualified to comment. Okay, I go with you. Almost as Legolas and Toriel rode away, an old man in a gray robe rode over. When he saw an elf standing at a loss by the bridge, he immediately got off the horse. Hello, Grey Wanderer. The elf greeted politely. Elf from the Woodland Kingdom, why are you here? Gandalf felt a little strange. I'm here to ask Lord Legolas to go back. Legolas? Oh, I know him. That prince has a bad temper. I guess this matter won't go well. Yes, he rode my horse to Gundabad. Gundabad? Gandalf's face became serious. Why would he go there for nothing? Stupid, the current situation doesn't allow him to be willful. Swoosh, when Gandalf frowned, he suddenly heard a familiar movement from the sky, just like the fireworks he set off in the Shire last year. But there was only the sound of launching, no explosion. Looking up, I saw a figure gliding and circling in the sky. After a moment, it seemed to notice the gray-robed old man on the ground, and it changed direction and dived down, diving into the water next to it. Gandalf, why are you here? Levi swam ashore, folded his elytra and asked, and nodded and greeted the elf next to him. That's what I wanted to ask you. How's the situation over there? Seeing Levi appear, Gandalf felt a little relieved for no reason, and his brows relaxed a lot. The dragon is dead. Bard and I killed it together. Oh, you may not know Bard. He is the descendant of Girion, the Lord of River Valley. He helped a lot. With his black arrow, I was able to kill the dragon easily. I see. That's really amazing. Gandalf thought for a while, and said, this may make things a little easier. We can let the people of Lake Town take refuge in Erebor. The walls there may not be able to resist the dragon, but they are still quite strong for orcs. I think Thorin has already retrieved the Arkenstone. As long as we can hold on until reinforcements arrive, we have a chance to defend this place. I think so too. Levi agreed. Listening to the conversation between the two, the woodland elf next to him gradually became solemn, and he immediately said, Gandalf, can you lend me your horse? Oh, take it if you need it. I have reached my destination, and no longer need it for transportation. Thank you. The elf left quickly, presumably because he had a lot to report to the king. I have to go to the town to see. People here don't know what's going to happen. Gandalf was in a hurry to bring the wizard's warning to this town. What about you, Levi? What are you doing here? Maybe I can help? My purpose is the same as yours. In fact, someone has arrived before me. It's Bard I mentioned. I don't trust him, so I want to come and see him. But since you are here, I am not needed. Levi put on his elytra again and took out the fireworks, eager to take off from the ground. Where are you going? To build walls, which I am good at, and maybe some traps. Swoosh, with the sound of fireworks ignited, the elytra opened instantly, pushing Levi into the sky against common sense, and began to glide towards the direction of Lonely Mountain. What new technology is this? Gandalf was amazed, but soon he focused on what he was going to do. But before him, someone had already gathered the residents in the center of the town. Townspeople, listen to me. Bard shouted, there is an orc army heading this way, and they will arrive in a few days at the latest. We can't stop them, and we must start evacuating immediately. Wow, the crowd suddenly exploded, discussing what Bard said. For a while, people were panicked. Although there was no concrete evidence, out of trust in Bard, some people were planning to go home and pack up their things. But where should we go? To Lonely Mountain. The king under the mountain has promised to protect us. Rumors. Just when things seemed to be going smoothly, suddenly a mean figure squeezed out of the crowd, covered his swollen left eye socket, pointed at Bard standing on the high ground and shouted, You thief, the thief who escaped from prison, the first thing you did when you got out was to spread rumors in an attempt to shake the lives of the townspeople. Alfred, everything I said is true. Okay, even if what our people's fighter said is true, then why do we have to go to Lonely Mountain where there is a fire dragon? Do you want to send the people of Long Lake Town to the dragon as snacks? In my opinion, you, a guy with bad intentions, have been bewitched by the dragon for a long time. This time you come back to harm our people. I will arrest you again. As soon as the voice fell, 2 guards in armor came forward from behind, pretending to catch Bard again. What he said is true. At the critical moment, an old man in a gray robe came, squeezed the guards, stood in the middle, and said loudly to the crowd, Don't worry about the existence of the dragon, everyone, the dragon has been killed by this sharpshooter Bard, and the legend of the wilderness, Levi. Erebor is safe. Oh! The wizard's message was beyond doubt, and the crowd immediately cheered and supported Bard. Dragon Slayer. They shouted and spread the news everywhere. Bard was a little helpless for a while, and he pressed his hand to let people quiet down first. Enough. But before Bard could speak, Alfred got angry first. Seeing that the situation was at risk of getting out of control, he immediately pointed at Gandalf and cursed, You are a broken beggar from the wilderness, an old tramp. Who do you think you can convince with your rumors? I tell you, the people of Long Lake Town will not leave here. You? Bang! Unexpectedly, Gandalf raised his cane and hit the weird guy hard. Alfred rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. That hit happened to hit his other uninjured eye, which helped him to make up a panda. I hate it most when people say I am a beggar. Chapter 83. The people of Long Lake Town quickly returned to their homes and began to pack up their belongings and food. This time no one was injured or died, and everyone prepared to evacuate in an orderly manner to the promised safe place. This may be the beginning of a new life. To be honest, I don't feel any difference. Some townspeople complained, almost all the wealth is in the hands of the mayor. Do we have anything else except a house to live in? If Bard hadn't been seeking welfare, many people would still not have enough food. That's right. I heard that the valley city where our ancestors lived near the lonely mountain was once rich and happy, and the city was prosperous. I really hope to experience that kind of life. Listening to the discussion of the townspeople, Bard was silent. He thought of the king's promise that Thorin had said. Perhaps this promise could be used to rebuild people's former homes and restore the splendor of the valley city. Even if there was no invasion by the orc army, Long Lake Town was not actually a very suitable place to live. After all, it is a floating city in the center of the lake. Due to the lack of building materials and construction technology, as well as the lack of maintenance for a long time, the area of Changhu Town is shrinking every year, and the number of people it can accommodate is getting smaller and smaller. Sooner or later, it will undergo a major change, either reconstruction and renovation, or relocation. In short, trouble is inevitable. If we can take this opportunity to move some of the townspeople to live on the ground, it will be a good thing. While Changhu Town is carrying out the operation in full swing. In the Black Forest, almost on the same day, the elves sent to deliver the message returned to the king's throne, and made a series of reports. Gundabad. Thranduil muttered the name of the place in a low voice, and had a headache. Why go there for no reason? Don't you know that the place is full of orcs? The old father sighed. But at least nothing happened yet. After knowing that Legolas was safe, and that Tauriel was with him, Thranduil continued to ask, any other news? This question was a big deal. The dragon was killed by Levi, and another human, and the dwarves successfully recaptured Erebor. When Thranduil heard the news, he immediately had the urge to send troops directly to ask for his treasures. But following this news, there were tens of thousands of elite orcs. Thranduil fell into deep thought. Gandalf also mentioned this matter, and he begged the Woodland Kingdom to send troops. Erebor and Lake Town are very close to the Woodland Kingdom, closer than Levi's house is to Bree Town. They are real neighbors, and it takes less than a day to visit each other. No one can escape if something happens. If the Lonely Mountain and Dale are all occupied, the Woodland Kingdom is likely to become a real island, surrounded by orcs and spiders. In addition to these problems, there is one more thing. Legolas is still there. With his stubborn character, he will definitely not choose to run away. He will definitely be seen on the battlefield. No. Thranduil immediately stood up and ordered the adjutant beside him. Prepare armor and weapons. Gather elite troops. We will go to get back what belongs to us, and support our allies. Allies? The adjutant was a little confused. Aren't there only dwarves? Levi and Gandalf, as well as the humans in Lake Town, will need help. As for the dwarves, if they are willing to return our things and beg sincerely, it is not impossible to give them some help. An elite army of elves set out with a bunch of aid supplies. The Iron Hills, far east of the Lonely Mountain. Dane listened to the news conveyed by the thrush with a solemn face. It seems that Thorin needs some help. All the boys with orc blood on their shields follow me. The dwarves roared to prepare armor and chariots, rode on goats and wild boars, and headed towards the Lonely Mountain. The number of this team is smaller than that of the elves, but it is elite enough. The reason why the Iron Hills is called the Iron Hills is because the area has a lot of iron ore, but other metal deposits are relatively pitiful, especially gold and silver. Weapons, armor, chariots, heavy crossbows and all other equipment are sufficient, but if you want money, you really can't squeeze it out at all. It can be said that they have everything except money. The dwarves and elves, two armies, marched towards Lonely Mountain one after another. However, in Lonely Mountain, Levi looked at the vast valley and city ruins, and felt that his head was about to go bald. To build a wall that can be effectively defended in this place is not a small project of hundreds of thousands of blocks. Even if it is magma and water, the workload is painful. But the problem is not big. Levi's liver will not be damaged. It is not realistic to cover the entire battlefield with a wall, but a city is more than enough. It's time to let the orcs feel what the wall of size is. In a few days, it is definitely impossible to build a huge spectacle of 3 circles inside and 3 circles outside, but it is still possible to build an effective defense. Levi stood on the ruins of River Valley City and tried to claim this place as his territory, but soon a prompt came. Claim failed. Already has an owner? Levi cannot claim land and buildings that already have an owner or are occupied, just like the various towns and campaign cities he has encountered so far, which all belong to other people's territory. Yes, Levi slapped his head. Although River Valley City was destroyed and turned into ruins, Bard, the descendant of the lord of this area, is still there, and he has the legal right to inherit River Valley City recognized by the world. Bard. Fortunately, it's Bard. If it was Bard, just say to him you don't want to see the townspeople suffer, do you? He would definitely give up the territory. But this matter will have to wait until he arrives, not now. Levi held magma in his left hand, and a bucket in his right hand. His backpack was full of materials, and he started to build the wall directly. While building the wall, he ran to Lonely Mountain from time to time and asked the dwarves to start the furnace to melt some magma. What do you want so much magma for? In the smelting plant, Duvalin wiped his sweat and operated the mining cable car to rumble and pour stones and slag into the huge furnace. That is a wonderful prop that will be used in a few days. A few days later? Are you going to use this magma to burn the orcs to death? Excuse me, although their brains are not very good, they will not jump into it by themselves. It's okay, just burn it hard, this magma will come in handy. Levi said mysteriously, and then asked, by the way, where is your storage room? I may need some. Mine? You may want to ask Balin or Thorin, they are more familiar with the structure here. Mine? Thorin thought for a while in front of the king's throne. I can take you there. Are you going to make something? Yes, something to deal with the orc army in a few days. Thorin nodded and said, if you need help, I can provide some help. Although I have been wandering for many years, my forging skills have never fallen behind. No, I can do it myself, but do you have enough mineral reserves here? I probably need a lot of iron and a certain amount of gunpowder. This question made Thorin laugh. Levi, you may not know that although Erebor has been captured for more than 100 years, the various mineral deposits and metal reserves in it have never been moved. If you have the ability, you can use it to make thousands of sets of iron armor. It's just a little ore. You can use as much as you want. That's what I said, Thorin said generously. Ha, what a joke. Can one person empty the Lonely Mountain in a few days? Chapter 84. What's wrong? What happened? When the mayor of Changhu Town woke up, he felt as if the sky had fallen. Why were the townspeople packing up? Not going to celebrate? He took a bite of the leftover butter and mushroom baked goat's egg on the table, drank a whole glass of liquor in one breath, wiped his hands on his clothes, and shouted, Alfred! Where are the people? Who can tell me what happened? He hurried out of the house, grabbed a townsperson outside and asked, what are you going to do? The orc army is coming soon. We have to take refuge in Lonely Mountain. The townsperson said, and immediately slapped the mayor's greasy hand in disdain, and walked away in a detour. What army? What Lonely Mountain? What are you doing? The mayor shouted angrily. Why didn't anyone tell me such an important thing? If you still have some sense, pack up and leave quickly. Just as the mayor was incompetent and furious, a familiar voice came from the side. Bard. Aren't you locked up? Well, you dare to escape from prison. Guards, where are the guards? Catch him. The mayor shouted at the top of his voice, attracting the attention of the people around him. Soon, several guards came over and whispered something in his ear, briefly explaining the current situation. The mayor calmed down now, and he squinted at Bard for a long time. Whether it was the dragon or the people of Changhu Town, it didn't matter to him. What mattered was whether he could live a better life in the future. A dragon-slaying hero, this is a good gimmick, which is very helpful for the business development of Changhu Town. Mayor, I suggest you organize the guards as soon as possible to protect the townspeople's safe evacuation. A warm voice came from behind him. The mayor looked back and saw an old man in a gray robe talking to him. He immediately showed a disgusted expression on his face, and quickly took out a handkerchief to cover his nose. Where did this stinky beggar come from? Gandalf took a deep breath and endured it. Mayor, I'm not a beggar, I'm a wizard, Gandalf the Grey Wizard. The so-called wizard means that they will bring the latest news and suggestions. Please, I don't care if you are a beggar or a wizard, get out of here, I have no obligation to listen to you. With a snap, the mayor pushed Gandalf, who was blocking the way, and walked towards his home. As he walked, he called out to the guards. What are you still looking at? Don't worry about those people. Come and help me move things. The guards looked at Bard and then at the mayor, and for a moment they didn't know which way to go. Gandalf held his cane tightly. Bard looked at Gandalf and nodded. Boom! A stick with much greater force than before hit the mayor's head, causing the guy, who was not as slender as Bomber, to fall straight down, crushing a pile of debris. Go and help the townspeople, Gandalf said to the guards in a flat tone, and the guards did not dare to delay for a second and hurriedly left here. There was a burst of sparse applause around. Under the call of the dragon-slaying hero and the wizard, people quickly organized themselves and migrated to the direction of Lonely Mountain with their belongings and enough food to last for a while. On the way, Bard was sweating profusely as he arranged various matters. For some reason, the mayor and his deputy fainted one after another and were unable to catch up with the departure of the team. At this moment, he became the actual person in charge here. But before this, Bard had never had the experience of handling the affairs of the entire town. It was only with the assistance of Gandalf that he could ensure that the team moved forward smoothly without any mistakes. People walked and moved forward silently. Most of the time, they only took some dry food to deal with meals, and there was no hot food to eat all day. What is that? When approaching Erebor, someone turned his head and pointed in another direction and suddenly shouted. This sound immediately attracted the attention of a large number of people. Is that the city wall? It's so high! A group of people exclaimed. Gandalf also squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. If I remember correctly, that direction is Dale City? It is indeed Dale City, Bard said with certainty. I am familiar with it. Hasn't that city been destroyed? Whoosh, just as he was talking, suddenly a sound of fireworks was heard over Dale City. Gandalf was relieved at once. Oh, that's right. I think we don't need to go to Erebor. Let's go directly to the ruins of Dale. That doesn't look like a ruin, Bard said in surprise. There was nothing here 2 days ago. I don't think my memory is wrong. Maybe it's true. Why don't we go and take a look? Bard nodded and chose to believe this wise old man. In fact, he didn't know what a wizard was. After all, he had never sat in the position of a ruler. But he knew one thing, that is, this wizard and Levi were in the same group. The two of them appeared together in the rumors passed down by word of mouth among the refugees, so they must not be bad people. Is anyone there? Gandalf raised his head and shouted in front of the towering gate of the city wall. Creaky. With the sound of a mechanism being triggered, 3 heavy iron gates rose one after another, and the city gate opened. Gandalf. Levi greeted at the top of the city wall. I knew you were here, Levi. Gandalf knocked on the city wall and estimated that it was 6 meters thick solid and nearly 30 meters high. But this wall, although thick and high, has nothing on it. It is bare, as if it is made of a pile of stone pillars and has not been repaired yet. But as a temporary defense measure, it is enough. And Gandalf looked down and felt that the city gate was a little hot, and there seemed to be something underneath. Don't stand there, come in, Levi shouted from above. Bard glanced at Gandalf, and only after Gandalf nodded did he feel relieved to arrange for the townspeople to move forward. The townspeople looked at this reassuring wall with wide eyes, marveling as they entered the city and rested in the open space. Let's make a fire and cook. We rest here for a while. After giving orders and arranging their families, Bard and Gandalf came over together to greet Levi, who jumped off the wall. Is this what you call building a wall? I thought you just wanted to strengthen Erebor's defenses. It's really unexpected. What's so good about repairing Erebor's wall? It's not broken. Shrugging, Levi built a staircase on the spot and invited Gandalf and Bard to climb up the wall together to overlook the valley. Dale City is located in the valley between the southwest ridge and the southeast ridge of Lonely Mountain. Only one side leads to the city. In other words, it only takes one wall to build a good defense inside the city, which saves Levi a lot of effort. Before the residents retreated here, he had already built the prototype of the wall, and also arranged a lot of magma traps and deep pits. Just pull the mechanism to make the enemies above fall down. Looking at this solid high wall, Gandalf couldn't help but light his pipe, overjoyed. This is much harder than ordinary city walls. They build walls piece by piece, but the wall you built seems to be a large stone dug directly from the ground. It is naturally one piece without any gaps. What are you talking about? What do you mean by building a wall? Is this wall just built? Bard couldn't hold it in any longer. I can't imagine that even if everyone in Long Lake Town is mobilized to build it together, there is no shortage of materials and supplies. It will take years to build such a high wall. There are many things you can't imagine. Gandalf blew out a smoke ring, looking like what's so strange about this matter, which made Bard open and close his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. The old man continued, But speaking of it, since you can build a wall, can your puppet also? Well, not now. What is your pumpkin field for? Gandalf pointed to a piece of farmland under the wall. I remember you said that pumpkins are needed to create that kind of puppet, right? That's why I said it's not possible now, but I didn't say it won't be possible in the future. What do you mean? This matter mainly depends on the descendants of our Lord of River Valley. Levi walked up to Bard, who was still scratching his head, and said sinisterly, Master Bard, you don't want to see the residents of Long Lake Town suffer, do you? Chapter 85. What do you mean? Bard was still digesting the fact that Levi built such a big wall by himself, but he didn't expect that the conversation would turn to himself in such a short while. Of course I don't want to see it. Even if there is no war, the townspeople have suffered enough. Then it's time for you to make a choice. Levi looked at him and explained, Bard, as a descendant of Jirian, the Lord of River Valley, you have the legal right to inherit here, which is recognized by the whole world. Now, you have to give it up and transfer the ownership of this land in River Valley to me, so that I can protect your safety. I can guarantee this. Bard shook his head. This is a ruin. So what is your answer? Before I give my answer, can I make a request? Speak. I hope the townspeople can have a place to live, and no longer have to experience poverty, hunger and wandering. Pfft. Levi couldn't help but smile and patted Bard on the shoulder. I'm not a bad guy. It's like I'm really going to swallow this place up. The townspeople can live wherever they want. I won't drive them away. Looking at Levi with mixed feelings, and then at the old man smoking and glancing at him secretly, Bard sighed deeply. I always feel like you guys are making fun of me. Well, as the descendant of the Lord of River Valley, I, Bard, voluntarily give up the inheritance of this land and give it to Levi. The agreement is in effect. Gandalf said beside him. The territory Riverdale has been created. Number of territories. 2. Congratulations on making the right choice. I'm going to Lonely Mountain next. See you later. Wait for me, we go together. I'm just going to see Thorin. Gandalf put away his pipe and prepared to go down. You can catch up by yourself later. What? Swoosh, the fireworks rang, and Levi had already put on his elytra and flew away. Gandalf's old face twitched. I always feel that I can't keep up with his pace in the future. After a while, the mineral storage of Lonely Mountain was reduced by a considerable part, and in Riverdale, the residents suddenly found that a 3-meter-high iron golem began to wander along the road. The clanging sound they made when walking was extremely obvious and had strong penetrating power. Several children, who were not very sensible, were directly scared and cried after seeing these big guys. The crying of the child soon attracted the attention of some iron golems, who gathered and stared down at the children. Remembering the instructions of the wizard and Levi, Bard resisted the urge to draw his sword, and stopped several guards, who wanted to go over. The tall golem stretched out his iron arm to the child, and at the end of the arm was a bright color. Is that a flower? Bard was a little surprised. The children were also surprised. Their attention was immediately attracted by the bright flowers in the iron golem's hand. They unconsciously stretched out their hands to catch them, and then smiled. Everyone, don't be afraid. At this time, Bard shouted from a high place, these are the golems created by Levi to protect us. They are friendly. Levi? Is he a wizard? A town resident asked curiously, but when it comes to magic, most people first think of the existence of wizards. I'm not sure, but I can tell you that the Levi I'm talking about is the legend in the wilderness, the enemy of the orcs, the master of the magical construction magic, the most powerful among humans, the dragon slayer warrior Levi. Oh! The townspeople exclaimed. Are they a gang? Someone who had not heard of the rumors about Levi scratched his head and asked such a question. No, these are all referring to the same person. The people around him laughed, making the person asking the question blush. Why does he have so many titles? I can't count them all. The town's resident sighed secretly, but what he didn't know was that there were more titles in the world than just Levi. There are also the orcs of the Misty Mountains. This is a dangerous place, Toriel. In the last era, our people fought here. On a mountain in Gundabad, Legolas told Toriel about the history of this place in the wind. My mother died here. My father never mentioned her. There is no grave, no memories, and I have nothing about her. Toriel was speechless for a moment. A huge shadow floated by, and Legolas quickly grabbed Toriel and hid behind the rock. What are those things? Bats, they are born for war, and are usually the eyes of the orcs. Buzz, with the sound of a heavy horn, a large number of well-equipped orcs poured out of the fortress of Gundabad, marching forward in unison. A tall and strong orc stood on a high place and shouted in order, Full speed. That's Balg, son of Azog. Legolas recognized the orc at a glance. He was the target they came out to track without permission this time, but he left halfway through the chase. Now we know the reason. It turns out that he wants to return to Gundabad to mobilize the army. We must go back immediately to warn. The two elves started to rush to the lonely mountain without stopping. But this time was not on their side. In a wilderness not far from the lonely mountain. Boom, the mountain trembled, and suddenly, a huge worm drilled out from the ground. Its sharp fangs instantly crushed the remaining large rocks in its mouth, and swallowed them into its stomach. As the giant worm drilled into the ground again, an underground tunnel nearly 10 meters long and wide was completed. There are no less than 10 tunnels like this. They lead directly to the lonely mountain. A wolf rider ran out of the cave quickly, and reported to the pale orc in front of him. Master, our army will be in place tomorrow at the latest, and can quickly reach the battlefield. Very good. Azog turned around, picked up a piece of raw meat, and fed it to the White Wolf King beside him. Those stupid dwarves have long forgotten the ancient creatures under this land, the huge earth eaters in the deep pits of Moria. Earthworm. After the Wolf King swallowed the raw meat, Azog rode up and walked to a high ground, looking down at his powerful army from his hometown of Moria. In the shadow of the mountain, countless orcs and wolves were densely lined up, ready to go. On the slopes on both sides, there are some giant beasts about 7 or 8 meters high, with catapults on their backs. Each beast has at least 2 orcs driving it to ensure that the beast moves in the way it wants. Behind the siege beasts, there are some modified beasts. Their eyes are blinded, their arms are transformed into chain hammers, and their feet are cut off and replaced with iron balls with spikes. In addition, there are some small ogres about 3 or 4 meters high, holding hammers that are almost bigger than an adult, which look powerful. That's not all. Behind these ogres, there are some elite Ologs, who are covered with steel armor, and have almost no skin exposed. They are bigger than ogres, their skin is harder than stone, and they are not afraid of the sun. Even without armor, they cannot be cut by ordinary weapons. This is the absolute battlefield master, and the latest product of Sauron's genetic engineering. It can be imagined that if they are used as pioneers to be deployed on the front line, they will definitely be overwhelming. Thinking of what he was about to face, Levi in River Valley City summoned the iron golems much faster. Just as he took away part of the mineral storage of Lonely Mountain again, and summoned hundreds of iron golems, Bard suddenly walked up to him and reminded him, "Look over there." Levi stopped what he was doing and looked up in the direction Bard pointed. On the plain, a neat golden color shone brightly in the sun, dazzling. Elves. Levi exhaled and temporarily stopped what he was doing. It's the elves of the Woodland Kingdom. They're coming. Chapter 86. Long Lake Town. The people are gone. The mayor climbed up from the pile of debris, sneezed, and shivered violently. It's so cold. Everyone has left, Mayor. Let's go soon. A familiar voice came from the side. Alfred, who was sitting on the steps on the side, suggested to the mayor in a calm tone, contrary to his arrogant attitude towards the townspeople. He looked mature. Only in front of the mayor could the deputy feel a little superior, whether in terms of IQ or status. This faint sense of superiority, and the feeling of being behind the scenes are very intoxicating. If it was in front of Bud, he could only rely on tricks and power to shout at people. The difference is the mentality of the two people. The same thing is that one of them has a swollen eye, and the other one also has a swollen eye. Go! Where to go? Of course, to the Lonely Mountain. There is enough space there, and there are weapons to protect people's safety. Only a fool would go to a place full of orcs. The mayor stood up and cursed, went back to the house, and soon came out dragging a lot of valuable treasures. My lord, where are you going? Anywhere is better than here. Swish. The treasure was piled on the boat, and the mayor paddled to the northwest. But there was a wasteland over there. Alfred looked at the mayor's back, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing. In the end, he also took part of the treasure, and went to the direction of the Lonely Mountain. The ruins of Dale's city. The elf army from the woodland surrounded the city wall, and Thranduil rode on an elk, looking at the new high wall in front of him with some confusion. Is the city lord here? A head popped out from the high wall. Of course I am. Levi? Thranduil's brows relaxed, somewhat surprised. Boom. The city gate rose. Don't stand outside, come in and talk. I saw you a long time ago. I've been waiting for a long time. By the way, there are some iron golems I created in here. They are friendly, don't be afraid. Thranduil nodded, waved behind him without any worries, signaling the soldiers to enter the city. The sound of uniformed footsteps sounded, and when there were iron golems passing by, they bypassed them and moved forward in a diversion. There was no stagnation throughout the whole process, and it was extremely smooth, which made Levi feel pleasing to the eyes. Soon, this army was all over the streets and alleys, standing there in an orderly manner. Distribute supplies. A group of elves took action and distributed the food and vegetables brought from the forest to the people of Changhu town. While the townspeople were cheering, Thranduil had already placed his mount and met with Levi and Bard on the city wall. Bard looked at the scene below the wall and immediately said to Thranduil, "Thank you for your generosity. I really don't know how to thank you. In fact, thanks to the pumpkin field planted by Levi and the food brought by everyone from home, the food was completely sufficient, but a little monotonous." Now Thranduil brought a lot of different supplies, including a lot of wine, which just made up for other needs. The happiness of the townspeople increased visibly. Now it is gradually winter, the weather is cold, and we need something to warm our bodies. No need to express your gratitude. Thranduil didn't take this to heart. He said, "I didn't come here just for you. I came here to take back what belongs to me." The old Sundra. Levi looked at the king with a half smile. These elves always like to talk about something else to show that what they do is just for fun, so that the other party doesn't have to think too much. Bard nodded heavily. He didn't know what Sundra is. He only knew that these materials were real help. Speaking of which, I have never heard of the rumor that the wall of River Valley City was rebuilt. Did something happen here that I don't know about? It doesn't look like something that can be built in a few days, and... Thranduil drew out his sword and knocked on the wall under his feet. It doesn't even look like it was built up bit by bit, but like someone used powerful magic to pull the stones directly out of the ground to form a natural stone wall. Thranduil stopped talking. There are beings who can do this, and there are many of them, but it is reasonable to say that such a powerful force is forbidden to appear in Middle-earth. Of course it's me. Levi put down 2 blocks on the spot and demonstrated them to Thranduil. See, it's that simple. So that's it, this is the magical construction magic that is rumored. Thranduil reluctantly accepted this. It seems that our allies are unexpectedly powerful. I heard that Gandalf is here too. Him. Levi pointed in the direction of the Lonely Mountain. He is talking to Thorin, and it will probably take a while before he comes back. Then I wait for him to come back. After a few words, Thranduil went down to command the construction of the tents and arrange various matters. Bard also followed to organize the people of Long Lake Town. Whoosh, Levi jumped down the wall, rose up again in an instant, and flew to the Lonely Mountain. "Bilbo, take this." In the treasure house of Erebor, Thorin took out a mithril mail and put it on Bilbo himself. No sword can penetrate this mithril armor. It is not even worse than Levi's armor. Maybe you can use it. But I'm not a warrior, just a hobbit. Bilbo was a little nervous. This is a gift, a symbol of our friendship. Even though he was cursed by the dragon, trapped in greed, and shouted every day that he would not throw away a coin, Thorin still gave this mail that could buy the entire Shire. Thorin. At this time, an old man appeared at an inopportune time and began to greet Thorin from a distance. "Have you called for reinforcements?" Old Gandalf walked over with a brisk pace, patted Bilbo on the shoulder, and looked at Thorin again. "Of course, Gandalf. I contacted Dane on the first day I got the Arkenstone. Don't worry, he is now coming with the army of the Iron Hills, and he will probably arrive today. When the army is in front, no one can take away the treasure of Erebor. No one can take a coin from here." Gandalf frowned. "You have changed, Thorin." "Really?" Thorin looked up and said in a light tone, "You are right, I have indeed changed. I am no longer the little dwarf lord in the past. Now I am the king under the mountain, who owns the treasure of the entire mountain. You?" Gandalf's face became more and more solemn. "It's bad, just like his grandfather." The well-informed Gandalf saw the symptoms at a glance. This is dragon disease. The royal blood of Durin's family will be cursed as long as they step into the Lonely Mountain. The degree of enchantment is almost comparable to the Lord of the Rings. "Thorin, you are sick, very sick. Put down the gem. Now everything is not too late. Are you asking me to put down the Arkenstone that I have gone through hardships and finally found, and let me give up becoming the king under the mountain? I can take you as a joke, Gandalf, but only this time." After saying that, Thorin turned and left, not caring about Gandalf behind him. "Without the gem, you are not the king under the mountain? Whether I am a king or not is not something that a mere wizard can decide. You are not qualified to tell me this, Gandalf." Gandalf was so angry that his eyes blurred, and he hurried to chase after him. "What are you going to do?" "Wait for Levi. Instead of talking nonsense with a wizard who advised me to give up the expedition, it is better to go and see the person who contributed the most to this expedition. Wait for him. What are you two going to do? Levi said that the mines in Lonely Mountain are not enough. I think he must have lost his way and didn't find the right room. We agreed to meet at this time, and I will personally lead him. Not enough mines? Thinking of the Iron Golem army in the river city outside, Gandalf couldn't help stroking his beard, and his anger was inexplicably relieved. That might really be not enough. But he didn't speak to remind him. Let Thorin worry about this matter himself. For a while, the old man didn't want to talk to the patient. After talking to Bilbo for a few more words and encouraging him, Gandalf left. The old, weak and sick trio disbanded. In front of the mine warehouse next to the smelter, Thorin raised his hand, signaled Keely, who was accompanying him, to open the gate, and walked in confidently. Levi can't imagine our reserves at all. Maybe in his opinion, filling a blacksmith shop with so much ore is already a lot, but our minerals are like mountains. The word stopped abruptly. Thorin walked forward a few steps quickly, put his hands on the fence, looked at the vast storage warehouse, and his breathing stagnated. I may be lost too. Shaking his head, Thorin took a few deep breaths and felt a little difficult to breathe. Keely, close the gate and follow me to the city wall to get some fresh air. Okay. Keely hurriedly did as he was told. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that his uncle's voice was a little trembling. Is there something terrible inside? After a moment. In midair, Levi saw two figures on the wall of Erebor from a distance, so he immediately landed accurately and stood in front of the two people. Hello. Not very well. Thorin's face looked a little gloomy. I'm sorry, Levi, I think our mines may have been eaten by the dragon, and I can't agree to any of your requests. This is the most euphemistic statement Thorin could come up with. In fact, if it wasn't Levi in front of him, he might not be able to help but drive him away. Calm down, 1/15th, 1/15th. Thorin muttered in his heart. Just thinking of the treasures in the Lonely Mountain, those treasures. My treasures. Why give it to an outsider? He suddenly figured it out. Okay then. Levi did feel a little regretful, but it was not a big problem. He had done what he should do at the moment. This time he came to see if he could expand the Iron Golem army. I just saw Gandalf walking back. Did you say anything? The wizard said something he shouldn't have said, and left on his own initiative. He still has some self-awareness. Oh! Levi was a little interested. Just as he was about to continue asking, the gates of the Valley City rose one by one, and rows of well-equipped golden-armored soldiers emerged from them. Is that elves? Close the gates and be alert. Thorin shouted at the first time, and rang the warning bell of Erebor. As soon as the bell rang, the dwarves immediately rushed to the gate with weapons, all fully armed. It's the elf army. What are they going to do? Dwalin was the first to see the situation outside. As soon as this was said, all the dwarves immediately became serious. What else can they do? Those despicable guys, of course, saw that the dragon was dead, so they planned to take our treasure. I knew that these elves had bad intentions. The dwarves started to make a noise. Clang. After a while, the elf army had stopped in front of the city wall. Thranduil left the team and stepped forward, looking up at the people on the city wall. Thorin, son of Thrain, I heard that you have recaptured Erebor. Then your news is really late. Thorin said with a stinky face. What are you doing here? Are you here to celebrate for me? Then I will accept it. Besides that, if there is nothing else to talk about, I suggest you get back to your forest immediately. The shout spread throughout the valley, and the dwarves on the side began to raise their fists to cheer. Thranduil waved his hand, and the army behind him drew their bows in unison, aiming at the top of the city wall. The dwarves were immediately frightened and squatted behind the city wall, not daring to show their heads again. Thranduil made another gesture, and the archers behind him put away their arrows in unison and stood up again. The whole process was neat and tidy, without any flaws. He glanced at Levi on the wall, and Levi nodded at him. Thranduil then said to Thorin with relief, I have no hostility here. As long as you return the treasures belonging to my clan, I will withdraw my troops immediately. Don't even think about taking a coin from me. Thorin shouted. Thorin, we can't win. Balin hurriedly tugged at his clothes from behind, and came up to persuade him. These are the few dwarves who support returning the elves' belongings. At this time, Gandalf also squeezed out from the elves' army, and shouted to the wall, These treasures will harm you, Thorin. That belongs to them, doesn't it? Levi also added. Thorin's face twitched, and his teeth were about to break. Just as he was about to say something, another person came from behind. Bard. He shouted, Thorin, king under the mountain, Do you still remember the promise you gave me that belonged to the king? Why are you mentioning this at this time? I think you should fulfill this promise now, and return the treasures of the elves. Don't even think about it. Everyone was silent after this reply. Even Balin stopped talking. Is this the last thing you want to say? Thranduil clenched his sword. I ask you one last time, do you want peace or war? Thorin didn't answer for a long time. A thrush flew to his shoulder and stayed beside his ear for a moment. I think I know the answer. The reinforcements have passed through the Dale city. Thorin looked up and looked into the distance. They are coming. Just as Thranduil was about to launch a direct attack, suddenly, a horn sounded. On the hillside not far from the Dale city behind him, a line of fully armed dwarf elite soldiers stopped, with chariots lined up in front and heavy crossbows called dwarf axe, which were specially used for archers, ready to go behind them. It was dwarves. The elite dwarf army of the Iron Hills had arrived. The humans in the Valley City didn't know the grievances. Under Bard's initial slogan of going to Erebor for refuge, everyone thought that the dwarves were their own people. After confirming that this dwarven army was indeed a reinforcement, the soldiers assigned to guard the city immediately opened the gate. On this side, Thorin saw the Iron Hill Lord Dane waving at him in front of the formation, and he was overjoyed and was about to shout on the spot, I choose to fight. Plop! A flying kick came over and directly knocked Thorin to the ground, blocking his mouth. It's time to fight, lie down. It was Levi. He finally found a chance to take action. The situation suddenly changed, and the dwarves were stunned. Some opened their mouths to question, but when Levi drew his sword, they were frightened and took a step back collectively, and several of them almost fell to the ground. When the strongest backing, the friendly legend who could solve almost any problem as long as he asked, suddenly stood on the opposite side, no one could muster the courage to draw his sword and step forward. This kick directly silenced the whole scene. Thorin! Hey! Dane on the hillside behind was still shouting Thorin's name, but for some reason he didn't respond. Are you there? No one paid attention to Dane, who was still shouting at the top of his voice. At this moment, everyone's attention was on another person. Thranduil under the city wall opened his eyes wide, not expecting such a thing to happen at the critical moment. Gandalf nodded, almost unable to control himself, and shouted okay. Bard was about to say something but stopped. A few seconds later, the dwarves who had recovered a little bit squeezed each other and moved forward, getting closer to Levi little by little. Leeway, what are you going to do? Calm down, calm down. Listen to me and take back your sword, okay? If Thorin has offended you in any way, I will apologize to you on his behalf. We can all apologize together. You can get any compensation you want. Bilbo was not afraid, but just startled. Soon the hobbit recovered. He walked over the dwarves and said to Levi, you won't hurt him, right? Levi put away his sword and shook his head. Of course not, look how scared you are. Thorin also recovered at this time. He covered his head, supported the wall and slowly stood up, staring at Levi angrily, and was about to say something. Boom! The land in the center of the distant mountain suddenly began to collapse, making a rumbling sound, and huge worms drilled out of it, crushing the rocks. Wide tunnels appeared one after another, with countless orcs and giant beasts coming out of them, making the dwarves sweat profusely. Attack the center army, line up. Fight to the death. At this moment, he could no longer care about Thorin, who was slow to respond. Dane immediately organized the dwarf army to erect a shield wall, and pointed his spears outward, standing in front of the elves. And the elves turned around and faced the orc army. This is the consensus of the free people of Middle-earth. No matter what conflicts there are, no matter how big the hatred is, when a big enemy appears, they must unite to face the outside, or at least not cause trouble. Buzz, on the top of the mountain farther away, Azobra activated the mechanism and set flags to command the surging orc army. Damn it. Although our army has arrived smoothly, the situation looks very good, and the advantage is mine. But this most outstanding orc general in modern times was still full of anger at this moment, and he couldn't figure out one thing. Where does all the magma come from underground? Several worms were burned, and they had to change the exit to a farther place. Originally, there were few worms of this size, and after being burned, they couldn't be deployed for many years. But these were just minor episodes, and had little impact on the overall situation. The army gradually covered the entire battlefield like a dark cloud. Bard panicked, said hello to the people around him, and immediately returned to the city. I have to organize the militia. On the high walls of Erebor, the dwarves naturally saw the situation below. Keely took the lead and said first, I'm going to fight outside the city wall. Who wants to join me? Come! Okay. We go too. The dwarves immediately became active and shouted. Stand by. A discordant voice came out. It was Thorin. What? The dwarves almost thought they had heard it wrong. Are we going to stand by and watch? I said, stand by. Thorin turned around and walked slowly towards the hall. Soon, the figure was covered in shadows and became blurred. Just when Levi was about to follow and try to wake the king up, Bilbo suddenly stopped him and asked, Levi, do you have a rope? No, but I can make some. Oh, that's great. Bilbo nodded, habitually ignoring the part he didn't understand. It's okay to have it anyway. What are you going to do? I don't think I can just stand here and watch. Taking the rope that Levi had made, Bilbo tied the end of it to a stone, threw the rest of it under the wall, and slid down. Bilbo. Gandalf ran over to help. You want to join the battle too? Okay, stay with me. Seeing that the hobbit was not afraid at all, Thranduil beside him also turned his head and looked at him with some respect. As a hobbit, you are quite brave. If I'm right, you stole the key to the prison from under my nose. Very impressive. Bilbo didn't know whether the Lord was praising him or complaining. These elves always spoke in such a strange way. Thank you. After thinking for a long time, he still replied. Seeing Bilbo climb down smoothly, the dwarves on the wall couldn't hold back. No, I have to go down too. Keely was about to go down the rope, but a hand grabbed him. Balin. No, Keely. The king didn't give the order. Keely clenched his fists, stood there unwillingly, and didn't move. The dwarves' almost blind loyalty forced them to stand by and watch without receiving orders. At the front line, the first batch of orc vanguards had approached the dwarves' shield formation, and were about to engage in battle. Bilbo whispered to Gandalf, Where are the elves? Won't they fight? Gandalf didn't answer. Thranduil on the side turned his head and looked at the battlefield. Elves will never yield to dwarves. Swish, rows of elves flashed their long swords, stepped on the dwarves' shield formation and charged forward, unexpectedly giving the orcs, who served as the vanguard, a heavy blow, stopping their steps. The light body made it almost no burden for the elves to step on the heads of the dwarves. Some elves could even jump onto the dwarves' horizontal spears to fight without causing any disorder in the formation. Walking on the snow without leaving any traces, and being as light as the wind, this is the unique characteristic of the elves. When the elves were almost done fighting, and could not hold on, Dane immediately shouted from the back, Charge! Rows of dwarves immediately stepped forward, and completed the relay with the elves. The bravery of the dwarves will never allow others to charge in front. Boys, follow me. Dane was the first to rush out, and swung the heavy hammer in his hand. Welcome to the mountains. He shouted politely to the orcs, and every time he swung the hammer, an orc's head was flattened. Following closely, Thranduil also drew his long sword and joined the battlefield. Under the strong leadership of the two leaders, the first round of attacks by the orcs seemed to be held back. But soon, this advantage disappeared under the suppression of huge numbers. Where is Levi? Where is Levi? Behind the army, Gandalf was a little anxious. At this critical moment, where did our strongest force go? What about the other army? You sit in this magnificent hall, wearing a crown on your head, but you are more humble than ever. In front of the king's throne, Dwalin's eyes were full of tears, and he almost used up all his strength to say this to Thorin. Get out, get out. Don't wait for me to kill you with my own hands. Thorin drew his sword and forced the loyal dwarf out. But his words kept lingering in his mind, and could not be dissipated. At the same time, more words said by his former companions began to emerge in his mind. I hope you are different from your grandfather. Bard. The treasure will harm you. Gandalf. Madness is in their blood. Elrond. It's just another mad king. Thranduil. Are we going to stand by and watch? Balin. I think it's time for you to wake up, while it's still early and there's nothing to lose. Levi. Levi? Thorin raised his head suddenly and found that a figure appeared in the empty hall at some point. He immediately said angrily, Don't think you. This is for our friendship. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Levi rushed over and punched Thorin in the face, knocking him to the ground. You. Stop talking so much, drink it. Levi took out a large bucket of milk and pressed Thorin to pour it into his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Enough. Thorin's eyes flashed with clarity for a moment. He took a deep breath, and suddenly figured out a lot of things. The strong will gradually prevailed, and began to fight against the crazy disease. But at this moment, in addition to his will fighting against the dragon disease, his body had to fight against another person. I don't think it's enough. Ton, ton, ton. The milk continued to pour into his mouth. Stop. You haven't finished drinking yet. Keep going. I said stop. Thorin suddenly burst out with a huge force, pushing Levi and the bucket in his hand away. Stop! I figured it out. He wiped the milk flowing from his mouth, and almost hoarsely shouted with the loudest voice in his life. Listen to me. I am not my grandfather. Dang! The crown on his head was thrown to the ground fiercely. The king under the mountain put on his helmet. After a heartfelt roar, Thorin gasped for breath, his eyes cleared up a lot. He looked at Levi and said in a deep voice, Let's go out and fight. Buzz on the wall of Erebor, the horn sounded suddenly. The sound was far-reaching and continuous, permeating the entire battlefield. Dong! Following the horn, the alarm bell was also rung, which refreshed people's spirits. That day, the bell was full of joy, testifying to the return of the king under the mountain. Creak! The gate of the lonely mountain was opened at this moment, and 13 figures full of fighting spirit rushed out from it. Ha ha, Thorin, I finally see you. Dane greeted Thorin excitedly. When he saw this brother, he suddenly felt full of endless strength and could smash another 100 orcs. Other dwarves had the same feeling as him. For a moment, the orcs were stunned. Why did these dwarves suddenly go crazy? It was too scary. Kill! Thorin rushed to the front, holding a sword in one hand and an oak shield in the other, showing the style of the former dwarf royal family. As royal blood relatives, the brothers Kili and Fili guarded him by his side, paving the way for the king and resisting attacks. The battle situation was balanced again, and there was even a trend that the orcs were about to be driven back to the cave. On the front line, Gandalf drew out Glamdring and chopped down an orc with one sword. Bilbo beside him also drew out his dagger and stabbed forward, killing an enemy with great effort. But while fighting, Gandalf couldn't help looking back, looking for a figure. Finally, from the open gate of the lonely mountain, a warrior in black armor holding an elven sword slowly exposed himself to the sunlight. The orcs around him instinctively stepped back, and almost lost their weapons. Gandalf couldn't help but smile. I finally waited for you. Battlefield situation, free camp, humans, dwarves, elves. Evil camp, orcs, wargs. Commanders of the free camp, Gandalf, Thranduil, Dane Ironfoot, Bard the Archer, Thorin Oakenshield, omitted, Levi. Orc commanders, Azog, Bolger. The ratio of soldiers, approximately 1 to 5. The battle officially started. Chapter 87. Dragon Disease. It is a curse that lingers in the treasure of the lonely mountain. As long as you get close, you will continue to be affected. Simply drinking milk cannot directly remove this curse. It can only temporarily remove the buff. As long as you are still in this mountain, the influence will soon be entangled again. However, after relying on milk to get a moment of clarity, Thorin immediately realized what he was doing. He developed antibodies in his will. At the gate of Erebor, the surrounding orcs were eliminated in a few moves, and the surrounding area became quiet. The dwarves and elves who had nothing to do immediately went to the front to clear the enemies there. You finally came out, Levi. Gandalf came over and discussed with him. The situation is not too bad. Most of the orcs and giant beasts are outside the wall. We only need to block the only hole leading to the wall to stop them. Thanks to the layer of flowing underground magma laid around the battlefield, most of the wormholes originally planned to be dug into the city wall were ineffective. Only the tunnel whose original destination was outside the wall was successfully opened. The only omission was the halfway up the mountain in the east, where the ground worms were lucky enough to dig above the magma layer and opened a tunnel to let the vanguard and a small number of giant beasts in. But there was only this one. Although in fact, in Levi's opinion, this tunnel should not exist, it seemed to be forced in. Gandalf looked at the wormhole in the distance and said, I guess their original plan did not include these suddenly appearing defense projects. Levi's wall construction project and the orcs' tunnel excavation project were carried out almost at the same time. When the tunnel construction party had completed more than half of the project, they found that the situation at the destination was not in line with expectations. That was about it. Unable to continue, they could only stop the loss in time. Of course not. He must have predicted it. I go to the cave over there to have a look. The dwarf cavalry can cover you. Their goats are very mobile and suitable for the terrain over there. Goats? Levi took a look at the mounts under the dwarves. Those goats are really useful. As long as there is a leverage point, they can climb up to the eagle's nest at the top of the Misty Mountains. They can be said to be all-terrain combat weapons. If you run in complex terrain, they are better than horses, so you can consider raising some. But now, when did you think I needed cover, Gandalf? As of now, there is nothing on this battlefield that can stop me. There are not even archers in that vanguard army. Being able to advance here is just taking advantage of the sudden appearance and the number. Levi put on his elytra, picked up the fireworks, and took off from the ground, heading straight for the tunnel on the hillside east of the battlefield where the orcs were still coming out. At this moment, a troll just came out of it. Seeing the UFO rushing over from the sky, it immediately raised the big club in its hand, and was about to hit it hard. Crash. Before landing, Levi instantly put on his armor, drew out his long sword, and bang! Hit the troll. The long sword pierced deep into the skull, and driven by inertia, the man and the troll slid a long way before stopping. During this period, I don't know how many times the damage was judged, and the troll was directly killed. By the way, he knocked over a dozen orcs. A skill ball fell out. Basic sword skills. Not bad luck. Levi upgraded his skill level on the spot. Where did this human come from? Kill him! With a whoosh, these orcs who had been staying in the deep pits of Moria for many years rushed over one after another, waving their weapons to surround and dismember Levi. They were more brutal than the orcs living in the Misty Mountains. But this time, they were destined to make a wrong calculation. Boom! Under the blessing of the sweeping blade, a whole row of orcs seemed to be hit hard, and they fell to the ground with flames burning on their bodies, wailing, and there was no movement after a while. But no matter how fierce the attack was, no matter how many orcs were chopped off, a bunch of them would immediately come up behind, as if endless. This made Levi suddenly think of a sentence, let alone 20,000 orcs. Even if 20,000 pigs were left running around, they would not be chopped off in 3 days and 3 nights. Snap, snap. A pile of TNT was placed unscientifically on both sides of the wall. As the flints rang, they began to glow and fall down. Levi quickly stepped back several steps and ran out of the tunnel. Just when these orcs thought they had finally gotten their revenge and scared away this powerful human, suddenly an explosion sounded, and a big hole was blown out in the middle of the tunnel. As the terrain was destroyed, the army behind was also affected and stopped moving forward. Taking advantage of this short gap, Levi quickly climbed to the top of the tunnel with blocks, took out a few buckets of magma and poured them on it. A magma wall was formed. So far, the only way to the wall was also blocked. He succeeded. At the back of the battlefield, the sharp-eyed Bilbo saw the red light of magma coming out of the tunnel at the first time. No, it should be said that he has finished it. Gandalf corrected one sentence. Counterattack. The enemy's marching point was blocked. At this moment, there were no other troops in the battlefield inside the wall except these pioneers. They only needed to be wiped out, and they could concentrate on dealing with the tide of troops outside the wall. The leaders raised their weapons and led the army to surround the two sides. Levi put some blocks at the entrance of the cave and flew over to join the battle. Wait for me. Let me brush some skill balls. The legend in the wilderness began to slaughter again. The orc vanguard army resisted with difficulty. They could not go anywhere in the encirclement, and were very uncomfortable. If it were in the past, they would have collapsed long ago. But this time, the orcs were uncharacteristically rushing forward when more than half of them were killed or injured. The morale of the dwarves was extremely high, because on the one hand they had a blood feud with the orcs, and on the other hand, they had a strong leader behind them. The same statement applies to the orcs. They had blood feuds and leaders. Buzz, the flag signal was sent, and Azog angrily smashed a stone and changed the order. It was him again. From a distance, even across a mountain, he could recognize that the black figure was Levi. He was really haunting. This situation of being blocked everywhere must have been done by Levi. Anyway, if there was anything wrong, it was always right to attribute the cause to that human. Break through the wall. A dozen slinging beasts stood in the distance to adjust the angle, and a bunch of orcs were transporting stones intensively, and putting them up with great effort. Throw. A huge stone with a diameter of 2 or 3 meters was thrown high, crushing the air, and hitting the smooth wall in front of it. However, the wall did not collapse and crack as expected, but a pile of blocks fell where it was hit. After a round of heavy stones were thrown, only a layer of skin was lost. Azog opened his mouth and was a little stunned. This wall is wrong. Is this still the River Valley City? The White City is not so hard, right? What's going on? Borg, the adjutant on the side, grabbed a short orc scout angrily and lifted him up directly. When I came here a few days ago, there were no such walls. The scout said tremblingly. If you dare to tell a lie, I guarantee that every piece of your limbs will fall into the stomach of different wolves. The scout was so scared that he couldn't speak. What he said may be true. Azog spoke. It's our great enemy, the wild wizard Levi, who is very good at fiddling with blocks. Borg left the scout and stood on the edge of the command platform looking down. I'm very interested in him. The mace in the adjutant's hand was eager to try. But Azek did not respond to this sentence, and said instead, go and lead a small team, preferably with many archers. He saw the enemy flying in the air. Yes. Borg left temporarily to organize the soldiers. The orc's horn sounded, and Azek pulled the mechanism again and sent out flag signals. The orcs who received the order quickly gathered in front of the valley city. Siege beast charge. Roar. A 7 or 8 meter tall ogre with a cone-shaped boulder on his head rushed towards the city wall. Hunters, rangers, and longbowmen from Long Lake Town on the wall concentrated their firepower to attack it, but they could not even penetrate its skin. Boom! A huge noise was made, and a layer of skin was successfully knocked off the bottom of the wall. Whether physically or mentally, this wall is a headache for the orcs. If it were another thinner wall, it would have collapsed long ago. Continue. Azek gave the order mercilessly. A troll picked up the battering ram and continued to attack. The orcs were ready to go in and massacre the wall as soon as it was breached. However, what they didn't know was that as the attack progressed, the iron golems had been attracted and no longer patrolled aimlessly, but waited behind the wall. At this moment, in the dusty arsenal of River Valley City, Bard was nervously organizing people and arranging for the townspeople to take refuge. Take them all those who are able to fight, take up weapons, and put on armor. As a city that was once powerful for a long time, the weapons and armor in River Valley City are actually quite abundant, but these things are useless to the dragon, and they have been left here since the city was destroyed. And because there are dragons entrenched nearby, no one and no orc dared to take them over the years. Now that they are pulled out again, the swords and spears are still sharp. All the fighting forces go to the city walls, and women, the elderly and children retreat to a safe place. Under Bard's arrangement, people quickly carried out their own things. Suddenly, Bard grabbed a woman with a plump chest and a clanging sound of metal colliding. Oh, what are you doing? I want to go to a safe place. The woman yelled at the top of her lungs, but she never dared to look up. Alfred. Bard was shocked by the shamelessness of this guy. He pulled the gold coins from Alfred's chest and threw them aside, grabbing his collar. I said men go to the front to fight. Didn't you hear me? Master, let's talk. I go. Bard shook him off and stuffed the sword in his hand. Don't let me see you behind. Alfred gritted his teeth, trembling and looking back every 3 steps as he followed the large army forward. Click. At this moment, the back city gate facing Erebor suddenly opened, and 2 armies quickly and orderly poured into the city, heading towards the high walls on both sides. It was the elves and the dwarves. We have cleared the orcs in the wall. How is your situation here? Thranduil approached Bard and asked about the situation. They can't break through the wall for now. Bard looked up at the towering fortress, and then at the iron golems gathered nearby, and a sense of security rose from the bottom of his heart. With this equipment, it would be fine even if the wall was breached. Besides, they couldn't break it. Hey! While the two were talking, Dane suddenly rode over on a wild boar and said to Thranduil, let your army go to the other side, and leave the wide side of the stairs to me, otherwise our heavy crossbows can't be transported up. Thranduil waved his hand helplessly behind him, and changed direction with the dwarves. Following closely behind, Thorin came with the members of the expedition. He raised his head, and looked at Thranduil for a few seconds. But before Thranduil could say anything, Thorin spoke first. After this, I want to invite the king of the woodland to Erebor for talks. I accept it. Thranduil raised his head proudly, and looked down at Thorin. However, this condescending attitude rarely annoyed Thorin. The sober king just nodded and rushed to the wall with his companions and the dwarf army. Ah! At this moment, Levi and Gandalf came late and looked at the 2 armies that were changing directions. Wait a minute, it's not necessary. With a click, Levi synthesized some stone steps on the spot and widened the stairs on both sides by a few grids. Amazing! This is much more practical than Gandalf's magic. Dane turned his head and exclaimed, calling on the dwarves to move the heavy crossbows to the wall. Gandalf's old face tightened. The Lord of Iron Hill was somewhat impolite. Let those big guys have a taste of our power. Don't miss, boys. The dwarves shouted noisily, and the experienced Balin was the first to operate the heavy crossbow. Plop. The fast-spitting special heavy arrow was thrown high and landed hard on the ogre that was rushing forward from the side, directly knocking it into the air and rolling to the side, and there was no movement for a long time. Ha-ha. The old warrior laughed heroically. Fire! Swoosh! Several more heavy crossbows were brought up, and they all fired rotating heavy arrows and blasted into the formation of the orcs, which was extremely majestic for a while. "Don't move!" The leader of the orcs in front of the formation shouted loudly, and maintained the formation. However, when a heavy arrow flew towards him and was about to land, he dodged to the side, and stood back after a moment, pretending that nothing happened. "What are you looking at? Mind your own business." The leader bared his teeth fiercely. The dwarves shouted on the city wall, and continued to fire heavy arrows. "Let those bastards taste our power." In addition to the dwarves, the elves were also exerting their strength. Compared with the rough killing weapons of the dwarves, the elves' bows were more flexible and more accurate. Fire! A round of volleys, a large number of orcs fell to the ground. What is more striking is that some of the smaller ogres also fell. Each of them had at least a dozen arrows stuck in their bodies. If the quality is not enough, the quantity can make up for it. Damn it. Wait a little longer, let the vanguard Oleg wait a little longer, let the giant beast go first, and the archers cover. Azog stared at the situation on the battlefield, and started the strong attack mode. All the giant beasts that were large enough to cause damage to the city wall replaced the siege weapons, with the help of logistics, and attacked the city wall one after another. The elves' arrows clanged, and hit the siege cone on the beast's head. A few arrows with tricky angles hit its body, but it was difficult to cause effective damage. The beast always managed to move forward against the rain of arrows, and hit the city wall hard. Dwarf axe fire. Whoosh, heavy crossbow arrows came crashing down. Vanguard. Azog gave the order, and the fully armored Oleg, who was waiting in the back, immediately stepped forward and used his body and armor to block the heavy arrows of the siege beast called the dwarf axe. He was only knocked back several meters before climbing up, and he didn't even look injured. Catapult, fire. Boom, from the orc side, more than a dozen huge stones were thrown high, and some just hit the top of the city wall, breaking the bunker and exposing the soldiers behind. Among them was Balin, who was operating the heavy crossbow. If Levi's wall had not been too tough, the stone just now would have definitely smashed him and his crossbow while destroying the shelter. This really scared him. Dodge! Boom boom. Huge rocks kept coming, bombarding the upper and lower walls, knocking down the boulders layer by layer. On the other side, Oak's archers gradually walked out of the tunnel, gathered together, and fired freely at the walls. Maybe not too accurate, but the quantity was enough. The siege beast attacked again, and the walls shook. Levi. Seeing that the situation was not good, Thorin hurried to Levi and said quickly, "Can you help me dig a hole in the middle of the city wall, just enough to jump on that guy? I will deal with it." Before Levi could speak, Chile next to him was the first to speak. "Too dangerous, Thorin." "I go with you." "And me." Philly also hurried to follow. "The royal bloodline needs to be preserved. You are still young." Although Thorin looks strong and has thick black hair, he is actually older than Balin, whose hair and beard are all white. "No need," Levi said lightly, interrupting the three people's sentimental talk. Click. The mechanism sounded. As soon as the siege beast walked to the city wall, it suddenly felt empty under its feet. The door placed horizontally on the ground retracted in an instant under the operation of the mechanism, revealing the red magma below. The speed was so fast that there was no time to react at all. It was only then that the orcs realized that it was not a floor, but some kind of door. Roar! The beast fell into the deep pit of magma, and the cry was heart-wrenching, echoing through the valley, but it was silent after a while. Azog's face was ugly. Transport building materials, fill the road, avoid abnormal places on the ground, and attack from multiple directions. He issued a new order. At the same time as Azog's order was transmitted. On the wall, Levi called Bard. "Gather a group of archers, forget it, call them all, and give you some good things." "What?" "Crossbows and fireworks." Bard looked confused. "Set off fireworks?" "You know when you call people over." Soon, all the people in Chenghu town, who could use bows and crossbows gathered in front of Levi. Levi looked at his material inventory, and was silent for a while. "In fact, you don't need so many. Leave 100 with the best accuracy, and the rest go back." Click. A workbench was placed on the ground. Iron, wood, and wire were consumed in large quantities. Crossbows were passed out one after another, and delivered to the hands of 100 people lined up neatly. After firing the crossbows, Levi synthesized a large number of multi-explosive fireworks on the spot, took them out from the inventory and piled them aside. "Here are your ammunition. Try it. Bard, you go first." Will this really work? Although he is better at using bows, Bard also knows a little about crossbows. What? Fireworks, shoot as arrows? Although he didn't understand, it was Levi in front of him after all, So Bard had to give up common sense and try to stick the fireworks on the crossbow as arrows. Crunch. Don't say it, it really worked. Very good, you have learned how to load the bullets. Now tell the townspeople how to use this thing, and then lead them to Bomb Oak. Ah! A moment later, a group of human crossbowmen appeared on the city wall. Gandalf turned his head, and saw that it was Bard and Levi who led them, so he stopped caring. Gandalf turned his head and looked again. Fireworks? Aim and fire. Levi led the shouting. Whoosh, the dense sound of fireworks was heard, and hundreds of fireworks flew out, rushing straight towards the orcs and monsters, who were closer to the city wall. Boom, as the fireworks exploded, the orcs who were closer were blown away miserably, their armors were charred, and the ogres who were leaning in front seemed to be hit hard, and 2 or 3 of them fell on the spot. What was that? More than 100 wizards were releasing explosion magic. Azad was sweating profusely. What else was this? No! He suddenly saw that a firework exploded in the air before it reached its destination. That thing doesn't have a long range. Retreat 100 meters. The flag signal was sent out, and the orcs' formation immediately retreated. What a hassle. Looking at the constantly changing flag signals on Raven Hill, Levi thought for a moment and put on his elytra. What are you going to do? After staying with Levi for a long time, Gandalf was already familiar with this thing. He knew that as long as Levi put on his elytra, he would definitely go to a farther place. Behead. Behead? Whoosh, Levi jumped off the wall and flew up in an instant. The archers of the orcs quickly shot upwards, but only a few arrows hit the edge. But it was also painful. Levi grinned. When he put on his elytra, he couldn't wear a breastplate at the same time. And the breastplate was the part that provided the most damage reduction. Once it was changed, even ordinary swords could break his defense, not to mention so many arrows. Hula. Soon, Levi rose to a high altitude, beyond the range of the archers on the ground. Only then did he have time to overlook the entire battlefield. Outside the city wall, at the edge of the wilderness, the orcs and wargs were almost endless. Looking left and right, there were also stone-throwing beasts standing on the high slope, attacking the city wall. Unbelievable. Levi really couldn't imagine that in a world without him, such a huge disparity in combat power could be won by relying only on 500 elite dwarves and 3,000 elves. It seems that the key is still beheading. Levi looked at the direction where Azad was, which was also the place where the command platform was, Raven Ridge. A large number of bats hovered over the watchtower like a dark cloud, covering the sunlight. It also covered the situation below. Levi silently put away the ender pearl. This is definitely going to hit the bats. The density is so high that it is impossible to blast a gap with a firework crossbow. Gandalf has to use a big move. But although there are many bats, these things are almost not aggressive. They are just a battlefield atmosphere group to create a dark atmosphere. So jump over the bats and attack directly. But why is this guy so cowardly when there are hundreds of archers surrounding the command platform? Swoosh. Levi flew back to the city and said the first thing. Gandalf, can you drive those bats away? Let me see. Gandalf looked up and looked into the distance. Or you can drive me away. Levi held his forehead. This is indeed a bit too much. A siege beast attacked the city wall again under the rain of arrows. Gandalf was raising his cane, intending to use some means to drive it away to show that he was not so useless. Levi shot an arrow first, igniting it, and the beast immediately fell to the ground and rolled, throwing the siege cone aside. Okay, good. Gandalf nodded, and realized how he felt when he was driven away by himself in Radagast and Dol Guldur. You are powerful, you can fight, and you look down on my fighting power. The situation is not very good. Standing on the wall, Levi raised his head and looked at the end of the horizon again. Looking far away, I saw the orcs lined up neatly on the field slowly moving, and a large army was added from the rear. They were the orcs from the Misty Mountains, and they even had reinforcements. Too many. Even Levi felt a little headache at this moment. If this were in the game, the computer would be stuck in smoke. How many rendering resources would it take? After a while. On the high wall, the commanders of each camp gathered together, looking at the scene outside with serious faces, and each of them fell into thought. Although there are basically no casualties so far, this situation is not really that good. I'll let them come. I can guard this wall until I die. The dwarves are very optimistic. The solidity of this wall has given them considerable confidence. Die of old age? Thranduil shook his head. If he had to guard this wall until he died of old age, he would have to wait until the end of the world. We must come up with some solutions. Thorin is obviously the one who likes to think more among the dwarves. When the dwarves are all making a fuss, he is the only one who keeps silent. Bard doesn't have any good ideas either. He just silently fills the fireworks crossbow and looks for an opportunity to shoot below. Boom! When the scene was silent, there were vibrations from several directions at the same time, some far and some near. It was the siege beasts. They began to try to disperse their attacks, especially those places where the ground seemed to be less unusual. Boulders and siege cones came one after another, one after another. Hurrah! A stone was thrown towards the main gate. While everyone was discussing, Levi suddenly grabbed Bilbo and pushed him aside a few steps. "Levi?" Bilbo called out in confusion. The stone swept past unexpectedly. Levi raised his shield to try to resist, but it only lasted for a moment, and the shield was broken with a plop and fell into cooling, and then he was smashed directly into the ruins under the wall, losing 7 or 8 drops of blood. This attack was half the power of Sauron's normal attack. Don't ask why he didn't dodge, just curious. Anyway, this is in his own territory. It doesn't matter how he wanders around. "Levi!" Several people shouted at the same time. "May the protection of the Valet be with you." Thranduil was so frightened that he started to pray. Gandalf jumped down directly. Thorin and Bard also ran down quickly. Bilbo, who had been standing on the wall, was stunned and could not believe what was happening. No. If Levi had not pulled him by the boulder just now, he would probably have turned into a hobbit. "It's okay, don't worry, I'm just curious and want to try how powerful that thing is." Levi patted the non-existent dust on his body, climbed up the wall again, and joined the meeting in front of everyone's astonishment. "You're not going to die?" At the highest point of Raven Ridge, Azog, who saw every detail of the battlefield, began to panic. He had specifically asked him to aim at that stone. Don't take Levi's attack head-on. His attack will definitely work, and it will be accompanied by flames. His flames will be extinguished immediately when they come into contact with water. The logistics troops where Levi is located must be ready to transport water to the front line at any time. Don't get close to the iron gate lying on the ground. The iron gate will open at any time, revealing the magma trap below. Before the city wall is breached, the infantry should not get within 100 meters of the city wall. Their crossbowmen will fire short-range explosives. Even if there are holes in the city wall, it will not collapse. It can only be destroyed bit by bit. Levi can fly. Archers must be in place at all times. The back group must also focus on covering his position and conduct air interference. As long as the source of those square magmas is blocked with something larger in volume, the surrounding flowing magma will slowly disappear. There is a kind of red block that will fall and explode within a few seconds after it starts to glow. Units other than behemoths and ogres will definitely die. And Levi seems to be unkillable. Azog counted the experience accumulated in these rounds of attacks, and his heart was numb. At this moment, the commander of the orcs had been forced out of his MC thinking by Levi, and began to find a way according to his rules. Some common sense has failed here, and new rules must be found. It must be said that forcing an orc to use his violent and bloodthirsty head to do so much thinking, the dwarves would find it a bit extreme. After summarizing the rules, Azog stared at the corner of the wall where his troops were gathered, without saying a word. This is definitely the most difficult battle in his life. The decisive battle with the entire dwarf clan of Durin 100 years ago was easier than this. But the problem is that the number of people on the opposite side is not that large. They add up to less than 5,000 people. You must know that on the field now, his side has gathered most of the elite troops of Moria and Misty Mountains, and there are also a large number of war beasts provided by the Dark Lord. It can be said that even Mordor today can hardly gather such an army. However, it was quite common in the First Age, and there were warriors as strong as Levi at that time. Or not only were there, but there were many. But relatively speaking, there were also many Balrogs on the attacking side at that time, and one of them could match a large army. Azog wanted to ask Sauron if he still had Balrogs for him to use. "Our attack is at a disadvantage," Borg said behind him. Many of their attacks were invalidated. "Don't worry. It's almost there." Boom! In a lava pool filled with a large number of orcs' lives, the lava falling from the wall was covered by stones thrown up, and heavy crossbows, arrows, fireworks and TNT were blocked by a whole row of fully armored orlogs and war beasts with their lives. The wall that made the orcs feel desperate finally had a small gap under the concentrated bombardment of the catapults and the desperate attacks of the siege beasts. In order to open such a gap, almost all the elite beasts had to be consumed. "Ha ha, kill!" Azog laughed heartily and immediately pulled the flag to announce the attack. Buzz, the orcs' general attack horn sounded, and the orcs rushed in impatiently along the small gap. Finally broke this damn wall. But after entering, they were confused again. What about the elves, dwarves, and humans? Why don't they come down to die? Are they afraid? Soon, this question had an answer. Clang, clang, clang. Densely packed iron golems surrounded them, and rushed towards these vanguards. Donklang. From the time the first orc was knocked away, the momentum could no longer be stopped. More and more orcs screamed and flew into the sky, and then fell like raindrops. The iron golems were like a group of sharks that smelled blood. They rushed over and blocked the gap with their bodies, knocking the orcs away one by one. Charge the giant beast. After receiving the order, the few remaining orlogs quickly stepped forward and wrestled with the iron golems. For the orcs, the 3-meter-tall iron golems were little giants that could not be defeated. However, at this time, facing the orlogs who were at least 4 or 5 meters tall and covered in steel armor, the iron golems became dwarfs. Dang! The sound of metal colliding with metal rang out, and Orlog swung his giant hammer and mallet, and a group of iron golems were repelled with a sweep, and the trend of encirclement was temporarily stopped. Taking advantage of this time, the only remaining war beast also opened a gap and bent down to enter the city. With one kick, he stepped an iron golem into the mud, adding many cracks to its body. Die! Levi jumped down from the city wall, stabbed his sword into the neck of the giant beast, and set it on fire. The dwarves of the expedition team followed closely behind, and led by Thorin, they charged forward fearlessly. Some cut the heels, some smashed the toes, and some shot arrows at the buttocks, which made the giant beast flustered for a while, and didn't know where to hit. But soon, it didn't have to think. Under the continuous attacks of Levi and the dwarves, it barely lasted for more than 10 seconds, and then fell to the ground with a bang. It also dropped a dodge skill ball. I have to say that the skin is quite thick. Ding! After dealing with the giant beast that got in, Levi immediately turned around and ran towards the Oligs. The sword and iron intersected. It's really hard. The Olig was numbed by Levi. These guys all have almost full armor value, and the lowest life is 70 or 80 points. They are simply a group of walking iron lumps. The kind that is even ironer than iron golems. However, their number was still too small after all. There were only 3 in total, and they overturned some iron golems when they rushed in at the beginning, but they were soon overwhelmed by the reinforcements, unable to move forward or backward. In the end, after defeating several iron golems, they were beaten to death by the crowd. Fortunately, the output rate of this thing is not high. Levi sighed. If there were 100 or 200 Oligs to act as pioneers to open the way for the orc army behind, these iron golems might not be able to hold on. There were not many minerals stored in Gushan, and Levi had summoned less than 1,000 iron golems before they were all used up. However, it was enough to use these to defend the city. They could at least beat 10 times the number of orcs, but the number of orcs outside was more than 10 times that of iron golems. What is that strange thing? Azad was already a little numb. But if you think this can stop our army, you are wrong. We still have an army that has not been dispatched. The flag signal was played again. Beasts attack. Dense groups of wargs emerged from the tunnels dug by the worms, and quickly rushed towards the gap. This is another army that has not yet entered the battlefield, the wargs. Before the city wall was breached, they had been of little use. Now is the time to show their abilities. Don't attack. Levi quickly blocked the gap in the city wall, and sweat was pouring down his forehead. I really feel that this difficulty is a bit too high now. What difficulty? Gandalf asked while chopping the remaining orcs in the wall. I mean the difficulty of this battle. Why are they so fierce? They are not always like this. No, I mean forget it. What? Gandalf was really confused at this moment. How could he be better at riddles than himself? I decided to respect the mechanism. Levi suddenly said something inexplicable. Chapter 88. When a dungeon requires you to run a mechanism, but you insist on crushing it by surpassing the current version's values. That's about it. It's really too difficult to fight these armies head-on, with such a huge difference in numbers. In this whole world, only Levi dares to play like this. If they defend, they can definitely defend. If they consume, they can definitely outlast these orcs. Looking at the appearance of the troops in the city, they are also prepared for a long-term war. Anyway, there is no shortage of food or water. The opponent will suffer losses after a long attack, so just fight. The first to collapse morale will definitely be the orcs. It's a bit too uncomfortable if a battle lasts for several months or more than a year. And Levi is really not sure if there will be more accidents if he continues to consume. No, the accident has already happened. Looking at the group of orcs building a large siege staircase in the distance, Levi sighed again. I always feel that the difficulty of this battle is dynamic. What does this mean? Gandalf took the sword, chopped down another orc, and ran to the wall to stand with Levi. It means that it's time to end it all. After the dwarves finished the battle and came back, a group of leaders began to gather again on the main gate of the wall. In this short respite, Levi was the first to speak. I think we can't delay any longer. He pointed to the orc engineering team behind the orcs. They are building something different. It's a large siege ladder. Thorin recognized it. Thranduil added, those orcs have unimaginable talents in making things for war and torture. They were born for this. They can't get up. Bard showed the firework crossbows behind him. For those stairs, we can blow up one for every one that comes. That's true, but don't forget that there are so many orcs that you can hardly see the end. How many times can your crossbows fire? Gandalf looked at Bard and asked. Bard looked at Levi. Levi looked at Thorin. Thorin looked around and finally said, our gunpowder storage is not too much. With Levi's precedent, he no longer dared to say that there was no limit to a certain resource in the Lonely Mountain. However, in this era when firearms were only a niche hobby and bombs had not been invented, the demand for gunpowder was indeed not great. The gunpowder stored in the processing room for making flares was almost all the stock in the Lonely Mountain. To put it bluntly, they had never used this as their main resource, and it was good enough to have what they have now. What are you going to do? Gandalf asked Levi. Still the same plan as before, beheading. Orcs are chaotic by nature. When there is no leader to suppress them, they can fight among themselves without even external enemies. Gandalf has a deep understanding of this. The old man often uses this to stir up trouble in the orc camp. After being beaten for so long, it's time to take the initiative. If you don't do something, it will be a waste of all your equipment. However, the security over there is really tight. There are dense bats guarding in the sky, and there are archers all around the command platform. It is not realistic to fly over there with elite raw. The air route is not possible. It's a bit difficult to just kill through the ground like this. After all, the tens of thousands of orcs won't just stand there and watch. Even if they don't resist, they can block the road just by going to that station. Or, Levi looked at his pickaxe. Digging deeper should be able to avoid the earthworms. Then a crisp and refreshing foot attack will definitely surprise Azog. It's just that the digging time may be a bit long. After all, the distance and the thickness of the mountain are not something that can be done in a short time. And it may not be accurate. After all, I don't have a 3D perspective map. We can cover you. Looking at Levi, who was lost in thought, Dane suddenly came over, pointed to the bottom of the city wall, and said to him, see those chariots? I can guarantee that their ability to cut through the battlefield is absolutely beyond your imagination. Except for those behemoths, nothing can stop them. They don't have that many behemoths now. The behemoths were almost consumed during the siege. My boys can cover you to the ruins at the foot of the mountain. After that, I believe you can handle it. When the wall was cleared just now, the Iron Hill Lord watched Levi sweep a large area of combat posture. The armor was also invulnerable, making people want to dismantle it to study what material it was made of. But these are not mentioned. The important thing is that Dane and his hammer think Levi can do it. Let me join in, Thorin suddenly said. He would never miss the task of killing Azog. Let's go together. Seeing that the king was going to take the initiative to go to war, Keely and Philly looked at each other and immediately said, add us. And we can be chariot drivers. The dwarves of the expedition team stepped forward together. After many battles, they have proved that they are the elite among the dwarves, and are qualified to take on important tasks. Balin said with a smile, although I am old, my skills are still not rusty. I will never waste a crossbow arrow. Very good, very energetic. Although somewhat unexpected, Levi decided to adopt this proposal. Guaranteed success. He nodded and glanced at Gandalf, who gave him a reassuring look. Leave the city wall to me. If there are more behemoths, I will find a way. You can leave with peace of mind. Okay. The simple battle plan was decided. Thranduil, Bard, Dane, and Gandalf were responsible for defending the city and providing cover. Levi, Thorin, and the expedition team, as well as a dwarf battlefield cutting team, took the initiative to attack and carry out the beheading. Just as everyone was ready and about to set off with their crossbows and ammunition, a voice sounded from behind. And me. Bilbo. This made Thorin laugh. He jumped off the chariot immediately, walked to Bilbo, and said seriously, Master Baggins, this is not something you can get involved in. As a hobbit, you are more suitable for the afternoon garden, armchair, and cozy study, not the battlefield full of dangers and deaths at any time. Bilbo opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. Let's say goodbye, we will meet again. I can help, believe me. Bilbo chased after him unwillingly, but was stopped by Gandalf on the side. Bilbo, I never doubted your bravery, but do you know what the outside world means? It means war, blood, and death. You have done enough, really. Now we need to stay here and trust our friends. Hey you. Gandalf pointed to a human soldier who looked a little timid and said to him, Take good care of this hobbit for me, and don't let him go out. Okay, wizard, I promise I will do this well. The human soldier hurried over. For some reason, he kept looking down and didn't show his face, as if he was afraid of being seen. Old Gandalf didn't care about these. After giving instructions, he returned to the wall, frowned and looked up at the sky, as if waiting for something. The episode passed quickly. At the entrance of the city, the chariot was ready at the back, and the soldiers on the wall held the lever in their hands and stared at the people below. Sons of Durin! Thorin drew his sword and shouted to the expedition team and the dwarf battlefield cutting team on one side, Follow me and charge. Swish. The lever was activated, the city gate opened, and 5 fierce-looking, metallic-colored assault chariots rushed out one after another, each equipped with a powerful armor-piercing automatic crossbow. In the previous city defense battle, these big killers had never been used, and now was the time to show their power. Following the chariots, another team of dwarf goat cavalry came out with heavy steps. Every dwarf in the cavalry was the elite of the elites carefully selected by Dane, with the most blood on their shields and the strongest goat horns. Surround them. Azog gave the order angrily. With a ready-made city not defended, these guys dared to come out and die? Do you want to see how many troops are outside? Who gave you the courage? Chapter 89. Under Azog's command, the orcs in the front row raised their shields and pointed their spears at the charging chariots and riders, forming a defensive formation. However, whether it was the dwarfs' equipment or Levi's methods, they were always beyond the imagination of these orcs. Whoosh, the fireworks crossbows shot out, blasting a small gap in the orcs' formation. The fireworks that filled the 7 firework stars had a damage of more than 10 points, and the impact force directly overturned the shields in the hands of several orcs. Following closely behind were the dwarfs' goat cavalry. The goats had large and curved horns, and were quite hard, like a shield. Unlike the cavalry who rode horses, even if they directly hit the spears, the first to get into trouble would most likely be the other side. You know, that was a cavalry that could even directly knock open the shield formation of the elves. These skinny orcs were even less likely to stop them. With a crash, the goat cavalry rushed into the army formation, knocking many of the orcs flying and turning over, followed closely by the chariots also pulled by big-horned goats. 5 chariots rushed into the formation one after another, and the goats pulling the chariots lowered their heads in front of the formation, rumbling and knocking away a whole row of orcs, and the wheels clanged over the orcs lying on the ground without stopping. The sharp alloy blades on both sides of the wheels rotated at high speed as the chariots moved forward, cutting the orcs on both sides, who tried to surround them into 2 halves, including their bodies and armor, leaving a bloody trail. The entire army formation was cut in half from the middle, opening up a wide road of flesh and blood. The wider the chariot, the wider the road. Levi turned his head and looked at the fast-spinning strangulation device on the rear wheel of the chariot, comparing it secretly in his heart. This thing, let alone the armor of the orcs, will lose a lot of blood if it cuts into him. It will fly away if it touches, and die if it touches. The power of technology is so strong. Under the collision of the dwarf cavalry and chariots, the vanguard army that came to block it soon suffered a disaster. A large number of them were killed, and the ground was full of the broken bodies of orcs. The formation could not be maintained for a long time. There were 5 cutting vehicles, which directly dismembered the infantry formation that dared to block it, and it could never be put together again. Behemoth, Azog ordered. Special troops should be used against special troops. For example, these chariots may be very powerful against infantry, but as long as the behemoths are sent over, they can be overturned with a slap. Our behemoths have suffered heavy losses. Borg reminded him from the side. In order to deal with Levi's various methods during the siege, almost all the behemoths with the thickest skin, the largest size, and the most resistant were killed. There are only a few trolls left now. Not even Oleg. Then let them go. Clang, clang, clang. The orcs in the front row moved aside to make way for the trolls. They might be a little inferior to the behemoths, but they still have the strength to deal with the chariots. As long as they can seize the opportunity. Swoosh, Levi shot an arrow and set the troll in the front on fire. The flames burned, and even rolling on the ground could not be extinguished. As long as the target was not immune to flames, it would have to burn for a few seconds. The orcs in the back row quickly poured water on the fallen trolls to extinguish the flames. But they were taking action, and Levi would not be idle, and the dwarves would not just watch. Neither Levi's fire arrows nor the armor-piercing automatic crossbows on the chariots that could turn in the direction were vegetarian. In front of the thick steel crossbow arrows that were continuously shot by the dwarves, Levi's role at this moment even seemed small. Each of those arrows could pierce the skin of the ogres and penetrate into their bodies. Under the firepower cover of 5 automatic crossbows, the ogres' offensive was quickly resolved, and they could not touch any chariots before they died. Damn it! Azad watched the chariots and cavalry approaching, feeling uncomfortable. How could he not see the intentions of Levi and others? If there were still behemoths available, just one would be enough to restrain these broken chariots. Or even if there were no behemoths, Oleg would do. Unfortunately, both the behemoths and Oleg were sent to attack the city in the previous operation. After the city wall was breached, the few remaining ones were also eagerly sent in to serve as pioneers. Once they entered, there was no movement, and no splashes of water were made. Now the only large units left were the stone-throwing beasts on both sides, but they were not designed to be sent to the front row. They were functional beasts. We must not let the big enemy get close. Send the beasts to deal with him. Azek immediately activated the alternative plan. Buzz, the flag signal was sent, and the wargs emerged from both sides. This is a bit troublesome. Compared with the ogres, the wargs are much more fragile, and can be killed with one arrow, but they are larger in number and highly maneuverable. In addition, these wargs are the natural nemesis of goats. Once they are allowed to get close, the goats in front may not be saved, and the car will also break down and become inoperable. Prepare to engage the enemy. Seeing that the situation was not good, Thorin immediately stood at the front of the car and shouted. Next, he might get off the car to fight. Balin operated the automatic crossbow, aiming at the wargs and shooting wildly while turning his head to ask, Levi, do you have any other ideas? For example, the magic storm that Gandalf used in the orc town. How about you also come up with one? Instead of relying on me and Gandalf to use that kind of spell, you might as well rely on the reinforcements that will come to help us deal with these wargs at this time. Levi shook his head and stopped Balin's thoughts. Get ready to get off the car and fight. Anyway, we are not far from the destination. We can force our way through. As soon as we get to the ruins of the Sentry Tower, I will block the road and they can't get in. Okay. It just takes a little more time. Levi drew out his long sword, staring at the army of wargs in front of him, ready to charge at any time. However, just as the firepower of the chariot gradually failed to suppress the offensive of the wargs, the goats pulling the chariot were about to meet the army of wargs. Suddenly, several cries were heard in the sky. Levi looked up and saw 7 or 8 giant eagles flapping their wings and swooping down, using their blade-like claws to plow a row of approaching wolves away. At the same time, a tall and strong figure jumped down from the giant eagle, and the moment he landed, he turned into a giant bear, rushed into the army, rushed to the front and fought with the wolves, and cleared the way for the chariot. Bjorn, the skin changer? Huh? On the chariot, Levi looked at Balin, and Balin also looked up at Levi. My Levi, you were right, there are really reinforcements from the sky. What is this, a magic to call for reinforcements? Even Thorin made a joke in front. I just said it casually. Levi held his forehead. Are these giant eagles coming at a too good time? Hey. On a giant eagle, brown-robed Radagast waved his staff, and tilted his body to greet Levi on the chariot. I'm here with reinforcements. We're not too late, are we? Just in time. Levi also waved in response. Haha, let's see who dares to say I can't play a role now. This was especially aimed at Gandalf. When facing Sauron, both Gandalf and the members of the White Council refused to let Brownrobe go with them. Now it's finally his turn to start playing. After sending Levi and others to the bottom of Raven Ridge, the giant eagle cried a few times, and continued to swoop down on the orc army. Bjorn was not left behind and killed indiscriminately among the wolves. If I can't deal with Levi, can I deal with you? Seeing the bear so arrogant, Azza couldn't stand it immediately, and quickly arranged a team to go over for a targeted encirclement and suppression. The giant bear's power is limited after all. If he could really fight an army with one bear, the Skin Changer tribe would not be killed to the point of only one person left. After the fierce charge at the beginning, Bjorn soon fell into a disadvantage, and was gradually exhausted. And the giant eagles also encountered the enemy. From the worm tunnel, another group of trolls came out. The rock-hard skin rubbed against the giant eagle's sharp claws, and the club in his hand kept waving in the air. Not a big threat, but annoying enough. I think we should retreat temporarily. I saw Gandalf on the wall over there. Radagast and the giant eagle suggested. Soon, the giant eagle carried the brown-robed wizard and the skin changer Bjorn, turned around and flew towards the wall, leaving only a mess of the orc army and a group of incompetent and furious trolls. When the eagle and the giant bear that fell from the sky left, the orcs searched for Levi and the dwarves again. But they found that in the ruins under Raven Ridge, a wall had appeared at some point, and it was made of the same material as the impenetrable city wall. Chapter 90. The giant eagles are very good at fighting, and Bjorn is also very strong. But there are only 7 or 8 of them together, while the reinforcements of the orcs are endless, and the army from Gundabad is still entering the battlefield without stopping. The orcs have hunted the skin changers before. They know the weaknesses of the giant bears, and can attack them in a targeted manner. As long as you are willing to pay some losses, you can still take them down. Although the losses may not be small, compared with a certain powerful enemy that has recently appeared, this is easy to deal with. In addition to the skin changers, those eagles that seem to have no means of restraint, no matter how strong and powerful they are, they can't beat 10,000 with one. In fact, if the war beasts of the orcs had not been cleared in advance by Levi's various means, these giant eagles might not be able to successfully sweep the pack of wolves. Human power is finite, but Levi's strength is inexhaustible. Go, go, go! At the foot of Raven Ridge, Levi rushed to the front, leading the dwarves to clear the ambushed orcs here. The road behind them has been blocked. Just when the orcs were caught off guard by the eagle, Levi had taken the opportunity to block the road to the enemy's command center and block the orc army outside the wall. At this moment, the orcs outside could not come in, and the orcs inside could not go out. The connectivity of the battlefield was cut off, and new small areas were divided. But at the moment, these orcs did not seem to want to go out. The orcs hiding in the ruins rushed out, holding up their machetes and crossbows, and attacked all at once. Most of the ambushed here at this moment were orcs, who came from the deep pits of Moria. Slightly different from the orcs living in the misty mountains, their personalities were darker and more violent. But that was all. Levi took the lead and raised his shield, blocking all the incoming projectiles. He drew his long sword and rushed towards the pile of orcs, sweeping away a whole area. He chopped all the way from the south to the north of the ruins, and found that he had gone too far, so he chopped all the way from the north to the south. After plowing back and forth, the orcs who had been in the deep pit for a long time were frightened and couldn't stop retreating. What kind of new human is this? At this time, a new armor-breaking skill ball fell, and Levi immediately chose to learn it and upgraded it to level 1. Learned armor breaking, as the name suggests, after charging, the next attack can ignore the target's armor and directly cause damage. It should be noted that you cannot attack during the charging process. The charging time is about 1 second. The way up is this way. Seeing that Levi was going to chop back and forth again, Thorin quickly grabbed him and pointed him the way. In front of Levi, Thorin became a conservative. Okay, let's go! The orcs at the bottom have been almost cleared, and the remaining scattered ones can be handed over to the dwarf battlefield cutting team. They can handle it completely. Levi went straight up along the stairs without stopping, with orcs killing orcs and wargs chopping wargs. Some orcs tried to destroy the road, and the next second, stones would connect them. Others moved building materials to block the road, but the obstacles also could not last for a second and were dug up in a few seconds. A group of adventure mode players tried to use obstacles to stop survival mode players, which was really a bit whimsical. Whoosh, as he was walking, several arrows attacked him. Levi turned his head and found a group of skinny creatures emerging from the stones on the side of the road. Goblin. Even the goblins from the orc town came to join the battle. Haha, you've been surrounded. When everyone's attention was attracted by the goblins in the back, another group of goblins jumped down from above their heads with strange cries, raising their scimitars and blunt weapons, and planning to launch an aerial assault. Only when Levi raised his head and drew out his long sword did they realize that they seemed to have done something wrong. No, it's that person. The word stopped abruptly, and the goblin was chopped off by a sword while still in the air, and fell to the side with flames. When they saw the face of the black-armored warrior below clearly, the goblins realized what they were doing. Maybe it wasn't the other side that was surrounded. Retreat! Some goblins hurriedly ran back. However, it was too late. A moment later, there were hundreds of goblin corpses on this road, most of which had burns on their bodies, and a small number were killed with other weapons. A jump/skill ball dropped out, and I learned it on the spot without saying much. Jump/. When locking the enemy, attacking while jumping up and down can cause area damage and briefly attach a layer of weakness buff to the hit enemy. Keep going. After dealing with these goblins, who were pulled out to fill the line, Levi led the group to continue rushing up. However, the strange thing is that there were no more obstacles along the way. Where did the orcs go? Sheely was a little surprised. They couldn't have been scared away. Philly was always the first to answer him. Thorin shook his head and said, "No, it's not that simple. Stay alert and be careful around you." The group continued to move forward. There really is nothing. However, until the top of Raven Hill, Levi did not see another orc. "I always have a bad feeling." Dwalin, who was silent all the way, said a little uneasy, "I always feel that we are being stared at by countless eyes, but I can't see anyone." He clenched the battle axe in his hand. "What's going on?" "Go up and see." Levi was not worried. "That's the command platform." He approached step by step, but this place was strangely quiet, without a trace of movement. Whether it was the bad group that covered the sky and blocked the sun before, or the large number of orc archers surrounding the command platform, they all disappeared at this moment, as if they had never appeared here. Only the combined command flag of the orcs was left standing there alone. "Don't be careless," Thorin reminded. "That pale orc is cunning and cruel. He must have some tricks. Whatever the tricks, let them all come." The dwarves around him were full of fighting spirit. They surrounded Thorin and kept a close eye on every blade of grass nearby. "Levi, what do you think?" Thorin asked. "Levi? Where are the people?" Click. The sound of the mechanism triggering attracted the attention of the dwarves. Buzz, the command horn of the orcs blew automatically, a flag signal was sent out, and a column of orcs in front of the city wall moved forward, and then was blown up by the stationed archers and fireworks crossbow team. "Huh?" Levi seemed to have discovered some new world. "Levi, what are you doing?" The dwarves looked over. "Hush, I'm doing research." Click, 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 click. The sound of the mechanism triggering continued to sound, and the horn sound and flag signal also changed constantly. Looking down, I saw that some of the orcs were going left, some were going right, some were advancing but were beaten to pieces by the defenders, and some were retreating and colliding with the army behind them. The scene was noisy. A wolf came out of the tunnels on both sides, looking around with its mouth wide open, confused. A troll ran out of the cave and attacked to the left, but ended up hitting a rock and stood there scratching its head, with a puzzled look on its face. The scene was in chaos. Fine. Chapter 91. Inside the city. The eagles looked for a place to rest, and rested on the ruins of the Dale city. Radagast and Bjorn jumped off the eagles, and headed straight for Gandalf. "You are here." Gandalf greeted them, and then greeted the eagles. "Given the current situation, I should not be too late." "That's right, you are just in time, Radagast and Bjorn." Gandalf invited the two to the wall, and looked at the stone wall that Levi had just built at the foot of the mountain in the distance, and said, "Our plan has just encountered some obstacles, and you are here to help. This is a very suitable time." "That's good. But the situation still doesn't look optimistic." The skin changer Bjorn spoke. Although Levi and others successfully climbed Raven Hill, the army outside the wall did not decrease at all. They were still making various attempts, such as the huge stones flying in the sky, which never stopped. If it were a normal wall, it would have been smashed several times. "Trust Levi, they will handle it." "That human?" Bjorn murmured. "My wild instinct tells me that if I become an enemy of him, the best option is to escape. Maybe he is indeed trustworthy." At this point, Bjorn seemed to suddenly think of something, and he said, "Radagast, I remember you just said that you had something important to tell Gandalf." "Ah, yes." Radagast slapped his forehead. "I did want to say this just now, Gandalf. I saw an army of orcs marching down from the northern mountains in the direction of Raven Hill. They are heading for another entrance on the top of the mountain." "Not good." Gandalf frowned. "Thorin and the others are in danger." "What about the human?" "He's fine. But he may not be able to take care of everyone." Gandalf paced back and forth, just looking at the orc army that was blocked tightly under the city wall, and there was nothing he could do for a while. "We can go to support them." Bjorn took the initiative to make a suggestion. Just then, Buzz, the orcs' command horn sounded again, and a column of troops on the left marched forward to attack. Gandalf thought this step was a bit strange. Shoot! But the defenders on the wall would not miss this opportunity. Whoosh! Under a volley of arrows and fireworks rockets, the team approaching quickly lost the standing orcs. Buzz, the command desk issued another order, and a column of orcs kept retreating and collided with the army behind them. Then the wargs attacked, baring their teeth at the battlefield without enemies, and then the trolls hit the wall, the army wandered around, and the logistics stopped working. The battlefield was in chaos. What are they doing? Everyone on the wall was a little confused. I remember there was a halfling with you, but he doesn't seem to be here. At this time, Bjorn looked left and right, and suddenly said something. Oh, you mean Bilbo, isn't he over there? Huh? Bilbo? Old Gandalf looked at the empty wall and panicked. Where is Bilbo? He hurriedly walked to the soldier he had asked before and asked, Where's the hobbit I asked you to watch? The soldier lowered his head, pointed in a direction and said, It's right there. Where? Right. Why is it gone? Bard noticed the movement here and walked over quickly. He grabbed the soldier and forced him to look up. What he saw were two big swollen eye circles. Alfred? Bard frowned. Tell me, when did he leave? Alfred quickly replied, I'm sorry, sir. I'm not sure either. Gandalf felt a headache. This unlucky thing. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, ran to the wall, and shouted to the chaotic battlefield, You stupid guy, come back. However, this shout was destined to be heard by only a few people around him. The hobbit had long disappeared. On the other side. On the back of Raven Hill, where no one noticed. Halfway up the mountain, two light figures were jumping on the rocks, climbing up continuously. We have to speed up, Toriel. Legolas said as he jumped up. I didn't expect the army to arrive in advance. We are still a step behind. I hope the people here are okay. When the two elves arrived at the Lonely Mountain, the army had already surrounded the city wall, which made them lose the opportunity to enter through the city gate. So they had to change the road and rely on their own excellent conditions and skills to climb up the sentry tower on the mountain. Yes, I hope they are okay. Toriel held tightly the small object given by a dwarf in her arms, and her steps to climb up were faster. Elves are always sensitive to changes in emotions. Legolas saw all the changes in Toriel, but he chose to remain silent at this moment and said nothing. For Toriel, the elven prince regarded her more as a reliable comrade who could be trusted, or a sister or close friend with whom he had a deep relationship. Apart from that, he had no other thoughts. Toriel made up for the lack of family affection that Legolas had suffered since childhood to a certain extent. For this reason, when Thranduil ordered Toriel to be expelled, Legolas chose to leave with her. When watching Toriel fall into a kind of emotional whirlpool that she could not extricate herself from, Legolas also chose to remain silent, and even showed some implicit support to a certain extent. Although he neither understood nor felt it, he knew that it might be love, which was the most important emotion for an elf. There are bats. Halfway up the mountain, Legolas suddenly grabbed the claws of a big bat and flew up with it. Although Toriel was somewhat surprised by this bold behavior, she quickly learned to catch another bat and followed Legolas. Only elves can do this, and other races will crash on the spot. Soon, the two flew to the top of Raven Hill. Finding a suitable foothold, Legolas took out a dagger and stabbed the bat in the belly, ending this one-way flight. Buzz, the orc horn sounded, and the flag signal was sent. Oh no, they started to attack. At this time, Toriel also landed and looked up. Over there, that's their command platform. Following the direction pointed by Toriel, Legolas looked over, took a few steps forward, drew the longbow behind him, and was eager to try. Let me see who their commander is. There were no orcs nearby, so this was a great opportunity to behead them. I saw it. It's Levi. Legolas opened his eyes a little out of control. Levi. Click, click, click. At this moment, Levi was still constantly turning the mechanism and waving flags, having a lot of fun. Enough. Stop it. A roar came from behind a tower. It was Azog, who finally couldn't hold it anymore and took the initiative to jump out to stop him. Of course, there was a reason why he dared to show up. Behind him, a large number of orcs from Gundabad marched forward in unison, crossing the ruins and rubble, and finally stood on both sides of Azog. The army was endless, with no end in sight, no less than the one under the mountains. Their source was another road north of Raven Ridge. In a short while, the entire mountain was occupied by them, so dense that there was no gap at all. These were the reasons why Azog dared to face Levi. In fact, if this army had not arrived, he could have held on for a while longer. Now let me see how capable you are. Azog waved the butcher knife in his hand and pointed it directly at Levi, even ignoring Thorin, who was standing beside him. Prepare for battle. Thorin solemnly instructed the dwarves behind him, holding his sword tightly. Levi, if I can't go back, please tell Bilbo for me that he is an absolutely qualified warrior and a friend I will always be proud of. You didn't say that before. Remember, You were the first to refuse him to participate in the battle. Thorin shook his head and stopped talking. Levi continued, my suggestion is that you should talk to him yourself if you have something to say. I'm not your messenger. Chapter 92. Kill! Azog roared angrily. Attack and defense change. Bang! Several flare bombs were thrown, forcing the orcs in the front row to stop and close their eyes. A few seconds later, when the vision was restored, a wall suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking the road that was not wide to begin with. It's like this again! Azog was no longer surprised by this move. The suddenly appearing square was the unique mark of that person. However, since he had known the enemy's tactics for a long time, how could he not make preparations in advance? Get on the ladder. The ladders that had been built were quickly moved and placed on the low wall. The orcs swarmed in and grabbed the ladders to climb up. But on the wall, a figure suddenly appeared. The armor was thick and black, and the long sword was shining. He jumped down. Jump and chop. Swish, a large group of orcs seemed to be hit hard at the same time, and then they felt weak, as if they were about to fall apart, and they couldn't use any strength. Just a few sword strikes, and a clearing was swept across. Azog's breathing stagnated, and he took a few steps back. If it was in the past, when he saw this human, he would choose to go up and fight him alone, and kill him to boost morale. Now he chose to let his army fight with him alone. I hold him back. You go kill the dwarves behind. Azog gave an order to Bolger, and Bolger immediately took a team of orcs to take a detour and walk back, and never mentioned that he was very interested in fighting Levi alone. While Azog was giving orders, Levi took out a few bottles of potions and drank them quickly. Strength 2, Speed 2, Life Recovery 2. At this moment, the orcs facing Levi in the front suddenly felt their hearts tighten and pressure suddenly hit them. Levi swept out with a sword, and the sword tip and the surrounding area were immediately blown away, and fell to the ground with flames on their bodies. All were killed in one sword, and there was no chance of survival. It was a powerful force that even the densely packed army formation could not resist, like a giant bear. The long sword in his hand seemed to become a blunt weapon, and it would not deflect when it hit the surface of the shield, but directly pressed down, sweeping the shield and the orcs behind it to the side. As it retreated again and again, constantly sending soldiers forward. It was too weird. In addition to the sudden increase in strength, the speed of that human was suddenly incredibly fast, which was not something a normal human could do. Wizard's potion. He could also make medicine. The army of tens of thousands continued to surge forward and encircle. However, all this was in vain. From Azog's perspective, the human kept slashing out with his sword, and then suddenly jumped up and chopped down. Every time he attacked, a large number of orcs would be harmed, and there was no way to stop him. Finally, an orc rushed to the front and hit him, but either it didn't do much damage at all, or he suddenly dodged in a certain direction as if teleporting. Plop plop. The footsteps of the ogres came from behind, and Azog immediately sent them to the front to join the fight. Boom! With an explosion, screams came from the sky, the orcs were blown to pieces, and the ogres also raised their arms to resist, and retreated several steps. Look at Levi again. He was just holding a large wooden shield, but he was able to withstand such an explosion. He is also an oak shield? Let the ogres go to the front and surround him. Azog really couldn't figure it out, so he could only continue to give orders. The ogres immediately raised the big club in their hands, pushed aside the orcs, and were about to smash down. Snap! The flare bomb exploded on the spot, and the ogres were hit at once, covering their eyes and waving their weapons around. At the same time, a round pearl flew out from the encirclement, and Azog's eyes immediately stuck to it. What is that? While thinking, the pearl had already fallen to his feet. As some purple particles floated by, a nightmare-like figure instantly appeared in front of him, and he slashed with a sword without hesitation. Dang! Azog quickly used the modified weapon in his left hand to block forward, but the huge force still pressed him back. Snap! Hiss! Several TNTs were put down and ignited. Levi raised his shield. Azog had seen the power of this thing long ago, and immediately rolled to the side, but was still blown several meters away by the aftermath. Stop him! Azog picked up the heavy hammer, and surrounded him with a group of ogres. This pale orc really deserves to be called the most powerful orc leader in modern times. Even in this situation, he still dared to move forward. Although he came with a team of ogres, he could also be called courageous. Interesting. Bang! The ogre's hammer, which was wider than half a person's body, fell down, but was hit back by Levi's sword, and his body could not stop retreating. Azog began to retreat again. Levi immediately threw another pearl, teleported to his side, and raised his hand to slash with a sword. Azog immediately raised a shield and blocked it with great effort. His whole body slid back several meters before stopping. "Ha." He laughed. Boom! The sentry tower above suddenly collapsed, revealing the ogre with a stone in his hand. The huge building debris fell unexpectedly, hitting Levi, splashing dust. This orc leader also learned to kill by terrain. It was all forced. Snap! The building debris was dug up by Levi. He was unharmed. This little impact force was far less than the stones thrown by the slinging beast. Ah! Azog rushed up with gritted teeth, raised the heavy hammer in his hand and fought with Levi, but was beaten back again and again. Bang! Finally, he seized an opportunity and hit Levi's breastplate with a heavy hammer, even sparks. But the man in front of him didn't even take a step back. Azog raised his head and looked at Levi's smiling face. "Why don't you die? This is fate, Azog." Swish, blood splashed, the pale body fell heavily to the ground, and flames burned. Azog rolled and struggled, but he could not avoid the fate of becoming a charred corpse. Until his death, his eyes were full of unwillingness. This was not a sin in battle. Azog, killed in action. Witnessing the death of the leader, the surrounding orcs exploded in a commotion. As soon as Levi's sight touched them, the orcs fled in all directions, and not a single one could be left. The ogre scratched his head, as if he finally realized what happened, suddenly opened his eyes wide, and hurriedly chased the orcs, who were fleeing in front of him with strange cries. The reputation value plummeted, and a new prompt came. Misty Mountain Orc Reputation, minus 5873, Great Enemy. Obtain title, Orc Bane, since the beginning of the Third Age, the only person in the entire Middle-earth who can be called a great enemy by the free people is Sauron. And creatures that can be called the nemesis of a certain race are also quite rare, and there is only one rumored record now. That is the Balrog deep underground in Moria. Because it has destroyed the homes of the dwarves many times, and killed the Dwarf King, it is called Durance Bane. And because many elves died at the hands of the Balrog in the First Age, the elves also called the Balrog the Elves' Bane. In addition, there is another item with the title of Nemesis, the Lord of the Rings, which is called the Bane of Isildur. The so-called Nemesis is a curse for death, destruction or harm, and it is an existence that brings fear. Whether it is the great enemy or the Nemesis, it has always been used by the free people to describe some powerful evil forces or existences. Now, a great enemy and nemesis who brings fear to the evil camp has been created. He has shocked the world with his real killing and achievements. Chapter 93. Ha! Thorin swung his sword vigorously, separating the head and body of the orc in front of him. The dwarves surrounded him, constantly repelling the orcs who were chasing him. "Go down, the chariot team is guarding there. We will meet up with them, and then break out." "I'm afraid it's too late, Thorin. The orcs are surrounding us from another direction." Dwalin looked around nervously. At this moment, the road was full of orcs, blocking the way to the outside world. Above their heads, a place that no one noticed. Borg quietly drew his bow, and aimed at Thorin on the ground. Whoosh! A slight sound of breaking through the air was heard, and Thorin raised his head suddenly. Ding! A dagger flew over and deflected the vicious arrow. Who? Borg looked up, and saw an elf on a tower drawing a bow, and suddenly shooting at him. Paw! Borg swung his butcher knife to smash the arrow in midair. He took a deep look at the elf, and chose to retreat for the time being. 2 different arrows shot by different people failed to hit their targets. "Your life is left, dwarf," Legolas said to Thorin proudly. Thorin picked up the elven dagger on the ground and looked up at the tower. Suddenly, he threw the dagger at Legolas. Puff! The dagger brushed the hair, and knocked down the orc behind Legolas. "Back to you." "In every sense." Legolas pulled out the dagger stuck in the orc's neck, took a deep breath, and walked down the tower. The orc's offensive became more and more fierce. Even though those present were the most capable warriors of Durance clan and a brave king, they were outnumbered in the end. The more he fought, the less strength he had, but the more orcs there were. Keely, the youngest dwarf, was the first to run out of strength. In a trance, an orc knocked his sword out of his hand. He saw that the orc was about to chop him down. "Get down!" A familiar voice sounded. Puff! An elven longsword flew over, and stabbed into the orc's body. Keely quickly pulled out the sword and looked up. Toriel! Strength surged in his body again. Toriel flew down, took out the 2 daggers from his waist and joined the battle. That powerful and dashing fighting posture relieved a lot of pressure for everyone, and also served as a role model. Dwalin swung his axe vigorously. "I won't lose to the elves." "Where is their leader?" Thorin, who was standing by, suddenly realized a problem. How could the leader of the opposite side disappear after a sneak attack? On the second floor of the tower, Legolas saw Tauriel joining the battle, and was about to jump down to support, but was interrupted by a butcher knife that suddenly chopped over. It was Bolger. The orc lieutenant came over calmly, and blocked Legolas on this floor of the ruins. This guy is very strong. Legolas made a judgment immediately. The first close observation, Legolas found that the Bolger in front of him was not inferior to himself in height, and his muscles were even stronger. In terms of the average height of the orc race, he was simply a giant. However, as an elf with all kinds of martial arts, and a woodland elf who is quite good at fighting, Legolas certainly would not shrink because Bolger looked stronger. On the contrary, this greatly aroused his fighting spirit. After several fights, Legolas successfully found an opportunity and pierced Borg's palm with a dagger. If it were an ordinary orc, he would have retreated with a wail, and then his life would have ended. But the past experience was invalid this time. Borg seemed to feel no pain. Instead, he clenched his fist to hold the dagger, snatched it directly, grabbed Legolas again, threw him to the ground, and then relied on his powerful strength to crush Legolas and lifted him up and threw him down the tower. But if someone wanted to kill an elf by falling from this height, then he really made a wrong calculation. Legolas grabbed a protruding building material and stopped his falling figure. After climbing up, he gasped. He looked at the strange red liquid flowing from the corner of his mouth and was stunned for a moment. An uncontrollable violence emerged from his heart. Legolas climbed to the upper level of the tower again, but he couldn't find that figure. Borg left directly. Hold on. Thorin was still struggling against the orcs. This road is only this wide. As long as we fight well, we can hold on. Just when the dwarves still had some strength to fight bravely, the orcs at the intersection suddenly moved to the sides, and a troll came from behind, swinging a club and smashing down. Thorin gritted his teeth and rolled over to barely dodge. This dodge disrupted the rhythm, and the orcs next to him immediately rushed over to block him and block his movement. Seeing another club swing down, suddenly a stone was thrown over, hitting the troll's head accurately, attracting its attention. Hey! Big guy! Bilbo? Thorin's eyes widened. How could you? Bilbo nodded at him, gave him a reassuring look, and threw a stone with all his strength, challenging the ogre. Stupid guy, I'm here! The ogre roared angrily, and without paying attention to Thorin below, he climbed up the rock wall and chased Bilbo fiercely. Bilbo hurriedly ran behind a stone. The ogre smashed the stone, but found nothing behind it, just when it wanted to go back. Snap! Another stone was thrown. The hobbit appeared again from nowhere. Almost at the same time as the ogre was led away, Bolger also came down from the tower. He walked forward quickly, pulled out the dagger in his hand, and threw it at Thorin. Ugh! This time, his hand was pierced directly. Thorin endured the pain, pulled out the dagger, killed 2 orcs while bleeding, and then looked at Bolger, who threw the dagger. Is this the king of Durrant's clan? He is even more fragile than I thought. You will know if he is so fragile if you try. Although he had consumed most of his physical strength by the orc army, and was injured by the sneak attack, Thorin still raised his sword in the face of the enemy general's provocation. He was not desperate yet. Strength is something that can always be squeezed. Swoosh, an arrow came, but Bolger dodged it. He crushed the arrow on the ground and looked up. Ha ha, elf, both of you come together. Hearing this, Legolas got angry. He had never suffered such a big injustice since he was born. With a plop, he jumped down from the high ground on the spot, kicked the dagger that Thorin had thrown away with one foot, and took it in his hand. Dwarves and elves, fighting side by side again. Boom! Just as the three were about to start fighting, footsteps suddenly came from behind. A group of trolls pushed aside the orcs blocking the road and kept running forward. Bolger raised his mouth. Just in time, go and give them to me. Whoosh! A group of trolls hurriedly ran past Bolger, not even listening to his words. You? Bolger turned back angrily, not knowing what was wrong with these trolls. But soon, after the trolls, another large group of orcs ran over, as if they were avoiding something terrifying. What are they doing? The dwarves quickly gathered together, and Legolas and Tauriel finally joined together. It's fear. They are afraid of something. While the attention of the orcs was attracted, Thorin tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes and wrapped it around his hands. He tightly grasped the sword in his hand and said to the direction where the orcs were fleeing, "Whatever it is, let it come. I don't think anything worse will happen than the current situation." Borg raised his hand and grabbed an orc passing by, pinched his neck and asked, "What are you doing? What's going on over there?" The unfortunate orc squeezed out a few words from his throat with some difficulty. Big. Big enemy, nemesis. What big enemy? What nemesis? Ah! A wailing sounded, and several orcs fell from the sky, burning on the ground, motionless. Borg stared over with wide eyes. When the dark figure appeared, his heart trembled inexplicably, his heartbeat instinctively accelerated, prompting his body to secrete some kind of compound that made him react faster. Here, the man said. Borg forcibly suppressed the urge to turn around and run away immediately, roared, swung the bloody butcher knife in his hand, and rushed over. In a flash, the knife and the sword met, and no one retreated. But Levi was not interested in continuing the wrestling with him. He blocked the butcher knife, then took 2 steps back and began to accumulate strength. Ah! Borg rushed forward and swung the butcher knife down again. Crack! A flash of sword light suddenly flashed, shattering his knife and the armor on his body, and directly hitting the flesh inside. Armor broken. With a whoosh, Borg's body also ignited with flames, and he fell to the ground with a wail. The power he was most proud of lost its effect at this moment, and the trait of not fearing pain could not let him resist the flames. After a while, this oak adjutant was motionless. Borg killed. Chapter 94. Buzz, the horns of the orc sounded, but this time, there was no flag signal. Levi walked to the edge of the command platform and shouted to the army under the mountain, "Your leader is dead. Now run for your lives, scum!" Plop. The 2 heads were thrown down from the mountain, bumping along the steep mountain wall for a long time before rolling to the ground, barely recognizable in their original appearance. "I am your nemesis." A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. After confirming that the 2 leaders who were thrown down were indeed their own, the orcs panicked and didn't know what to do. They went crazy on the spot. Even the small leader, who was responsible for maintaining the formation, couldn't keep calm at this moment. He didn't dare to look at the 2 heads that fell, nor did he dare to look up at the figure on the command platform. In the end, he could only flee like other orcs. The whole battlefield was in an uproar, and there was no pattern to speak of. "It looks like it's over." Bart sighed. "Maybe a peaceful life is coming." "Ha, they did it. This is our victory." The dwarves began to cheer and hug each other. Dane also opened his arms excitedly, but when he saw Thranduil in front of him, he immediately changed direction and hugged Gandalf. Thranduil didn't care about this little detail, but said in a flat tone, "It is indeed a victory worth celebrating." Gandalf responded, "With a gap of nearly 10 times in strength, we not only won in the end, but also suffered almost no losses. It's like a dream. This all depends on our allies." Levi. Thranduil looked up at the figure on the mountain, silently raising Levi's status as an ally in his heart. "It's time to attack, boys." After a brief celebration, Dane immediately organized the army to clear out the orcs running around like headless flies outside. Thranduil also came to his senses and ordered, "Prepare for battle." "Let's go too." Gandalf drew his sword and suggested to Radagast. But the brown robe refused him. "Oh, you can go, you know? I'm not good at this." "I do it." Bjorn roared, jumped off the wall on the spot, and turned into a giant bear, rushing into the chaotic orc army. No one knows how many orcs died in this battle. But it is certain that Levi was the most vicious in this battle. He drove the orcs of Gundabad all the way down from Raven Hill. After entering the battlefield, he was like a wolf into a flock of sheep. Wherever he went, the orcs ran in the opposite direction, just like magnets repelling each other. The scene was quite spectacular. In the process of cleaning the battlefield, no less than 1,000 orcs died directly under Levi's sword, and the skill balls also fell. So that the orcs ran far away, and the leaders announced the withdrawal of the troops, but Levi was still chasing. If he couldn't catch up, he would change his elytra and continue to chop after landing. Isn't this too brutal? Even Gandalf couldn't help but say so. Thranduil turned his head and said, "Gandalf, when have you been so kind to the enemy?" No, I won't pity those orcs, I just think it's unnecessary." "Nothing is unnecessary." Thranduil was quite calm. Some of the more warlike elven lords in the past eras often did this. At that time, it was not uncommon for one person to chop down hundreds of orcs and take off the heads of their leaders. It was no exaggeration to describe it as an army of one person. But now, the number of people who can do this in Middle-earth can be counted on one hand, including Levi. But in addition to combat power, he is stronger in other aspects. Some distance away from the lonely mountain. Already, picking up another skill ball, Levi turned around contentedly. The orcs behind him ran into the woods screaming, and they probably wouldn't dare to come out for a long time. It's time to go back. After such a battle, Levi also refreshed at least one of the various skill balls, and the basic sword skills were directly upgraded to the maximum level. Armor breaking, thrust, dodge, block, jump slash, roundhouse attack, blade storm, backstab, sword energy. A total of 14 skills, filling the skill manual. Swish, Levi casually swung a sword, and a bright white sword energy swept out and dissipated not far away. With the sword energy, you can use the sword to launch long-range attacks in the future, but the distance is not long, the maximum is 17 meters, and the power is not great. The damage of the first level sword energy is only 3 or 4 points, and it does not hit fire. It is just right for cutting weeds. However, even so, as long as there are enough combos, the damage can still be increased. With more than 7 combos, a sword energy can deal 10 points of damage. The sound of fireworks rang again, scaring the orcs in the forest, but this time no one fell in front of him. Levi ended the pursuit and returned to the lonely mountain. At this moment, in the valley city, the elves were no longer on alert, and they all found places to sit down and talk, discussing small and big things. Occasionally, there were elves clinking their cups and drinking the strong liquor in one gulp. Some dwarves looked at the elf, who drank a cup of strong liquor in one breath without changing his expression, thinking, "He must be pretending." Crash. The city gate rose. The dwarves cheered immediately. "Oh! Welcome, welcome back our king." Dane was the first to come over and gave Thorin a big hug. The dwarves also put down their work and gathered around to celebrate. "We are proud of you, Thorin." "Thank you, Dane. But the honor is not mine alone, it belongs to all of us, especially." He pushed Bilbo behind him out. "Our thief uncle." "Ah ha ha." Bilbo smiled at the people around him. Suddenly, he was surrounded by so many people to celebrate, and he didn't know where to put his hands for a while. "Don't be nervous, Bilbo. This is what you deserve. You have saved our lives many times, and helped us find the Arkenstone. Go forward boldly." Bilbo nodded, his chest gradually straightened. Gandalf looked at this scene, stroked his beard twice, smiled, and watched the returning team with the brown robe, Beorn and the Eagle King beside him, paying tribute. The dwarves celebrated enthusiastically, and the humans in the city also gathered around and applauded. In contrast, the reaction of the elves seemed much more indifferent. Although they also stopped what they were doing and stood neatly at the gate of the city, they just watched quietly, and did not do much. Just to make a scene. Only Thranduil said, "Congratulations on taking back your homeland. I sincerely hope that this land can be revitalized." Thorin nodded to him. "I hope the King of the Woodland will not forget our meeting." "I will go," Thranduil replied calmly. As the two were talking, suddenly, with the sound of fireworks, there was a louder cheer at the city gate. Chapter 95. Pay tribute to our hero. The dwarves are always the first to make a fuss, especially Dane. In some less formal and serious occasions, this lord likes to make a fuss. Following the dwarves are the humans of Long Lake Town. Bard's frown has relaxed for the first time in the past few days, and he shows a little smile. But before he can speak, another person next to him jumps out and shouts, "Welcome back our great hero. Everyone, I saw the dignity and extraordinariness of this master from the first time we met. Listen to me, everyone shout together, long live Levi. Long live the great hero." Bard's brows, which had finally relaxed, frowned again. "Alfred, you." Bang! A town resident couldn't help it and kicked him over. "What are you doing? I'm celebrating for the hero." Alfred, who fell to the ground, shouted indignantly. Bang! Bang! A bunch of townspeople immediately surrounded him and punched and kicked him. Someone even took the opportunity to slap him twice. After a while, he fainted from the pain and was dragged away by the townspeople. Levi shook his head helplessly. He couldn't bear to look at this man. The small episode passed quickly. Swish! Suddenly, the elves who had remained silent from beginning to end turned around and saluted Levi. Thranduil took the initiative to come over and greeted Levi. "Welcome back, Levi. We are all waiting for you." Thorin glanced at Thranduil, then looked at the elf army, and was silent for a second. Then he also greeted Levi. "There will be a banquet to celebrate this victory tonight. I hope you can join us. As I promised at the roadside fort, if one day you come to the Dwarven territory, we will certainly respond enthusiastically. Now, please allow me to formally say, welcome to Erebor." When the two spoke, everyone was quiet, including Gandalf and his party, and the various lords, who just looked over here with a smile. Under the gaze of everyone, Levi tidied his appearance and formally replied, "Levi, at your service." "Oh!" The crowd began to cheer. After this battle, the lonely mountain, Iron Hills, Woodland Kingdom, River Valley, and other camps all regarded Levi as an ally, with the same status as the Lord, second only to the king. Of course, it is not only these places that have risen in reputation. In the days to come, this influence will become greater and greater, and spread more and more widely, until it radiates to the entire Middle-earth, including Mordor, minus 5,000, Great Enemy, November, 2941 of the Third Age. On this day, the gate of the Lonely Mountain was open to the outside, and there were dwarves, elves, and humans coming and going in it. The fire in the hall was high, and the table was full of roast meat and strong wine. A grand banquet was held. For the first time, the dwarves, as the host, also took care of the tastes of the elves and provided a lot of fruits, vegetables, and light food. It's really not easy to get them to stand together harmoniously, Gandalf said, picking up a grape from the table on the side and throwing it into his mouth. Not bad, very sweet. Actually, it's not very harmonious. Levi pointed to a large table. On that table, a dwarf and an elf were drinking wine. A large circle of people stood around to cheer them on. The dwarves prefer malt liquor, which has a relatively low alcohol content, but they drink a lot. The elves prefer strong liquors such as wine. They may not drink as much as the dwarves, but the alcohol content is not small. It is not certain who can drink more. This is a fair competition. But when it comes to drinking, Legolas must be very talented. But Levi looked left and right, but couldn't see him. After the war, Legolas and Tauriel did not go back with them, but left directly, and no one knew where they were now. It can be seen that this stubborn child did not want to meet his old father, who came to find him. After eating a few bites of fruit and saying hello to Levi, Gandalf left temporarily, and no one knew what he was going to do. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Levi just found a table to sit down and ate a few pieces of dwarf-made barbecue to fill his stomach. However, while he was chewing a few pieces of meat, several dwarves suddenly came up and sat opposite Levi. Groin, Oin, Bifer, Bofer, Bomber, and Balin? Levi recognized these dwarves, all of whom were members of the expedition. What do you want? I heard that you once knocked out a dwarf who had a good drinking capacity, and you didn't get drunk at all? Oh, that's true. Levi looked at these aggressive dwarves, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Why? Do you want to get back at me? I allow you to fight in turns. You look down on us too much, Levi. Gloin stared and said, I admit that you are better than us in many other aspects, but in terms of drinking capacity, you are too arrogant to say such words in front of the dwarves. Then you want to compete with me? No. Gloin shook his head and pushed the whitest dwarf behind him forward. Bomber, it's your turn. Uh-huh. Bomber patted his wide body and shouted. Balin brought 2 large barrels of strong liquor with a smile and filled one cup after another. The other dwarves watched from behind and witnessed the competition, while a banquet was being held in the hall of Lonely Mountain. In front of the throne, Thorin held the Arkenstone and stared at the front for a long time, silent. The scene of his youth was vivid. At that time, his grandfather sat on the throne, and he and his father stood on both sides. He watched his grandfather swallow the white gem belonging to the elves, his eyes full of surprise and doubt. I am not you, grandfather, Thorin said softly, putting down the Arkenstone, and never looking at it for a second. Thorin. A warm voice suddenly came when he walked to the door of the hall. Someone had been waiting here for a while. Gandalf. You look good. Gandalf came over happily and smiled in front of Thorin, which was rare. There is no better time than now. Thorin replied, I feel like a wanderer who has been trekking in the wilderness for hundreds of years. Hatred and obsession oppress me all the time. Today, they finally disappeared, and I finally have a home again. Good, very good. Gandalf nodded uncontrollably. He suddenly said, Thorin, there is something I have never told you. What? That's what your father, Thrain, asked me to tell you, he said. He has always loved you, Thorin. Thorin's breathing stagnated, and his throat moved with difficulty. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, I know. Thank you, Gandalf. Chapter 96. When Thorin and Gandalf returned to the banquet hall, the atmosphere was already quite heated. A large number of dwarves and elves were drunk, some lying on the table unconscious, and some fell asleep on the ground with wine glasses in their hands. But this is not over yet. The two groups were unwilling to give in to each other from the beginning to the end, and those who could still stand continued to drink. The humans in the valley town were also infected by this atmosphere, and they gathered around to make a fuss. Some people who could play musical instruments played unknown little songs on the spot. Perhaps they thought the song was a bit monotonous, and some people even knocked on the table regularly, or clapped their hands and stamped their feet to add some excitement to the music. A scene of great enthusiasm. However, what first attracted the attention of the two was a large table next to them. Burp. This glass. Toast to our victory. This is the 5th time you have toasted our victory, Gloin. Levi clinked his glass with his, and drank a large glass of wine in one breath. Groin raised his glass several times and took a breath, but he couldn't open his mouth. However, Levi was merciless. Uncle Groin, do you have fish in your glass? If you leave so much, I'm afraid the fish will drown in a while. You are insulting me. Groin was furious, and he raised his head and drank the glass of wine. The next moment, plop. The dwarf couldn't sit still anymore, and fell under the table with his eyes rolled up, with wine oozing from the corners of his mouth. The next one is you, Balin. Levi filled another glass of wine, and pointed at the only old Balin, who was still standing at the scene. As for the others, they had already been defeated like Gloin, and were sleeping soundly. The bold words they had said at the beginning about not fighting a round-robin battle were completely forgotten. No, forget it. I have something else to do. I leave first. Balin waved his hand hurriedly. He now knew what the orcs felt when facing Levi. It was a kind of unshakable despair that could not be shaken, and could not be seen to the bottom. Ha, it seems that you guys are having a great time drinking. Gandalf sat down, picked up a glass of wine, clinked his glass with Levi's, and drank it all. Thorin also sat down, picked up another glass of wine, clinked his glass with Levi's. It seems that the rumors are not false. Your alcohol tolerance is just like your strength. People can't see the limit. After saying that, he also drank the wine in his hand. Levi naturally also had a glass. It's okay, I don't feel anything, but they look a little sleepy. Listening to Levi's words, Thorin turned his head and looked at Balin, who smiled with a forced smile. Yes, it's good. While dealing with it, Balin secretly decided in his heart that this sentence must not be heard by those lying on the ground, otherwise they might be depressed for a long time. After drinking these most brave and warlike dwarves, a reminder came. Durin's dwarf reputation increased by 100. Levi didn't pay much attention to this reminder. With his current reputation level, these 100 points are already dispensable. As long as he wants, even if he asks Thorin for a lord's position directly now, no one present will object. The same is true for the elves. As for the Long Lake town, or the River Valley city, Levi is now the lord of the territory there, and his reputation is naturally needless to say. The singers over there have already included him in the song. The hall was bustling, but it seemed a little deserted outside. The eagles were not convenient to move in the hall due to their size, so they simply gathered outside and ate meat. Radagast and Bjorn also followed outside, eating. The former was not picky about food. As long as there was food, the latter had similar eating habits to the elves. Although he could transform into a giant bear, Bjorn did not like to eat meat. In fact, there were only berries, honey, bread and various vegetables in his home, and no meat at all. Originally, after the war, the Eagle King planned to go back immediately, but Thorin stopped him, hoping that he and the eagles who came to help could wait a few more days. Anyway, there was nothing to do, and there was food, so the eagles thought about it, and lived here. Similarly, Bjorn was left behind. I guess he wants to express his gratitude to you. Radagast guessed. Peace is the greatest gratitude to us. Bjorn said. In fact, many people also thought so. River City. At this moment, everyone was having a banquet in the hall. It was deserted, and there was no sound. Legolas stood alone on the wall, staring at the battlefield in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Just as he was about to go down the stairs, a figure stopped him. Thranduil. After finding that Legolas was safe and sound, the king's eyes seemed to be brighter. The father and son looked at each other for 2 seconds. I can't go back. Legolas spoke first. He had taken the initiative to exile himself. Where are you going? I don't know. Go over the Misty Mountains and continue to the west. There is a city there, which is Levi's territory. Thranduil said in a vague tone. A lot of changes will happen there. Maybe you should go and see it. The power of prophecy quietly activated, and Thranduil continued. After that, you can go to the north to contact the Dúnedain and learn more about them. Until their chief returns. Legolas listened to these words, nodded silently, turned around and planned to leave. Just when he had walked several steps away, Thranduil suddenly called out a little awkwardly, Legolas. Legolas stopped. Thranduil looked at his back and said, Your mother has always loved you. More than anyone else. More than life. Me too. The last sentence was not spoken, But the emotional fluctuations no longer needed to be expressed in words. Legolas bowed his head, turned sideways and saluted, put his hand on his chest, and stretched it out to Thranduil. Thranduil also quickly put his hand on his chest in response. That action represents a hug among the elves. Legolas gradually walked away and disappeared. Thranduil closed his eyes, and took a long time to relax before turning around and leaving. For so many years, he cared too much about his wife's relics taken away by the dwarves, so much so that he forgot the truly precious things his wife left him. As he walked, Thranduil suddenly saw an elf and a dwarf cuddling together on the other side of the wall, looking up at the stars. His face suddenly fell. So he quickly changed direction and moved away from this place. A night of quietness or noise passed just like that. The next day, the dwarves put on their armor and weapons and gathered in the huge conference hall. Thorin, wearing a crown and a solemn king's robe, stood on the high platform in front of all the dwarves. The coronation ceremony of the king under the mountain began. Levi and the members of the expedition team, the leaders of each camp, plus 2 wizards and a skin changer stood in the special seats to watch the ceremony. Thorin glanced over here quietly and nodded. Seeing that the time was almost right, Balin raised his sword and shouted, "Long live the king! Long live the king!" All the dwarves present also raised their weapons and shouted. Thorin bowed slowly. The coronation was completed quickly. After the ceremony, Thorin personally presented the Eagle King with a golden crown and swore that the dwarves and the Great Eagle would become allies for generations. Bjorn, who also came to help, also received considerable rewards, including the kindness and friendship of the dwarves, which changed his stereotype of the dwarves a lot. Wizards don't need rewards. Except for Saruman, other wizards don't care about these worldly things at all. As the saying goes, the peace of the free people in Middle-earth is the best reward for them. After that, Thorin and Thranduil held talks in front of the king's throne. He asked Kili to take a box from the treasury and present it to Thranduil. The things inside were shining, and shining like stars. This time, the dwarves did not withdraw it. After many years, Thranduil finally got back his wife's relics as he wished, the white gems that sparkled like stars. The feud between the dwarves and the elves also came to an end temporarily. On the other side, in the cellar, Levi was stretching and wandering around. Just now, he cooperated with the dwarves to repair the damaged terrain, and dug up the blocked roads again to restore the original appearance of the lonely mountain. As he walked, Levi suddenly saw a figure sitting on the steps, and staring at the pile of treasures in a daze. To be honest, I have no idea how to use so many treasures. Bilbo was looking at the mountain of gold in the treasure house and worrying. If someone hears that you have such troubles, he will be so jealous that he can't sleep. Levi walked over and stood beside Bilbo, and began to think about how to use these treasures. 1/15. Even if there are only these, the number is so much that it can't be melted into gold bars in a backpack. It can be regarded as achieving gold freedom for the time being. This can fill 10 of my houses. I don't want my house to be filled with gold. Bilbo shook his head. By the way, Levi, he suddenly said, you should have a use for this gold, right? I saw that your golden apples are made of gold. You can definitely use them. You are right. The more gold I have, the better. I can't do without it. Then I give it to you. Bilbo said nonchalantly, I take some that I can use later. The rest will be given to you. After all, you need it more than I do, and they will be more useful in your hands. The hobbit decided to give away this huge wealth that could buy countless shires. Levi smiled. Then I take it, Bilbo. If you have time, come to the roadside castle more often. The gate there is always open for you. By the way, I give you these. Take a bite if you feel unwell. Levi synthesized a group of golden apples on the spot, piled them in a sack, and gave them to Bilbo. Bilbo opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopping. So this thing can be mass-produced, because it was really inconvenient for Bilbo to carry so many golden apples with him. In the end, these golden apples were temporarily placed in Levi's backpack, and he held them for Bilbo for the time being. So far, everything that should be done has been done. After saying goodbye, Thranduil and the elf army returned to Mirkwood. The Eagle King took Radagast and Bjorn back. Gandalf and Bilbo did not leave for the time being. They were waiting for Levi to join them. But Levi was not in a very relaxed mood at the moment. The ruins of Dale City. Levi stood on the city wall, looking at this place, feeling a little headache. Under the city wall, a large number of townspeople were looking at him, waiting for him to speak. Bard also came up from the side and said, the townspeople are waiting for your instructions. After all, you are the actual lord here. I may be the actual lord, but they are not my actual subjects. No, Bard shook his head. They are all sincerely willing to admit and call you the Lord. Levi looked down, and everyone was silent, just confirming this statement with their serious eyes. A prompt came. The number of residents has reached the standard, and the conditions for establishing a camp are met. The camp system confirmed Bard's words. Levi opened the camp map. It shows his 2 territories, Roadside Castle and River Valley City. However, these 2 territories are located in the east and the west, and there is a whole mountain range in between. The distance is long and the road is rugged. Even if the road conditions are safe, ordinary people have to walk for several months to get from one territory to another. As a camp, Levi's territory is too poor in continuity. But maybe a road can be built, a very long road. But these are all later. The most important thing now is the issue of River Valley City. Whether in name or in reality, this place has become Levi's territory, and the townspeople or Bard are willing to let him lead. In theory, even if Levi wants to be crowned as the king of River Valley State directly, no one will have any objections. But they just have no objections. At this moment, there are 2 people who are recognized as qualified to lead people, Levi and Bard. Compared with the 2, Levi is more like a god who came from the sky. He killed dragons, resisted orcs, saved people's lives, and made everyone alive, and was respected by everyone. Bard, on the other hand, is a real human being like everyone else. He lives a cramped life, and makes a living through hard work like the townspeople, and he has a family to support. Even in this situation where he can barely get enough food and clothing due to hard work, he can still squeeze out the energy to help the townspeople improve their lives, fill their stomachs, and resist the oppression of the corrupt mayor. Reputation is never blown by the wind. If the gods want to rule, the people who are rescued will certainly have no objection. Even if Levi does nothing, people will feel awe and take the initiative to do what they should do. Levi is certainly qualified to be the king, and even if he is the king, it is a bargain for the townspeople in many ways. But, Bard, are you sure you want me to be the Lord? Bard immediately said, all of us have no objection, this is what we all agree to. Besides, have you forgotten that this has long been your territory? It's not us who let you be the Lord, but you are the Lord now. Okay. Levi nodded. Then I, the Lord of River Valley City, will issue the first order here now. The townspeople listened attentively under the city wall. I appoint Bard as the deputy of River Valley City. All subsequent affairs will be handed over to him. He has all the authority to manage River Valley City. After announcing the first order, Levi said to Bard, and I will now give you 1/15 of the treasure in Lonely Mountain to manage, to rebuild River Valley City and its subsequent development. Follow your instructions. Bard saluted, appointed deputy of the territory. Bard, the townspeople cheered for their lord and the lord's deputy. By the way, Lord, what about Changhu Town? Bat immediately got into the role, and began to think about what would happen next for Levi. Levi was a little bit nervous. Don't call me Lord, I'm not used to it, just keep calling me Levi, there's no need to set up such class titles between us. Okay, Lord Levi. What did you say? Lord Levi. Levi. That's right. Levi nodded, and then continued to answer what Bard had just asked. Changhu Town is not my territory, why are you asking me this? But, no buts, I heard that the mayor of Changhu Town ran away, and his deputy disappeared. I'm here. Someone suddenly shouted from below. Bang, he fainted. Ignoring the noise below, Levi continued, Changhu Town must have a new mayor. You grew up there and know it best, and the townspeople also want you to lead it. And, to be honest, secular power or money is of no use to me. Let's leave these things to people who are better at it. Okay. But accepted the job with a little uneasiness. It's so strange. Levi gives people a very strange feeling. This legend doesn't care about power or wealth, how much loss or how much gain. But to say that he doesn't care about anything is not necessarily true. He will also feel happy or depressed because of some things, but that feeling always feels a little ethereal, as if he is playing a game. It felt like the king was pretending to be a vendor to sell things. The important thing was not whether he could make money, but that he experienced selling things. But if the king was really asked to sell things for a lifetime, he would definitely not do it. After the initial discussion, the deputy of River Valley City, Mayor Bud of Long Lake Town, quickly started his work, organizing people to rebuild the ruins of River Valley City in an orderly manner, and moving some people back to Long Lake Town to continue living. As for Levi, he became a hands-off manager on the first day of his appointment as Lord. At this time, he just wanted to go home quickly to harvest vegetables, and build a hell passage between the roadside fort and River Valley City. Walking 1 meter in hell is equivalent to walking 8 meters in the real world. By using this feature, Levi can greatly shorten the time he spends traveling between the two places. Although this passage is limited to his own use, it still provides great convenience. The gate to hell can only be built in one's own territory, but Levi still has a lot of territory. Maybe we can use this to set up a fixed territory specifically for traveling. With all kinds of thoughts, Levi set out with Gandalf and Bilbo, heading west, visiting the Black Forest in the middle, and passing by Beorn's house, all of which were well entertained. When they came to the Misty Mountains, the three of them almost swaggered along the most dangerous pass, but there was no sign of an orc or ward showing up. Quite quiet. Is anyone there? In the front hall of the orc town, Levi shouted, but there was no response. They are not enthusiastic at all. Levi said so. Gandalf nodded and looked aside. You're right. Bilbo didn't say anything for a while, just looking at the stone door, with a 2-meter-high hole, and lost in memory. After a moment, he unconsciously reached into his pocket, and touched the things inside. It's still there. The goblins in the orc town are not very hospitable. Before leaving, Levi took out stones, and helped them block the door. This way, this road is temporarily safe, and they can no longer come out through the front hall to attack passers-by. After successfully crossing the mountains, the three of them stayed at the treasure place in the Troll Forest for a while. When leaving, Bilbo held a large box with a slightly unpleasant smell in each arm, which was full of treasures. In fact, even if only the troll's treasure was taken, Bilbo's income was huge. So much so that in the days that followed, there was always a mystery in the Shire. Why did Bilbo's family never run out of money? But that's all for later. Because Bilbo had too many things with him, he postponed the experiment with Levi and planned to go back to the Shire first to pack up his things at home. So, at the fork in the road leading to Bree and Wayfarer, the three of them temporarily parted ways. Levi went to Wayfarer, while Gandalf continued with Bilbo, all the way to the border of the Shire. Gandalf suddenly stopped. We have to say goodbye here. That's a pity. Bilbo said, I like traveling with you. Both you and Levi always bring me good luck. Do you really think so? Gandalf took a few steps closer and said slowly, Do you really think that your adventures and escapes along the way are all based on luck? The magic ring should not be used casually, Bilbo. Bilbo looked up at Gandalf and instinctively wanted to say something to refute, but was quickly blocked by Gandalf. Don't treat me as a fool. I know you found one in the tunnel of the orc town. No. I didn't. I have been paying attention to you. Okay. Bilbo chose to admit it. It is not a good idea to argue with a wizard. I know I pay attention. You're a very nice person, Mr. Baggins, and I like traveling with you. Gandalf said meaningfully, In this vast world, you and I may be just small characters. But sometimes small characters can change the world because they have no choice. Bilbo didn't quite understand what this meant, but it didn't stop him from listening carefully. After another farewell, he shook hands with Gandalf, turned around, and returned to the Shire under the latter's gaze. While Gandalf was sending Bilbo home, Levi returned to the roadside castle early. Huh? After returning after more than half a year, Levi found that there were some more things near his territory. In the open space not too far from the city wall, a small number of simple tents were built, and people seemed to live in them. This aroused his curiosity. Hey, people over there, what do you do? Levi went over and asked immediately. The people in the tent were immediately alarmed and stopped what they were doing and walked out. When they saw Levi's appearance clearly, the expressions on their faces gradually changed from numbness to surprise. It's the Lord who saved us is back. Chapter 97. There is a large wasteland around the lonely mountain, without any vitality, full of charred tree stumps and dry land. According to records, this place was once a green field, full of vitality, until the arrival of the evil dragon, which burned the entire green field with flames, permanently changing the terrain here. Since then, this area has been called the Wasteland of Smog. Help, help! Is there anyone? At this moment, in this wasteland, there is a fat man lying on the ground gasping for breath, crawling forward little by little. That was the former mayor of Long Lake Town. Please, anyone can give me some water or food. I can give you all the treasures on me. I can give you half. Is there anyone? The mayor kept shouting, but the only response to him was the occasional cool breeze. Ah! He used up his last strength to let out a miserable roar. The former mayor and his treasures stayed in this wasteland forever. He died painfully in the torture of hunger, quietly and unknown to others. When he decided to abandon the townspeople, wasn't he also deciding to abandon himself? No one cared about the former mayor, and he had long been forgotten. At this moment, in front of the wall of the roadside fort, Levi looked at the group of refugees in front of him and scratched his head. I went out for a long time, and haven't been back for some time. It looks like you have been here for a while. Yes, sir, we arrived at the beginning of autumn this year. An old man stood up and said, the misty mountains are too dangerous. We dare not climb the pass, so we can only take a long way around. I have some impression of you. If I remember correctly, you are their village chief? Yes, the old village chief replied. Levi looked behind him. I remember that there should be more people in your village than these. Where are the others? They left. The village chief replied, we passed by many relatively stable villages and towns. Some people did not want to walk such a long way, so they left the team to live in those places. The rest of them would rather give up the comfortable life in those places and come to you. Okay. Levi nodded and recognized these people. Since I pointed out the way for you, and you found this place according to my instructions, then you are welcome to join Roadside Castle. The crowd immediately cheered and shouted the name of the Lord of Roadside Castle. Follow me. A group of people walked towards the city gate under the leadership of Levi. The old village chief wanted to remind Levi that there seemed to be no one inside, and the gate didn't seem to be designed to be opened, but he thought that this was someone else's territory, and maybe he was just short-sighted, so he didn't say anything in the end. Click. Levi put down the lever and opened the iron gate beside him. Come in from here. Mechanism? Well, this is still within the scope of understanding. There are mechanisms on the gates of many towns. But as the refugees gradually poured into the city, someone soon couldn't help but exclaimed, I have never seen such a beautiful place in my life. The village chief who was walking in front shook his head and couldn't help sighing. He had lived in the river valley all his life and had never walked too far. The most beautiful scenery he had seen was the river reflecting the red glow under the setting sun. Where have I seen such a complex scenery? There are only cold and smooth walls outside the city. The long and endless walls block everything inside, making it impossible for people outside to observe. But after entering, you will find the warmth and dream inside. Yes, dream. Neat paths, lights that never go out, bright flowers and clear pools, beautiful houses everywhere, and a big castle in the middle. There are livestock walking in the fences, but they don't need people to take care of them. The crops that grow full and abundant are planted there one by one, as if they will never wither. It is obviously a huge city, but there is no one inside, only some tall and friendly iron golems, handing out flowers when people approach. A little girl in a woman's arms took the flower, raised it happily and said, Mom, is this the castle in the story you told me? No, child. She kissed the girl on the forehead and said, Mom can't tell such a good story. What should we do, sir? The old village chief seemed a little at a loss. The environment here was too good, so good that it seemed unreal. He asked carefully, Can we really live here? Houses are built for people to live in. Levi turned around and said, This is where you will live in the future. But as soon as these words came out, the refugees felt even more uneasy. In the end, it was the village chief who stood up again and asked, Sir, I want to know what we can do. Most of these people are farmers, who only know how to farm. But looking at the appearance of this territory, it seems that they don't need to work at all. For example, those iron golems seem to be stronger than 10 people combined. Whether it is harvesting wheat or carrying things, they are definitely better than them. The old village chief really couldn't figure out what else these people could do if they stayed here. Would they eat white rice all day? People always have to show their value. Levi also realized the key to the problem. Yes, what can the people do? There is nothing missing here. Should they be idle for life? The number of residents has reached the standard, and the conditions for establishing a camp have been met. Levi opened the camp system, and only this prompt caught his eye. It seems that some functions will only be opened after the camp is established. But there is one thing about the establishment of the camp that has been bothering Levi, so much so that he has dragged it on until now. That is the name of the camp. Naming difficulty has occurred. The first territory was called Roadside Castle because it was built on the roadside. The second territory, River City, was an existing name. Now I have to come up with a new camp name. Should it be called Roadside Camp? Naming is a very sophisticated subject. Looking at the entire Middle-earth, no camp name is random. For example, Rivendell, the word is broken down to mean a torn valley, which just fits the terrain there. Another example is the Golden Forest, Lothlorien, which means a dreamland with blooming flowers in the language of the elves, which also fits the terrain characteristics. Then the question came. Levi opened the camp map and took a look. A roadside fort, on the plains west of the Misty Mountains, with flowers blooming and beautiful scenery. There is also a valley city, built in the mountains east of the Black Forest. According to the terrain of these two territories, should his camp be called Raven Lorraine or Losedale, if he really gave these two names, he was afraid that two elf lords would come to visit the next day. Levi shook his head, and finally typed a few words on it. Free City. Camp. Free City successfully established. Let's do it this way for now. Anyway, the camp name can be changed. We just use one for now. Free City Faction Reputation opened. Free City Reputation, unlimited. Landlord System opened. Landlord Reputation opened. Authorization Management System opened. As soon as the camp was established, a series of prompts popped up, which dazzled Levi. You guys take a rest first. I have something to do. I'll be back later. After saying goodbye to the refugees, Levi found a quiet place and read various instructions. First, the camp reputation. Just like Levi can see his reputation in other camps, now Levi can also see the reputation of others in his own camp. For example, the refugees who are resting at the city gate now have a reputation of 0 points, which means that they have neither done anything harmful to their camp nor done anything beneficial. This is an extremely strong supervision system. Anyone who has made contributions will never be buried for what he has done, but will be accurately reflected in the camp reputation. Similarly, if you do something harmful to the camp, it will definitely not be ignored. After the reputation system is turned on, the next thing is permission management. Permission management involves some of the fundamentals of the MC system. Here, Levi can create a class, set the conditions for joining this class, and open certain permissions for this class. The number of permissions is linked to the reputation value. The more reputation, the more permissions can be opened. For example, Levi can now set up a resident class. The condition for joining is that the reputation value reaches 10 points. After becoming a resident, you can use tools with MC characteristics and unlock the permission to synthesize certain tools on the workbench. Very useful. If this system is used well, the development of the territory can even achieve a certain degree of automation. These are the main functions of the camp system. In addition, there are things like data statistics, such as the number of people waiting at the city gate now, a total of 203, which saves Levi the time to count himself. After thinking about it, Levi set the first initial position, tourist, reputation required 0. Visitors can use wooden tools to work in the territory to increase the reputation of the camp. This is the maximum privilege that can be unlocked with 0 reputation points. Levi cannot unlock more even if he wants to. When the two conditions of reaching 10 reputation points and swearing to join the camp are met, visitors can continue to be promoted. The next level of visitors is residents, which means that they can be employed with 10 reputation points. Residents can unlock the use of the workbench and synthesize more advanced stone tools on it. In addition, after becoming a resident, you can also synthesize and use boxes. Except for Levi's, the box of the Lord of the Territory is locked to others by default, and only he allows others to open it. Let's do this for now. After setting 2 reputation levels, Levi temporarily closed the camp interface and went to the city gate to organize refugees. As Levi approached, the refugees who were resting immediately stood up and focused their eyes on him. Levi looked at the group of people and said loudly, "Don't worry, there are many things for you to do here, and the development of the territory needs your help. But now, I think the most important thing should be to fill your stomach and have a place to live." The current state of this group of refugees is really not very good. At a glance, none of them look relatively healthy. Everyone looks like they have been hungry for a long time. In this state, it is definitely impossible to concentrate on production, so you still have to cultivate yourself first. After thinking about it, Levi put a large table in the square and brought several sets of bread to pile on it. Then, he issued his first order: "Get food here, take as much as you can eat, and then choose a house as a family unit." After saying that, Levi found the old village chief in the crowd. "What do you want, Lord?" Seeing Levi coming, the old village chief immediately stopped and waited for Levi's next words seriously. "You have heard my instructions just now. These are handed over to you in advance. There is a lot of bread, you can take it at will, and those houses are uninhabited, you can choose at will. After you finish these things, come to the castle to find me. I still need help with something. I will follow your instructions." The old village chief bowed and began to organize the crowd. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. It was a lot easier to have someone with good organizational skills to help. Seeing the refugees began to collect bread and find shelter in an orderly manner, Levi returned to the castle and began to pack his backpack. Now Levi's backpack was full of various drops and precious materials, such as dragon heart, dragon blood, dragon scales, and the like. Smaug's body was too huge, resulting in a lot of drops. Levi brought back only a small part of the more important materials, and he kept more in the box in the Valley City territory, waiting to take a piece when the Hell Passage was built. Just when Levi sorted out his backpack and spent a long time packing the box, the old village chief came up. "My lord, the work has been completed. Do you have any other instructions? Follow me." Levi synthesized a set of wooden tools and put them in his backpack, and took the old village chief to the vegetable field. "Take this." He handed the wooden hoe to the village chief. "Try to use this to harvest vegetables." The village chief held the wooden hoe in his hand, and looked at it from left to right. He felt that this thing was not something that could be used, but after all, it was an order from the Lord, so he had to do it. Although he was old, the village chief was not a freeloader to walk so far. At least he still had the strength to swing the hoe. Smack. After a hoe, the old village chief looked at the carrots on the ground. His eyes widened, and he was a little skeptical about life. "Am I seeing it wrong? It fell out by itself?" "Yes, it fell out." "You are not seeing it wrong. The vegetables here are like this. Just think of this place as being enchanted. Everything in the territory is magical." "Magic? I understand, sir." Although it was calm on the surface, the old village chief's heart was actually boiling at this moment. "Our lord is a wizard who masters powerful magic. This day, there is hope." This group of people crossed the swamps and wastelands, overcame many obstacles and temptations, and came here unswervingly, just to be able to rely on a reliable lord. Obviously, now it seems that this choice is right. There are many lords in this world who are both powerful and can use magic, but most of them are elves. The other few are either related to elves or have been buried in history. For example, the ring wraiths, the holders of the 9 human rings, once obtained powerful power with the rings. Among them, there was a wizard who specialized in various magics, and became a well-known wizard who ruled an area. But even if there is a precedent in history, it is old calendar. There is only one human lord who can use magic. Pick up the radish now and plant it. The old village chief did as he was told, and soon a green sprout grew on the moist farmland, which surprised him. Well, it seems that planting can be done normally. After testing the vegetable field, Levi took the old village chief to the ranch to try feeding, and then took him to chop wood and dig stones. Unlike Levi's mode, the stone knocked down by the old village chief did not become a drop directly, but was dug from the original place, cut off the connection, and became easy to carry. Only when the old village chief threw the stone on the funnel, or the stone was touched by Levi, it would become a normal drop and be sucked away. If you don't throw it into the funnel, but choose to place it, then the stone will return to its original state, as if it had grown on the ground, and it needs to be dug with a pickaxe before it can be cut off again. This feature may be a bit complicated to understand, but it can be summarized in one sentence. That is, there is an additional inventory that cannot be stacked. This feature can only be effective within the territory. At this moment, after following Levi for a round of testing, the old village chief has become numb. The experience in front of him was so bizarre that he even doubted whether he was still sleeping in the shabby tent outside the city wall, but he had not woken up yet. The problem is that even dreams need materials, not to mention that I have a rich imagination at my age. It would be best if I never wake up. The old village chief thought so. And Levi began to summarize. Grow vegetables, raise animals, dig stones, and chop wood. Produce food and basic building materials. This is what tourists can do now, and it is also the channel for them to become formal residents. Chapter 98. After teaching the village chief how to work in the territory, Levi took him to do some characteristic experiments. For example, diving, the characteristics of water are also effective for the people in the territory. In the territory, they are all considered biological entities, and will follow the characteristics of MC to a certain extent. In other words, it is not that they follow the characteristics of MC, but that the characteristics of MC affect them. After temporarily ending the characteristic experiment and labor teaching guidance, Levi said to the old village chief, "If you want to stay here, you must reach the resident level within a year. When you become a resident, you can synthesize this kind of tool yourself." The village chief's expression suddenly became serious. "You mean, as long as we become residents, we can also use this magic to make tools?" He directly localized what Levi said according to his own understanding. "You can say that." Levi was too lazy to correct it. Anyway, it was okay as long as he could understand it. "By the way, as my subjects, although you will never lack food and shelter, you must do some work every day. Except for children, residents and those below the level need to work at least 6 hours a day. Oh, you may not know how long 6 hours is. In most cases, it is roughly equivalent to half a day. This so short? The old village chief frowned slightly, not because he had an opinion, but because he was a little bit unbelievable. You are too generous. This lord not only took in his group of people, provided shelter and food, but was even willing to share his magic. And the price was just to work. And it was all such easy work. This sudden happiness is simply dizzying. 6 hours, according to the Lord, is half a day. In the past, let alone half a day, most villagers spent their entire days working, from sunrise to sunset, including eating and resting, which were basically tied to the workplace. There was no concept of how many hours of work a day to get off work. This kind of territory management method is really the first time I have seen it. I know this may be boring, but if you want to stay, then this is a must. You can reduce this time when you are promoted to a level above, resident. Levi continued. If someone is unwilling to accept it, he can leave at any time, but it should be noted that once he leaves, he will no longer be a resident here and can no longer use anything here. No, I will not leave even if I die. The old village chief swore on the spot. I am willing to join the free city-state and do my best to contribute to the development of the territory until the end of my life. Listen to me first. Levi pressed his hand. I don't force you to choose the type of work. You can choose the work you are more interested in and do your daily labor. As your reputation level increases, you can do more jobs and things, and you can also unlock more things to make, just like me. Levi synthesized a wooden hoe on the spot to demonstrate to him. I roughly understand. The old village chief quickly turned his brain and concluded, You mean, as long as we do some simple labor every day, we can gradually learn more magic and do more things with magic? And we can even use these magics to do what we are interested in. You? Yes, that's right. That's probably what you mean. This old village chief knows how to extract the key points, and he is also a master of localization of words and sentences. After thinking about it, Levi still didn't use those proprietary words that only he understood to correct them. Anyway, they can understand it. After explaining the key points in the territory again, and making sure that the old village chief understood, Levi continued to instruct. I have taught you the basics, and then you will tell the villagers how to do it. This is also considered a contribution to the territory, which can gain you some reputation. I know, sir. The old village chief accepted the order and left in a hurry. According to Levi's instructions, he went to gather the villagers. No, now they should be called the people. He gathered the people according to Levi's instructions and explained and demonstrated to them how to work in the territory, how to throw things into the funnel, and how to breed animals, plant trees, collect apples, etc. After the demonstration, he explained the promotion rules in the territory to the people. The Lord has a magical magic that can see how much we have contributed to the territory. As long as we contribute enough, we can even use the magic shared by the Lord. Oh! The people exclaimed, and it took them a while to digest the news. After figuring out what the old village chief was talking about, some people rolled up their sleeves on the spot and planned to find tools to work hard. Every contribution you make will be seen in reality, which means that there will never be a situation where your credit is taken away, or that no one knows about your good deeds. The Lord's eyes are the ruler, he will see everything clearly. As long as you work hard to make contributions, you can rise steadily, and even learn magic, and use it to do what you want. This is not some false promise, but it really exists there. As long as the specified conditions are met, you can get it immediately. A few more ambitious people began to stir, and more people were relieved. For most residents, who have experienced wandering and hunger, having a long-term stable place to live is better than anything else. As long as they can make a living, and have enough food for themselves and their families, it is already a great satisfaction, and everything else is secondary. At least temporarily. Now this part of the residents just want to live a plain life first, and then think about other things. Half a day's work time is not much, especially compared with the previous days. It is so easy that many residents think that this life is even a bit luxurious, and they can live like this for the rest of their lives. But this idea will eventually change with the great satisfaction of material life. When people no longer lack material needs, they will begin to seek spiritual satisfaction. When life is threatened, people will yearn to live. When they are extremely hungry, they will crave coarse bread or rotten vegetable leaves. But when they have coarse bread and rotten vegetable leaves that they can never finish, they will begin to crave better things. Demands will be progressive. As the time spent in the territory increases, when the residents have recovered a little, they will gradually begin to have higher pursuits. At that time, Even if there is no compulsory labor demand, there will be a large number of people scrambling to take the initiative to work and create the value they want. Chapter 99. The old village chief's explanation ended quickly. It must be said that he was worthy of being a village chief. He was the material for this job. Unlike the corrupt mayor of Chenghu Town, who rose to power by inciting people, this village chief was elected by most people and believed to have the ability to lead everyone. Although Levi did not say it, he still took the initiative to assume the responsibility of supervision to prevent the villagers in his village from doing anything stupid. But in fact, even without his supervision, these residents would not dare to do anything sneaky. It was really because the reputation of their lord was too loud. So loud that even if they set up tents in the wild outside the city wall, no orcs or bandits dared to approach. Originally, this legendary reputation was enough to suppress all abnormal thoughts. Now people also knew that this lord had a magic that could see how much everyone had contributed to the territory, which made the residents more spontaneous to maintain order. But at this moment, Levi did not know that the enthusiasm shown by the residents for this visible progress would far exceed his imagination. When the residents collected the tools in an orderly manner and started basic production work, Levi found an open space in the city, poured magma around the open space, and then placed the fire dragon egg in the middle. After feeling the heat energy of the surrounding magma, the dragon egg immediately entered the hatching state. To be honest, Levi really couldn't tell which module this egg was from. When this egg suddenly appeared in the backpack, the synthesis table directly unlocked the things of two modules. One was ice and fire, and the other was dragon night. For this dragon egg and the dragon inside, Levi guessed that it should be a compatible existence, and its characteristics can be used by both modules. The dragon egg occasionally flickered, showing its vitality, but after waiting for a long time, there was no sign of anything breaking out of the shell. It seemed that it would not hatch for a while. Levi shook his head, went to the warehouse to get some relatively solid fireproof building materials, and directly surrounded the place tightly. In this way, even if the dragon egg suddenly hatched when he didn't know, it wouldn't cause any trouble. Ding ding ding. It didn't take long for Levi to leave the hatching pool. The first thing he did was to go to the blacksmith shop and cast the repel enchantment on the ancient elf sword. After thinking about it, he changed its name. In fact, Levi had already decided on its name when he killed through Raven Ridge and got the title of OK Nemesis. Nemesis, its meaning is anyone who is an enemy of Levi, and this sword will experience the feeling of facing his own nemesis. Levi pulled out the sword and carefully looked at the new inscription representing his name on it. From now on, this sword is also a famous one. It has killed thousands of orcs and wargs, including 2 orc chieftains. Even if Levi doesn't show up in the future, just throwing this sword into a pile of orcs might scare them so much that they dare not approach. For orcs, this is a weapon with a fear aura. When an orc sees it, it will be like the free people seeing Sauron's evil mace covered in blood, and they will feel panic from the bottom of their hearts. After enchanting the sword with knockback and changing its name, Levi looked at another material in his backpack. Dragon Scale. The armor value of the armor made of this thing is 6 points higher than that of nether alloy, but there is a problem that it does not provide knockback resistance. That is to say, if he replaced his nether alloy equipment for these 6 points of armor, he would be very likely to be knocked back or even directly knocked away when he was attacked with greater force in the future. Just like Azog's hammer, or the slaps of ogres and behemoths, the impact force is really not something that ordinary people can withstand. If it weren't for the knockback resistance of the nether alloy armor, Levi would have been knocked away several times in Lonely Mountain. After repeated consideration, Levi finally chose to wear the nether alloy armor temporarily. Judging from the current combat intensity, it is completely sufficient. If you really want to change the armor, you can wait for the fire dragon to hatch and forge dragon steel. The armor value of the protective gear made by that thing is a full 34 points. When the dragon steel armor is worn, even Sauron may not be able to knock it away. If you want to break the defense, you probably have to wear the full form of the ring. Shaking his head, Levi walked to the gate of hell, and suddenly remembered something, so he immediately opened the map and started looking. The straight line distance between Roadside Castle and River Valley City is about 1,100 kilometers. This is a mind-boggling distance. To travel back and forth between these two territories, even if you travel in hell, you have to walk 140 kilometers. If you still want to pursue the ultimate efficiency, to build a hell highway from Roadside Castle to River Valley City, even if you only build a 1 square wide road, you will need at least 140,000 blue ice. 9 ordinary ice can be synthesized into 1 floating ice, and 9 floating ice can be synthesized into 1 blue ice. In other words, It takes 81 ordinary ice blocks to synthesize one blue ice, so it takes 11.34 million ordinary ice blocks to build this road, which can fill more than 3,000 large boxes. Levi thought about the blue ice stock he had accumulated over the entire winter of last year. It was really not much. Not even 1/10 of the highway could be built. After all, he was distracted by doing other things that winter, and did not guard the ice rink from morning to night. Taking a breath, leaving the warehouse, Levi felt that this matter still needed to be considered in the long run. But speaking of it, the current climate is actually quite cold, approaching below zero, and it is obviously only a snowfall away from the beginning of winter. Soon, ice can be collected again. It is not necessary to use blue ice for the highway. Floating ice can also be used, but it is slower. The maximum speed of rowing on blue ice is 72 meters per second, and floating ice is 40 meters per second, which can also be used. Anyway, they are faster than horses. Compared with blue ice, the latter is a bit slower, but it saves 9 times the materials, and it is completely possible to collect enough in one winter with hard work. Just as Levi was thinking about these things and walking towards the castle, he suddenly saw a person standing at the gate of the castle. It was the old village chief. "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "It's like this, Lord, we do have some problems." The old village chief seemed a little embarrassed and said, "I don't mean to disturb you, but everyone really has something to know, so they entrusted me to ask." "It's okay." Levi smiled and said, "If you have any questions, just ask. Don't be afraid, I'm not a cannibal." Hearing this, the old village chief was relieved a little, and he told the townspeople's questions one by one. However, the content made Levi feel funny. Someone asked if they could take the extra magic seeds back to their own yards to plant them. After asking, the old village chief added, "If this request is offensive, I would like to ask for your forgiveness. Most of us are farmers, and we have experienced hunger and wandering. We just want to plant some in our homes after seeing things that can be planted. We have absolutely no other ideas." "It's okay," Levi replied, "just plant it. The seeds here can mature once every 3 days, and pumpkins can grow several a day. You can plant as much as you want. Just do it. But although there is a lot of food, I still want to remind you not to waste it." Three days? The old village chief opened his mouth wide when he heard this word. Levi had not told him about this before, and now he was stunned when he heard it. "I thought the magic crops here were only cold resistant and lodging resistant, and could be planted in winter, but I didn't expect the growth rate to be so fast. I know, we will definitely not waste these foods, thank you for your generosity." Getting Levi's response, the old village chief seemed quite excited. Levi suddenly asked again, "What's your name?" "My name is Wade, sir." "Okay, Wade, I see you are very prestigious among the residents, and you are their original village chief. Let's do this. From today on, you will be the representative of this community. The so-called representative has to collect the opinions of the residents, and then gather them together to give me feedback. But you have to remember the meaning of the word representative. It only means that you can give feedback on behalf of the residents." "I understand. I will definitely do this, sir." Old Wade bowed and seemed a little excited. He had heard of similar representative positions before, which were understandable. They were to summarize problems for the residents and pass on messages. He had done this before, but he was usually the one who proposed solutions. After all, he was the village chief. The village chief was supposed to solve problems for the villagers. Looking at old Wade's excitement, Levi suddenly thought of another problem. Now the refugees in the village represented by Wade have experienced normal life. They will be excited when they see the crops here, and know that this place is different from the outside world, but their descendants may not be. This leads to problems in education and life. Levi doesn't want to see people think that crops outside are also harvested every 3 days. Such spoiled children will suffer a great loss when they go out in the future, so some common sense education is still necessary. This matter was also entrusted to Wade. After Levi's reminder, the old village chief was obviously aware of the problem. He said that he would work with everyone to find a way to educate the children about common sense, so that future generations can also distinguish between the inside and outside of the territory to avoid this possible situation. After discussing the issue of common sense education for the people in the territory, Old Wade continued to raise questions from the residents, but most of them were trivial matters similar to the question of whether they could bring seeds back to their own homes to plant. Some people even asked if they could work all day, which was because they liked to roll. Levi's reply was that this would speed up his becoming a formal resident. Wade went back with Levi's response. Levi, on his side, returned to the castle, took a rest, looked at the sky, and looked at the territory. At this moment, the basic resources in the territory no longer needed to be collected by him personally. The residents were carrying out their work in an orderly manner, constantly throwing the collected materials into the funnel to enrich the inventory. These basic materials will become the guarantee for the construction of various large-scale projects in the future. Chapter 100. It's getting colder and colder. The water in the well is icy cold, and almost freezing. You are freezing. Levi hated that the water didn't freeze. Although the water didn't freeze, the residents were about to freeze. Passing by the vegetable garden that day, Levi took a glance and found a resident shivering as he harvested corn. After working for a while, he ran to the campfire to warm himself, and then went back to work in the cold. There were many people like him. They didn't seem to have any clothes to keep warm. This is not good. Just when Levi was about to go to the warehouse to see if there were any warming materials, the community representative, Old Wade, came up first. His purpose was the same as Levi's, to find ways for residents to keep warm. Sir, we want to apply for some wool or leather to make clothes for this winter. Approved. There has been a lot of these two things stored in the warehouse for a long time, which is more than enough to make clothes for 200 people. Take as much as you need. As the saying goes, don't save, but don't waste. Take as much as you need. Take as much as you need? I understand, sir. Old Wade thought about this sentence, and Levi opened up the public resource box to him. After taking a lot of tasks from Levi and helping Levi deal with a lot of troublesome trivial matters, Old Wade's reputation level has already reached resident. He can open the public box placed by Levi and take out items from it. From the perspective of outsiders, Wade's contribution is enough, and the Lord allows him to use some magic props. This makes some people work faster. The residents can normally use wool and thread to sew, but for the approaching winter, their production speed is too slow. In the end, Levi synthesized a bunch of identical clothes for them in batches. There are 3 types of equipment materials that can provide cold resistance and are relatively low in cost: leather, wool, and wolf fur. The latter 2 were not in the original synthesis table, and were added after contacting the corresponding items. After solving the basic living problems, looking at the increasing supplies, and the growing reputation of the residents, Levi felt that it was time to plan the subsequent levels. At 50 reputation, you can become a practitioner and synthesize better tools. At this level, you can choose a work block to take up a job and learn to make items. For example, a tailor can use a loom to work efficiently. Although the loom can only be used as a flag pattern in the game, it can indeed play the role of a loom here. In other words, the career choice of residents is not something that can be chosen casually. He must first truly learn this craft before he can choose to work. This is a relatively healthy growth path. From tourists to residents is the process of obtaining the qualification to stay, and from residents to practitioners is the process of learning skills, and then it is to improve expertise and continue to develop to a higher level. The development of the territory is booming. Levi couldn't help but sigh. Just when everything was on the right track, the residents had no problems for the time being, and the resources of the territory began to grow steadily. A guest arrived. Gandalf. It had not been many days since the two of them separated. After sending Bilbo home, Gandalf returned the same way and headed straight for Levi. Swish. Looking at the rapidly rising new city gate, Gandalf nodded and said, "Your city gate is finally no longer a decoration while walking inside. My intuition tells me that something big has happened." Something has happened. Levi walked side by side with Gandalf and said, "I recently collected some people and established a camp. After all, such a big place must have some talents, otherwise it will be too quiet." That makes sense. Gandalf looked at the people who were working and said with approval, "The ancestors of these people may have come from the kingdom of Rovanian, the same as the people of Rohan. The golden hair is the best proof. It is appropriate to choose them as people. This bloodline is brave and has a rebellious spirit. In times of crisis, women dare to take up arms and join the battle. And they all look good, there are no evil people." As he spoke, Gandalf suddenly stopped, as if he was thinking about something. "Wait, did you just say that you established a camp? Are you sure you mean the camp, not the new territory?" "That's right." Hiss. Old Gandalf took a breath. "I'd never heard of this news. Let me guess. You just established it in the last 2 days, right?" "Yes, including the city of Dale. I decided to call all the territories the Free Cities." "Levi, the Lord of the Cities," Gandalf muttered. "Okay, it suits your style." He accepted it immediately. After spending so much time with Levi, Gandalf would not be surprised if he suddenly turned into a dragon, let alone building a new power. No, no. This is still quite outrageous and unlikely. The people here seem to be quite wealthy and energetic. I'm really curious about how you manage them. It's a bit difficult to explain. Levi shook his head and invited Gandalf into the castle, and chatted with some residents under their curious eyes. He took the lead and asked Gandalf, "What are you going to do next? Continue adventures and travel?" "Adventures? Yes, I plan to go to some places to have a look." Gandalf said seriously, "Levi, I suspect that the ring of the enemy did not flow into the sea. It may still exist somewhere, but it has not returned to its real owner yet." "Why did you come to this conclusion?" Levi asked curiously. "You should know that most members of the White Council agree with Saruman's statement that the ring has been washed into the sea with the river. Even if Gandalf doesn't like Saruman, he still agrees with many of the views of the current white-robed wizard." "My hunch," Gandalf replied. "I always feel that this matter is not so simple. Sauron's power has signs of revival. Since I escaped from Dol Guldur last time, I have been feeling quite uneasy. After a while, I plan to continue to explore the Anduin Valley and the surrounding areas of the valley. Maybe there will be some clues. The wizard's hunch is always quite accurate." "Okay, then I wish you good luck." After that, Lewishan sent a small commission to Gandalf. "By the way, if you meet refugees or people who can't make a living on the road, you can guide them to me. The roadside fort is very large and can accommodate many people. Of course, this matter is not urgent, just do it as you go. The main focus is on development by chance. I will help you do this." Gandalf nodded. "One more thing," Levi suddenly said. "Gandalf, in my personal name, I want to entrust you to do something that may or may not happen in the future. If I die one day, can you please bring my body back to my territory?" Gandalf raised his eyebrows and looked at Levi meaningfully. After a moment, the wizard nodded. "Yes, of course, after all, we are friends, aren't we? If there really comes such a day, I will find a way. Even if I am no longer in this world by then." Chapter 101. Stable. When Gandalf promises something, it is most likely stable. "You may encounter many dangers on your journey," Levi said, taking out a few golden apples from his backpack. "Here are some of them for you. You know their use." Gandalf did not take the apples immediately, but looked at Levi and asked, "Aren't you coming with me?" "No, I plan to develop the territory first, and not go on adventures. After a while, maybe next year, or a few months later, when all the affairs of the territory are settled, maybe I will go out for a walk." "Okay." Gandalf smoked the old Toby pipe grass, a specialty of the Shire, and interestingly lit the smoke rings into the shape of a ship, letting it fly out of the window. "I have to say that this move is really attractive. Which child would not be confused after seeing it? Have you ever thought that the ring is right next to us?" Levi suddenly asked tentatively. "I know what you mean." Gandalf glanced at Levi and replied, "You mean the ring on Bilbo, right?" Levi nodded and waited for his next words. "That ring does contain some magic, but believe me, it can't be the ring you think it is." "Why?" Levi asked. "Because if it was really the one ring, Bilbo would have gone crazy long ago. Don't underestimate that ring, Levi. It has a fatal temptation to all creatures in Middle-earth. Everyone who sees it will be like a troll who is stuck in the mud, and 100 orcs can't pull it out." "Well, I have to say, your description is very vivid." "Thank you," Gandalf replied, and continued, "If Bilbo's ring is really the supreme ring, then he should have abandoned us and found a cave to hide, or been found by Sauron. The ring is alive, it has its own will, and it is as proficient in bewitching as its owner. It does not simply make people fall in a certain direction, but it will infinitely magnify certain characteristics or defects that a person already has, and let him fall into the quagmire step by step in the way that person likes the most, and is most difficult to be alert, and eventually he cannot extricate himself. Even I would not want to touch that thing." "I understand. This thing is really dangerous." Levi has some new understanding of the Lord of the Rings. "It is indeed very dangerous, and it is a kind of danger that is expressed in a very obscure way. It is like a treacherous minister who can only say pleasant words, step by step luring those who are not firm in their will into the abyss in his own way. For example, Gandalf. If Gandalf gets the ring, he will definitely not use it to do bad things with his personality. The first thing he will think of is to use this power to help more people. But this kindness will also be his fatal weakness. At first, he may only think of using his powerful power to help others, but as the erosion deepens, he may gradually be unable to be satisfied with simply helping others. He will use his power to intimidate others, or even directly conquer the world, and then order everyone in the world not to do evil. In fact, this degree can still be considered good, But as his kindness continues to deepen, he may continue to issue some more stringent orders. For example, everyone must help each other. A step further is everyone must do good things every day, and then everyone must do enough good things every day, otherwise they will be punished. By then, there will be one more white devil in the world. Such a world is actually not much different from the world enslaved by Sauron, and both are equally painful and terrifying. Even an upright, gentle and kind old man like Gandalf may become this extreme after getting the ring. Levi didn't dare to think about what the world would be like if he got the ring, and was accidentally bewitched. Not being kicked out would be considered a success. But speaking of the Supreme Ring, it stands to reason that he has seen it with his own eyes, but except for the bewitching feeling when he first saw it, it has not appeared since then, nor has it radiated its influence. Levi even felt that it was alienating him. Is this playing hard to get? As for the Supreme Ring, I will find a way together. I will try to solve it. Levi said something vague. That couldn't be better. Gandalf smiled, feeling that Middle-earth had one more layer of security. Levi walked to the window and looked at the west, which was the direction of the Shire, in a trance. What if the process of destroying the ring was started now? No, it was not very realistic. This world is currently in a relatively peaceful chapter, and it is forbidden to use too strong a force. If an expedition is directly organized at this time, and the rhythm is disrupted, it may cause many difficulties. Even Levi himself may become one of the difficulties. Let's wait for Bilbo to come. The chat with Gandalf ended quickly. Gandalf just had a meal here and left again, running eastward in a hurry, which was the direction of the Anduin Valley. Before leaving, he took a golden apple. He didn't touch any of the extra ones. The wizard knew how to be restrained. After seeing Gandalf off, Levi walked around the territory, looking at the residents who were digging stones, the growth of the vegetable fields, and then appeared in the tree farm to check the wood reserves. With the highly enthusiastic work of the residents, the basic materials of the territory are now quite abundant. Maybe it's time to do some other work. Mining. Before the adventure started, Levi would go to the iron or vein near the territory every day to mine. Although this distance was not far for him, it would take a long time for normal people to walk. If he just gave them an order to go mining, it would still be unrealistic. Therefore, the best way is to continue to expand the territory until the mining area is also included. Just do it. Levi called a few people who can build houses, or at least have participated in the construction of houses in the village before, and have certain construction experience to the city gate, and asked them to use shovels to make the grass into a dirt path. The result is that this simple dirt path cannot be regarded as an extension of the territory. Then Levi gave them some blocks, and asked them to build a road along the city gate to the outside of the territory, and lay rails and guardrails on it, and put torches or build street lights next to it. This time it succeeded, and this short section of road became an extension of the territory. And the extended range is enough to support them to build a road that continues to extend outward. In other words, as long as the method is appropriate, even without Levi, the people can fully realize the expansion and extension of the territory, and many infrastructure tasks can be handed over to them to complete. Although each person can only carry one block at a time, as long as there are enough people, their work efficiency can be comparable to Levi, or even surpass him. Very good, quite good. Levi's mind became active. The future of the territory is bright. Chapter 102. High-Speed Channel Construction Plan. Looking at a small section of road outside the territory, Levi came up with a small plan. Since the buildings built by the people can also be regarded as an extension of the territory, there is no need to do many things by yourself. For example, mining, Levi has long been tired of it. The mining of the iron or vein outside can be directly handed over to the people, and the return and storage can be carried out by mine carts, transport mine carts, and funnel mine carts. Although there is no redstone to make power rails, this thing has a substitute in this world. The gear power device of the dwarves, their gears can be installed on the rails, providing power like redstone, allowing the mine cart to move automatically. This device is very common in Lonely Mountain, and their cable cars and mineral transportation hubs are equipped with some automatic mechanisms. However, there is still one thing that needs to be noted, that is, gears consume a lot of materials. If gears are installed on each rail, even with Levi's current inventory, it will feel a bit of a loss, and it will take a lot of time, because it needs dwarven steel to make it, which requires the use of the dwarven furnace in the underground forging hall. There is no need to pursue extreme efficiency. It is not slow to put a gear as a power source every other section of the road. That's it. On this day, the residents found that the Lord had started a new plan. The Mine Track Construction Plan. Based on the direction of the iron or vein outside the city, a wide transportation mine tunnel is built underground, which is fast and safe, and can be used as a hidden passage when necessary. While the plan was being carried out, Levi also formulated some benefits for participating in the plan, including but not limited to faster contribution improvement, and those who participated in the most labor could obtain special commemorative small items made by the Lord, etc. Levi obviously underestimated his influence. On the first day he issued the order, other resource industries almost stopped. Everyone came with tools and started queuing up to dig soil, knock stones, and build mine tunnels. The speed was almost as fast as Levi himself. In fact, during this period, the people in the territory have not been very safe. The life in this place is too dreamy. There are free beautiful houses to live in, warm clothes to wear, and food is not lacking. Beef, sheep, chicken, pork, fish, meat and various vegetables can be eaten and taken at will. The only requirement is not to waste. There is no need to worry about the safety of the territory. With those tall iron golems and lords, no one dares to do evil, and no enemy dares to invade the roadside fort. This can be said to be the safest place in the whole Middle-earth. Thinking about it this way, the royal families of some kingdoms, or the nobles in the fiefdoms may not live better than here. And the price of all this is just to do some necessary work every day, and the time is not long. After finishing work every day, there is still a lot of free time to do your own things. Many people couldn't help but recall their past lives at this time. They lived in fear of death, worked hard but still couldn't get enough to eat, and had to watch the movements of orcs and wargs in fear, fearing that the village would suddenly disappear one day. That really highlighted a hardship. Compared with the past days, coupled with the reminders and speeches of the old village chief Wide, everyone felt that they should do something for the Lord, but their own Lord had everything he needed and had not issued any new orders, which made many people have no chance to repay him, so they could only take the initiative to extend their working hours every day, which would make them feel a little relieved. There is a saying that free is the most expensive. The Lord may not care, but the residents do. This group of humans is relatively simple. They have not been eroded by the power of darkness, nor have they experienced too many conspiracies and tricks. The current life and daily labor are all they have. In fact, some people can be left to do other things. Looking at the residents gathered in front of the pit, Levi reminded them, and then some residents with low efficiency in digging holes or repairing roads were immediately voted out to do other work, which made those people depressed for a while. Looking at the smooth progress of the project, Levi opened the map and checked the nearby terrain. The roadside fort is not close to the iron or vein. A rough look shows that the straight line distance is at least more than 20 kilometers. When Levi used to mine by himself, he had to run back and forth for a long time, and his backpack was always full every time he went home. The distance to the iron or vein is long, but it is not a problem. For other places, a road of more than 20 kilometers, especially an underground tunnel, may be a huge amount of work. In addition, we have to consider the salary and the stability of the tunnel. It will not be completed within a few years from construction to completion. But here in Libyan Bayo, more than 20 kilometers can only be said to be a distance unit and a construction target. There is basically no difficulty. The only thing needed is time. With the current labor capacity of the residents and their enthusiasm for active overtime, it may be completed in a few months. This is because there are relatively few people. If there are more people, it is estimated that it will not take a few months. At this time, Levi thought of the earthworms in Moria. That thing is digging faster than he can. Maybe I should take some time to go to River Valley City. When it comes to earthworms, Levi thinks of his other territory. At this moment, the people in River Valley City don't know that they have the right to use special tools for labor, and people are still repairing the ruins in their usual way. They are also working with their own tools, and they are planting ordinary seeds. The few differences from normal city-states are the pumpkin fields and unlimited water left by Levi, which can ensure that they will never lack food and clean water. Under the leadership of Bard and the assistance of the dwarves, the ruins of River Valley City are also gradually reviving and developing, and the speed is not slow at all. Although it is definitely not as good as Roadside Castle. But Levi really doesn't have the energy to take care of two places for the time being, especially since there are so many people in River Valley City. In fact, if there is no need to summon iron golems, he doesn't want that place at all. This is why Levi has implemented the offline management of lords. Since the first day, he became the Lord of River Valley City. If you ask, you are not there. Let's wait and see when we have time. Take care of the family first, and consider expanding gradually after making sure that all mechanisms are stable. After confirming that there is no problem in executing the new goal of the territory, Levi took a pile of gold ingots and stepped into the gate of hell again. The cold environment turned into hot in an instant. The temperature has no effect on Levi. Whether it is a snowy cold day or a hot hell, Levi can treat it as non-existent. He can just feel the cold and heat, but he doesn't feel cold or hot. Unless this kind of cold and heat reaches a certain extreme and can cause direct harm to people, such as fire, or extremely piercing ice hell. Of course, Levi didn't come here to test the temperature. I only came to hell for 3 things today. Trade, trade, and trade. Click. Levi put down a large box, and randomly selected a few lucky shopping piglings passing by to circle them, threw down a few sets of gold, and waited quietly for them to throw out their own things. Chapter 103. For Levi, there are only 2 most valuable things he traded with the piglins. One is the Ender Pearl, which can be used for teleportation, and the other is the enchanted book, but the probability of this is quite small, and it depends on fate. Levi traded 2 sets of gold, and the enchanted book only appeared once, and it was still useless soul speed, speeding up walking on soul sand. It made Levi wonder if these piglins did it on purpose. Sometimes these guys do deserve a beating. Although they are occasionally black-hearted, the transaction must continue. Under the bombardment of gold ingots, the piglins took out several boxes of miscellaneous things. Ender pearls were also successfully exchanged for a row, a total of more than 140, which was considered to be the initial realization of Ender Pearl freedom. After having enough Ender pearls, the first thing Levi did was to synthesize them with blaze powder to make an Eye of Ender. Back to the roadside fort, Levi threw the Eye of Ender into the sky. The Eye of Ender flew overhead with particles floating around, and then it was suspended in the air, turning left and right. After a moment, it exploded on the spot and turned into powder. Okay, now I know there is no portal to the end in this world. Sir. Just as Levi was staring at the place where the Eye of Ender exploded and thinking, a resident ran over in a hurry. What's wrong? There is a hobbit named Baggins outside the city who said he is your friend. Should we let him in? Levi was refreshed. Of course, I go right over. The resident looked at Levi's back, hesitant to speak, and finally chose to shut up. The lord of his family seemed not to like to order people around. Every day, whether it was cooking or getting something, he basically did it himself, and he didn't even know to find a servant. Obviously, as long as he was willing to speak, a group of people would immediately rush to sign up. Crash. The city gate opened. Welcome, I finally waited for you, Bilbo. Forgive me, Levi. Bilbo, wearing a thick coat, looked helpless. As he walked into the city, he said, You will never imagine what happened in my house. It's terrible. Is it robbed? It's even more terrible than that. Bilbo said indignantly, You don't know, my cousin is the Sackville Baggins family. They have wanted to take over Bag Inn for a long time. During our adventure, they actually announced that I was dead, and even held a funeral for me. When I went back, they were moving my furniture out, leaving nothing behind, and even wanted to auction the sword you gave me. Levi frowned. Although I know that the Sackville family has always had conflicts with Bilbo, and is eyeing his property every day. But some special things are not something they can touch casually. This family is a bit rude. If I remember correctly, when Saruman has ideas about the Shire in the future, the first breakthrough is this family. They did not hesitate to sell the news of the Shire to Saruman for a large sum of money, and at the same time, they also sheltered the villains and spies from outside, causing the whole Shire to be in a mess, and people suffered losses every day. I finally drove them all away. Bilbo continued, they pretended not to know me when I went back, as if I was just a gangster who came to rob them. Fortunately, there was the thief contract document that Thorin left me, otherwise I couldn't even prove my identity. Bilbo breathed a sigh of relief. But I'm so glad that we're all alive. Bilbo smiled and said, Remember, Levi, although it's embarrassing, I fainted when I first saw this contract document. Of course I remember. At that time Gandalf persuaded you for a long time before you calmed down. Bilbo nodded. I'm very happy that I chose this journey. But speaking of it, Bilbo turned his head and looked around. Are those the residents here? Yes, they all came to Wayside Castle recently. They originally lived in the Anduin Valley between the Misty Mountains and the Mirkwood, but it has become increasingly dangerous and can no longer be lived there. I don't know if you've heard that many hobbits used to live there, but later they crossed the mountains to the west and established the Shire with the king's permission. Bilbo shook his head. No one in my family has ever told me this, but now I know. By the way, who is the king you are talking about? I don't think I've ever heard of a king in the Shire. It's a ruined kingdom. Levi shook his head and didn't say anything more. If you want to talk about this in detail, you have to let Gandalf come, and he only knows the general idea. Without asking any more questions, Bilbo just looked at the people who were working or resting curiously, then turned around and followed Levi into the castle. Levi, I brought this for you. As soon as he entered the castle, Bilbo carefully unloaded his backpack and put it on the table. What is this? Old cellar-aged wine, the most precious wine in my family. It is very old, older than me. As he spoke, Bilbo took out 12 bottles of red wine that looked very beautiful from his bag. The Sackville family has always been thinking about my family's good wine. I won't let them succeed. These are all for you, Levi. Believe me, it will definitely not disappoint you. Thank you, although I don't usually. Well, forget it. It's okay, I will keep it well. Hearing this, Bilbo nodded with satisfaction. But speaking of it, what did you want to talk to me about? Levi carefully put the bottles of wine away, paused for a moment, and then turned around and said to Bilbo, who was a little confused, Bilbo, I know you have something special, right? Bilbo's heart suddenly jumped. Sorry, I don't know what you mean. A ring? I know you must have it. Bilbo quickly put his hand into his pocket, with a little surprise on his face. So I always carry it with me. No, why should I carry it? Bilbo really couldn't remember when and why he took this thing out. Recalling the conversation with Gandalf some time ago, Bilbo curled his lips and admitted directly, yes, I do have a very unusual ring. You may not believe it. I didn't even know it was in my pocket. Do you want to see it? As he said, Bilbo was about to take out the ring to show Levi. No, I don't want to see it. Don't take it out, Bilbo. Levi quickly stopped him. You know, I'm very interested in magical things, so I want to study the ring in your hand. Okay, if you need it, I give it to you. After a little hesitation, Bilbo agreed. No, don't give it to me. It's better to have it in your hands. By the way, would you like a glass of milk? Of course, I've been drinking milk these days, thank you. Bilbo took the milk and drank it in one gulp. Very fresh. After making sure that Bilbo had finished the milk, Levi nodded and said, then let's get started. Don't worry, it's just some small experiments. I won't take your ring. I understand. Bilbo said seriously, I will try my best to cooperate with you. Just? Bilbo's expression was a little hesitant. Just? I don't mean to say that to you, Levi. It may be a difference in customs, but it is actually very impolite to keep talking to people with your back to them here. Chapter 104. I'm just afraid that you take that thing out suddenly. Levi thought to himself, turned around helplessly, and prepared a row of milk in his backpack. That ring is like a beacon, so we still have to be on guard. The small experiment on the Supreme Ring began soon. The first step, magma. Bilbo, did you see that grid of magma? I saw it, but what does grid mean? It's the unit of length I'm used to using, which is roughly equivalent to the distance of an adult human step. I see. Then what should I do? Bilbo took out the ring and looked up at Levi. The ring shone brightly next to the magma, as if trying its best to spread its presence. Throw it in. Aw? Throw it away, Bilbo. If it's really gone, I go get it for you. I find you a new one. Okay. Ignoring the struggling Supreme Ring, Bilbo closed his eyes and threw it into the magma. There was no expected sound of items being burned. The Supreme Ring was not destroyed, but floated up, as if it was protected by some power, and there was no change for a long time. Levi collected the magma in a bucket, and Bilbo picked up the ring inside. After being soaked in the boiling magma for so long, it was still cold. Follow me. After a while, the two were near the gate of hell again. Levi looked left, right, and then looked up at the sky. After making sure there was nothing unusual, he said to Bilbo, try throwing the ring into this door. Is this a magic door? I'm really curious about its function. Bilbo said this without hesitation, and threw the ring into the portal. The result was that the ring went through directly and fell to the ground, as if the portal to hell did not exist. Okay. Levi took out a small box and said, Bilbo, put it in. Then, he picked up the box and began to try. It could not be put into the backpack. It could not be put into the box. It could not be brought into the portal. All methods of storing dead objects were ineffective for it. In other words, this thing seemed to be defined as a living thing. It could be moved, but it could not be standardized. It's okay, take it away. It seems that some things cannot be destroyed just because you want to. After all, if you really do that, it is equivalent to suddenly interrupting a piece of music that is being played, so that everything that is developing in an orderly manner comes to an abrupt end, without a sequel or an epilogue, and it ends so abruptly. Commonly known as a bad ending. This behavior should really be stopped. After finishing these experiments that seemed a bit inexplicable to Bilbo, Bilbo did not go back immediately, but stayed here for a few days. Sometimes, I really can't tell the difference between here and Rivendell. Standing on a high place, looking at the entire territory, Bilbo sighed. Except for the lack of natural scenery, everything here is no worse than Rivendell. Even the people, they look very happy. If you want, you can live here forever. Facing Levi's invitation, Bilbo hesitated. An elf lord in Rivendell also said the same thing. After a moment, he nodded and said, "Thank you, but I think my Bag End is also very good. If you have nothing to do, you can also come to my house. You can stay as long as you want. Just come in, no need to knock on the door, and there will be enough refreshments. Then you'd better be careful that your family doesn't have enough snacks. If you can eat as much as you want." Bilbo replied, looked up at the weather, and said, "It's time. I should go back, Levi. It must be very cold in Bag End now. I have to go home and light the fire." "Okay, I go with you. Don't forget that you have a set of golden apples stored with me." "A set means 64. I guess you want to ask this." Bilbo held back his words. The two of them left the city together that day, and rushed to the Shire leisurely as hiking. Until the third day after leaving the wayside castle. A grain of snow fell. This time, it was really winter. When they arrived at Bilbo's house, there was a lot of snow on the ground, and the snow piled up in the yard without a trace. The good news is that no one came to my house when I left this time. The bad news is that it's probably not warmer inside than outside now. It took Bilbo a while to light the fire at home, adding a little warmth to the house. Piling the golden apples in Bilbo's storage room, Levi asked Bilbo the direction of the Sackville family, and then walked straight over, intending to visit this restless hobbit. Out of worry, mainly about the Sackville family, Bilbo hurriedly followed. Dang dang dang. As the knock on the door sounded, there was a movement in the house immediately, and a voice came from far away and gradually approached the door. "Who? If it's a guest, then you came at the wrong time. We are not ready to receive." Creak. The door opened, and the conversation stopped abruptly. "Bilbo?" The hobbit who opened the door frowned. "What are you doing here?" "I tell you, we have returned all your things, and there is absolutely nothing left. If you lose anything, don't come to us." No, it's not me, Oso Sackville, who is going to come to you." Bilbo pointed to the side helplessly. "My friend." "Hello. Human? What do you want?" Oso's voice suddenly stopped when he raised his head. "Have I heard this dress before? Was it in a tavern or a farm? You may not know me very well." As he spoke, Levi forced the door open and bent over to squeeze in. The noise startled Lobela, Oso's wife, in the house, causing her to come out vigilantly with a frying pan. "Uninvited guests are not welcome here," she said viciously. Yes, of course it's not good." Then I introduced myself. Bilbo stretched out his hand to say something, but was pushed back by Levi. "I'm an adventurer. I introduce myself like this to ordinary people." Levi walked forward slowly step by step. His tall figure and dark armor were quite oppressive, forcing Otho and his wife to retreat. He continued, "But if you want to know more, I can be the nemesis of orcs, the slayer of wargs, the enemy of orcs in Mordor in the Misty Mountains, the ally of elves and dwarves, the dragon slayer, the lord and guardian of Wayside Castle and River City. My name is Levi," Levi suddenly said with a smile. At this moment, Otho and his wife had been forced into the corner of the house, shaking like sieves. During this short introduction, every time Levi mentioned a title, their spirits weakened and their courage decreased. Until the end, when Levi finished speaking, they stood there as if they were under a spell and dared not move. No one would doubt that as long as Levi took another step forward, they would cry in the next second. "Relax, I won't do anything to you," Levi said softly. "I just heard that you not only tried to occupy my friend's house, but also planned to auction the gift I gave him. Is that so?" Hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Oso's hearts skipped a beat, and one of them couldn't hold back tears. "It's over. He is in cahoots with Bilbo." Chapter 105. Not long after, Levi and Bilbo walked out of the Sackville's house. No one questioned him about breaking into a private house. Not to mention the Shire's guards, even the entire Middle-earth couldn't find anyone who dared to intervene. But Levi didn't do anything to the two hobbits. Although what the Sackville Baggins family did was excessive, it was just some property disputes and some moral issues. As of now, what they did was not considered a big evil. At most, they were a little greedy and annoying. Levi just scared them, asked them to apologize, and swore that they would never have any wrong thoughts about Bag End again, and then left. That was enough. After all, I'm not a big villain. Listening to Levi's words, Bilbo hesitated, not knowing whether to nod or shake his head. But to be honest, this breath was indeed quite refreshing. It can be expected that the Sackville family will not dare to harass Bilbo for a long time. Bilbo has 2 swords at home, one is Sting, and the other is the dwarf steel sword given by Levi, one long and one short. Both are quite sharp. This is not only a commemoration, but also can be used to ensure his safety. After staying at Bilbo's house for a night, Levi left at dawn under Bilbo's eyes. Before leaving, Levi deliberately passed by the Sackville family's house. He could clearly feel 2 eyes inside. This feeling did not disappear until he walked a long way. This family is not hopeless. Their ending is not good. In later generations, Lotso, the heir of the Sackville family, traded with Saruman because of his greed, and eventually died miserably. After realizing that it was his family's actions that made the Shire so chaotic and harmed many people, Lobela, the only remaining member of the Sackville family, Otho's wife, left all the family's property to Frodo to help others, and then left Hobbiton without taking anything with her. These hobbits. After all, they are hobbits. While thinking, Levi had walked out of the Shire border unknowingly. He crossed the old forest and stepped on the snow. Suddenly, he had an idea and looked south. There was a dead tree stump with a very smooth cross-section sticking on the ground, and there was a familiar abandoned bonfire next to it, which looked old. It was indeed old. The last time I passed by here was 2 years ago. This is exactly where Levi was attacked by the corpse demon when he first debuted, the border where the ancient barrow and the road meet. Who? A faint wailing sound came from the forest, reminding passers-by not to stay here for long. It also reminded Levi of their location. Back then, I could chop down a corpse demon with a stone sword without armor. Now you still want to scare me. Can you bear this grievance? Levi frowned, thinking that these corpse demons were a little too arrogant. It wasn't even dark yet, and they dared to make strange noises to scare people. The bonfire was lit again, and Levi sat down on the spot and roasted a few pieces of meat. But this time nothing disturbed him. It wasn't until the starlight replaced the afterglow of the sun that Levi stood up and took the initiative to walk towards the ancient tomb mound. Just like that, he walked to a gloomy place. Levi stood on a high place and looked around. There were scattered building debris and tall boulders scattered everywhere, and there were always some tombs near these more special things. As he watched, Levi suddenly raised his head and noticed something strange. The sky seemed a little blurry at this moment, and the starlight gradually weakened. It was not snow, nor was it a cloud. It was foggy. Ah! A piercing scream sounded in his ears, and Levi's whole body sank, as if he was cursed, and his steps became heavy, slow. Threes, it must be said that these corpses are very powerful, and they can buff people at any time. But this thing is far worse than the ringwraith. Levi slashed behind him casually, and a fire immediately ignited with a bang. The corpse that came to attack made a sharp cry and tried to virtualize its body to escape, but Levi did not give it a chance. He chased it, and slashed it with a few knives, directly emptying its blood volume. It turned it into ashes on the spot. But this is an ancient barrow after all, with graves everywhere, which means that this is the base camp of the corpses. In the fog that suddenly spread, Levi saw many thin and dark figures, which slowly gathered. Some moved their skinny bodies, and some turned into some strange souls, and approached this side. At a glance, there were at least more than 20. If these corpses were put on the battlefield outside, and there were no weapons to target them, they would be enough to kill an elite team of hundreds of people. There are many ways to restrain corpses in this world, and the sword forged by the elves happened to be one of them. Even if there was no elf sword, Levi's own sword could cause real damage to them. Die! Levi drew out his long sword, first swung out a few sword chi as a prelude, and then rushed into the group of corpses to activate various sword skills. For a while, his body flashed after images, as if he had opened the unparalleled. After a while, when he had already chopped down several corpses, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, you seem to be dead. Disappear. Levi rushed into the group of corpses again. These corpses are indeed something. Their breath can make people panic, screams can slow people down, and their attacks also carry the power of curses, which can gradually drain people's vitality. In the past, even if he was wearing diamond armor, Levi might not want to hang around here. But now, he is wearing a full set of enchanted nether alloy armor, and there is always a set of golden apples and various potions in his backpack. It is true that these corpses can break his defense, but under the crushing of resources, they can only dissipate with hatred. The ancient tombs are not peaceful tonight. The burial objects on the corpses were looted, and many tombs have ushered in real tranquility since then. When Levi stepped on the ashes of the corpses and walked towards the border of the ancient tombs, the cemeteries behind him no longer dared to make a move. Even the fog in front of him dispersed a little, as if to guide him out. Achieve the title, Corpse Demon Nemesis. From then on, there was one more group of people who would walk around Levi. Perhaps for a long time in the future, the remaining corpse demons here would not dare to go out and harm people, or even dare not come out of the grave. The road from the Shire to Bree will become quite safe at night, and even if the walker accidentally deviates from the main road, he will not be attacked. All this is because the undead, who are usually responsible for bringing fear to people, felt the taste of fear personally on this day. But it must be said that these corpse demons are indeed elite monsters, and the probability of dropping skill balls is much greater than that of orcs and wargs. If the number of corpses was not that large compared to that of the orcs, and they were particularly good at hiding, Levi would really like to stay here for a few days to try to max out his skills. Unfortunately, they are not hospitable. A few days later, the first snow stopped. Levi walked slowly on the road, past the top of the wind and cloud, and headed straight for the roadside fort. But on this day, when he walked to the fork in the road leading to the roadside fort, he saw a group of people standing here, looking in the direction of the roadside fort. There were also a large number of transport carts behind, which seemed to be loaded with a lot of things. Levi's eyes were immediately attracted. The clothes these people wore did not look like they were produced in nearby towns, and there were guards next to the carts behind, and the style of armor was also something he had never seen before. "What do you want?" Levi took the initiative to greet them. "Hello." The leader of the team stepped forward and said to Levi politely, "Sir, please forgive me. We are merchants from the Far East. The last time we passed by here was 3 years ago. If my memory serves me correctly, there was no such road at that time." "Oh, there was indeed no such road at that time." Levi enthusiastically guided. "This road leads to a recently built city called Roadside Castle. If you really have some good goods, perhaps the owner there will welcome you." "Of course, we certainly have a lot of good goods." The merchant leader patted the cargo board behind him, looking confident. "I swear by the grapes at home, every time we pass by here, the silver coins in our pockets will overflow, and there will be no goods left. The wines here are definitely the best wines." "Are you wine merchants?" "Yes, sir, our wines are so intoxicating that even the kings of the elves will be intoxicated by them, whether in the past era or now." "Oh!" Levi suddenly became interested. "I'm going to the roadside fort. I can take you with me. I think the owner there should welcome you. But I still want to ask, you said you are from the east, is it River Valley or Long Lake Town?" The head of the traveling merchants heard these two names and shook his head. "No. We come from farther than that." Dwinian? Chapter 106. Dwinian? Levi tried to recall. "If I remember correctly, this country should be a plain north of Mordor and south of Long Lake Town, close to Doni. In Middle-earth, it is common for a country to go through the process of establishment, destruction, and reconstruction, but Dorwinian has always been safe and sound, and has never experienced destruction and turmoil. As a country with foreign trade as its basic national policy, Dorwinian's position is very flexible. Whether it is Gundor or the Wainriders, when their territory spread here during their heyday, they never regarded it as an enemy and attacked it. This also makes this country prosperous and rich. And they themselves never participate in any wars and disputes, and have always maintained an isolationist style, keeping to themselves, and only focusing on their own wine. I've heard of it." Levi nodded, and while leading them, he said, "It is rumored that there is a long-lasting, peaceful place, rich in high-quality wine. I'm honored that you have heard of us." The head of the peddler said respectfully, "If you like, I am willing to give you the best barrel as a small personal gift from me." "Oh!" Levi turned his head and glanced at him. "I'm sure we don't know each other. Why are you giving it to me?" The peddler took a deep breath and said quickly, "If I'm not mistaken, you should be the legend in the wilderness, the dragon slayer," omitted Levi. After speaking, he took another deep breath to slow down. "I almost suffocated. Formally greeting this gentleman is really physically suffocating. Haha, I didn't expect to be recognized." Levi didn't feel embarrassed at all, just smiled peacefully. The merchant explained, "Before this, we went to Changhu town. There were fewer people there, but more wealth, which made us feel strange. Later, we heard about you after asking around. They called you legendary black armored dragon slayer, wall builder. So you actually recognized me early, right? Forgive me, I'm just a little unsure." "It's okay. Since you're here, come and see me. I'm really interested in your goods." And I'm also interested in your home. Maybe I go and see it in the future. While talking, the group quickly arrived at the city wall. The guards of the caravan looked up at the tall city wall, full of novelty. It's worthy of being called the wall builder. The walls of some countries' capitals are not as high as here. Levi waved his hand, and the people on the city wall immediately opened the gate. The caravan entered the city smoothly. The residents who were working cast their eyes over curiously. The people in the caravan also looked at the territory, and the residents, who were working curiously. Is that a merchant? Some residents stopped their work and took 2 steps forward. Their guess was soon confirmed. But before the residents were happy, they thought of another problem. No money. Although the materials were rich and the life was comfortable, the pockets were always empty. Because they had not used money before, everyone ignored this problem. Now that the merchants came, everyone felt that their pockets were really clean. The merchants from Dorwinion were still fantasizing that this territory looked so rich. The people were warmly dressed and full of energy, and they would definitely have plenty of silver coins in their pockets, and they would definitely make a lot of money. The residents on the other side were scratching their heads, feeling helpless. The merchant waited for a long time, but no one came to ask about the price. He was also confused. Are our goods so bad? No, they just don't have money. No money? The merchant was confused. Long Lake Town, which Levi took care of, was so rich, but the territory where he was living was poor? Is this reasonable? Because it is not needed. Do you accept barter, that is, exchanging goods for goods? That's fine, but please understand that we don't accept ordinary things. Levi nodded and said, we have high-quality leather, wool, silk thread, fresh animal steaks, all kinds of freshly picked crops, wheat, corn, potatoes, carrots, beets, onions, ginger, garlic. Oh, and some big round, crisp apples, all fresh and flawless. These are all produced by the residents themselves, and everyone has some at home. Okay, if it's really as you said, we are willing to exchange some. You heard it. Levi shouted. It's rare to have a caravan coming here. Put down your work. Oh! The nearby residents cheered and went home, or went to the construction site to spread the news. It didn't take long for the caravan to feel the enthusiasm of the residents. Wine is always loved in this era. Especially now it is still cold in winter. If you can sit in front of the stove and drink a sip, it is really comfortable, and the best life is just like this. Oh, I have to say, the quality of these things is really good, especially the food. You know, it is winter now, and they should be very scarce. But why are there so many here? When the merchants reacted, their wine had been exchanged for 2 whole carts. In contrast, their carts were filled with various materials, and fresh fruits and vegetables of excellent quality, and there was no space left. It is definitely profitable. The wealth that can be exchanged for these things to other towns is definitely greater than the 2 carts of wine. But at present, the wallet is still a little empty. The head of the traveling merchants was sitting on a chair by the roadside to rest. Levi suddenly came over and said, it seems that no one will come to continue trading. Yes, sir, I have to say that your people are quite enthusiastic and live a rich life. But they don't have money. Indeed, they don't have money. But I have money. Levi patted his shoulder and said, leave all your remaining goods here. I want them all. Huh? The traveling merchants opened their mouths wide. In the end, they didn't leave a single barrel of wine. In fact, with the wealth Levi has now, let alone this caravan, he can directly empty the wine of the entire Dorwinion. Welcome to come again next time. The traveling merchants left with bulging pockets, carrying several carts of high-quality fresh goods, and continued to head west. The residents of Bree, Shire, Linton, and even the Blue Mountains are destined to not see this rare Dorwinion wine. But in contrast, they can see the specialties of the roadside castle. Maybe I can see it often in the future. In the joyous atmosphere, Levi walked past the residents and returned to the castle alone. He opened the barrel of wine that the head of the traveling merchants gave him, which was said to be the best quality wine in this batch, and took a sip. It was very strong. It had a little sweetness, but more sourness, and the aftertaste of oak and fruit. Although Levi was not very good at tasting wine, personally speaking, this wine made him feel more happy than any other wine he had drunk before. What makes people happy is good. Not bad. Although good wine made people a little drunk, Levi did not continue to drink more, but put down the cup and opened the synthesis table. This group of traveling merchants did bring a lot of surprises. Their arrival enabled Levi to unlock the synthesis of an item, the wine barrel. Chapter 107. Unlocked together with the barrels is the brewing system. Fill the barrels with different raw materials to brew different kinds of wine. For example, wheat can be used to brew malt wine, and adding some honey can make mead. Water plus apples is apple wine, plums are plum wine, carrot wine and corn wine, as well as wine, rum, vodka, etc. There are many kinds of wine that can be brewed. Depending on the raw materials, a variety of different wines can be produced. And the brewing method has also been simplified. You only need to add water, put the raw materials, and then seal it and wait quietly. The mountains of food in the territory are also useful. Under the curious eyes of the people on this day, Levi took out a lot of building materials, built a large warehouse in an open space, and dug and modified the warehouse to build a large multi-story underground wine cellar. The warehouse above is used to store raw materials, and the wine cellar below is used for brewing and storing finished products. The space below was not too big, so Levi stopped digging as much as he could. It was estimated that it could only hold a few thousand barrels of wine. He stayed in the wine cellar for many days. When Levi came out, there were already hundreds of barrels of wine brewing inside. All the wines were classified and planned in intervals. There were separate signs indicating that only certain wines could be brewed in a certain interval to prevent confusion. As the brewing time increases, the alcohol content in these wines will gradually increase until it reaches the natural brewing limit. Opening the wine before this will cause the brewing process to stop directly, and the alcohol content will no longer increase. It is worth noting that with the support of the brewing system, some wines do not seem to need to go through the original distillation process and can be brewed directly to a very high degree. For example, vodka, its brewing limit in the brewing system is 55 degrees. Who wouldn't feel dizzy after taking a sip of this? After finishing everything, when Levi walked out of the wine cellar, it was just dawn. As soon as Levi came out, Wade ran over and explained some recent problems. "Sir, everyone asked me to help ask if we can take some grain to make wine. Several of us learned some winemaking skills when we were still relatively wealthy. In fact, they have always wanted to ask, but because they have never seen you drink, and have never seen any wine in the territory, they always thought you didn't like it, so they didn't dare to say it." After more contact with Levi, Wade found that his lord was completely different from other nobles he had met before. He had no airs at all, and didn't care about any complicated etiquette. At least until now, Wade didn't know what etiquette to perform when he met Levi, so he could only use common etiquette to fool around. But Levi didn't care at all. Anyway, he couldn't understand it. Back to the point, due to Levi's characteristics, gradually, old Wade was no longer cautious when speaking, fearing that he would offend Levi by being wrong or disrespectful. Instead, he expressed some emotional details of the residents while maintaining respect, loyalty, and consciousness. "Just let them do it, you should know what I mean." "I understand, sir." "Take as much as you need, no waste." Wade repeated Levi's frequent words, and went back to pass on the message to the residents with Levi's instructions. Food has always been very precious in the past. It was good enough to have enough to eat, and no one would dare to use it for other things. But it's different here. As long as it's not wasted, you can use it as much as you want. After hearing the news brought back by Wade, several old craftsmen stood up on the spot, rolled up their sleeves, and started preparing to do this. But after starting to make wine, they found another problem. They didn't have many tools and raw materials needed for making wine. Tools, containers, and so on are easy to say, they can make them by themselves. Anyway, there is no shortage of materials. But in the specific brewing, they are not Levi after all, and still need some other processes. With the skills mastered by these people, they have actually met the conditions for working as winemakers, but their current reputation is not enough, and they have not reached the level of practitioner, so they cannot work. In this case, there will still be a little obstacle in brewing, lacking some key materials. Although Roadside Castle is not short of materials, you can use whatever you want, but after all, some things that cannot be synthesized take a long time to make. But the residents will always find a way themselves. Merchants. The merchants of Dorwinian gave them inspiration. Other merchants can come to Libyan Bayo to sell goods, so can Libyan Bayo also set up a caravan to trade in other places. Some residents have already started to discuss and ask the Lord for permission. If they get permission, they will set up a small caravan to trade in other cities and exchange some things. It just so happens that some residents have been to big cities and know the current prices. This matter was quickly approved by Levi. Under the recommendation of the residents, a small caravan of 8 people was quickly formed to represent all the residents of Libyan Bayo to trade with the outside world. When they set out, many people asked them to bring things back, and these needs were recorded one by one. Although Levi did not make specific regulations, the residents still spontaneously made an agreement. The caravan would bring back whatever everyone needed, no more and no less. A moment later, Under the gaze of the residents, this small caravan, which was temporarily formed, set off from the roadside castle with a small cart of goods. For the 8 people used to make a living by hunting in the village. They had some skills, and could solve ordinary troubles. Although as long as they stated their status as lords, ordinary troubles would not dare to come up. For some reason, there were very few orcs or bandit activities on the road from Bree to Weathertop and then to the roadside castle. Maybe a few years ago, there would occasionally be orcs or wargs wandering around here. But starting this year, this place has completely become an orc-restricted area, and even wargs dare not approach. Sometimes, even if they were just hunting rabbits, if the rabbits happened to run to this place by luck, the wolves would only dare to stand at the border and growl unwillingly, letting the rabbits run away. As for the bandits, they have not appeared since the news of Levi's activities in this area spread. Even some villains in Bree began to restrain themselves. Some of them stayed at home to farm, and some found jobs and began to live in the way they used to disdain. They really didn't dare. If the guy from the roadside fort was in a bad mood one day and came to take a look, no one would say anything if he chopped them all, and maybe the townspeople would even applaud. As gangsters, no one would pity them. After all, if they were gangsters, and the residents still looked at them as normal people, wouldn't they be gangsters in vain? The title of rogue that allowed these people to act recklessly in the town in the past suddenly became a sword hanging over their heads since that person passed by here twice. It is said that the evil nemesis hates people with dirty hands and feet, and he even personally intervened in a property dispute case in the Shire some time ago. He is a righteous hero, who does not let go even the hobbit's minor mistakes. It is hard to imagine what will happen if he knows that this group of rogues have done so many things to steal and bully the villagers. For a while, all the rogues became honest, even if it was only temporary. The caravan's journey was very smooth. The 8 people arrived in Bree in a few days, but it was obvious that Dorwinian's caravan had come before them, which resulted in their goods not being sold much. They had bought everything they should buy from the previous caravan. In desperation, the team had to continue to go to the Shire. This time it was much smoother. On the one hand, there were enough towns in the Shire. Even if Dorwinian's caravan had been there before, there were still some towns they had not been to. On the other hand, most of the goods they brought were fruits and vegetables and steaks. The hobbits showed great enthusiasm for these fresh foods that appeared in winter. It is true that hobbits hoard rats per capita, and each family has a lot of food. But how can those foods that have been stored in the warehouse for a long time compare to fresh ones? This is why Bilbo chose to go to the market to buy food when he and Levi met for the first time, instead of using the old stock stored at home to entertain him. Thanks to the enthusiasm of the hobbits, the small cart of goods was snapped up before leaving the first town. And this small caravan also achieved their goal, either bartering or using the silver coins they just earned to purchase and collect the things entrusted by the residents of the roadside fort one by one. When they came, the cart was full of goods, and when they left, it was also full of goods. A trial trade was completed smoothly. Chapter 108. The Shire, a region where almost only hobbits live, can be said to be one of the few places in the entire Middle-earth that truly enjoys a peaceful life. That was also the life that the Creator God truly hoped that his children could live when this world was created. But in this era, there are very few people who can enjoy this kind of life. Even those royal families or nobles who stand at the top of power are often forced by the enemy or the dark people to have difficulty sleeping all day, and they have no time to live a luxurious life. But now it seems that there are many more people living a peaceful and happy life west of the Misty Mountains. The small caravan returned to the roadside fort smoothly with a cart of goods. As soon as they came back, a large group of people immediately surrounded the cart, looking for the items they entrusted, and it was a lively scene for a while. This seems to be good. On a chair by the roadside, Levi looked at the small caravan and thought about it. The role of traveling merchants is often not only the exchange of materials, but also the expansion of influence, and the display of the unique culture of the territory. It is always beneficial. Anyway, there are too many supplies to use, and they are idle anyway, so why not take them out for a walk? With this decision, a formal caravan was established one day later, consisting of the original 8 people plus 4 residents, who have learned archery or have certain skills, a total of 12 people. These are people who have been recommended by other residents and are interested in business activities and willing to take on this position. 4 of them serve as merchants, responsible for the statistics and sales of goods, and the other 8 are responsible for guards. The merchants wear woolen sweaters or leather clothes with the characteristics of roadside forts and carry some self-defense weapons. In addition to warm clothes, The guards also were armor forged with elf craftsmanship, holding long swords and bows. The number of carts increased to 3, all of which were large and pulled by some moderately fast horses in the stable. There was no way, if the cart was pulled too fast, it would easily overturn. This team mainly went west, and the planned route passed through the Bree area, the Shire, and Linden, and finally arrived at the gathering place of the Blue Mountain Dwarves, and then returned. There was basically no need to worry about the safety on the road. On the one hand, there were few enemies on this road, and as long as you followed the main road obediently, you could basically go back and forth smoothly. On the other hand, each horse in the caravan was covered with horse armor, which looked quite hard and durable. Coupled with the fully armed guards, it was foreseeable that no one would dare to attack this team unless it reached a certain scale. And when the caravan was about to set off, Levi synthesized a flag on the spot and wrote his name on it in the common language to show that this was the person under his protection. In this way, this caravan, which had been expanded once, set off. Everyone on it wore warm clothes and robes that could block the wind and snow. They will bring goods that are quite rare in this season to the people of Middle-earth. At the same time, the existence of Roadside Fort will be announced to the outside world. If you meet homeless wanderers or refugees on the road, you can bring them back. But remember, Roadside Fort does not accept hooligans or lazy people. Those who are unwilling to work but want to enjoy various benefits can go anywhere, but don't bring them here. At the gate of the city, Levi made the final instructions. "I remember, sir." The merchant standing in the front said, "I swear on my name that I will do this seriously." "We are the same." The other people in the caravan responded. Nodding and watching the caravan leave, Levi looked at the vast expanse of snow outside the city and arranged a new task for the residents in the city. Ice harvesting. Other work can be done at any time, only ice harvesting has to wait until winter. Under Levi's instructions, the distribution of labor began to change. A small number of people maintained the harvesting of vegetable garden crops, half of the others went to dig mines, and the other half squatted in the ice field to dig ice with the precision collection picks provided by Levi. Prioritize ice harvesting, and then dig mines. Keep the former's workstation saturated first, and the rest go to mines or other places. The number of ice blocks began to increase continuously. Although it may not be as fast as Levi's digging, it is better to continue, and Levi himself can take time to go to other places. For example, Hell? Wow, crossing the twisted portal, comparing the direction on the map, Levi made some marks on the site where the construction was about to take place. Then he returned to the warehouse, took out a lot of materials, and started working along the marks. This is a special Hell straight road from Roadside Castle to River Valley City. For various considerations, Lee repaired 3 roads, one ice road, which was temporarily vacant due to insufficient ice reserves, the second was a runway, which was convenient for riding back and forth, and the third was a mine car track. However, it is called a mine car track, but in fact it is just a railroad track laid on the road to facilitate the transportation of large quantities of materials, or, if you don't want to walk one day, you can sit in the mine cart and let it run slowly. A total of 140 kilometers of road is bound to be a long project. However, once it is completed, it will be a veritable high-speed road, without obstacles, no bends, and you only need to run forward to reach your destination. Even if the ice road has not been built, it only takes 2 hours to get from Roadside Castle to River Valley City by riding a horse. Converted to the distance of the main world, it is equivalent to crossing more than 1,100 kilometers in 2 hours. This time can be halved after the ice road is built. It was a bit troublesome when it was built, but it was really useful after it was built. A very time-consuming project started like this. On this construction road with a predetermined direction, Levi pushed forward 3 roads at the same time. However, because this road was too long and required too many materials, Levi had to make a large number of transport mine carts first, fill them with refractory blocks such as cobblestone, and then let the mine carts follow him to walk together, while building the road and transporting materials as supplies. In the end, even the things in the ender box were taken out by him, and used as material boxes. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. When Levi built the road to 1/10 of the expected length, and just used up the blue ice, Old Wade came up. "It's about the residents. Sir, many people have felt the promotion during this period, and they can all open the boxes." "Good, keep it up." Levi put the cubes into his backpack and said, "This shows that they are qualified to live here, provided that they can always maintain the current status. Contributions can be increased or deducted. If you stop working and producing, the contribution will gradually disappear, unless the person is no longer suitable for work. Old Wade became serious. I will keep your words in mind, sir, and the residents will also know. Levi nodded and continued. Becoming a formal resident representative can also use the transport mine cart, which will be very necessary for the collection of iron ore veins in the future. The mine tunnel has not been dug yet, so you can do what you need to do. After filling a backpack with building materials again, Levi thought for a while and said, I will be busy for a while, but I will stop my work on the first day of every month. You can come to me for feedback at that time. I know, sir. Old Wade bowed and went back to his own business. Chapter 109. The construction of the Hell Road is destined to take a lot of time. Not only because of the long distance, but also because Levi had to clear all kinds of obstacles on the road while building. For this reason, he did not hesitate to dig through the Hell Fortress and the remains of the piglins' activities many times, or blasted a whole piece of basalt. Wherever Levi paved the road, the remains or fortresses that did not block him could be left as scenery. Any buildings that blocked the road were directly and violently destroyed. The smooth road was above all else. There was no need to worry about any monsters appearing on the road. Anyway, with the equipment Levi had now, there was no threat here at all, so he just ran over it. If the zombie pigmen blocked the road, he would chop it off. If the piglins were wandering around, he would kick them away, and if the evil spirits screamed, he would shoot them down. If the enderman carrying the blocks passed by and dared to look at it for a second, he would be slapped. But compared to the oaks outside, the endermen here seemed to be much braver. They dared to open their mouths and scream and rush up after being slapped. In the end, of course, they all turned into pearls. Time passed slowly. People in the main world were working, and Levi in Hell was also working. No one in the entire territory was idle, and everyone was busy. The accumulation and development of the territory was very peaceful, without any accidents. During this period, the only thing Levi was concerned about was the dragon egg. It was still in the incubation process, and he didn't know when it would end. This didn't look like the dragon eggs he was familiar with. At least Levi had never seen a module with such a long incubation time. Maybe it was really a local dragon. But if that was the case, then the source of the egg was a bit questionable. Nothing big happened for a long time in winter. The only thing worth mentioning is that when the winter was almost half over, a group of more than a dozen wanderers appeared at the city gate. They followed the guidance of the caravan and heard that this place was willing to take in hardworking and friendly people, and could provide them with shelter and everything they needed for daily life. Under Levi's instruction, after confirming that there was no problem with the identity of this group of people, they were soon let in and guided by the residents of the city, including finding a place to live, doing daily labor, and contributing to related affairs. These long-term wandering refugees had never seen such a scene. After confirming that the residents who guided them were not lying and that this place could indeed provide such treatment, they took an oath on the spot, including but not limited to loyalty to the Lord, and working in the roadside fort for a lifetime, etc. So far, they have become temporary residents, just waiting to make enough contributions to become formal residents and truly become a part of this place. We originally lived in a small village east of AK, and our life was pretty good. After settling down a little, the person who seemed more prestigious in the team said, until a group of hooligans and bandits showed up. They looted and smashed, and destroyed our village until nothing was left. All the food and the few silver coins were taken away. Then, they continued to go north and hid in the nearby woods. It's strange. Recently, many hooligans and bandits have chosen to leave the town and gather in the Chet Forest. All the villages without resistance on the road have been plundered by them. We are one of them. After the village was occupied and destroyed, we had to wander to a safer town nearby to find a place to live. Thank you, my good lord, for allowing us to be reborn here. Life here is better than when we were the richest before. Listening to the story of this resident, Levi was also a little confused. For example, why can't we see any gangsters in the nearby town? It turns out that they found that they couldn't survive, so they gathered together and went to the woods. Chet Forest, if I remember correctly, is next to the town of Ashet on the edge of Bree. As a town built by the forest, the log trade there is quite active. Such a remote place can attract people. It seems that the caravan has traveled this road a lot. Have those bandits been active recently? Levi asked. No, there has been no news of them in the past month. They are probably hiding. I have understood the situation. You can do your own things. Yes, sir. The refugee team began to adapt to the new life and integrate into production. Levi opened the map and searched for the location mentioned by the new residents. Not far away, just north of Bree, close to the Greenway. I remember that Gandalf mentioned that place in a casual conversation. He was attacked there. This forest is still a little too free. Levi closed the map and did nothing for the time being. It is winter now, and the bandits have also robbed enough supplies. As the refugees who came to seek refuge said, they are all hiding in the forest for the winter. It is difficult to find them even if you go there at this time. But after all, they are not engaged in production. If they want to survive, they must always move. This will be their last time to plunder the surrounding area. When the first buds of spring grow out of the soil, it will be the time for them to perish. Keeping this in mind, Levi stepped into the hell gate again and rushed to the front of the road. At this moment, the length of this road is already considerable. Every time Levi comes in, he has to ride for nearly an hour to reach the latest construction point. It is estimated that this road will be completed before the end of this winter. At that time, Levi can run back and forth between Roadside Castle and River Valley City several times a day if he wants. Although the residents of the two territories cannot meet often, they can meet with the Lord frequently. Now the Lord can go online occasionally. This winter is not very cold, at least for the residents of Roadside Castle and River Valley City. Since the Battle of Five Armies, the houses in the ruins of River Valley City have been repaired with the help of the dwarves and the efforts of the residents, and can accommodate many people to live here. Some people choose to spend the winter here and never return to Changhu Town. At the end of this winter, when the residents huddled in the house, roasting the fire and quietly waiting for the arrival of spring, on the edge of the city wall, a door made of obsidian suddenly appeared, emitting a purple light. Levi rode his horse and walked out of it. The movement of his footsteps quickly attracted the sentinels stationed on the city wall. At first, the sentinels just looked curiously, but this one look immediately made him energetic. It's the Lord. The Lord is finally online. Levi did not deliberately hide his tracks. The news of his arrival spread quickly, and some residents left the warm stove, put on their coats, and came out to look. But before that, Bard found him first. Everything is going very well. I can see it. Levi nodded and said, no one here shows signs of starvation, and no one looks more destitute. It can be foreseen that perhaps in a few years this place will be able to return to the most prosperous time of the former Valley City. Looking at the ruins that are recovering, Levi suddenly said, but I think it's still too slow. I've been away for so long, I think I should also fulfill my responsibilities as a lord. Chapter 110. This is iron. This is a stick. This is a pick. Snap. An iron pick just appeared on the workbench, leaving Bard next to him dumbfounded. How did you do this? You can think of it as some kind of magic that's unique to me. Okay, magic. If all tools can be made this way, then many of our projects can be started quickly. Bard accepted this immediately. The word magic is a panacea. If Levi told Bard something like a cube man, he would definitely not understand, but once he said it was magic, he suddenly understood. A pair of big eyes carefully examined the sturdy iron pick in his hand, and Bard was also quite surprised. Although he knew that Levi would use a lot of magic early on, as far as he had shown before, in addition to his extremely strong construction ability, the others were all combat abilities such as potions that could speed up wound recovery, or flying in the sky, and using red cubes to create explosions. At this time, he suddenly showed a manufacturing ability, which was really unexpected. If all the tools in the world can be made directly like this, wouldn't blacksmiths have one less job? Bud thought far away. Then what's the point of learning forging skills? It still makes sense. Levi replied, for residents, if they want to make something directly, they must first learn how to make it. Of course, some basic wood or stone tools don't need it. So that's how it is, I think I understand. Bard nodded and began to think about what Levi said. After a moment, he caught some key words. The people? Wait, no, I still don't seem to understand. This magic can also be used by the residents? Yes. Levi threw some materials on the ground and explained, I came here for this. Bard has a high reputation and also serves as the deputy of River Valley City. He has high authority and can synthesize many items, but he doesn't know it. After simply building the place where the Hell Gate appeared, Levi took Bard to the pumpkin field and demonstrated it to him bit by bit. The first point is to grow vegetables. This square pumpkin directly solves the food problem. They grow too fast. Bard spoke first, and even in winter, these vines will not wither. This piece of land can completely ensure that the people in the entire Valley City and Changhu Town will never go hungry. That's right, but it's still a little less. Levi put down the ender box, took out various seeds from it, planted them on the spot, and used bone meal to ripen them. Bard was stunned. Not only can it be planted in freezing weather, but it can also mature instantly. I have only heard of this crop in some bizarre legends. Is it a magic seed? You can think of it as one. Levi handed the seeds to Bard and said, "These seeds can mature every 3 days on average, and they are not afraid of severe cold. There is no requirement for the season. Just need water nearby." Hearing what Levi said, Bard's heart was pounding. As someone who has really experienced hunger and knows the lives of residents well, he knows what this means. People who don't eat for a day can feel dizzy and have stomach aches. Often, food shortages mean turmoil, because people who are hungry will gradually lose their minds. The sudden happiness overwhelmed Bard's mind, so much so that he didn't even dare to believe it. Can we really use this? Of course. Not only you, but all residents can plant it. Oh, by the way, let them take the tools. Levi put down the workbench, synthesized tools one by one, and told Bard the recipes, collection methods, and block transportation methods of these things. After finishing the basic tutorial and letting Bard try each function again, Levi continued, "Well, you have learned how to plant and dig blocks. Now call the residents to start the territory repair work." "Ah?" Bard was confused. "Well, I think I may need some time to adapt. Master, I can do this for you." Just as Bard was trying to recall Levi's magic tutorial, a sneaky voice suddenly came from behind a building. "Alfred?" Bard looked over. "Why are you here?" "Of course, I am here to be ready to listen to the orders of the Master and the Lord at any time." Alfred came over and stood respectfully in front of Levi. Levi frowned slightly, and he was so scared that he bent down and didn't dare to look up. Although he didn't hate him much, Levi didn't like this person, or rather than saying whether he liked him or not, it's better to say that he didn't care at all. Seeing Alfred like this, Bard was helpless. He waved his hand and asked Alfred to stay aside. He turned around and explained to Levi, although this man has done a lot of bad things in the past, mainly helping the mayor to settle accounts and embezzling the town's property, it must be said that as an assistant, he is quite capable of handling affairs. During this period, he has made a lot of contributions to the reconstruction work here. In fact, a few months ago, many residents clamored to hang him and punish him. But, whether it is the dragon that failed to leave the lonely mountain, or the war that just ended, they are all very valuable warnings. I know very well that this war is almost entirely due to you. Death and killing did not fall on us. I also pray sincerely that they will never fall, no matter how big or small. So I gave him a chance. Bard pointed to Alfred standing behind him. When he was excluded, pushed to the ground, and left to starve to death in a corner for several days, I told him that if he was willing to spend the rest of his life to atone for his sins, then he and his possible descendants could live here as normal residents. We are different from you, Levi. In essence, I or Alfred, or the residents of the town, we are just some small people. No matter how and what means, we are just trying to survive for what we want. But you are different. Whether you or those wizards, you are not ordinary people like us. You have more choices," Bard said sincerely. Levi looked at him, suddenly smiled, and said, "Kindness is an excellent quality, provided that this quality is not used on the enemy. I believe in your vision, and I leave it to you to arrange. But there is one sentence I need to correct. Even if it is just a small person, sometimes it can do earth-shaking things and affect the direction of history. Don't underestimate the power of the so-called small person." Hearing this, Bard looked at Levi, then at Alfred, and was relieved. "You always make people speechless. You and Gandalf. Well, he is really good at talking. Gandalf's ability to deceive is not ordinary. But Alfred, he can't work as a guide." Levi pointed to the tools on the workbench and said, "His reputation is negative, and he can't use anything. Let's wait until he completes his atonement." "I understand." Bard nodded in agreement. "I will supervise him well." Chapter 111. There are many people in River Valley City, at least much more than Roadside Fort. They need more time to adapt. After handing over the new development affairs here to Bard, Levi went offline again and rushed home from Hell Gate. If anyone knew that he only took 2 hours to cross a distance of more than 1,100 kilometers from River Valley City to Roadside Fort, they would definitely be shocked. But this is already normal for the people of Roadside Fort. From their perspective, their lord has been away for less than a day, just left the territory in the morning to do business somewhere, and came back in the evening. The weather is starting to warm up. Levi can clearly feel this when he walks out of Hell Gate. The snow on the roadside is mixed with a small amount of melted water, and after experiencing the cold wind at night, it becomes hard on the second day. This winter is almost over. The city gate opens with a bang. Levi looked over and saw several transport carts entering the city one after another, pulled by several horses with dull eyes. The caravan is back. It brought a full car of foreign goods. Sir, this business trip went quite smoothly. The leading merchant saw Levi waiting at the door and immediately jumped off the car to report. We passed through various towns in Bree and went to the Shire. People in these places were very interested in our goods, and the transaction process went quite smoothly. After that, we went all the way west and arrived at the port where the elves lived. The elves there were very friendly. They let us in without even questioning us, and half of the goods on our car were bought by them. They paid with silver coins and various jewels, corals, and diamonds, which were placed on the front cart. The leading merchant said, as he led Levi to the cart. Not to mention, the elves of Linden are quite generous, and there are quite a few diamonds. Not bad, you can collect more diamonds in the future. I understand. By the way, there is one more thing, sir. The merchant thought for a moment and said, there is an old elf with a gray beard, who seems to be the lord there. He entrusted me to pass on a message to you. Children, say hello to your excellency, and welcome the founder of the Free Cities to visit Linden. Shipbuilder Children, this is unexpected news. I see. I go there when I'm free. If I haven't been there next time you pass by, take this message with you and say hello to the elf for me. Several merchants agreed to this matter, and one of them continued to report. After this, we went to the Blue Mountains. The dwarves there were also quite interested in our goods, especially the tough leather, which seemed to be very helpful for some of their crafts. They bought almost all the leather. Also, we saw that some dwarves were packing up and preparing to migrate eastward. I asked some dwarves, and they didn't mean to hide their route of action. The dwarves said that they would cross the Misty Mountains and the river valley this spring, and then go all the way north to return to their original home. The Lonely Mountain, or Erebor. Levi added. It was just liberated not long ago, and they need manpower. Levi briefly talked about the situation in Lonely Mountain, and also mentioned the river valley city there. The residents were also surprised. It turned out that the Lord had another territory on the other side of the distant mountains. While the merchants were reporting and chatting with Levi about the caravan affairs, the guards had already taken off their armor and started to move the goods on the car down little by little. Among them were jewelry and diamonds. When they heard that the Lord needed them, everyone was quite conscious and packed them all and sent them to the castle without leaving any. However, after seeing this, Levi only took away all the diamonds. As for the other gems, apart from being beautiful, they were really useless and could only be made into decorations at most. In the end, these things were left to the residents to distribute and deal with on their own. Whoever wanted them could take them to play with. Levi did not participate in the specific distribution details and negotiations in the middle. Anyway, Levi himself had no shortage of gems. If he took out all the gems stored in Lonely Mountain, he could directly flood the castle. This time, the caravan brought back not only goods, but also many people. There were refugees robbed by bandits and homeless people on the roadside. Of course, they were not brought back by the caravan, but received guidance when the caravan passed by and rushed over with some food aid. After a whole winter, hundreds of residents in the territory had been added. At this moment, they had adapted to the life in the territory and joined the collective labor. In this way, after all affairs were handled and they rested for a few days, the members of the caravan gathered again and began to discuss the content of the next business trip, including the types of goods and walking routes. It is worth noting that there were some changes in the personnel of the caravan this time. 2 guards wanted to go home and farm, so they chose to leave the team during this rest period. However, 2 people who were eager to travel and have adventures soon emerged from the residents to fill their vacancies. The position of the merchants did not change, and they were still the same 4 people. I have always wanted to travel around like this. A member of the caravan said, this feeling is great. We don't have to worry about not being able to sell the goods, not having enough silver coins, and not having to worry about the cost. Safety on the road is also guaranteed. We can walk around in various regions to our heart's content, learn about the customs and culture there through trade, and don't have to worry about having no topics when talking to various people. There are so many things to say about everything about our homeland. I'm already looking forward to the next journey. Wait until the snow on the road melts again. Another person said. Besides, the Lord seems to have something to say, and I don't want to miss it. Oh, really? I go there now. In the square in the middle of the roadside fort. Water was flowing down from the top of the fountain, but the pool below was not rising at all, even though the fountain did not seem to have any special structural design. At this moment, everyone in the territory stood in the large open space in front of the fountain, staring at Levi without blinking and pricked up their ears, afraid of missing a word. My people. As soon as Levi said a word, there was a cheer from below. There was no need for specific content, and now Levi was worth it just standing there. Levi quickly pressed his hand and continued, "Do you know when next month is?" The residents looked at each other, not knowing what this meant. It is already February, and next month is March. Is there anything special about this? Levi stated calmly. 2 years ago, in the spring of 2940, Roadside Fort was established here. Oh! The crowd exploded. Establishment Day. Someone said. That is really a day worth celebrating. Some residents vaguely guessed something in their hearts, and they were visibly excited. Levi pressed his hand again and said loudly to the crowd, "That's right, Establishment Day. It's decided. On the first day of next month, we will hold a banquet for the establishment of Roadside Fort. I declare that everyone can rest for 7 days at the beginning of March. A banquet for 7 consecutive days." The news was like TNT thrown into deep water. The crowd exploded again, and it was even more enthusiastic than before. The discussion and cheers resounded over the entire square and spread far away. After announcing the news, Levi jumped down from the fountain with a smile and walked towards the wine cellar amidst the extremely enthusiastic cheers and crowds. He asked people to move out the brewed liquor. It can be foreseen that the territory will be a very lively scene in the next few days. People don't have to work or be busy with anything. The only thing to pay attention to is not to burst their stomachs or be too excited to get drunk on the roadside. The residents are preparing for the banquet and begin to set up the scene spontaneously. Levi also returned to the castle and took out some gunpowder to prepare to synthesize some more beautiful fireworks. But when he saw the fireworks, he thought of some people again. The first person who appeared in his mind was Gandalf. This old man is very good at setting off fireworks. His fireworks magic is much more beautiful than the fireworks made by Levi. It's a pity that according to the time, Gandalf should still be exploring at the other end of the Misty Mountains, and he definitely doesn't have time to come. Including Thranduil of Mirkwood, Thorin of Lonely Mountain, and the dwarves of the expedition, as well as Bard, the Great Eagles, Beorn, the Brown Robe. These familiar people can't come. After all, this so-called founding day was just temporarily set by Levi, and even the name of this festival was borrowed from the creativity of the residents, and there was no time to notify others. It seems that only Bilbo can come to this banquet. But just when Levi was thinking about this, an unexpected guest came to the door of the roadside castle. Chapter 112. HU. Far away on the other side of the Misty Mountains, Gandalf wiped his nose and wrapped his robes tightly around him. He huddled on a piece of rotten wood, warming himself by the fire. The weather is getting warmer, spring is coming, but the ring is still missing. Maybe it's really not here anymore. This place has lost its value for exploration. Gandalf stood up and looked towards the black forest in the east, and then towards the end of the mountains in the south. Dol Guldur was captured not long ago, and there has been nothing unusual. So, should we go to Isengard to have a look? Thinking about it, Gandalf couldn't help but light a cigarette, and his face twitched. If possible, I really don't want to see that mean white robe, but the most intelligent books in the world are basically in the Tower of Isengard. I have to go. Alas. With a long sigh, Gandalf finally chose to walk south, rushing to the Dark Wizard Tower. While Gandalf changed his route, an unexpected guest came to the roadside fort. Legolas? At the gate, Levi shouted in surprise. Legolas nodded and saluted Levi. Hello, my friend. How are you doing recently? Recently? Very good. But I really didn't expect you to come. My father guided me here. Seeing Levi, Legolas was also full of emotion. The Battle of Lonely Mountain created many legends, most of which were about Levi. What Wall Builder, Oak Star, Great Enemy, Walking Army, Iron Golem Summoner. There are so many titles that I can't make them all up. Thranduil. Levi was also very friendly to this ally who gave him face. In that case, then come in with me and take a look. But it's a coincidence that you came. We are going to hold a 7-day banquet to celebrate the establishment of Roadside Castle. Want to join us? Banquet? Of course. As he walked towards the city with Levi, Legolas looked up at the sky, as if he was thinking about something. Such a memorable day is very suitable for a banquet, just like our starlight dinner. I am happy to participate. It's a pity that you didn't see it. There are always rumors that elves never make fire for meals, but I have to say, those are all rumors. In our banquet, you can see a lot of things cooked by big fire. I sincerely hope that you can attend the next starlight dinner in the woods, Levi, but I have to ask for your forgiveness that I may not be there at that time. I will go if I have a chance. Levi agreed, and Legolas didn't continue to talk. He just walked and looked at this busy territory curiously. When they got to the castle, it was time for dinner. Levi prepared some relatively light food and brought out some fresh fruits and vegetables as treats. Legolas was stunned after taking a bite. This is better than any similar dish I've ever eaten. This sentence was particularly meaningful when spoken by an elf. If it tastes good, eat more. Levi was a little curious whether elves could become fat. He had traveled to many places in this world and met many elves, but there was really no one with a distorted figure. Huh? After a hearty meal, Legolas sat at the table, staring at the table, not knowing what he was thinking. What's wrong? Is there something that doesn't suit your taste? Levi opened a barrel of fine wine from Dorwinion, poured a full cup, and handed it to Legolas. No, I can't find anything unsatisfactory about it. Legolas shook his head, took the cup and looked at it, and then leaned over to smell it, only to find that the fragrance was quite pleasant. Unlike his father Thranduil, the old drunkard, this young elven prince usually doesn't drink much, but thinking that it was handed over by Levi himself after all, and the wine smelled really good, Legolas paused for a moment and tasted it slowly. Not long after, the glass of wine was finished. Looking at Legolas's unsatisfied look, Levi smiled and filled it up again. Perhaps because he drank some wine, or maybe he had slowed down, Legolas's chatterbox was also opened. I don't know what to do. Until now, I still don't know what love, family, and friendship are. I tried to find them, going to Gundabad, Erebor, Lake Town, and Riverdale, but I couldn't find the answer. At this time, Levi also poured himself a glass of wine, and sat on the other side of the table. He raised his glass and clinked it with Legolas, saying, although I don't have much experience, if you ask me, love is neither the path under your feet nor something that stays somewhere fixed. It seems that as long as you walk far enough and go to enough places, you can find it. It should be felt from your heart from the inside out. It's not that you suddenly know it one day, but like an opaque cup, you can't tell whether there is wine in it from the side. Only when it is filled and the wine comes out from the top, you will suddenly know, oh, that's it. I think it should be a process of accumulation. Is that so? Legolas asked, drank the wine in one gulp, and fell into deep thought. Well, it should be? Levi was also a little embarrassed, and he almost knocked the table down with one hand. After all, Legolas was guided by Thranduil. If he did nothing, it would be a bit bad. In any case, he should drink this pot of chicken soup first. I still don't quite understand. Then stay here for a while. Levi pointed to the lively scene outside the window and said, live with the residents and try to integrate into it. Don't worry, they are very nice and enthusiastic, and they won't reject you. Listen, feel and think. Maybe this will help you. I understand. Legolas put down his glass and said, please assign me a job, and I will try my best to do it. This? I don't know what you want to do, or what is suitable. So, you can go find the community representative Wade. Usually, newcomers in the territory are given to him for guidance. It can be said that Legolas' temper is still a bit impatient. As soon as Levi finished this sentence, he hurried out of the castle and asked around where the community representative Levi mentioned was. However, what surprised him was that this community representative was quite easy to find. When he went to the door, he even found Wade farming in his backyard. So down to earth? Hello. Legolas stood at the door and greeted Wade politely. Hello, young no elf. Well, you must be older than me. What's the matter? Levi asked me to come to you, hoping you can arrange something for me to do. Is that so? Wade put down the work in his hands and became serious. From the elf's address, he should have a special relationship with the Lord. At least his status must be not low. The Lord asked me to arrange something for him to do. Then arrange something easy? No, it seems that there is no difficult work in the territory, and everything is easy. After thinking about it, old Wade said, please follow me. The community representative decided to follow the normal process. After all, with the temperament of his own lord, he always said what he said, never beat around the bush or hinted. In this case, just do your job well. Chapter 113. With the help of Vader, Legolas found something he liked to do. Farming. Walking through corn stalks, or stepping on the plowed land, collecting the grown crops, watching them accumulate little by little. This feeling of fully visualizing one's own efforts is quite good. Of course, these crops grow faster and are easy to pick. Fast planting and picking mean that the results of labor can also be shown quickly, which is a very exciting thing. I can't believe how there are so many miraculous things. At this moment, Legolas has taken off his leather armor, bow and arrows, and weapons, and put on a simple cloth. He sits on a small stool next to the farmland, looking at the farmland and the trees next to him being blown by the wind, quite leisurely. The sun shines on his body, warm. Unlike the elves' generally quiet homes, the people here always have a lot to say and always have things they want to do. They are full of energy. Perhaps this is the unique characteristic of those races with limited lifespans. Time is chasing their steps behind them, forcing them to act within the life that can be seen to the end. After harvesting the land he was responsible for, Legolas went to other places for a look. At this time, most people were planning to hold a banquet. Although there were not many people in the roadside fort, as long as there were residents, it would be a lively scene. As an elf, Legolas was really conspicuous. But the residents just looked at it curiously at most, and didn't think much about it. There are too many things that can shock people in the territory. Not to mention the elves. Even if a giant dragon suddenly appeared one day, the people in the territory would not be surprised. Everything can be answered from the Lord. Is there anything I can help with? Looking at the lively scene in front of him, Legolas couldn't help but ask. The person being asked was a little surprised at first, but then he calmed down immediately and pointed to the side. We need a few tables over there, and we also need some tableware and cups. If you don't mind, maybe you can go to the warehouse and move some? Okay. Legolas nodded and started working immediately. With Legolas's activeness, the residents soon discovered that there was a hard-working elf in the territory. Some people dared to talk to him, and got a response. In this way, when the banquet on the day of the establishment of the roadside fort officially started, Legolas had successfully mixed into the crowd, and was able to chat and laugh with the residents. While chatting, a little girl took out a small red flower from her arms, and tiptoed to give it to him. This made Legolas startled. Thank you, does this flower have any special meaning? I don't know. The little girl shook her head and said, This was given to me by the iron golem created by the Lord when I first came to Roadside Castle. When I first arrived here, I was scared, hungry, and tired. It was the patrolling iron golem that gave me this flower, and I felt relieved. The young face showed a serious expression. You are a good person. I don't want to make you sad. Sad? Legolas squatted down, touched the little girl's head and said, No, child, I am not sad at all. I am very happy. Life here is good. There is something to do every moment, very fulfilling. But, the little girl hesitated and said, I always feel that you are lonely. Legolas smiled gently, lowered his head, and stopped looking into the little girl's eyes. He carefully put the flower away and said, I will cherish it. Then, he left the banquet and walked towards the castle. Levi. I think that if kindness has a color, it may not be red. Maybe? Levi answered a little carelessly. He didn't know what happened to Legolas. But it seems that there have been some good changes. The first day of the banquet was also when the ice and snow melted, and the buds on the grass began to grow. Levi walked out of the castle, and greeted the residents happily. Every time he passed a place, the residents would raise their glasses to celebrate for the Lord and the roadside castle. Oh my God, this wine is too strong. A resident drank a glass of vodka in one gulp, and his head became dizzy on the spot, and couldn't stop blinking. Most of the wine at this banquet was brewed by Levi, and a small part was brewed by the residents themselves. The lowest alcohol content of Levi's wine, except for malt wine with foam, was 20 degrees. Many residents who were used to drinking light wine took a sip, and their eyes started to spin. However, there are always people who are gifted in this. This tastes a bit pungent. Legolas drank 2 large glasses of vodka in a row, leaving only this comment. My fingers are a little numb. Is this drunkenness? The elf said this without blushing, and many residents who were paying attention to the movement here were stunned. Do all elves have such a good alcohol tolerance? No, it's not. Levi moved a large table, and put down 10 barrels of 55% vodka. Come and drink with me. He raised his eyebrows at Legolas. The residents around were attracted at once. Legolas looked around and smiled slightly. Okay. Oh! A group of people began to cheer for their lord. It seems that they have great confidence in you. Legolas shook his head, and raised his glass to Levi. Yes, after all, it was Levi. If it were me, I would probably cheer for him. Come on, big brother elf. A childish voice suddenly sounded behind him. Legolas looked back, and found a little girl clenching her fist to cheer him up. He smiled at the little girl, nodded, and turned back to Levi and said, What a coincidence, I am also very confident. Now, let me toast our meeting and the establishment of Roadside Castle. Okay. Levi also raised his glass. Cheers to our friendship. Tons, tons, tons. The party lasted for a long time. The residents tasted various delicacies with joy. Occasionally, when they ate what Levi made, they exclaimed and hurriedly called others to come and try it. Endless food, endless drinks, endless joy to share, endless memories of the past. This is the banquet. The residents walked around and around, chatting and laughing everywhere. Only two people sat there without moving. Legolas and Levi. No one knew how many cups they drank, or how many barrels. Everyone only remembered that the elf was finally carried back to the guest room and slept peacefully. And not only was his lord fine, he even managed to drink several glasses of milk while drinking. His tolerance was amazing. The first day of the banquet passed like this, and the outside fell into silence for a while. In the middle of the night, Levi was sitting in the castle hall thinking about something, and suddenly the sound of a door opening made him look up. Legolas? Levi was a little surprised. You woke up so quickly, and drank a glass of milk? Thank you. Seeing Levi sitting in the hall, Legolas was also surprised. Doesn't this man need to sleep? What are you doing? Levi looked up and down. At this moment, Legolas had changed into his own set of leather armor, and was fully equipped with a bow and dagger. I'm going to leave. Thank you for your care these days, Levi. I understand a lot. Oh! Can you tell me what you understand? I understand. I'm not the only one who feels lonely in this world. Levi sat up straighter and said in agreement, Indeed. You're right, it's true. Nodding at Levi, Legolas drank the milk in one gulp, and he was visibly more energetic. He looked at the empty cup in his hand with a little surprise, and then looked at Levi. Levi's expression remained unchanged. Legolas hesitated to speak, and finally just shook his head, put down the cup, and stood up. It's time to say goodbye. Seeing Legolas was about to leave, Levi stopped sitting and followed him out for a while. We see you again. Leaving the last sentence, Legolas rode on his horse, and set off east along the road. Many days later, the gatekeepers of the Woodland Kingdom looked at the figures outside in surprise. Just as they were about to go back to make a report, they were stopped. Don't tell me I've been back. That morning, Thranduil came to the hall as usual and walked towards his carved wooden chair. Suddenly, his eyes moved and he found a small red flower on one side of the armrest of the wooden chair, and a green leaf next to the small flower. Green leaf. Legolas. The Elf King whispered softly. He picked up the flower carefully, and stood in the hall for a long time without moving. In a hall opened up by cutting stones into columns, the Elf King always sat high on his carved wooden chair, holding a scepter carved from oak in his hand. In the long years, it seems that only the change of seasons can attract the attention of the Elf King. When the season turns to autumn and winter, he will wear a crown made of wild berries and red leaves, and if it is the season of spring, he will wear a crown made of flowers in the forest. This year, when spring came again, the elves in the woodland suddenly noticed that their king seemed slightly different from previous years. The crown on his head had a bright red color. Chapter 114. You should really pay attention to your appearance, Gandalf. You look so dusty, just like a homeless person on the street. In the hall of the stone tower of Orthanc in Isengard, Saruman looked at Gandalf at the door with a calm face, without even saying hello, and just commented on his appearance. He is really high and mighty. Gandalf held his pipe at his mouth, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Although the other party's attitude was not very good, after all, he was asking for help, so Gandalf still bowed slightly to him, and then said, Saruman, I am here to seek help, and I hope to borrow some books in your tower. After the voice fell, there was no response. The hall was a little quiet for a while. Saruman just stood there, looking at the smoke that had not yet completely dispersed above Gandalf's head, as if he was thinking about something, and he didn't speak for a long time. He waited until Gandalf couldn't help but want to say something again, then he interrupted Gandalf's action, nodded and said, Of course, my friend, you can go and see it, you can go anytime you want. But you'd better put away your pipe, I don't want my book to be full of tobacco smell. How stupid, I don't know where these tobaccos come from. I sincerely hope they don't make your brain dull. Thank you. Gandalf forced a smile and said, They are produced in the Shire. If you want, I can bring you some next time. Who would like this kind of thing? Just mind your own business, Gandalf. After that, Saruman flicked his robe, turned around, and left without looking back. Gandalf breathed a sigh of relief, quickly extinguished his pipe, and walked towards the library. Not long after Gandalf locked himself in the library, a human servant was called to the tower. From that day on, there was a mysterious man in the Shire who bought tobacco in large quantities. Really good. In the banquet hall of the roadside castle, Bilbo drank a little wine, with a comfortable look on his face. This cider is better than any I have ever tasted. Ah, sweet, refreshing, and with a faint fruity aroma. After drinking this glass, I feel like I can eat a whole roast steak and a whole big cake. On the other side of the table, Levi looked at Bilbo's stomach and didn't know what to say for a while. Are you sure you can really fit it? I don't know where the food went. It's a pity that Thorin and the others can't come, and Gandalf is always nowhere to be seen. Bilbo was a little emotional. It seems that I am the only one in the expedition team who can attend this festival. Although you are the only one who came, there are other friends outside the expedition team who have come. Who? Legolas. Bilbo was a little confused. The elf prince of the Woodland Kingdom. Oh, I remember. I have seen him, and more than once. You don't know, Levi, when I was in the Black Forest, I was almost caught by him. It sounds quite thrilling. Levi smiled. But you don't have to worry about being caught when entering the Black Forest in the future. They already regard you as a friend. That's good, very good. Bilbo nodded, and he suddenly said, in fact, I think the elves there are also very good. Although they are not as quiet as Rivendell, they are also very unique. Yes, it is indeed very unique. Amid the noise, the banquet continued day after day. Only until the afternoon of the 7th day of March did the residents begin to clear the tables and prepare for tomorrow's life. After the indulgence, life should continue. Bilbo also said goodbye and returned to the Shire. The territory returned to its usual state. My lord, I have learned it. On the first day of the working day, Wade came up and showed Levi what he had in his hand. It was a leather coat. So you have this skill. Yes, my lord, in fact, I was also a hunter who shuttled through the forest in the past. Later, I learned some leather-making methods. Many villagers' boots or hunters' leather coats were made by me. Speaking of this, old Wade felt quite proud. It was precisely because he had both military power and craftsmanship that he could gain enough reputation in his past life and become the village chief. Yes, you are already a qualified practitioner, and you can do more things for the residents in the future. I am willing to do so. March is a busy month. In addition to Wade's promotion, another major event happened in the territory. The mine tunnel dug from the roadside fort to the iron ore vein was finally opened. Levi immediately made a lot of gears and installed one at a distance along the rails. After testing, he found that the speed of the mine cart was quite impressive. It took less than an hour to get from the roadside fort to the ore vein. As soon as the mine tunnel was opened, many people picked up pickaxes and lined up to lead the mine cart to the ore vein. In Levi's opinion, the process of riding a mine cart is quite boring. After all, you can only sit on it and wait to reach the destination, and you can only look at the monotonous tunnel without any changes in the middle. However, for the residents, this was a rather novel thing. Most of the people present had never ridden in a car. Even if a few had ridden in one, it was a bumpy carriage. Suddenly, there was an iron ore cart that could move by itself without any shaking, and was smooth and fast. This was really curious. Even if it was not for work, just for the experience, many people were willing to take a trip. Not to mention that the Lord also said that riding a minecart was also counted as working hours, so a bunch of people rushed over directly, and a large box of minecarts was not enough. Hey! Leave some people to do other things. Old Wade shouted what Levi wanted to say. Got it! The residents answered loudly. Still using the old method, some people went to the mine first, and the other part did other things and waited for rotation. Maybe in the future, the residents will feel that mining by car is actually just like that, but at least it feels fresh now. The mineral reserves continued to increase at a considerable rate from that day, and Levi also picked up the ice, and came to hell to pay the unfinished ice road bit by bit. Time passed bit by bit. When Levi paved to the end of the Hell Highway again, the weather outside had become much warmer, transitioning from spring to summer. Wow, the Hell Gate twisted, and a figure appeared in a certain Fanjing hut in the Valley City. It's been a long time since I came here again. Levi sighed, and opened the wooden door in front of him. Creak. As the wooden door opened, all kinds of noisy sounds and breezes blew into the house, and the multiple sensory stimulations produced at the same time made people's pupils shrink. Levi took a step forward and stepped out of the portal hut. Bright weather, people coming and going, lively markets, children running around on the street, and a large area of new buildings behind. Prosperity is described by the scene. Lord. A sharp-eyed resident saw Levi, and this call attracted the attention of a large group of people. People nearby cast their eyes over, put their hands on their chests to greet him, and then continued to busy themselves with their own things. Levi also nodded in response. Chapter 115. What a big change. Looking at this bustling urban area, Levi couldn't help but sigh. Compared to Roadside Fort, River Valley City has far more people. As long as there are enough resources and housing, they can immediately form a complete city and operate all facilities. There is no shortage of merchants in the market, no shortage of guards on the city walls, no shortage of residents in the houses, and no shortage of children playing on the road. This is the current state of River Valley City. Merchants, yes, there are quite a few merchants here. Unlike Roadside Fort, the residents of River Valley City still maintain their original living habits and systems, balancing the wealth in their hands according to past experience, so that they can flow normally and play the role of general equivalents. Although the circulation of currency and the transaction of wealth are still retained, the lower limit of the living standard of people here has obviously been greatly raised, almost to the previous upper limit. Even though there are many differences from Roadside Fort, it has also achieved that people with low labor and laziness can live well, and hard-working people, and people who work more can live better. Bard is not the kind of person who would hold on to his wealth even if it rots, and would not give it away. He is not the kind of person who would hide good things for fear that others would use them to live a good life. Only evil dragons like to do that. And whether Bard or Levi, the two people who participated in the dragon slaying, were obviously not corrupted by the evil dragon. The dragon slayer was stained with dragon blood, but did not become an evil dragon. They don't care about the flow of their wealth. Of course, they certainly don't mindlessly throw it into the sky and let people pick it up. Instead, they should be distributed appropriately according to the situation, so that they can flow out reasonably and not destroy anything at once. Lord, this is for you. While walking, looking at the scene on the roadside, a child suddenly ran over and handed the item in his hand to Levi. It was a small box wrapped in brightly colored paper. What is this? Levi squatted down and asked the child curiously, and gently touched his head. My own gift. You just need to pull this small rope, it will snap open, and then you can see what's inside. Okay. Levi smiled and said, Thank you, child, I will open it carefully. I am looking forward to what's inside. Yeah. The child nodded and ran back to his home happily. Levi took the small gift box, asked a little, and turned a few corners to find where Bard lived. Your place is really inconspicuous. It's fine as long as it's habitable. Bard opened the door and welcomed Levi in. The place he lived in was no different from the residence, just an ordinary small house. If it wasn't pointed out, no one would know that the person living here was actually the deputy of River Valley City, the Dragon Slayer Bard. Isn't there a hall left by your ancestors at the highest point of the town? Why don't you live in it? The building at the highest point of River Valley City. It's a little small to call it a hall. A more appropriate name should be a palace. It's not repaired yet. Bard shook his head and said, And there are still residents who don't have a place to live. How can I let them waste time on that huge building? This kind of thing should be discussed after the residents' lives are stable. And I'm just the deputy of River Valley City. Even if it's repaired, you should live there. My current house is fine. Levi shook his head, although that's what I said. But as a lord, I don't seem to have done anything except claiming the territory. Don't say that, Levi. Bard said in surprise. You haven't done anything? No, you've done too much. The towering and solid walls, thousands of iron golems protecting the city's safety, magic seeds that can grow quickly, and the magical construction magic that can cut building materials and move them quickly. Almost all the real wealth here is created by you, and I just do some insignificant management on these bases. In fact, someone else won't do too badly. Okay. Levi couldn't listen anymore. Don't belittle yourself. Change someone. Why don't you change Alfred? If you are allowed to live here, then live here. I am not without a home. I don't like that hall. Levi has seen it now. Bard is a man of virtue and talent, but he seems to be a little unambitious. No. Actually, this is not right. It cannot be said that Bard has no ambition. After all, before the war started, he was still interested in participating in the selection of the mayor of Changhu Town, but the matter was suppressed by the former mayor and did not proceed. Now he seems a little insignificant, just because the people around him are too strong. If River Valley City has no king, he would be willing to be the leader, but now there is a legend around him who is more capable than him in all aspects. Bard just wanted to lie down. Are you really willing? Levi sat at the table in front of the fireplace in the cabin and asked Bard across from him. This is the legacy of your ancestors. If Smog hadn't suddenly come and destroyed everything, you would have been the lord of River Valley City now. And I just said a word, and you gave up the inheritance rights of this territory. Bard shook his head again. That was my own will. Besides, what can I do even if I don't give it up? Although it was prosperous in the past, that was only in the past. It was just a ruin at that time, and I couldn't do anything. Instead of entangled in the inheritance rights of a ruin, it is better to give it to someone who needs it more and can play a greater role. It's not necessary, but it can play a role. The ownership of River Valley City was just because the situation was a bit urgent at the time. As long as Levi wanted to build a bunch of cities like this at any time. Levi thought for a moment and said, Long Lake Town and River Valley City. These two places are closely connected and should not be separated. Then why don't you merge these two places? Bard suggested. Good idea. You will be the consul of these two places in the future. Ah? The direct manager of these two places. Okay. Bard chose to accept it. If someone else decided on such a big thing casually, he would definitely have some opinions, but Levi. It's not bad to listen to his arrangements. In fact, even the former mayor of Long Lake Town had used sweet words to get Bard's temporary loyalty. Facing the former mayor of Long Lake Town, he might still be a little reluctant. But now, it's good. Bard nodded. The big event involving the jurisdiction of an entire area was settled in just a few words. From then on, Chenghu Town was also included in Levi's territory, and the residents there soon learned to fish with a kind of fishing rod that looked a bit fuzzy. Various aquatic products will still be the characteristics of the place. The matter was big, but the reactions of both of them were not big. Levi really didn't take this piece of land seriously, and Bard was just used to it. At this moment, the chief governor of the valley looked at Levi and suddenly asked, Speaking of which, I am a little concerned. What is that thing you have been holding in your hand? A gift box, given to me by a child. Levi raised the small box in his hand and shook it. Oh, this is it. Bard understood. This is a specialty toy of Chenghu Town. You can open the package and the box directly by pulling the rope. Usually, this kind of toy contains some small candies or other souvenirs. According to my experience, judging by the sound, the one in your hand should contain. Stop. Levi hurriedly stopped Bard. If you tell me, there will be no surprise. Let me open it myself. Okay. Bard blinked, looking innocent. Levi sighed and said, But it's rare to find someone as calm as you. If everyone can value home more than gold and power, then the world will be much better. Chapter 116. I have a plan. Levi held up a finger and looked at Bard. Don't you think the roads around here are a little too difficult to walk on? I think it's okay. Bard thought about it carefully. Although the roads around here are not very flat, it takes less than a day to get from Chenghu Town to River Valley City. In addition, there are no enemies around who dare to approach. Whether it is transporting supplies or simply traveling, it is very smooth. Some merchants have heard the news that River Valley City has begun to rebuild. Many have come during this period. They first went to Chenghu Town, and then walked from a relatively flat place to River Valley City. There were basically no obstacles, and it was very smooth. Listening to Bard's report, Levi shook his head. I'm not talking about the road here, although this place also needs to be repaired. I mean from River Valley City to Roadside Fort. Roadside Fort? Bard was a little confused. What a strange name. Where is it? West of the Misty Mountains. Bard couldn't help but lean back. That's really far. Excuse me, building such a long road may not be possible. Midway through, Bard suddenly stopped. No, it certainly wasn't possible before, but if it's now, everyone can use a little of Levi's construction magic. It seems to be possible? Not easy to repair in a short time. Of course, it can't be repaired in a short time. Levi looked at the small box in his hand and said, So this is a long-term project. When the cities and towns here are completely restored to prosperity, the residents will always have some new jobs. Let alone waiting until the town infrastructure is restored. In fact, just looking at the present, everyone has been liberated from basic production, but it still takes some time to digest and adapt. Of course, okay, you have the final say. Bard's main attitude is that I will do whatever you say. As for the difficulties that may be encountered in the specific implementation, what difficulties can't our Lord handle? Then let's plan the initial project first. Asking Bard to find a map, Levi spread it on the table and pointed to the direction of River Valley City. First of all, from River Valley City to Chenghu Town, a flat road is very necessary. The area here is safer, and the road can be built on the ground, which is also more convenient. It's not difficult. Bard recalled the terrain between the two places and gave a positive answer. As for the second half of Levi's words, since he really didn't understand, he simply ignored it automatically. After all, Levi said too many things that people couldn't understand. Very good, Then we will continue to build a short road southwest from Chenghu Town to here as a buffer zone. Levi pointed to the entrance of the dense forest near the Black Forest Mountains. The road all the way here is quite safe, and there are elf sentry towers guarding the border of the dense forest. When the time comes, I will place some iron golems, and basically there will be no problems. Then here. Levi's finger swiped on the map. Start from the border of the forest here, and go up. Up? Are you pointing to the north? But isn't there already a road to the north? Do we have to build another duplicate road? No. Levi took a pen and drew a line. This line extends westward from the junction of the east of the Black Forest and the west of the Long Lake Town, across the sky of the Black Forest, across the Anjuan Valley, through the Misty Mountains, and over the Troll Forest, and connects directly to the roadside castle. We take the empty road. After understanding Levi's words, Bard was really stunned for a while. And this moment of effort was like a long fuse, constantly burning sparks. When it burned to the key point, Bard's head seemed to explode, and he looked up at Levi with his eyes wide open. Can this be done? Of course. Levi smiled and said, don't you understand the characteristics of those blocks after so long in repairing the ruins of the Valley City? Bard recalled. Yes, those blocks are amazing. They can be glued together in an instant. The connection between the cuts is so perfect that it seems like they were originally one piece, and they will not collapse due to insufficient support points. Moreover, they are very convenient to collect and transport. As long as there is enough time, maybe it can really be done. First, repair the road on the ground. I'm going to the Black Forest. I need to ask the King of the Woodland for his opinion on this matter. This matter cannot be rushed for the time being. Whether it is the complete restoration of various facilities in River Valley City, the industrial upgrading of Chenghu Town, or the continued expansion of Roadside Fort, it takes time. And Levi is not short of time. At least not now. After a brief discussion with Bard, Levi picked up the block stored in the box and directly built a short road from River Valley City to Chenghu Town by himself to lay a model for the subsequent project. Then he ran all the way to Chenghu Town and built a short road north along the river, and thus decided the starting and ending points. I understand. River Valley City and Chenghu Town are also connected by a river, so in the future, there will be two roads running parallel to each other by land and water. According to the terrain characteristics here, the residents of River Valley City and Chenghu Town can also build houses and various facilities along this road in the future to expand the scale of the town. If there are more people, maybe after a period of development, River Valley City and Chenghu Town can be merged into one place. By then, it must be a more prosperous scene. At the gate of the city, Bard looked at the brand new flat road built overnight, and he really ignited a fighting spirit, as if there were waves surging and beating in his heart. Even the road on the ground is so flat and beautiful that it is amazing. If it can really be built into the heavenly road that Levi said, what kind of scenery would it be? But it is just as Levi said. Whether this section of road can be built specifically, we still have to ask the King of the Black Forest first. After all, strictly speaking, the entire northern half of the Black Forest is the territory of the elves. If Thranduil doesn't nod, Levi can't make a claim, nor can he bring his own characteristics over. Looking at the direction of the Black Forest, Bard silently blessed Levi in his heart. May there be no obstacles along the way. No obstacles along the way. That's impossible. At this moment in the Black Forest, dense and ferocious spiders kept gathering towards one point. At the center of the spider gathering, there was a constant fire, and then it went out after a while. From time to time, a few pieces of burning meat flew out, fell on the ground or hit a tree trunk. The magical thing is that the fire seemed to have consciousness, only destroying its own enemies without affecting other things. The burning spiders fell everywhere, but did not cause a fire. You really don't know what a nemesis is. Levi swept the spiders in piles, and his hands were numb from chopping. Didn't they just scrape down a few spider webs when passing by, and let a few captured small animals go? Is it necessary to fight so hard? Hiss, the spiders screamed fiercely, and they kept rushing to Levi. If Levi could get closer, he would hear its heartfelt cry. Despicable human, you destroyed our road, let our food go, I will kill you. Nemesis was shining with a hazy enchanted light, and in Levi's hands, he kept taking away the lives of big spiders one after another, cutting one section of spider web after another. As the corpses increased, and the human didn't show any signs of fatigue, the spiders finally realized that something was wrong. Maybe they shouldn't stop him. While Levi was entangled with the spiders, a man from the west side of the Black Forest walked into the dense forest gate and ran all the way to the palace of the Elf King. Chapter 117. Mithrander, my friend, what are you doing in the Woodland Kingdom? In the palace hall of the Woodland Kingdom, Thranduil greeted Gandalf and walked down the steps so that he didn't have to look up at him. "Nothing serious, Your Majesty. I just came here to get some information." "Oh, what do you want to find out?" "I want to ask you about the recent developments in Dol Guldur." Gandalf asked normally at first, then took 2 steps forward and approached, whispering, "And about Saruman? This is a personal question I want to ask. Has he been to Dol Guldur recently?" Thranduil looked at Gandalf deeply. "No, he has never been here since the attack on Dol Guldur not long ago. But maybe in the future. After all, the expulsion of the shadow of Dol Guldur is only a recent thing. If he or something else comes, I will tell you." Gandalf nodded and thanked him sincerely. Obviously, compared to the White Robe, who only knows how to ask for wisdom and never repays others' generosity, people with brighter eyes will choose to trust this Loki Grey Robe more. After finishing this topic, Thranduil continued Gandalf's previous question and said, "There is no special movement in Dol Guldur. My people have been monitoring there. After Sauron left, the orcs also scattered. There are no dark creatures there for the time being. I know, that's all I want to ask." After saying these words, Gandalf stood there without moving. Thranduil looked at him curiously, thought for a while, and said, "It's a rare trip, Mithrandir. Why don't you stay here for a few more days?" "Okay." Gandalf agreed immediately without hesitation, as if he had been waiting for this sentence for a long time. Thranduil was even more curious now. "This is different from your usual style. I thought you would leave in a hurry after finding out the news. Is there something else in the forest that you care about?" Gandalf raised one corner of his mouth slightly, and said cheerfully, "There is indeed something that I care about, but he hasn't arrived yet." "Hasn't arrived yet?" "Yes, but he should be soon." Gandalf looked to the east, and his sight seemed to pass through the wall of the hall, and the rocks behind, and fell somewhere in the forest. "My premonition tells me that something big will happen here. Don't miss it." Thranduil looked at Gandalf helplessly. The news from wizards is always like thunder in the sky, foreshadowing the arrival of something, which makes people have to pay attention. "I hope what you said is not a bad thing." "No, it is definitely not, I bet with my pipe." After a brief exchange, Thranduil waved his hand, and the lieutenant of the Woodland Kingdom came over and took Gandalf to a guest room. Just when Gandalf and the King of the Woodland had just finished talking. In a place in the Black Forest that was completely covered by shadows, there was occasional flickering of fire, and the remains of limbs and burnt flesh were scattered all over the ground, and a large area of land was covered with a layer of slurry from spiders. It felt like a block of slime when stepped on. Achieved the title, Spider Nemesis. The long sword reflected the cold light that came in from nowhere in the darkness. It was obviously just a faint light that was not easy to detect, but it was extremely obvious in the eyes of spiders, and a glance at it seemed to blind them. The spiders have lost the courage to face the sword and the sword holder. From now on, the appearance of either of them will make them tremble. This road will be much smoother. Since this communication with the sword, the spiders never came out to make suggestions when Levi helped them clean up the spider web. It was not until Levi left for a long time and crossed the magic river that the remaining spiders dared to come out tentatively and carefully reweave the web. "Your Majesty, Levi is here." Levi had just walked to the main entrance of the king's palace when a guard hurried back to report. In order to save time, he directly omitted the title and various achievements in front of Levi's name. "There are really many friends visiting here recently," Thranduil said casually, and after thinking about it, he felt something was wrong. Could it be Levi that Gandalf was talking about? Thinking about it, he stood up and walked towards the main entrance. Gandalf also made the same move as him. No, rather than taking action, it would be better to say that he has been squatting at the door for a long time. Old Gandalf was sitting on a small tree stump at the main entrance of the palace, smoking, and cast his eyes almost the moment the door opened. When he saw the person coming clearly, he couldn't help but nod and signal him. "Gandalf." Levi was quite surprised. "I didn't expect to see you here. How was your harvest in the Anduin Valley?" "Not very good." Gandalf put away his pipe, stood up, and walked with Levi. "I suspect the thing is no longer in that valley, and it is probably not in the sea." "I think so too," Levi replied. "There is one more thing, about Saruman. You saw him last time in Rivendell. He was the wizard in white robes. I went to his tower recently, and found some unusual things. I haven't mentioned this to anyone yet. Hello Levi, my ally, how are you doing recently?" Halfway through the conversation, a voice suddenly came from a distance. The two looked up and saw Thranduil approaching quickly while greeting him. Levi was a little surprised to see the king personally coming to the gate to greet him. He responded, "Not bad, Your Majesty looks very energetic. I guess something good has happened recently. Something good has indeed happened. Branduil smiled and nodded, as if he was deliberately showing something. Gandalf on the side really couldn't see anything special. He continued, "Forgive me for not noticing that your complexion seems to be much better than the last time we met." Although Gandalf didn't notice it, Levi's eyes were sharp. He was very familiar with the little red flower on his head. "I hope good things can last forever." He said something meaningful. After a simple greeting, the three of them sat at a table soon, looking at each other. It seemed that they all had something to say, but they didn't want to say it. In the end, Levi took the lead in breaking the atmosphere, took out the map, and showed it to Thranduil. Gandalf also stretched his neck and came over curiously. "In fact, I planned to build a road recently, a road from Dale City to Roadside Castle. These are my two territories, and I hope they can be connected. By the way, Roadside Castle is here." Levi pointed to a point west of the Misty Mountains. Thranduil simulated the best road construction route in his mind, and thought about a long disrepaired road in the Black Forest, vaguely guessing the purpose of the allies' visit. He said, "This doesn't look close. It doesn't look like a small project." "It's not a small project," Levi explained. "As you can see, the road I want to build may pass through the northern half of the Black Forest, which happens to be under the jurisdiction of the Woodland Kingdom. I came here for this matter this time." Chapter 118. "You mean, the road you want to build will cross Mirkwood, right?" "Yes." "Okay." Thranduil agreed readily and said, "Both our Elven Trail and the Old Forest Road further south can be used by you. There are two existing roads in Mirkwood, Elven Trail and Old Forest Road. The former is a small road that leads directly to the Elf King's palace from the forest gate. It originally extended to the eastern end of the forest. You can use this road to pass through the entire forest and reach the Lonely Mountain. However, due to the spread of the long swamp, the latter half of the road was flooded and abandoned. Now only the first half of the road leading to the palace can be walked normally." Gandalf had not walked this road for a long time and thought that the latter half of the road was still good, so he suggested Thorin to take this road at the beginning, which indirectly led to the expedition being captured. Then again, the latter is a dilapidated road located on the south side of the Black Forest Mountains. It has been covered by trees due to long-term lack of use, and there are often some dangerous creatures nearby, so it is not very safe. In fact, neither of these two roads is very smooth. If necessary, I can provide some help. It must be a good thing if someone is willing to take the initiative to repair the road. This kind of thing that is beneficial to both parties must be supported." In fact, Thranduil's attitude at this moment is very clear. He not only allowed this matter, but also was willing to send people to do it together. Obviously very supportive. But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't think of Levi's real route. "No, I don't use these two roads." Levi shook his head and pointed out the straight line he had drawn on the map before. "I want to build this road." "A new road?" Thranduil looked at the map carefully. "Across the Anduin Valley and the Misty Mountains, and... Is that the Troll Forest? Are you sure this road is really safe?" Thranduil wanted to remind his allies not to waste manpower and resources on meaningless places. "Of course it is safe. I want to build it over the forest and make a sky road." When Levi described his idea, not only Thranduil, but also Gandalf on the side frowned. They imagined the road Levi was talking about. "This is really unbelievable." Thranduil looked at Gandalf and gave him a look. "You knew it a long time ago?" Gandalf shook his head slowly and gave a good answer. "I don't know. This road will have many upper and lower nodes. In the preliminary design, each node will be designed with a road for carriages to go up and down and a road for people to walk." Levi was still talking about his idea. "Is this still Middle-earth?" Old Gandalf couldn't help but stroke his beard. At this moment, he really wanted to tell Levi to go to Lindon to find an elf named Círdan, and then ask the elf to build him a ship. When he sailed to Valinor on the ship, he could go there to find the powerful ones, Vala, to build this wonder. This is not something that humans can make. Thranduil also shook his head. "This is too ridiculous. When this road is built, I'm afraid even the elves will wither. It means it's impossible." "Is it really impossible?" Levi stood up and changed his title to Wall Builder. "Guess how long it took me to build the wall of Dale City?" Levi held up 3 fingers in front of the two. "Less than 3 days. Actually, if it weren't for the lava layer and traps, this time could be discounted." "Do you mean you want to build this road yourself?" Gandalf asked this question for Thranduil. "Yes, of course I will participate." "That makes sense." Gandalf's frown relaxed a little. According to Levi's construction ability, If he works non-stop without sleep, this road should be built within 10 years. Make sense? Thranduil was a little confused after hearing this, wondering if the two people in front of him had drunk the water from the magic river. Are you still awake, Mithrandir? Well, yes. Thank you for your concern. I am very awake. Thranduil nodded, and now he was sure that he was the only normal elf at this table. Levi smiled and said, Your Majesty, you don't have to worry about this matter at all, and you don't have to help. Just leave everything to me. Now it's time to get back to the point. I want to build a road above the forest where this line crosses, so that you can directly see the sun and the moon. Was this allowed or rejected? Thranduil glanced at Levi, stood up, and said helplessly, Why not, my friend? It's up to you. Obviously, he didn't intend to spend more time on this topic. Let the allies do whatever they want. In fact, with Levi's current reputation, Thranduil would basically have no objection as long as he didn't want to drill through the palace under his feet or do something too outrageous. Then please open your eyes and prepare to see my masterpiece. Levi replied. Then I look forward to your masterpiece. By the way, it's rare for you two to visit together. I have arranged a dinner party. We can talk about other things then. After saying this, Thranduil turned around and left slowly. Levi looked at the king's back and suddenly said, Is he treating me like a child? Gandalf shrugged. I think so. Levi took a deep breath. Okay, you are old, don't get angry with the old man. Anyway, I got the construction permit. The camps that the Sky Road passes through are not only the Woodland Kingdom, but also the territory of the orcs. But it doesn't matter. If the orcs are defeated, they will have no claim. As soon as Thranduil left, Gandalf retracted his attention and continued to talk to Levi. I think I need to tell you about Saruman I mentioned before. Saruman, he is the most powerful among us, wizards, and very wise. If it is not necessary, I don't want to doubt him, but his research content and recent whereabouts are really suspicious. Oh! Levi became interested. Can you tell me how suspicious it is? In theory, Saruman's defection should happen decades later, so what is suspicious at this time? Gandalf looked around and lowered his voice. Levi, I found that he was studying something related to the ring. There are many notes in his library, all of which are about the forging method of the Ring of Power. Of course, he has a special status and serves the god of craftsmen. It's not surprising that he has some research on these things. But in addition to these, I found that he is also studying some magic, very strange magic. Even if I see some of his notes, I find it difficult to understand. It gives people a feeling of evil. Gandalf did not say the word. Chapter 119. But the above are not the main reasons why I doubt him. Gandalf recalled and said, The more important point is that his recent behavior is quite abnormal. During the time when I was looking for useful information in the Tower of Orthanc, Saruman often asked some servants to go to the upper level of the tower. They left with orders, and many days later they returned with some things, wrapped tightly in linen. When I asked what was in it, Saruman was like an animal whose tail was stepped on, and said in a very fierce tone, I have no right to ask, and it is best not to investigate. Since then, he often locked himself in the upper floors of the tower, never taking a step out. Every time I approached, I was ordered to stop. Many times, I could only talk to him outside the door. After a few days, because I went to see him again, he kicked me out directly, saying that I disturbed his research. But what research can I not know? We are all wizards. Shouldn't our ultimate goals be the same? Gandalf shook his head, unable to figure it out. It is indeed suspicious. Levi frowned slightly and fell into thought. Could it be that Saruman started to study Sauron's black magic at this time? Is it too fast? Why does it feel wrong? But speaking of it, magic. Levi caught this key word. In the eyes of the outside world, Levi is using magic all the time. The frequency of using magic is not an exaggeration to say that he is the most magical person in today's era. But only Levi himself knows that things related to magic, especially in combat, have always been his weak point. After all, no matter how thick the armor is, it cannot resist the damage caused by magic. There are many people in this world who can use magic. For example, various elven lords, wizards, or some people who have experienced adventures and have certain bloodlines. These are easy to say. After all, they are all people in the free camp, and even if they have magic, they don't use it often. On the other hand, Sauron seems a bit unscrupulous. The Nine Ring Spirits, the Lieutenant of Mordor, and all kinds of lackeys. Not only can they use black magic, but they can also run around in Middle-earth, use all kinds of vicious magic to harm people, and curse anyone at any time. I am very interested in this matter. After listening to Gandalf's story, Levi said, I think Saruman should not refuse my visit. I think, probably not. Gandalf answered this, but he was a little uncertain in his heart. No, no. When are you going to go? Gandalf asked. I can go with you then. If Saruman has any objections, I will try to persuade him. No, maybe it would be better if you don't come. Although this is the case, Levi thought about it and replied, next month, we will meet in Dale next month and go to Isengard to visit the Orthanc Spire. That's not bad either. I also want to go to Erebor to see how Thorin and the others are recovering. I will be there at the beginning of next month. A trip out to visit was set. That night, Levi and Gandalf went to a small banquet specially hosted by Thranduil and drank a lot of wine. All of them are Levi's wine. Before coming here, Levi prepared more than a dozen barrels of homemade wine from the roadside castle cellar in his backpack. The quantity was not large, but he brought a barrel of each of the main types. Some were strong, some were relatively light, and some were bought from the Dorwinian caravan. This is really rare. Thranduil tasted various types of wine and looked quite happy. Especially this barrel. He pointed to the strongest vodka and said, "It has been a long time since I can describe the wine as strong. Although the taste is lacking, it is indeed strong enough. If you like it, I can bring more next time, or when the road is built in the future, our caravan will also transport wine here." Thranduil chuckled and did not take up the topic. "I am still thinking about your road. But let's not talk about the road first." "Your caravan?" "Yes, our caravan was established last year. The things we sell are mainly leather, silk, fresh vegetables, fruits, meat, etc. Recently, we have added wine, which is what I took out today. I can guarantee that the quality of all goods is the best, and there will definitely be no inferior products mixed in." Listening to Levi's introduction, Thranduil's eyes lit up. Most of the goods Levi sells are the most basic materials and survival supplies, which are very popular. Not to mention the fine wine on the table today. This caravan will never lose money no matter where it goes. If your caravan can reach the vicinity of the forest one day, I will be happy to send some soldiers to protect their safety, even if it is just for friendship. The king gently shook the wine in the goblet and said. Now the business permit was also obtained. After talking about the caravan, they briefly chatted about some trivial things, and the small banquet was over. Levi did not stay here any longer, and set out to return to the Dale City the next day. Gandalf walked south for a while, looked around, and then crossed the forest and followed Levi to the Dale City. But when he arrived at the Dale City, Levi had already left and returned to the roadside castle. Saruman has a lot of good things, so you still have to make some preparations before looking for him. This is not only to prevent unexpected situations, but also for some possible affairs. With a bang, as the gate of hell twisted and flickered, Levi walked out of the teleportation. Seeing that the Lord finally returned home, Wade, who was farming on the side, hurried over to make a report. During the time Levi was away, some refugees who accepted the guidance came to the outside of the city, and there were about 100 people one after another. Of course, the territory can accommodate these people, and there are enough people to guide the newcomers. But after receiving this group of people, an embarrassing situation finally appeared. There are not many houses left. "Sir, we may not be able to continue to recruit more people." Old Wade was a little embarrassed. He considered the words and said, "In fact, many people live in houses that are a bit big, and it is okay for multiple people to live together, including myself. I don't have any relatives. It's a pity that such a good house is lived by myself. It's also a bit quiet. It's okay to live with a few more people." "Stop." Levi waved his hand and said, "Why do we have to live in a crowded place? Aren't there still a lot of vacant land? Why don't we just build it? Organize some people who can build houses. The materials and tools are ready. Just start a new house building project. Build as many as you need, or it doesn't matter if you build more. There are still many empty places in the territory, which are enough to support the subsequent house expansion work. When there are not enough houses, you can continue to lengthen the walls, expand the territory, and build more houses. If there are not enough flat land, just modify the terrain to make the land flat, and then expand it. With the blessing of the characteristics of MC, there is no shortage of space." "I understand, sir." As for the organization of new projects in the territory, Wade has done it so many times that he is familiar with it. He quickly spread the news. Those who have built houses suddenly found that another skill of theirs can be applied, and there is one more lifestyle to choose. Some people on the spot decided to discuss with their neighbors when they are free and show their past craftsmanship to the Lord. In the past, which house I commanded to be built in the village was not strong and practical. No cold wind will leak in winter, no stuffiness in summer, and no rain will seep in at all. In the square, residents who had finished get-off work long ago gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. Although there are many lifestyles to choose from in the territory, they will feel a little dull after getting used to it. At this moment, the Lord's order seemed to have started some new activities, which immediately attracted the attention of many people and took away their other topics. "You are right." Someone took up the man's words and then said, "But aren't all the houses here like this? They are strong and durable, not leaky, and not stuffy." The residents who wanted to show their skills to the Lord before were discouraged. "Yes, the houses here are all built with the Lord's magic. Which one is not useful?" "Well, then make it more beautiful." As he said, he looked at other houses in the territory. If a house can be built strong no matter how it is built, then some structures don't need to be considered at all. Just need to look good. The demand for beauty blooms at this moment. Chapter 120. When the residents began to think about art, Levi had already returned to the castle early and packed up all kinds of things that might be needed. Swords, pickaxes, axes, some food and materials, some property, potions, golden apples, and the final resort, TNT. If Saruman turned evil in advance, Levi would not mind being a naughty child. Everything was in order, and Levi had a good sleep that day and woke up refreshed. Then he encountered something that made him more excited. There was movement in the magma pool used to hatch dragon eggs. Early in the morning, when Levi went to the closed magma pool for inspection as usual, there was a sudden click, and a small crack appeared on the eggshell. Levi was so shocked that he immediately approached to check. The light emitted by the magma shone through the eggshell, vaguely illuminating the active and churning creatures inside. Looking at the struggling shadow inside, Levi had an urge to help it, but it stands to reason that oviparous animals should be able to break out of the shell by themselves. Being able to break the shell means that its physique is qualified, which is more beneficial for survival in the outside world in the future. So it has to do this by itself. This shell took a day to break, and Levi simply stayed next to it for a day, until the sound of the eggshell falling off was heard. A faint hissing sound came from the eggshell, and a small thing with a crystal clear body and 2 small wings crawled out of the shell, spread its wing membrane, and opened its eyes with difficulty. When it began to receive information from the outside world with its eyes for the first time in its life, a dark figure stood in front of it, dispelling some of the heat around it, and uttered a syllable that it could not understand. "Do you want to eat fish?" Baby Fire Dragon 10 out of 10. The newborn little guy is very fragile. It staggers towards Levi's feet, and after a moment, it puts its whole body on Levi's boots, as if it must do this to feel at ease. After adjusting its position, the little guy began to look up and look around, with a pair of shining little eyes curiously looking at the world. The secret room surrounded by red dazzling magma and dark obsidian. This is the environment where it was born, and it is all it can see now. Levi looked down at the little guy, thinking about some information in his mind. In Middle-earth, dragons are a kind of evil creatures that have never existed before, created and cultivated by Morgoth for war. Influenced by the power of darkness, they are greedy and cunning by nature, and they are self-taught in deception. They are full of malice towards the world since birth, and have a great desire for gold and various treasures. Because of this, it can be said that their existence is a manifestation of evil, which is not tolerated by order and kindness. But this one. Levi picked up the fire dragon lying on his boots, and held it in his palm. The little fire dragon raised its head curiously, and looked at the big face in front of it. There was no malice in those little eyes, only novelty, and a little bit of confusion. Unlike Smog's ferocious and sharp appearance, this little dragon looked crystal clear, with a very soft color on its body, without any evil and cruelty that a dragon should have. If it was really the kind of dragon created by Morgoth, it would not lie docilely on Levi's feet when it saw him, but should pounce on him and try to bite and eat. Maybe this is a dragon that has been purified by some kind of power. Levi took out a roasted fish and put it next to its mouth. The little guy instinctively sniffed it, then looked up at Levi, a little confused. Levi opened his mouth. It also learned to open its mouth. Levi took out another roasted fish and nibbled it, swallowing it into his stomach. Now it understood, and immediately bit forward, biting the roasted fish in front of it bit by bit. When the fish meat fell into the stomach, the great desire of life was satisfied, and the little fire dragon experienced the pleasure of swallowing and fullness for the first time, which was so intoxicating to the dragon. Looking at the little dragon eating heartily, out of curiosity, Levi took out a gold ingot and put it next to it. However, this guy didn't even look at it, only focusing on the fish in front of him. It was not until the whole fish was eaten, and the small stomach was obviously swollen, that it burped and took the time to look at the gold ingot. However, after just approaching and sniffing, it lost interest and continued to look up at Levi. Just staring at each other. Bad. Levi's heart skipped a beat. This is learning from me. It's okay to raise a dragon before raising a child. Levi took out another gold ingot and chewed it, and the little fire dragon did the same. After a moment, the little dragon head showed a real painful expression. From then on, gold was hated by it. This dragon is good, it does whatever you do, without any ambiguity. Putting away the gold, Levi took out 2 cabbages, picked up one and started to chew it. The little guy approached the other cabbage, sniffed it, hesitated for a moment, and started to chew it. After a moment, the cabbage was completely destroyed. It was confirmed that it really learned everything from me, and the good thing was that it was not picky about food. In the hatchery, Levi started some basic action education. The moon set and the sun rose. When it was noon the next day, he held the fire dragon in one hand and walked out of the hatchery surrounded by obsidian. The fire dragon saw the sun, the grass, and other people for the first time, which surprised it. It couldn't help but spread its wings and called twice. These 2 childish calls immediately attracted the attention of several people around. No matter when, in the roadside fort, the first thing people see is always the Lord himself, and then the other things around him. So that the first reaction of the people around was to say hello. Lord, good day. After the sentence was spoken, the person suddenly noticed the creature in Levi's hand. Dragon. Evil dragon. The residents shouting obviously scared the little guy. Its neck, which was stretched out curiously to look forward, suddenly shrank back and its body curled up. However, the residents reacted more than the little guy. They almost jumped back as soon as they saw the young fire dragon. If it was not the dragon in the hands of their lord, I am afraid that some people would have picked up weapons and started to be vigilant. Don't panic. Levi gently touched the dragon head and said to the residents, "This is a relatively kind dragon I raise. Unlike the evil dragons in the north, it is innocent by nature and does not have those bad habits. It has no interest in treasures and will not eat people. In fact, it prefers to eat grilled fish and cabbage." While talking, Levi picked a leaf from the field next to him and handed it to the little guy in his hand. The little guy was also very considerate and started to chew it. Eating. A vegetarian dragon? The residents opened their mouths wide, looking at each other, and it was difficult to say. The dragons described in poems and legends are evil and powerful, eating people without leaving any bones, and can burn a city with a spit of air, and a flap of wings can create a hurricane that can overturn a carriage. For thousands of years, evil dragons have been like this, although most people have never seen one. Seeing it with my own eyes now is an eye-opener. After all, who would have thought that there are dragons in the world that love to eat cabbage? Chapter 121. I understand, sir. A resident said with a stiff face. I have already sworn to entrust everything to Roadside Castle. I am willing to use my life to confirm whether this dragon is safe. Can I touch it? Yes, you can. Levi stretched out his hand holding the dragon. The resident took a deep breath, slowly approached with one hand, gently tapped the little guy's head, and quickly retracted it. The little guy didn't have time to squint his eyes to enjoy it, and the touch disappeared, which made it confused. Huh? The resident took a deep breath, turned around and announced, Everyone, please believe what the Lord said, this dragon is safe. The residents were surprised, and cast their curious eyes on the little fire dragon in Levi's hand, and quite a few of them showed an expression of eagerness to try. Levi waved his hand and said, Okay, go away. This little guy was born not long ago. Don't crowd around like this. It will be scared. Oh! The residents responded in unison, and dispersed, no longer blocking the place. But pairs of eyes still couldn't help but glance over here. This incident was bound to cause a great response, especially since the residents had a lot of free time every day, and any new news would be known at random. Dragon, a dragon that is not so evil by nature. This is simply incredible, and beyond the imagination of everyone in this world. The residents became restless, and those who had time walked over here one after another, all wanting to see the dragon raised by the Lord. But they were destined to be disappointed. When the residents squinted their eyes, and pretended to pass by and peek at the hatching place, Levi had already taken out the materials to make the dragon amulet, and took the confused little fire dragon in. This is an item from the Dragon Knight module. Its function is to provide a different space for the dragon, so that it can always be with its owner. But this thing also has a characteristic, that is, when the dragon is in the amulet, it will fall into a state of stagnation, including the growth and change of the body will also stop. In this way, this amulet can only be used as an unconventional means. If you want the dragon to grow up normally, you still have to let it move freely. But in the current situation, Levi is still not very reassured that this little guy will leave him alone. At least it is better to carry it with him during his infancy. This can ensure its safety. After confirming that the amulet can be used, Levi released the young dragon in the castle again, feeding it while thinking. This dragon should have a name when it is born. What should I call it? The naming thing really encountered Levi's difficulty, like a wall blocking him. But it doesn't matter. No matter how hard the wall is, Levi can dig it with a pickaxe, not to mention that it's just a small problem. Levi gently touched the little head of the young fire dragon, looked at its pinkish red tender skin that had not yet grown scales, and suddenly clapped his hands. Let's call it Xiaofan for now. It can be a temporary nickname. When you think of a better name in the future, you can give it a formal name. Levi was very happy after solving the naming problem, and took out a piece of beef jerky from the kitchen for Xiaofan to chew slowly, just as a teething stick. At this moment, Xiaofan didn't know the meaning of this name. It only knew that the beef jerky in front of it was very fragrant, much more fragrant than grilled fish and cabbage, but it was a little hard to bite. After staying in the roadside fort for another 2 days, Levi confirmed that Xiaofan was fine, then put it into the amulet, stepped into the Hell Gate, and took a boat from the ice road to the direction of the Valley City. In the process, he also confirmed that Xiaofan could not be released from Hell. The amulet had no reaction since entering Hell, as if it was isolated. It didn't take long. The Hell Gate of the Valley City twisted, and Levi walked out of it, and came to this land again. It was still the lively scene, but slightly different from the last time. There were many more miners holding pickaxes, rushing somewhere in 2s and 3s, with a leisurely expression as if they were going on a trip. It was also after asking someone that I found out that they were going to participate in the quarrying and paving project. That road is really neat and beautiful, sir. In front of a small house in the city, Levi sat on the steps in front of the house and chatted with an old man. The old man said, if I were not too old, I would also like to participate in the road construction. Sir, in fact, many of us want to see this road built more than you do. That will make life here better. Although the life we live now is already unimaginable in the past. Levi nodded, broke half of the soft biscuit in his hand, and handed it to the old man, who also took it and tasted it naturally. For a while, it was like two ordinary neighbors chatting, and the scene was quite harmonious. Levi certainly didn't have any airs. As for this old man, at his age, he has experienced everything he should experience in life, and there is nothing to shrink from. Very delicious, sir. Even my old teeth can taste the deliciousness. This biscuit must be expensive. I don't know if it's cheap, but it's delicious. Levi pointed to a pastry shop on the corner and said, the owner of the shop gave it to me. The pastry chef wanted to pack all the freshly made pastries for me to take away, but I only took 2 cookies. It's no exaggeration to say that at this moment, River Valley City is a huge buffet restaurant for Levi. He doesn't need to spend money at all. He just needs to show up, and the owners of various shops and stalls will be eager to give him some of their own specialties, fearing that Levi won't become a fat man. But it can be said that the residents of River Valley City are really good at making pastries. They have really mastered the making of various desserts. Were you so good at making desserts before? I hardly see these things in Chenghu Town. Because we lived in poverty before, we didn't have the opportunity, sir. The old man said, when we lived in Chenghu Town, few people could get enough food together. Milk and honey were also luxuries for us, very rare. The last time I tasted something so sweet was many years ago. Levi immediately said, then you can eat more in the future. Anyway, everyone has a lot of food now, and there will be in the future. Eat whatever you want. Although Levi didn't have the opportunity to spend money here, according to the prices he heard from the stalls he passed by, the snacks and various foods here are not expensive, at least compared to other places. They are quite cheap. After all, food is something that everyone really doesn't lack, and most of the pastry chefs who are still opening shops are out of interest. During this period, they were working hard on their craftsmanship, and based on the abundant food reserves, they continuously developed various new snacks. Listening to Levi's words, the old man smiled and shook his head slowly. As you can see, sir, my teeth are not very good. I used to eat everything without any choice. Now I actually prefer to eat some light food. That's a pity. I think the pastries here are the best in Middle-earth, even better than those made by elves. They will be very happy to hear you say that. As the old man said this, a pastry chef passed by with a basket of bread. Hey, wait a minute. Levi called him. Lord. The pastry chef stopped immediately, and bowed slightly to Levi to greet him. How much is your bread? I want one. The pastry chef instantly became energetic. "Sir, these are for you." When handing over the basket of bread in his hand, the chef had already thought of the slogan for the opening of the shop tomorrow: "Bread that the Lord loves to eat." "No, no, no, one is enough. I'm just curious about its taste." "Sir, how can one be enough? Please accept all of them. This is the best work I have made recently. It is absolutely delicious." Okay, these are for you." Reluctantly accepting the basket of bread stuffed by the pastry chef, Levi opened his backpack and took out a small bag of silver coins from the inventory. However, before he could close the inventory, the pastry chef had already run away. He didn't look like someone who came to give gifts to people. People would believe him if he said he had just robbed Levi's money. Shaking his head helplessly, Levi did not chase after him, but looked at the bread in the basket. He was very familiar with this thing, which was a specialty of Chonghu Town: cram. Unlike the dry food cram that Levi bought from the dwarf merchant, this basket of cram looked much more delicious. It was sandwiched with honey and cream, which made people feel hungry. Levi handed one to the old man beside him. The old man hesitated for a moment, but still took it. Looking at Levi's subtle eyes with a little smile, the old man said, "It's not bad to eat something not so light occasionally. Anyway, I'm already this age. If I don't eat it now, I won't have it in the future." The old man took a bite of the cream that overflowed from the bread, and nodded repeatedly after tasting the taste, and couldn't help taking another bite. "This bread is delicious, sir." Seeing that the old man was eating happily, Levi also tasted the bread in his hand, and put the others into his backpack. Just as the two of them were sitting side by side enjoying the snacks, suddenly another old man sat down next to them, sighed, and adjusted his robe. A walking stick was placed next to them, leaning against the wall, like a clothes-drying pole. "Good morning." Gandalf greeted Levi, and then greeted the old man next to him, not leaving anyone out. The old man nodded in response. But the other man didn't intend to just respond. "Good morning?" Levi took a bite of bread and said, "Do you mean you hope I have a good morning? Or do you mean I have a good morning no matter what I am like?" Gandalf blinked twice, and looked at Levi in disbelief. No matter how confused Gandalf was, Levi continued his output. "Or do you feel particularly good this morning? Or is it good to have such a morning? How dare you use my moves against me?" This was the first thought that came to Gandalf's mind. He shook his head and replied, "All of these, probably. The things in your hand seem to be pretty good, but I haven't eaten this morning." "Well, this means to let him break some." Levi broke half of the biscuit left in his other hand for him. Gandalf ate this half of the biscuit, then put his hands into his sleeves, made a signature gesture of a villager, and continued to look at the bread in Levi's hand. The expression was almost like saying to him directly, "Are you sending away beggars?" Levi had no choice but to take out another piece of bread for him, and then Gandalf ate it with satisfaction. "Very good, the snacks here are getting better and better. Because there is enough food to use at will. That would be great, if all places could have such a rich life. That day will not be too far away." After eating the bread and chatting briefly, Gandalf got to the point. He said, "I went to Thorin to see that their various industries have recovered well, but they still have some problems. Just this morning he entrusted me. If I see you, I will invite you to meet him in Erebor, or he will come here to find you." "Well, I have plenty of time anyway, so I will go." Levi stood up, said hello to the old man beside him, and was about to leave. Gandalf also stood up and followed behind. The moment before the two of them walked to the corner, the old man also supported himself with a cane. He looked at the black figure and bowed slightly to say goodbye. Chapter 122. "It seems that you are popular among the people," Gandalf said with a smile. "Many times I don't know how I can get such respect." Levi said with a hint of meaning, "Maybe it's luck, or something else. If someone else comes, will it be the same ending?" "No, Levi." Gandalf denied Levi's statement quite straightforwardly and decisively, and said, "The same thing can play different roles, and have different endings in the hands of different people. Just like a magic ring that can make people invisible, in the hands of people with bad behavior, it may only make the world have one more thief, or assassin, and become a weapon to hurt others. But in the hands of a hobbit, it can become a prop to help others, and bring warmth to people. Some things can make its user very strong. Very strong. So strong that it exceeds the level that this world can accommodate. But destroying everything is not a good thing, nor is it fun, right?" Levi smiled. "Well, you're right, thank you. I'm glad you figured it out." Gandalf lit his pipe, and walked out of the city wall with Levi, heading for the gate of Erebor set in the mountains. In Middle-earth, wizards have the legal right to join in the fun, and you can always see rogue figures in the King's Hall. It was the same today. After hearing that Levi was coming, Thorin did not wait in the hall, but walked to the door to greet him. "How have you been recently, Levi?" Thorin smiled a little and greeted him. "Not bad, very smooth, how about you?" "Except for the shortage of supplies, everything is fine. The tribesmen who were forced to wander are returning, the mines are making sounds again, the furnaces are emitting flames, and the cable car is playing its role. Everything is developing in a good direction." While talking about some recent situations, Thorin took Levi and Gandalf to a small table and poured them 2 cups of tea that was more soothing. Obviously, he was receiving them as a friend at this moment, not as a king. "I heard that you have some difficulties here." Levi spoke first. "Is it a problem with minerals?" Levi did not forget that in order to defend the city, he had almost dug out all the minerals in Lonely Mountain. "It is normal that there is a shortage of minerals now." "No." Thorin shook his head. "Minerals are plentiful in the mountains. We have manpower, tools, and enough wealth to operate. It is not difficult to increase the stock. What bothers us most at the moment is food." "Food?" Levi raised his eyebrows. "Shouldn't this be the most?" Obviously seeing what Levi was thinking, Thorin said a little embarrassedly, "You may not know, but our food production is actually quite small. After all, we live in the mountains, where there is no sunlight, and most of our food sources rely on imports from other places. There are very few ways to get food on our own. A small farm deep underground that uses glowing gems to provide light, a small amount of mushrooms in the tunnel, fish in the dark river, and some plant roots. But these are not enough to feed all the dwarves. They can be used as an emergency food source, but you can't rely on them forever. Don't we have the Valley City?" Levi pointed outside and said, "The current grain production in the Valley City is so abundant that even if the population increases tenfold, you will not lack food." "That's exactly what I want to say," Thorin said. "In fact, it is also thanks to the grain trade with the Valley City that we can survive this winter well. I want to establish long-term cooperation with the Valley City." Thorin finally stated the fundamental purpose of his conversation. Levi looked a little confused. "Of course you can do this, and you can go directly to Bard. I have handed over the management rights here to him." "We have talked," Thorin replied, "but he said that the final decision still needs to be asked to the Lord first, that is, you. He has full authority." "I thought you had already discussed it." "Forget it, I agree." Levi was too lazy to continue to argue. He also saw that Bard had not yet adapted to his identity as the highest administrator of the region. "That's great." Thorin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We don't dare to ask for that kind of magic seeds. As long as we can carry out stable food trade, I believe our friendship can last forever." "Why not?" Levi shook his head and replied, "What is there to be afraid of? It's just some crop seeds. If something can make everyone's life better, why should we be afraid? If you need it, just plant it." "Oh, but those seeds can only be planted in my territory except for me. You can send people to join the labor." "Ah?" Listening to what Levi said, Thorin's mind was buzzing. Producing such powerful magic seeds just by saying so? What's the price? Thorin instinctively asked. Then, what do we need to do? "Labor, didn't I say so?" Levi knocked on the table and said, "Even if it is a magic seed, it needs to be planted. You don't think it will become food by itself if you put it on the table. Unless you have arable land on your table. No, of course, I understand that seeds need to be planted. What I mean is, just give me the seeds like this. Don't we need to do anything extra? Treasures, tools, equipment, we have them here, and if we don't have them, we can call on craftsmen to do them, or we can pay some remuneration every year." "No need." Levi waved his hand. "These things are meaningless." But in a moment, Levi also thought of something. Due to their geographical proximity, the cooperation between Erebor and Dale City has been inseparable since hundreds of years ago. The dwarves' forging skills are unrivaled, and many people spend thousands of gold to find a masterpiece. The Valley City has a sufficient population, a rich life, and a well-developed agricultural and animal husbandry industry. The dwarves have good craftsmanship, but they hardly produce food. The human side has average craftsmanship, respects the dwarves' skills, and happens to have a lot of surplus food. Both sides have what they need, and they also happen to have what the other side needs, so a good cooperation model is formed. The human side provides food, and the dwarves act as blacksmiths, craftsmen and other roles to provide various weapons, tools, and crafts. With such an exchange, the living standards of both sides have been significantly improved. This cooperation model can continue today. After all, if the residents want to get a job, they still need to learn the corresponding skills, and many technologies in the Lonely Mountain are also worth learning. If the two sides can reach a deeper level of cooperation, Many things in the future will be much more convenient. Just like before. Levi said what he thought in his heart, and put forward his own views. Thorin thought for a moment and nodded. It makes sense. We will regularly send craftsmen to teach skills without reservation, and help people in River Valley find jobs in exchange for the right to use magic seeds. That's settled. The long-term cooperation was achieved in just a few words, without any disputes, no bargaining, and no unhappiness. It's just that you said it. I think it's good, so let's do it. This is a transaction without any twists and turns, and neither party even cares about how much profit there is. Or rather than a transaction, it's better to say that this is a cooperative labor. Labor for labor, value for value, mutual integration, and common progress. There is no money involved. At this time, this kind of value transfer is redundant. Chapter 123. Cooperation established. After a brief conversation, Gandalf, who had remained silent and just joined in the fun, made the final announcement on the matter. Thorin nodded and said, I swear in the name of the king under the mountain that I will ensure that this cooperation will proceed smoothly, and no party will suffer. Then I will guarantee it in my own name. Levi replied. Thorin joked, this is much more powerful than many oaths. After the business was over, Thorin breathed a sigh of relief and asked people to prepare a sumptuous banquet and invited the two to stay. During the dinner, the members of the expedition team also came out to join in the fun. Perhaps it was because they met old friends, or perhaps it was a rare occasion to get together again. All the dwarves ate a lot and drank several barrels of wine. But no one mentioned the drinking contest again. The next day, after saying goodbye to the dwarves, Levi first returned to the Dale City, asked Gandalf to wait for a while, and then entered the Gate of Hell alone. In the morning, he entered the Gate of Hell. Before lunchtime, he led out 2 horses, both of which were the fastest horses in the roadside fort. They run very fast, which can help us save a lot of time. Let's see if we can control them. Levi gave one of them to Gandalf. As Gandalf got on the horse, he said, You are a little bit underestimating me, Levi. I'm just watching me. The moment Gandalf got on the horse under him galloped forward at full speed. It started at the maximum speed. Before he could react, Gandalf's voice slipped far away. You have to, get used to it. Levi's reminder came too late. It took a long time for Gandalf to get used to the fast horse under his crotch. Too fast, too strong. I finally know why you can run around in a short time. This is a horse I have carefully bred for a long time. So long that it was probably several months. The two set off like this. But before going to Isengard, Levi went to Long Lake Town first, found Bard in the mayor's office, and explained the cooperation between Dale City and Lonely Mountain. If there are other cooperations in the future, you can judge the feasibility yourself. I understand. After saying goodbye to Bard, Levi did not delay, and continued to walk south with Gandalf, crossing various wild rivers, and heading straight to Isengard. It always feels a little quiet. In a brown land that seemed to have no end, Levi looked left and right, and could not detect any abnormality. Or the biggest abnormality is that there is no abnormality. If it were a year ago, would a group of wolf riders come to hunt us down at this time? Most likely. Gandalf replied, The route we took is not far from the Black Gate, and there are some orc camps in the Misty Mountains nearby. Normally no one would want to take this road. But I think as long as you and your sword are still there, nothing will dare to approach. That's really boring. Levi shook his head. Recently Sauron has been too quiet, without any movement, as if he doesn't exist. I don't know if he really doesn't have the energy to make trouble, or if he is planning something big. The sun rises and the moon sets, and time quickly comes to a few days later. Levi, should we stop for a while? What's wrong? Nothing. I just want to say that it's not a good idea to let the horse run for several days without letting it rest for a moment. It's okay. This is a special kind of horse I bred. They don't get tired and don't need to eat. Unheard of. There is such a creature? You have seen it before. Aren't all the creatures in my family like this? Levi glanced at the amulet on his body and said, Besides, there are many things you can't imagine. Okay. Gandalf chose to accept. At this moment, the two have crossed the river, walked through the highlands of Rohan, and are at the border of Fangorn Forest. The Black Tower has already emerged at the end of the horizon. On this day, the sun did not move much, and the two had already appeared at the bottom of the tower and tied up the horses. I have to say that the scenery of this place is quite good. At this moment, Isengard can be said to be beautiful with greenery. Looking around, the Tower of Orthanc is surrounded by fruit trees and forests, and there is also a garden with a stream running through it, which eventually converges into a clear lake. The lake is on the side of the tower. It can be imagined that if you can stand on the top of the tower, the scenery you see will definitely make you feel relaxed and happy. I'm telling you the truth, the scenery here is really nice, and the terrain is also very good, much better than my home. There are mountains, lakes, gardens, forests, and many fruit trees. When you go out in the morning, you can pick the freshest fruits with dew. There is also such a majestic, hard, and magical tower in the middle. It's hard to imagine who would feel unsatisfied living in such a good place. Surrounded by mountains and rivers, with green trees and shady trees, this is Isengard. Levi was moved at the first sight of this place. It has all kinds of terrain, beautiful scenery, and enough flat land for construction. It's a perfect place to build a home. I can only say that the people who built the stone tower of Orthanc were really good at choosing places, and their vision was quite unique. It's a pity to give such a good place to Saruman alone. I have to tell you in advance that he has a strange temper. Listening to what Levi said, Gandalf sighed and gave him a shot of prevention and also exposed Saruman's past. You don't have to care about what Saruman says in a while, and be careful of some of his guiding words. Every word he says is magical, like a dragon. It can bewitch the listeners and make people feel convinced. Even those evil and chaotic orcs can't escape this magic. I know, but it may be difficult for his magic to work on me. Levi recalled that before this, he had talked with Smaug in Lonely Mountain for a whole day and didn't feel anything unusual, including the language magic that Gandalf used to intimidate the dwarves a long time ago, which didn't affect him. As they talked, the two had already stepped onto the black steps at the main entrance of the tower and slowly walked into the tower. Stop! But before they entered the door, they were stopped by a servant at the door. Lord Saruman did not say that he had any visitors today. What are you doing here? The servant had a rather indifferent look in his eyes, and he looked down on people with his head raised, just like Saruman. Although the servant had such an attitude, Gandalf still said gently, I am Gandalf, the Grey Wizard Gandalf. This is Levi. We are here to visit. Please inform Saruman. We can wait at the door in the meantime. Levi nodded, which was considered to be an approval of Gandalf's statement. I'm sorry, whether you are a wizard or Levi, you can't go in without the permission of Lord Saruman. This is an iron order issued by Lord Saruman himself. Please go back. It's probably intentional. With Saruman's magic power, I'm afraid that the two of them had been noticed when they arrived at the bottom of the tower. He couldn't have been unaware of this. Gandalf turned around helplessly, and before he could say anything, Levi had already walked 2 steps forward past him, and came to the front door. The ease and casualness in those eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a more genuine indifference than that of the servant. That was the true indifference of things that did not matter to him, not some kind of arrogant disguise. When Levi approached, the servant guarding the door was obviously having difficulty breathing. Recalling the various rumors in his mind, he could not help but take a step back. The courage given by the backing collapsed in an instant. Go tell your Lord Saruman that Levi came to visit with good intentions. If he has something urgent to do, I can wait here for a while. Of course, if possible, I still hope that he can receive the news of our visit within today. Otherwise, this tower will become a ruin tomorrow. Chapter 124. Why do you have to be so mean, my friend? As soon as Levi finished that sentence, the door opened and a figure in a white robe walked out. Why didn't you tell me that such a distinguished guest was coming? He glanced at the servant at the door with some regret and reprimanded him. You can go back first, and you don't have to guard the door here anymore. Yes, sir. The servant bowed his head and responded, and left quickly. Saruman. Gandalf bowed slightly as a greeting. Levi nodded as a courtesy. In fact, even if he hadn't betrayed the Free People, the old man's character was not very likable. It was not his betrayal that led to his bad character, but his bad pride and jealousy that led to his betrayal. It's rare that the Legend of the Wilderness, the founder of the Free City, the Dragon Slayer Levi, can come to visit my little place. The people below don't know the etiquette, and speak nonsense at the door. I hope you won't blame them. Of course I won't blame him. Levi smiled. After all, it was taught by others. Saruman's old face tightened. Ahaha, you two, if you ask me, why don't we go in and talk? After all, the door is really not a place to chat. Gandalf hurriedly stood in the middle to separate the two people's sight. I have no objection. Levi answered first. Then please follow me, my dear guest. Saruman stared at Levi for a few seconds, turned around and walked towards the upper level of the tower. As if nothing had happened just now. Behind him, Gandalf desperately winked at Levi, but Levi just walked straight forward, pretending not to see anything. These two uncles, old Gandalf's eyelids twitched, and he was speechless. If they start fighting, it will be impossible to stop them. Neither of them can be controlled by him. For the sake of the Vala, let them have a good talk. On the upper floor of the Tower of Orthanc, Saruman sat on the highest main seat, picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. Levi and Gandalf sat at a small table under the main seat, with tea in front of them. For a while, the scene was a little quiet. If you ignore the previous experience and only look at the current scene, some people may think that a tea-tasting conference is being held here. After taking a sip of tea and confirming that this is real tea, without any additives or poison, Levi nodded and looked around the hall. Since the entire tower is built with a black stone, the environment inside the tower seems a little dim. The only lighting effect is the light coming through the colored glass, and a few lanterns on the ground, with a burning lampstand protected on top. There is an unobstructed door on each side of this hall. The left side looks like a research room, with many papers recording some research spread on the table, and some small objects. The right side seems a bit empty. There is a stone platform in the center of the room, and there seems to be something on it, which is now covered by a thick opaque cloth. As expected, under the cloth is the True Knowledge Crystal stored in this tower. True Knowledge Crystal, this magic prop, is very magical. People who hold it can not only communicate with each other, but also use this crystal to observe the intelligence of the territory where other crystals are located. It can be called a Middle-earth camera. Before his betrayal, Saruman had used this thing to monitor Gandalf's movements, and he kept an eye on him every day. However, the Palantir has its shortcomings. That is, if the user's will is not strong enough, he will see something in it that makes people dazed. Only those with strong will can control it, and turn their sight to what they want to see. This is the function of the Palantir under normal circumstances. At this time, because there is a Palantir in Sauron's hands, anyone who rashly uses the Palantir will be forced by Sauron to connect to a video call, and then be found offline. It's very dangerous. So at this time, except for Sauron's crystal, which is in the activated state, all other crystals in Middle-earth are covered like this, physically blocking the camera to prevent being peeped. At present, there are 4 Palantirs in Middle-earth that have clear movements, one of which is in Gondor, one is with Saruman, one is with the Linden Elves, and the last one is in Sauron's hands. Except for Sauron's, among the first 3, Linden's is not connected to the other crystals, and can only look unilaterally at Amon on the other side of the ocean. It is a landscape ornament, and is not very useful. The one in Gondor belongs to the royal family, but now the throne is vacant, and no one has the right to use it. When the Lord of the Rings War began in later generations, the then Prime Minister, Faramir's father, activated the crystal to monitor the movements of Mordor. Because of his deep hatred for Mordor, Sauron could not seduce him. But in the Battle of Wills with Sauron, the Prime Minister still lost, so that he looked old in his prime, and when the White City was finally breached, he had a mental breakdown and set himself on fire. Although the ending was not good, this Prime Minister was much better than Saruman. Some people fought against Sauron until they had a mental breakdown, but did not surrender to the enemy, while others chatted with him on video for a few words and then gave up. It's hard to say. Then it's time to ask, what is the recent celebrity coming to me for? In the silence, Saruman spoke first, and a sentence pulled Levi's thoughts back from the covered crystal. I heard that the Tower of Orthanc gathers the most intelligent books in Middle-earth. I came here for these, hoping to find some information here. I see. I thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be another person who came to borrow books. Saruman drank another sip of tea, and his heart was a little more stable. Okay, I allow it. Although his attitude was a little arrogant, he still agreed to this matter. But Saruman changed his tone and said, my books here are not dropped from the sky. They are all collected and sorted by me for many years, and many of them are written by me. For mortals, the wisdom here is something they will never be able to touch in their lifetime. Although he looked down on and envied Gandalf, he and Saruman were of the same kind after all. Even if they didn't like each other, if there was no special reason, they still had to tolerate and help each other. But people other than wizards? There must be rewards for gains. I think you should understand this truth. Okay, I got it. Levi took out a golden apple and threw it at Saruman. Caught off guard, Saruman only had time to block it with his hand. Because the action was too fast, he didn't have time to see what was in the air. When the golden object fell, a bang sound echoed in the empty hall. Saruman covered his stomach, his face twitched, and then he was angry. You hit me with a heavy object. What do you mean? Why don't you look at what you have in your hand? Besides the stone, it can only be... Huh? When he saw the object in his hand, Saruman's eyes widened. Chapter 125. How can there be such a perfect thing in this world? Saruman couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up, and held the golden apple in his hand to the window. He looked at it carefully in the sunlight. His eyes couldn't bear to leave it for a moment. What is this? After being amazed, Saruman suppressed his excitement, sat back in his chair and asked calmly, his eyes moving away from the golden apple. The golden apple is made of a lot of gold. Eating it can heal almost all injuries, and it can also protect you from the threat of sharp weapons to a certain extent. Levi replied, it is very precious. If you use one, there will be one less in the world. I hope you can use it in the right place. Gandalf glanced at Levi and said nothing. Good, very good. Saruman put the golden apple into his robe and said in a pleasant tone, my respected guest really brought me a great gift. I can guarantee that all the wisdom contained in the tower will be open to you during this period of time. If there is anything you don't understand, you can come to the upper floor of the tower to find me. If I am free, I will answer it for you. Isengard reputation plus 30. Current reputation, 30. Guest, so stingy. Other people's 30 points of reputation are friendly, but he is still a guest. It can only be said that it is very consistent with his image. Then I won't be polite. Just when the three people present thought that the matter was done, Levi suddenly said, in the room over there, if I am not mistaken, is the crystal of true knowledge? You are really knowledgeable. Saruman complimented meaningfully, saying, that is one of the crystals of truth, the crystal of Orthanc. One of the functions of this tower is to protect it. Can I see it? No. Two voices sounded at the same time. On this matter, Saruman and Gandalf rarely agreed. For safety reasons, I suggest that our guests should not try to get the crystal. Saruman warned. Levi, that thing should not be used lightly. One of its holders is Sauron, and you will definitely be noticed by him. Gandalf was also here to persuade. That's exactly my purpose. If he can see me, then I can see him too. Levi stood up and said, I'm curious about what he's been doing recently. Too reckless. Gandalf shook his head. Are you worried that I will be bewitched by him? Levi really felt that these two people were making a fuss at this moment. Have you forgotten, Gandalf, that when I faced Sauron in Dol Guldur, I hit him hard? He couldn't do anything to me when we were face to face, so how could he do anything to me from such a distance? The reason why Sauron could hit people with a Palantir in the future was largely because his power had been accumulated for such a long time, and recovered a lot. Sauron is still very weak now, so it's a good opportunity to fight him. Although you are generous, you have a fatal reckless character. Saruman's black cane suddenly appeared in the field of vision, followed by the white robe. Gandalf also stood up. Why don't we just forget about it, Levi? It's unnecessary. Regardless of interests, both of them were genuinely concerned about Levi's safety at this time. Aren't you two still here? Is there anyone here who hasn't faced Sauron? Obviously not. Levi stood at the door with his hands on his hips, and said, how about this? If I show any signs of being bewitched by Sauron, I will never complain even if you knock me to the ground with your own cane. This? Gandalf frowned. Does he have to see this crystal? Okay. Unexpectedly, Saruman agreed very straightforwardly. He held the black cane in his hand, which looked quite hard and had spikes on the top, and looked eager to try. This is really Saruman's heart, and passers-by know it. You? Alas. Gandalf shook his head, muttering something like unreasonable in his mouth, and after thinking about it, he also picked up his cane. The three of them came to the room on the right. Levi stood in front of the crystal covered with cloth. Gandalf and Saruman stood behind Levi, staring at him, holding their canes tightly. I feel a little cold on my back. Don't worry, my guest, I will always watch you, Saruman said in a soft voice. Me too, Gandalf echoed on the other side. That's why I feel a chill on my back. Forget it. No matter how hard their canes are, they can't be as hard as Azog's steel hammer. No, it's hard to say. Shaking his head, Levi stretched out his hand and lifted the heavy black cloth in front of him. The crystal of true knowledge appeared from below, reflecting the light from the candlestick in the room. Its appearance is smooth and round, while its interior is as dark as a lightless night, like a polished black agate. The thin spots of light reflected on it flicker and move with a change of perspective, as if it is a lightless rain in a lightless night. As deep as the starry sky, and as noisy as a rainy night. Even if the magic contained in it is not counted, this thing can be called a great and precious top-level work of art. Levi slowly stretched his hand forward, and as he approached, the crystal seemed to be activated, suddenly lit up, and actively connected to Levi's consciousness. This feeling is like using the brain to directly control some equipment. I see. Several pictures flashed from the crystal of true knowledge. Gandalf and Saruman looked at each other, and also stepped forward to watch. The first picture was a dark, endless, scorched land, without any living plants or animals. Only a few dry thorns could be seen occasionally, and some poisonous flowers that were nourished by evil things. Mordor. Gandalf said the name of this place. Most of the terrain there is like this, lifeless and full of despair. As he was talking, the picture changed and came to a somewhat gloomy green land. There were a large number of half-dressed humans working in the fields. They were all emaciated and listless. There were orcs next to them whipping them with whips. This is the fertile green land next to Lake Nirnan in the rear of Mordor. Those are the humans captured by Sauron as slaves. Large tracts of farmland are cultivated by slaves here. Most of Mordor's food comes from here. It is hard to imagine how many people they have abducted. Those people shouldn't be treated like this. Levi remembered this place and said, they should be liberated. The scene changed again. A large army poured out from an opening in the Ash Mountains in the north of Mordor and headed eastward. This army was extraordinary. Levi could see dozens of Orogs wearing full sets of fine steel armor. This was one of the few species in Middle-earth that could directly harm Levi, and it was also a rare war unit that was more muscular and more powerful than the Iron Golem. Just look at the huge clubs in their hands. The diameter alone was taller than an adult. The direction they were heading was Run, where the Dongi people lived. Dongi, they have been allied with Sauron for a long time. At their strongest time, they even disintegrated the kingdom of Rovanion and invaded Rohan all the way, posing a considerable threat to Gondor. Camul, one of the ringwraiths, is in Dongi. But why are they marching to Run? Levi was quite puzzled. Did something happen there? Gandalf shook his head, unable to explain. Only Saruman frowned, as if he had thought of something. Just when Levi was about to continue to manipulate the crystal to display more information, suddenly, the whole room darkened, and all the images in the crystal disappeared. A huge eye with rolling flames appeared from it, reflecting in Levi's pupils. The sight seemed to be able to cross space, directly locking onto the person standing in front of the crystal and conveying a series of whispers to Levi's mind. Degree of corruption, 0.001%. The progress bar that had been motionless for a long time, like a decoration, suddenly jumped. Sauron. The three people present became nervous, especially Saruman. While staring at the big eyes, he held the staff tightly with both hands, and his sight kept moving between the crystal and Levi, as if he was looking for some opportunity. Gandalf held the staff horizontally in front of him, and the ring of fire in his hand shone brightly, dispelling some darkness. Levi, in turn, offered his polite greeting. Hello again, loser. Chapter 126. For Sauron, the lethality of this sentence can be said to be quite great. Degree of corruption, 0.002%. As the progress of corruption suddenly increased, the anger and murderous intent of the dark shadow in the center of the flame also increased. The scorching heat penetrated into the room through the crystal stone, illuminating the room. There were constant whispers from the shadow, trying to climb into Levi's brain. And Levi took the initiative to put his ear close to it, and finally understood the meaning of the whispers. You will usher in death. Degree of corruption, 0.031%. Really? That's not bad. After all, in my opinion, whether alive or dead, it is much better than being half dead. Boom! A heavy pressure suddenly pounced into the consciousness, and the shadow spread in the heart, like a gust of wind, splitting the reason. Levi's breathing suddenly became much more difficult, even a little difficult to carry out. However, the fire in his heart did not go out because of the attack of darkness. Instead, it became stronger and more resilient, and could not be wiped away. I will find you and kill you. The evil and filthy declaration echoed in his consciousness. You can't kill me. Levi responded to it. Suddenly, the shadow in the crystal disappeared, and no picture appeared. Levi's eyes blurred, and he took a step back, feeling a little weightless. Degree of corruption, 1%, I help you. Saruman raised his cane, and was about to smash it down, and the stick swung out of the wind. Ding! It was hard to tell whether it was the sound of metal intersecting or the collision of wood and wood. A simple wooden stick blocked Levi, and the pipe hanging on it was still shaking due to the vibration. Gandalf. Saruman shouted in displeasure. No need, he was not bewitched. Gandalf smiled, slowly moved Saruman's staff away, and helped Levi. How is it? Fortunately, thanks to your help, it's not a big problem. Not a big problem? I think it's a big problem. You have completely angered Sauron. He will definitely find a way to retaliate against you. You'd better be careful recently. After all, Sauron's black magic is always difficult to prevent. He may sneak up on you at any time. Gandalf did not forget that magic is Levi's weakness. If there is any problem, remember to go to Rivendell or the Golden Forest. There are people who can help you there. Or if it doesn't work, go to Radagast. He may have some solutions. And me. Saruman put away his staff, walked over naturally and said, "You can also come to me. I will be happy to help." Gandalf nodded. He still trusted Saruman. However, Levi did not consider this as a priority option. If he went to Saruman, he might really help, but it would probably not be for free. "Okay, got it." Levi agreed and covered the Stone of Truth again, ending the topic. It was too dangerous. In the past 2 years, he had been running around in Middle-earth and experienced a lot of things, so his will had been tempered to some extent. If it had been when he first came to this world, it might have been even more dangerous. The purpose of using the Stone of Truth had been achieved, and the matter had come to an end. In Saruman's inexplicable regret, Levi came to the library on both sides of the tower, searching the titles of the books on the bookshelf row by row, looking for something that might trigger something new. "What do you want to read, Levi?" "I've been here for a while, and I still remember some of the books here." Gandalf volunteered to act as a guide. "About magic." "Magic? There are quite a lot of them." "Let me think. They're over here." A moment later, in front of a bookshelf, several piles of books were stacked on the table. Levi looked up and read the titles from top to bottom, and his scalp was tingling. These titles are enough to compile a booklet. "Okay. I see." From that day on, Levi lived directly in this huge library, flipping through books day and night, and he didn't seem to have taken a break. As a guide, Gandalf also read books with Levi for a few days, but after confirming that Levi and Saruman had no new conflicts, he left. "Time waits for no one. I have to continue my journey. This gray-robed wizard is always busy." Several days passed like this, and there was no big movement in the library. During this time, Saruman came once. He was a little confused about this guest who never slept when he was working. "You really don't need to sleep. I don't want another person to die suddenly in my tower," he warned Levi. "Just take care of yourself." Levi was too lazy to explain to him. Saruman tightly grasped his cane, turned around and left, and never came again. But outside the library, he called another servant. "Go and keep an eye on him. Don't let him die in there." If such a person of great influence died in his own tower, it would bring a lot of trouble. At that time, even if he didn't do it, he would be considered to be inseparable from it. That would be really hard to wash away even if he jumped into the running river. He didn't pay attention to Saruman's little move. Levi was scratching his head while reading books these days. Unlike what he thought, most of these so-called books related to magic were history books, or some rumors and stories and poems. The content was messy, almost from all ages. One book even recorded a mysterious man living deep in the old forest of the Shire. The types were very complete, but they were all useless. None of them taught magic or recorded a certain craft. There were only a few related books, and they were mixed with a lot of humanities and popular science. There was very little dry goods, or rather, these dry goods were just mentioned to tell the humanities and history of a certain place. Levi, who didn't believe in evil, stayed in the room and continued to read. But until he finished reading all those thin or thick books, he couldn't figure out anything. But it wasn't a complete loss. Among these books, there are 2 with Saruman's annotations. He wrote down some of his own inspirations on them. Many of these characters mentioned some research he was doing. And these studies are related to the elements that make up the essence of the world. Unfortunately, they are just some random notes, and there is no real focus. The essence of Saruman's research is probably in his private laboratory. It seems that I have to go find him. Alas. With a sigh, Levi stood up, patted the dust on his body, pushed open the door and walked out. This push also scared a servant, who was dozing at the door. He hurriedly greeted Levi and left in a hurry. Without paying attention to the servant, Levi walked up the stairs step by step, observing the internal structure of the tower, just to relax. "It's been a long time since I stood up." Looking up, even Levi couldn't help but sigh that there are really many books here. Bookshelves are almost the main interior of this huge and mountain-like black tower. From the bottom to the top of the tower, most of the rooms are used to store books, and they are connected to each other in a certain pattern. The remaining small part of the room is used for living and research. Thinking about it, Levi turned and broke into a room with a proper alchemy table and grinding tools. There were some notes scattered on the desk by the window, and the ink on them seemed to have not dried for a long time and was still fresh. About the infusion of metal materials. Levi picked up a page of notes and read it. When he first arrived at this tower, he would definitely not understand the many jargons and terms mentioned above. But after experiencing the baptism of that pile of books, Levi is no longer a novice. He could barely understand a few lines. Chapter 127. Infuse the material with magic. With the sunlight coming in, Levi looked at this page of notes and scratched his head. There was a little inspiration flashing in his mind, but it seemed like there was a layer of membrane between them, and he could not break through. It was like he was doing something just now, but when he turned around, he suddenly forgot it. The feeling was so unbearable that he wanted to die. I understand, but only a little bit. The truth cannot be understood by just looking at it casually. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Saruman. Our guests don't seem to be very polite. That's my personal property. He snatched the notebook from Levi's hand and slapped it on the table. It's really hard to understand. Levi admitted this. Hee hee. Saruman sneered and said, wisdom is not something that everyone can have. Forcing yourself to read something you can't understand will only damage your mind. I suggest you go to the lower level to read storybooks, which can broaden your horizons. Maybe you are right. Levi shrugged and said, so what does Saruman think about this research on the table? I have nothing to say to you. It's not something you should participate in. Saruman sat down by himself, picked up a small lens on the table, and observed the ore in front of him. If you don't have anything else to ask, please go out. As you can see, I'm not idle. Without paying attention to Saruman's ridicule, Levi's attention was attracted by the thing in his hand. What is that in your hand? I don't have to tell you. That's a pity. I wanted to share the secret medicine with someone. This is a small prop I use to study materials. Saruman raised his head and said, with this lens, you can observe the texture of metal or other things more clearly, which is helpful to understand their nature. Can I take a look? Of course. Levi took the lens. It looked familiar, but not sure. He raised the lens and looked at Saruman. All he saw was a gloomy old face. Levi looked away seriously and looked at the water cup beside him, especially the water in it. He looked at the reflection of the room under the weak light and thought about its soft and hard nature. A little enlightenment rose in his mind. Water, hard, can collapse mountains and shatter rocks. Soft can gently wrap around fingers. This element exists in water and all objects containing water. It is the source of life. Element memorization. A little knowledge about water floated into his mind and was absorbed by Levi. A prompt popped up. Get water element knowledge *1. Something was added to the synthesis table. Click. The small lens was placed on the table by Levi. What did you see? I sensed the wisdom of water. A smile appeared on Levi's lips. A crude and rough man, pretending. Saruman criticized him with disdain in his heart. This is for you. Levi threw out a bottle of night vision potion and said, it's too dark in your tower. This can help you see more clearly. Potion that allows vision to see the outline of things through the darkness? Saruman took it, looked at it, and put it aside. This effect is not rare. He can do it with some means, but there are indeed some magical elements in it, and it has certain research value. It can barely be regarded as a qualified consultation fee. Then I will accept it. Thank you for your generosity. The reputation value did not move. I didn't care about this little detail. Waving his hand and leaving Saruman's laboratory, Levi was a little excited. Elements. That is the symbol of mysticism. A new module has been unlocked. A mysterious era is coming. There was no delay. The next day, Levi rode on his horse early in the morning, said a word to his servant, and left here. He went straight back to the roadside fort. On this day, residents lived their lives as usual. Farmers planted crops, miners sat on mine carts to feel the power. People holding fishing rods sat by the river in groups of 3 or 4, looking forward to the next catch, and groups of residents gathered around an open space, discussing what kind of house to build. Everything was going on as usual. Until Levi appeared in an open space outside the city wall with a backpack of building materials. Then, he paved a large jagged circle with stones on the open space, and then built it upward along the circle. In this way, an extremely huge tower foundation was built. Yes, it was a tower. A giant fortress tower that looked down, and was several times longer than the castle. Sauron had Barad-dûr, and Saruman had Orthanc. Both of them were extremely solid fortress-type towers, both magnificent and practical. In the past, when he had nothing to do, Levi had no idea. But now? After all, the mysterious age has come out. Without a wizard tower, what magic can you play? Levi also wanted to have his own tower. A huge project started. During this month, residents climbed up the city wall whenever they had free time and looked at the huge building gradually getting taller by the lake. Oh my God! It was the first time for most residents to see Levi build something by himself. They thought that with the blessing of the Lord's magic, 3 or 5 people could build a tall, big and beautiful house in a few days, which was already quite fast. But they didn't expect that there would be stronger people among the strong, and the source of the great magic, the lord of the roadside fort, Levi, he took action himself, and one person could match everyone in the territory. Just take a nap, or do something else for a while. If you don't pay attention, the heavy and huge tower base will rise a lot, almost like flying up. That great tower, before this season has passed, it has grown from a piece of ground into a huge building that can penetrate the clouds, so that passers-by can only look up and cannot see the end. A resident took a pen and paper to write down this matter. And all this was done by our Lord alone. In this matter, even the residents, who know how to build houses in the city, did not dare to volunteer to help. We finally know how the roadside fort was built when this land was still barren. It must be a feat that can make people in the surrounding town stare. Written in 2942 autumn. The fallen leaves brought news. This year's territory is still peaceful, and nothing major has happened, except for the fortress-like tower that suddenly appeared. When the caravan of the roadside fort set off with various specialties and carts of good wine, it only had a foundation. When the caravan returned to the roadside fort after a long circle in various regions, the top of the tower had been built. The autumn wind was rustling, bringing a hint of coolness. On the top of the tower, looking at the tiny things below him, and then looking at the clouds that were within reach on one side, Levi opened his arms and took a deep breath. What a hearty and exciting time. Now that the site construction is completed, it's time to start doing some serious work. Whoosh, the next moment, Levi jumped down, put on his elytra, and slowly circled down until he reached the entrance stairs of the tower at the bottom. The little pink that was chewing the grass on the grass next to him saw his master landing, and fluttered over and rubbed his head against Levi's trouser legs. Those eyes were full of longing for the sky. Touching the dragon head, Levi looked at the small patch of grass next to him, and was silent for a while. You should eat less of that stuff in the future. Chapter 128. Did I not feed it enough meat? Or does this guy really like to eat vegetarian food? Levi was really silenced by Sheofan's special preference. Forget it, since it likes to eat, then let it eat. Anyway, it won't be hungry, and grass is not a bad thing. Maybe it is quite nutritious for it. Shaking his head, pushing open the door of the tower, Levi stood on the stairs, and did not move forward. Because there is nothing in front. At this moment, this tower is just an empty shell, with only the outer skin, and the inside is completely empty. There is really nothing. Even the floor that allows people to walk inside has not been laid, just like an empty cardboard box. Only the outermost layer has been built, and it is pitch black inside. Of course, normal buildings will not be like this, but who let this be built by Levi? Anyway, it will not collapse. He can build whatever he wants first. Levi has never seen Sauron's Barad-dûr Tower, and he doesn't know what it looks like or how big it is. But the scale of the tower in front of him is definitely not inferior to the Orthic Tower where Saruman lives, and it is even taller. In any case, from now on, there is one more magnificent tower in the world that can be named, but he just hasn't thought of it yet. Levi put the naming aside for the time being, sent the Pinky away to play, and returned to the warehouse, took out a pile of materials again, and began to plan the internal construction at the bottom of the tower. The floor must be laid first, then the lighting, library, reception hall, stairs to the upper floor. A few days later, the first floor of the tower was divided into several large areas. However, most of the places were empty, and only one library was renovated and put into use as Levi's research site. Here, Levi made his first iron staff and wooden staff, and then made the first research table and the first arcane workbench next to the bookshelf. This is the first step in mysticism, and it will be something that all future research will be inseparable from. The arcane workbench is used to synthesize some magical items, and the research table is used to research and unlock various new knowledge and new formulas. The research of new knowledge requires the use of element knowledge points, which is similar to the things obtained when studying water in Orthic before. The same thing can only get knowledge points once, and in the research, this knowledge point will be consumed. If the points are not enough, the research cannot continue. Therefore, if the research of mysticism wants to continue, it is destined to go through many places and use lenses to analyze everything that can be seen in this world. Snap. Levi tapped the staff, and a square bookshelf turned into a book suspended in the air. Magic Manual. This records some unknown mysterious research, which needs to be revealed and deciphered bit by bit. After feeding the little pink meat, Levi sat at the table and picked up the pen and ink to play the element connection game. The first life in the world was born from minerals and water. Earth plus water equals life. Human civilization first discovered, controlled, made it orderly, and used fire, and the energy released by this orderly flame illuminated the way of civilization. Fire plus order equals energy. When the liquid becomes chaotic, it becomes poison. Water plus chaos equals poison. As new elements were revealed on the research table, Levi's basic element knowledge points accumulated by scanning with a lens during the tower construction period were gradually consumed. Levi did not stop researching until all the elements from the basics to the 7th level in his memory were revealed. At this time, the knowledge points were basically consumed. It was definitely impossible to carry out the next step of research. At this time, he needed to go out and find some new materials. The study of mysticism is always inseparable from travel. It's time to go out for a walk. It's just right. It's been so long, and it's time to see how another project is going. Putting on the magic lens, Levi stepped into the gate of hell and rushed towards the direction of River Valley City in the eyes of awe and admiration of the residents. Just after walking a short distance, Levi stopped and looked at a transparent light spot suspended in the air on the side of the road. Or a node. In the mysterious era, if you want to use magic elements to make various things on the arcane workbench or cast spells, you need to use a staff, and the magic in the staff is not conjured out of thin air, it needs to be charged. There are many ways to charge the staff, but in the early development stage when there is nothing, most mystics, referring to people who study mysticism, will choose to use two methods to charge the staff. The first is to rely on naturally generated aura nodes, which are a stable collection of magic elements. They usually contain a variety of magic elements, and can slowly recover after being absorbed. Under normal circumstances, aura nodes are difficult to find. You can only see a vague transparent outline with the naked eye, and you need a magic lens to make it obvious. Its advantage is that it is almost cost-free and can be recycled. It is just a bit time-consuming. Compared with absorbing magic elements from aura nodes, the second method of obtaining magic is simpler and easier to understand. That is killing. After a life dies, the source elements contained in its body will escape and can be directly absorbed and used by the staff. However, this method is indeed a bit brutal. Under normal circumstances, the mysterious users prefer non-violent ways to obtain magic elements. In other words, there are 6 elements that can be directly used by the staff: earth, fire, wind, water, order, and chaos. There are 2 basic elements of fire and earth in the node in front of him. Levi noted this location and placed some blocks on the ground as a mark. Due to different world rules, there is no trace of aura nodes in Middle-earth. Only some can be found in Hell. It seems to be dynamically updated with the changes of Levi himself. The magic in Middle-earth basically comes from the user's own powerful soul, which is an extension of will from the inside to the outside. The magic revealed by the mysterious age comes from external objects, and is an application of aura and source elements. Many of the effects of the two seem to be the same, but their inner meaning and logic cannot be discussed together. After marking, Levi picked up the magic lens and put it in front of his eyes, and continued on his way. Stop when you see something bright on the way, make a mark, and then charge the iron-staffed Dwanmu staff in your hand. It took most of the day to reach the Valley City, and the magic staff full of magic was stuffed into a backpack. This is definitely enough for a while. When I walked out of the Hell Gate, it was late, and the glow of the sun leaked out from the gap between the mountains, reflecting on the path, illuminating the floor tiles red. Even when the sun was setting, the Valley City did not seem to be very quiet. The streets were still noisy, people came and went, and the running children did not mean to go home to rest and sleep. I haven't been here for a while, and it has become more prosperous. There are not only humans in this city, but also many dwarves walking around on the streets. The most significant impact of this is that I have to pay more attention to my surroundings when I walk in the future. Chapter 129. As time passed, the afterglow of the sun gradually faded, but the light in the city never disappeared. There were enough torches covered with shells on the roadside to provide lighting, and the continuous light was enough to turn this place into a city that never sleeps. Seeing the iconic black armor and long sword, people on the roadside saluted Levi slightly to show their greetings. Not only the residents of the Valley City, but also the dwarves showed some respect and greeted the Lord here. At night, Levi walked along the route he remembered to the hut where Bard lived and found that there was still a fire inside. Bard was not asleep either. "What are you busy with?" Pushing open the door, Levi didn't say hello in advance and sat directly across the desk to chat with Bard. Some financial problems in the town. Bard was already accustomed to Levi's elusiveness. He temporarily put down the work in his hands, went to get a pot of hot water, and brewed a cup of tea for Levi and placed it in front of him. "Do you need some snacks?" "No, I'm not hungry." Levi took a sip of tea and motioned for Bard to continue the previous topic. The road between River Valley and Long Lake Town has been repaired for a long time. This road is very popular. The day after it was repaired, someone drove his own carriage to the door to pick up the business of fast travel between the two places. Usually these people can run several round trips a day. The cooperation with Erebor is very smooth. Some people with better talents have learned to make new tools there. The number of blacksmiths and various craftsmen has increased a lot. Bard stared at the various reports on the table, recalling the developments in the recent period. As he was talking, he suddenly raised his head as if he had a feeling. Levi nodded, holding a gold-rimmed glass lens in front of his eyes, and looking at him. Humans, thinking, senses, soul, movement. New knowledge. What is that? Bard was a little confused. Your element composition. Levi put down the lens. Don't worry, continue. Okay. There is indeed something to say about the space beside the main road. The terrain nearby is very good. You can add some houses and buildings as an extension of the city and town. Just do it. I will convey this idea. There are not many things to manage in River Valley City. With 2 leaders as famous as mountains, the residents live very consciously, and the public security is very good. Everyone in this city has witnessed the times with their own eyes. Bard nodded and said, by the way, if you have time, you can go to the square in the city center. There are some new things there. I will. It was nothing big. After a brief chat and a cup of tea, Levi walked out of the hut, looked here and there with a lens in his hand, and studied everything around him. Some residents looked at the Lord, who was observing with a mirror, and scratched their heads. They couldn't understand what he was doing. But on the contrary, Levi had studied the residents. People, although things that have been studied cannot be studied repeatedly, there are always differences between people. In addition to the basic elements, everyone always has some additional elements to indicate the differences between individuals. This extra element is particularly evident in those who have a special skill. They always have some elements that ordinary people don't have. Just like blacksmiths, they have the tool element. The elements of different races are also slightly different. For example, dwarves. They often have the elements of earth, metal and minerals. Iron-headed kids per capita. After walking around the city, and gaining a lot of knowledge from various things around in residence, Levi suddenly looked up at the palace at the highest point of the valley city, and found that the building was obviously different from what he saw last time. It has been almost completely repaired, but some places seem a little square. It seems that those places still need to be polished. However, even the palace has been repaired, which means that the basic buildings and various facilities in the city are already quite complete. Otherwise, with Bard's temperament, it is unlikely that he would arrange people to repair the thing first. After climbing up the palace and looking around, Levi sighed at the wisdom of the working people. He looked down at the brightly lit city and suddenly focused his eyes on the center of the square, which was the place that Bard had just mentioned. Is that a statue? After a moment, Levi in the center of the square looked up at the exquisitely crafted stone sculpture and was surprised. Exactly the same. It was exactly the same as himself. This is a statue that records a great historical moment. The base of the statue is a ferocious giant dragon head, and 2 people stand on it one after the other. Standing in front is Levi holding a sword and wearing black armor, and standing behind is Bard, holding a yew longbow in his hand, and a spear-like black arrow on his back. The statue is lifelike and vivid. It can be seen that the craftsman who built it must be very skilled. After standing in front of the statue for a long time, and observing it for a long time, Levi left here and continued to observe other places. This observation lasted for a whole night. Knowledge increased. Bang, bang, bang. The next morning, there was a light knock on the door of Bud's house. Creak. The door opened. Bud still looked quite calm and energetic, which made Levi wonder if he didn't sleep either. Levi greeted him and said, I went to the square to see it. It's a great work of art. Did you propose it? No, it was proposed by a craftsman, and then the residents voted to build it. Well, it's really good. In just a few words, Levi had already walked into the house quite skillfully, and sat at the table by the window. He looked through the window at the direction of Changhu Town and said, speaking of which, since the residents are already accustomed to the current main road, it is time to extend this road further. Get ready, we are going to Changhu Town. I will start this project. Start? Do you mean the Sky Road? Bard's eyes became more serious. After settling the family affairs, Levi and Bard appeared in the west of Changhu Town that morning, which was the end of the newly built road. Not far ahead was the dark forest. If they continued to build the road on the ground, They had to consider how to remove the obstacles on the road. But the Lord always has a way. What's next? Bard asked with his head tilted. Next, watch me. Levi took out a stone, jumped, and put it on his feet, releasing a block. Soon, a stone pillar that reached the sky was built. Standing on a high place, Levi looked to the left, and saw the black mountains of the Black Forest. Looking to the right, he saw the leaves shining red in the sunlight, and the location of the Elf King's underground palace. This height is about right, and the location is also suitable, which will not interfere with the normal life of the elves. Start work. On this day, at the junction of the Black Forest and Chenghu Town, a stone platform spread out from the top of a stone pillar to the surroundings, blocking a large area of sunlight. Just when Bard looked up with his eyes wide open, his neck stiff, Levi put on his elytra to glide down, and continued to build the road along the end of the road previously built by the residents. The only difference from before is that this road is a bit curved, and it is spreading upward at a relatively smooth slope. Yes, upward. He built it until the sun went down. In Long Lake Town, Bud was having dinner in a hotel. While rubbing his sore neck, he said to a road paving worker sitting opposite him, "I hope you won't feel weak in the knees when the work starts." Weak in the knees? The man sitting opposite him was immediately a little unhappy. You are really curious about what kind of road can make the people who build it feel weak in the knees? I have been building roads for so long. What have I not seen? You will know when the day comes. Bud said, "I hope we can gather enough courageous people to build it." "I do it, sir." As soon as he finished saying this, Alfred suddenly jumped out from the side, causing the people who were eating around to look down on him. This guy is really slippery, and he will come out from somewhere if you don't pay attention. But despite the dislike, after so long of joint labor, Alfred has been initially transformed successfully. He has not made any troubles again, and he has done his best without being lazy. He has also been recognized by some townspeople. "You? Courage?" Bud looked strange and shook his head. The paver next to him was not so restrained. He said directly, "Does your courage mean wearing women's clothes and hiding behind?" As soon as this sentence came out, the air around him immediately became cheerful and burst into laughter. Alfred immediately blushed and stiffened his neck and retorted loudly, "Not every man has the courage to wear women's clothes." Ha ha. The people eating around laughed even louder. "Make way." A maid carrying dishes pushed Alfred away and walked behind him. After putting down the plate, she also smiled secretly. It can only be said that funny characters also have a certain market. Alas. But put down the knife and fork in his hand and sighed. His head was hurt by this guy. "It's up to you. If you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, don't go. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Our Lord has arranged a lot of work for me. Now, I have to quickly formulate a safety guide for high-altitude construction." Chapter 130. The winding road, the spiral track for mine carts, and the gear lift made with dwarven technology. This is the main entrance of this sky road. Unlike ordinary roads on the ground, the sky road has some natural hidden dangers, such as its own height and the stable operation of various facilities on it. However, there are solutions to these. A qualified road is always accompanied by many facilities, such as lighting, safety guardrails, etc., which are necessary, and then the maintenance of the upper and lower passages, which does not cost too much. If it is a lift built by the general process, there may be a small possibility of accidents, such as aging of parts or excessive fatigue in a certain place, but the things assembled by Levi's hands, even if there is an accident, it can only be caused by human beings. The stability can be said to be full. On this road, Levi stayed for several days. During these days, he directly repaired the most difficult and complicated opening section, and the rest was repetitive mechanical labor. After receiving the news, Badma rushed over without stopping and looked up again. He saw a huge stone pillar that reached the sky standing on the ground, supporting a small section of the road above. The road was flat and smooth. There were street lights with torches as light sources on the roadside, and there were strong safety fences to prevent accidents. There was also a small house at the beginning of the road, which could be used as a temporary stop. Even if we don't continue to repair it, the current appearance alone can be considered a miracle. This is not a miracle. Levi recalled some history and said, "Have you heard of Khazad-dûm or Moria?" "I know. I heard that there are a lot of dark creatures there, and it is the habitat of orcs and various monsters. It was not like that a long time ago. Khazad-dûm, the underground city, is quite large, running through the entire Misty Mountains from west to east, leading up to the top of the mountain, and connecting to the underground river. The whole process is magnificent, and wide without any cutting corners. It is a real miracle hall, famous throughout the world. Compared with Moria, the fortress tower or roadside fort built by Levi is really small. This is because he has the characteristics of a block man. It is hard to imagine how much time it took to open up such a large scale of Moria. Compared with Levi, that is a real incredible miracle. Bard imagined it a little. The huge and wide hall that can penetrate the misty mountains is many times larger than the Dale and Erebor combined. The craftsmanship of the dwarves is indeed powerful. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes, do you still think this project is incredible or impossible to complete? No, I never thought it was impossible to complete. Very good, then it's time to start. Levi took Bard, the temporary director of the road construction project, to the entrance and introduced the functions of each thing to him. The upward road is used to rise smoothly. The spiral minecart passage is mainly used to transport materials or blocks. Of course, if someone wants to try the taste of high-speed rotation, they can also sit on it to experience it. After introducing the two, Levi jumped onto a lift and invited Bard to come up. This platform is quite stable, and the process of ascending and descending is closed. There are many safety facilities installed, although they are unlikely to be used. There is also a pool at the bottom. Multiple insurances, extremely strong load capacity. As for how strong it is, it will be stronger when it encounters strong forces. The two stood on it, and the platform did not float at all, just as stable as standing on the ground. Levi pulled the lever. Click. The platform rose at a moderate speed. This feeling is common for Levi, or for those dwarves who are used to mining, but it is a bit exciting for Bard. As soon as the platform moved, he felt a slight dizziness. As a powerful archer who dared to climb the tower to challenge the dragon, and could ignore various external factors to shoot accurately, Bard's courage is naturally needless to say, and he will not have symptoms such as fear of heights. But this feeling of weightlessness was indeed his first experience. After all, he had never been to the dwarf mines, nor had he ridden the elevators and cable cars there. It's amazing. I've only heard of such things. After taking a few deep breaths, Bard also recovered. Now you've seen it, and you use it often in the future. Soon, the platform rose to the top, and the two walked out, feeling the breeze from the sky. Bard took a deep breath, walked to the side of the road, grabbed the fence, and looked at the sea of trees that looked particularly brilliant in the sunlight. That's the real woodland, not the Black Forest as people call it, but the Great Green Forest. As a descendant of the former lord of the Valley City, Bard also knew a little about the more ancient history. It's so beautiful, great and beautiful. I feel sorry for the king of the forest. Spiders and some dark forces have polluted the entire green forest, forcing them to live in the underground palace. In the past, they could only go out through rivers or some paths that people often walked on, and these places were not absolutely safe. Even Oak took some time to run to both sides of the river. But now, everything will be different. Bard continued. Click. Levi placed an iron golem on the spot. It can serve as a patrolman to maintain the safety of the entrance. The forest elves are actually happy to communicate. It's just that they have suffered from the invasion of dark creatures and the threats of various enemies for many years, so they have to be closed and vigilant about everything in the outside world. Levi expressed his opinion. They are quite friendly and enthusiastic towards their friends. Bard looked in the direction of the palace and agreed. I can see that the king is cold on the surface, but in fact he is a very compassionate person. I have never been able to think of a way to repay him. Hasn't Dorwinian's cargo ship arrived recently? Just bring him more good wine. Okay, I will. After determining the construction route, Bard quickly summoned the pavers waiting in Long Lake Town and took them to the entrance. The residents stood in front of the load-bearing stone pillars that were actually used for decoration, looking at each other and making a series of inhalations. Are we going up there? Someone couldn't help asking. Yes, those who are afraid of heights can withdraw now. This will not force anyone to do it. Bard glanced around, and no one spoke. But he had already seen the response from people's eyes. How shameful it is to retreat before trying. Chapter 131. Groups of people took the ascending platform to the construction front. On the side of the road, the first thing that came into view was the brilliant sea of trees reflecting golden light. This open and beautiful scene dispelled the fear of many people being in the sky. In the end, most people stayed, and only a few people felt dizzy when they looked down, shook their heads, and retreated. I'm really sorry. I have no problem walking on the road, but I can't even breathe when I walk to the edge. Some people who are afraid of heights left the construction front. However, the rest of the people looked at the height and felt uneasy, thinking that working here must be quite dangerous. Maybe the dwarves would be more suitable for this place. After all, there are many steep cliffs in the mountains. Although the place where the dwarves live cannot see the sun, there are many places that need high-altitude work. In addition to initially selecting a group of more reliable road pavers, Project Director Bud began to arrange a specific construction plan. During the construction, at least 2 people are required to work in a group, and they need to wear a safety rope. One of them is responsible for watching the rope and maintaining stability, while the other is responsible for road construction. As one thing after another is established, the road continues to extend little by little. There are transport mine trucks sliding along the rails from Changhu Town and even River Valley City, transporting batches of materials to maintain the smooth progress of the project. As the road construction project progresses, this movement also alarmed Thorin in the mountains. He hurried to ask about this matter, and Bard also told Levi about his plan. Since the expedition to Lonely Mountain, Thorin and Bard came to Changhu Town side by side again after several months. The two stood together and looked up at the magnificent sky road together. Thorin was not surprised by the huge project that suddenly started, but was more of a sigh. Dwarves have a lot of say in construction. It can be seen that the road pavers here are not very skilled. Thorin looked at the workers, who were still trying to pave the road, and shook his head. Yes, it's the first time for them to come to such a high place. No matter how high it was before, it would not be higher than the palace. This is a bit unexpected, Bard stated, but Thorin's mouth corners slightly raised. It may be very high for you, Uncle Bard. But if you can go deep into the mountains or some deep pits, you will find that this height is nothing. We often work in such places. The biggest difference between here and those canyons full of minerals is that it is just a little brighter. The sky and the dome of the mountain, the green forest and the stone thorns and the underground undercurrents, these things are even more dangerous than the latter. The diligence and bravery of the dwarves are unmatched by any other race. Okay. Bard admitted that he was not very knowledgeable. He said, "So what does the king under the mountain think of our project?" Thorin smiled slightly. He said, "As allies who help each other, I can't just sit back and watch you continue to work with such inefficient methods. The clumsy method you came up with is just following our old path. But watching you groping in the dark on the road we have already walked is not the way of allies. Why not ask someone more experienced for advice?" Thorin stretched out his hand to pat Bard's shoulder, but because he was not tall enough, he stopped awkwardly in the air when he was halfway. Bard obviously saw Thorin's embarrassment, and he naturally extended his hand and shook Thorin's hand. Maybe we can sit down and talk about things next time, Bard thought to himself. This way Thorin can reach him. Very grateful, respected king under the mountain, I will remember this favor. Facing this arrogant king, Bard obviously knew what to do. In the previous exchanges with Thranduil, he had accumulated enough experience to talk to such people who like to be around the bush to help others, and don't like to admit it, just go along with him. Thorin was obviously quite pleased with Bard's respectful and humble attitude. He said, "You're welcome, after all, I'm not here specifically for this matter." This sentence always feels a bit familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Bard hesitated to speak. "I will arrange the most diligent dwarves in Erebor to help you adapt to this project, and by the way, let you see how we usually work." In a few words, a technical assistance work was discussed and completed. Following this topic, the two discussed food cooperation for a while, including various meats and wines, as well as various characteristics of River Valley City or Long Lake Town. After discussing these things, Thorin suddenly asked, "Where is Levi? This project doesn't look like it has been going on for a long time, but where is the initiator of the project?" Levi returned to the border fort. He said that he had collected enough elements and was going to study something now. It sounds like our old friend has become a wizard. He is a bit like a wizard, and sometimes what he says is more mysterious than those wizards. Mysterious? It is indeed mysterious. After confirming that the project can proceed smoothly, Levi hurried back home and started his follow-up research. At this moment, all the types of elements have been unlocked, and a lot of knowledge points have been accumulated. It is time to study those unknown knowledge. Holding a pen and ink in his hand, Levi opened the magic manual, opened the cover, and checked the knowledge recorded on it. Chapter 1, Basics. Basics, as the name suggests, records the basic common sense of mysticism. There are very few things to study in this chapter, most of which are introductions to various common mystical things and materials. Only those involving specific methods need to be studied. For example, node in a jar. This is a magic that can put nodes into a jar and take them away. Its research involves 5 elements and 13 connection steps. The familiar feeling is back, all back. Levi sighed and copied down the first research notes with pen and ink. The study of mysticism is more of a puzzle game than a study. You only need to connect two or more elements at the starting point and the end point to use the elements related to them. For example, water and earth. To connect these two elements, you need to put a life element in the middle, because life is composed of water and earth. Only similar elements like this can be connected. After the connection is successful, the notes you copied down will become a well-researched note. Using the notes, you can learn the corresponding knowledge. If the connection fails, the notes will be useless, and you have to copy another copy to study again. The initial research is always simple, and can be completed in a few steps. The more you go on, the more elements you need to connect, and the more complicated the steps to solve the problem are, which often makes people's brains hurt. In the past, Li Wei was more accustomed to using some special tools or websites to calculate the best connection combination, and at worst, he could copy other people's answers. But now, there are no tools for him to use, and everything can only be done by himself. Fortunately, this kind of puzzle game is quite simple, and you can figure it out with a little brainpower. In addition, Levi has collected enough elements during this period, so it doesn't matter if they are wasted. At worst, you can just start over. So the journey of solving problems for the Tower Problem Solver began. Chapter 132. In the mysticism, there is a kind of research called forbidden knowledge. Accompanying the forbidden knowledge is another thing, distortion value. Whenever someone learns the forbidden knowledge, his distortion value will increase. The higher the distortion value, the more likely it is that some strange phenomena will appear on him. In the lighter cases, a sticky dirty water polluted by spells will suddenly appear under his feet, or his eyes will suddenly darken, and he can't see clearly, or he will become very hungry, and want to eat everything he sees, but he can't eat enough. In the more serious cases, various hallucinations will appear. Sometimes, this hallucination will be a densely packed spider crawling out of the void, and they will attack the hallucination. It should be noted that even if these hallucinations can only be seen by the person concerned, if you let those hallucination spiders bite you, you will really die. So if you see a mysterious messenger fighting with the air, don't be surprised, they are just protecting themselves. In addition to hallucinations, some people may suddenly feel a burst of heat, then spontaneously combust, or curse and lose blood. In fact, those that only affect oneself are relatively good. Some distortion phenomena will turn the distorted person into a pollution source, and all lives touched will be polluted. However, in addition to bad phenomena, sometimes some neutral phenomena will occur, such as an impressive distortion, death gaze, which usually only appears in those who have a hopeless distortion value. People with death gaze will have a very narrow field of vision, and cannot see things too far away, but all creatures seen by people with death gaze will gradually wither and die. Just as its name suggests, the death gaze will kill anyone who sees it, but it will not hurt the owner itself, and sometimes it can be used as a means of attack. There are many strange phenomena brought about by taboo knowledge, and they are hard to prevent from harassing the mysterious messenger, and they may happen at any time. And most of these phenomena cannot be eliminated by milk, and can only be resisted. It is worth mentioning that some of these phenomena are simply caused by the confusion of one's own consciousness and thoughts due to the study of taboo knowledge. Others are because these studies have touched certain existences in the outside world. They noticed the researchers of the taboo and tried to send their minions over, or exert influence from the void. When the researchers of mysticism touch the taboo will find him by itself. However, from the official start of the research to now, Levi feels that his distortion value has accumulated to a considerable extent, and his vision has been dimmed several times to the point that he can't see clearly. But I have never seen any more serious phenomena, especially those phenomena that are obviously directly interfered by the existence outside the domain. They all seem to be isolated by something, unable to penetrate their power here. All the influences exerted by the outside world disappeared, only the distortions from the researchers themselves were still in effect. They could not interfere here. Doesn't that mean I can study forbidden knowledge at will? Thank the Creator God. Although most of the distortion effects are not a big threat to Levi, it is still annoying to be disturbed from time to time, especially when there are effects that can affect others. Although something called demon removing soap can remove the distortion on the body, it can only remove temporary distortions that are not permanent. The real deep-rooted permanent distortion will still take effect. The impact caused by permanent distortion basically has a shadow of existence. Before this, Levi was a little worried. Now it's good, the creator of this world has withstood everything for him. Obviously, those things in the outer domain are far less powerful than the creator god of Arda, and they can't affect here. Evaluation. Not as good as Sauron. The sun rises and the moon sets, and several days have passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, Levi walked out of the tower, embracing the warm light of the sun, and felt that the distortion value was removed a lot. During this period of time, he unlocked all the chapters and chapters of mysticism except for the study of witchcraft, which is the research leading to the void of the outer domain. To open the study of witchcraft, you need something called Witchcraft Book, which is usually only carried by cultists. Obviously, there are no cultists in Middle-earth. At least not yet. But it's not a big deal. Some of the things revealed by the witchcraft are not necessary. It's good to be a serious mystic. Now, all the research is ready. Then the most important thing is to start the first step of the layout, which is also the layout throughout the entire mystic research career, the magic injection altar. This device can inject magic elements into ordinary objects, or integrate multiple things containing different elements into one, so that they can be aggregated into some extraordinary items. This is refining chemistry. The magic injection altar is not like a synthesis table. It is a multi-block structure that requires a certain building area. Since the first floor of the tower has been planned, Levi directly opened up the second floor of the tower, which is dedicated to magic injection and various magic crafts. In this way, the magic elements stored in ordinary wooden staffs were consumed, and the materials needed to build the magic altar were also prepared. Snap! As the 25 points of various elements stored in the ordinary wooden staff at the end of a golden staff were consumed, a square rune matrix slowly rose, and the arcane stones at the four corners incredibly turned into cylinders, guarding the rune matrix. This is the core of the magic altar, which can play the role of calculation and execution, and has a certain element storage capacity, which is equivalent to a simple magic version of a computer. After the core of the magic altar was completed, Levi put down a pile of pedestals around it. In this way, the prototype of the altar was built. But it's not over yet. The research of magic is always accompanied by risks. When using the magic altar to make some more advanced magic items, it is possible to make mistakes, and the way to reduce the probability of errors is to place a large number of objects containing magic around. So, the rotten meat dropped by the orcs a long time ago came in handy. These rotten meats can be refined into magic grease in a crucible, and magic grease can be made into grease candles, which are relatively low cost and relatively beautiful ornaments containing magic. Levi took the time to return to the roadside fort and took out several sets of rotten meat from the box that had been placed there a long time ago. Little Pink came over curiously and smelled it. Little Pink walked away with disgust. Although Little Pink disliked it, Levi did not dislike it. Let us thank Oak, they have made an indelible contribution to the development of mysticism. After a moment, a total of 169 grease candles were placed at the bottom of the magic-infused altar to provide it with stability. After building the fully equipped magic altar, Levi opened the magic manual and built other necessary facilities one by one and placed them on the second floor of the tower. After doing this, it is time to solve another problem: element fragments. This is something that is indispensable for the development of mysticism. It usually needs to be mined, but there is no such mine in Middle-earth, and hell is not generated. There are no element fragments in mysticism, just like there is no wood in my world, and there is no way to play at all. But fortunately, the magic manual reveals another way to obtain element fragments. Throw quartz fragments into a crucible with basic elements, and you can refine element fragments with corresponding attributes. In this way, this major basic resource problem is solved. With all the conditions in place, Levi can't wait to start fiddling with bottles and jars, and use the element distiller to separate the elements needed from various materials, and make a quartz staff as soon as possible. This staff has a magic element storage capacity 3 times stronger than the wooden staff, 75 points. Changing to this is like changing a weapon from a wooden sword to an iron sword, which is a big upgrade. 75 points is a threshold. A staff that is more powerful than it is the silver tree staff, which can store 100 points of magic. A staff that is one level lower than it is the grandwood staff, which has a storage capacity of 50 points. It's just that this world has neither silver trees nor grand oak trees. But trees that contain magic elements, like silver trees, do not seem to be absent on this continent. Levi's thoughts drifted from the tower to the golden forest on the east side of the Misty Mountains, which is the territory where Lady Galadriel lives, Lothlorien. There are malong trees with silver-white trunks and golden leaves everywhere. That tree is not a native species of Middle-earth, but originated from the holy place where the powerful people in the west live. Valinor. Chapter 133. Although not as good as similar trees in Valinor, the maelstrom trees in the Golden Forest are also tall and magnificent, and most of the homes of the elves of Lothlorien are built on trees. Perhaps that tree can replace the silver tree. After all, both are trees rich in magic and have a certain purification power, and their properties are too similar. In this way, the Golden Forest has become a must-visit place. Levi did not forget that in Rivendell, Lady Galadriel had invited him to visit the Golden Forest, but he had never been able to find the time. Maybe I should visit it in the near future. A trip to the Golden Forest was established. But before that, Levi returned to the castle and dug out a bunch of materials. Amber, wool, silk thread, fluorite powder, gold ingots. After digging out these materials, he used gold grains to synthesize an ordinary pure gold ring. Put the golden ring on the core base in the middle of the magic infusion altar, and arrange the other materials on the auxiliary bases on both sides. Levi ran to the alchemy area again, distilled the required elements, and stored them in the element jars. Energy, magic power, protection. These three elements will make up for Levi's last shortcoming, that is, the lack of magic defense. Standing in front of the rune matrix of the magic infusion altar, Levi sighed. Saruman, the white-robed wizard, has been trying to imitate Sauron for a long time and forge a ring with magical power. But he never thought that a person he thought was a vulgar and reckless man would make something similar before him today. Rune shield ring. Buzz, as the matrix started, the materials on the bases on both sides gradually decomposed and dissipated, turning into the most basic source material and injecting it into the golden ring in the middle. Then, there were the pure elements in the jar, which gathered in the ring. With the help of the oil candle, the infusion was quite smooth this time, without any accidents. Swish, after a while, the rune matrix stopped running, and the ring in the middle glowed with a faint light. After the infusion, the appearance of this ring was very different from its previous plain appearance. It was a gold ring inlaid with shiny amber particles. Compared with before, its color was brighter and golden, and faintly orange. With gold as the shape and amber as the carrier of magic elements, a ring with protective function was made. Levi put the ring on his hand, and immediately felt a warmth emerging from it. As the magic elements stored in the staff were absorbed, light golden runes spread out from the ring, gradually climbing to the whole body, forming a transparent magic shield. After a flash, the light golden shield was directly hidden. Only when the wearer is attacked will it reappear and resist damage for him. Rune shield plus 5. This ring can provide 5 points of shield, which means it can resist 5 points of damage. After being broken, it needs to absorb the elements in the staff to gradually recover. Without hesitation, Levi made another rune ring, a pendant, and a belt. 2 rings, a necklace, and a belt. This is the upper limit of the accessories that can be effective. No matter how many are worn, only these can be effective. They can provide a total of 28 points of shield. After making the rune 4-piece set, Levi upgraded them and gave them special effects. When the shield on the belt is damaged, it will burst out with a shock to push away nearby enemies. When the shield provided by the ring is broken, it will provide Levi with a life recovery effect. When the shield of the necklace is broken, it will immediately generate a temporary rune shield of 8 points. Now, Levi has the confidence to face the siege of the ringwraiths. Their abilities are no longer an unsolvable problem. Even without Gandalf, their curses, mental attacks, magic damage, and various martial arts. In fact, they are still a bit difficult to deal with. But it will not be like before when there is no way to deal with them, and they can only rely on Milt to fight hard. Taking a breath, unloading various research props, packing up the backpack, Levi stretched his body hard. It is really tiring to do research in the tower, mainly because it is a bit brain-consuming. It is hard to imagine that Saruman can stay in the tower for decades to do research, just to tinker with a magic ring. Of course, the ring he studied is definitely different from the one in Levi's hand. What Saruman pursues is a powerful power ring of the same level as the 3 rings of the elves. If he saw Levi's ring, he might feel novel and surprised, but he certainly wouldn't think that this is what he is pursuing. After all, apart from the magic protection function, this ring has no other function. The sun was shining brightly that day, and Levi walked out of the tower and came to the gate of the roadside castle. Seeing the lord who had disappeared for a while reappear, the gatekeeper quickly opened the gate and welcomed Levi back to the city. The residents were no longer surprised by Levi's sudden departure and sudden return. In the past, all residents were happy to see the lord return. But today there was an exception, that is, the cook who was responsible for taking care of Xiaofan's meals. During the time when Levi was immersed in research in the tower, because sometimes he was too busy when distilling elements or arranging magic pipelines, after forgetting to feed Xiaofan twice, he directly entrusted Xiaofan to a resident with high contribution to take care of her. As soon as he heard that Levi was back, the resident immediately took the initiative to find Levi, lowered his head in fear and said, "Sir, I come to confess my crime to you." "What's wrong?" Levi had a bad feeling. "The little pink you entrusted me to take care of it. What's wrong with it? Is there something wrong with it?" No, not. I don't know how to say it, sir, but I promise you that I have never deducted a bit of food from the little pink. Every time I let it eat whatever it likes, until it can't eat anymore, and we usually get along very well, and it is very close to me, that is. As he was talking, a figure suddenly came over from a distance, flapping its wings and hind legs, bumping into Levi's legs, and rubbing desperately. Good boy. Levi touched the little pink's head, and observed it for a while. Looking at its size, it must have eaten a lot during this period, and its spirits and appearance are also good, and it looks very happy. Isn't this great? Levi looked at the cook. Why did he admit his mistake for no reason, until Xiaofan uttered a syllable from his throat? Woof. Levi smiled with relief. The cook quickly explained, "It's my fault, sir. Please punish me. I didn't take good care of Xiaofan and let her run to play with a big yellow dog next door." Woof. Speak of a big yellow dog, and the big yellow dog came. Xiaofan, who was rubbing against Levi's trouser legs, turned around and played with a big yellow dog running from a distance. Okay, it's okay, I don't blame you. It can play if it wants to. After all, there is no one of its kind here to teach it what to do. And it's less than half a year old, and it really needs a playmate. Levi was a little tired, so he comforted the cook who made a lot of contributions and let him go back to do what he should do. After a while, the big yellow dog and the little pink dog ran enough, and the dragon and the dog came to Levi and squatted in front of him. Levi stretched out his two hands, one touching the dragon head and the other touching the dog's head, while observing the little pink's playmate. A very calm big yellow dog, very obedient, spiritual, good-tempered, friendly, not fierce. Or at least knows who should be fierce, and who should not be fierce. It can be seen that its owner has taught it well. But it looks old. Alas. After feeding the big yellow dog a piece of meat, Levi rubbed the little pink's dragon head and sighed. Why do you have to play with it? After all, you can live so long. Like elves, dragons have no life limit. They exist forever. Chapter 134. Levi was not sure whether it was a good thing for a newborn dragon that had not experienced any complicated things to experience separation too early. Although separation would be a common thing in the future for a dragon with an infinite lifespan, it was still young after all. Forget it, it will happen sooner or later. Sprinkling the little powder and letting them continue to play, Levi returned to the castle, spread out the map, and began to plan the next trip. Lothlorien. If you have a destination, you must have a route. A line was drawn from the roadside fort to Moria. Then, there was the exit on the east side of Moria. Not far from this exit was the Golden Forest, and the two places were almost close to each other. Looking at these two places, Levi was also a little emotional. In the past, the dwarves and the elves had a sincere friendship, and they had helped the elves enthusiastically. Unfortunately, in the end, the dwarves were harmed by their growing greed and stubborn character. The ring given by Sauron to the dwarves made them as greedy as dragons, and hated anyone who tried to take their treasures, but their stubbornness made them not succumb to the darkness, nor be controlled by Sauron. After obtaining the ring, the dwarves of Khazad-dûm, under the leadership of the contemporary King Durin III, sent out a large army to help the elves resist Sauron. It was also with their help that Elrond could retreat smoothly. This is why Elrond could tolerate Thorin and his party so much in Rivendell, all because of his ancestors. The partial defeat in that battle made Sauron so angry that he directly ordered Oak to be enemies with the dwarves forever and target the dwarves everywhere. From then on, the two races fought fiercely whenever they met, and their jealousy and hatred were deeper than anything else. Let's go from here. Moria. In the autumn of that year, Levi set out from the roadside fort, all the way south, crossed the Loudwater River, went straight down to a region, passed through many ruins, and came to a lake under the misty mountains. This is where the west gate of Moria is located. Under the night sky, Levi stared at his reflection in the lake, stretched out his hand, and tapped the lake. Waves of ripples spread far away, disturbing the things in it. And when the ripples subsided, the lake was still dead silent. Hey, is anyone there? Levi shouted into the lake, and threw another stone in. However, the expected movement did not appear. Of course, Levi was not crazy. He did this just to try to call out the indescribable and unknown watcher with huge tentacles in the water. However, although the watcher in the water did not respond to Levi, another voice appeared on the mountain beside him. Roar! A warg climbed up the mountain, revealing its hideous and terrifying head, and its scarlet eyes stared at the humans, who came to the door below. You know, this place is now called Moria, not Khazad-dûm, and as long as the former name is not removed, it means that it is still full of darkness, with orcs, wargs, ogres, and some giant beasts everywhere. Warg only one. Just as Levi was thinking this, another wolf emerged from the other side of the warg that had exposed its head. Then, dense red dots emerged from the mountain. A pack of wargs. Levi licked his lips and drew his sword. Swish, under the moonlight, the nemesis glowed with a cold light, but that light seemed like a thorn in the eyes of the wargs, making them retreat uncontrollably. When Levi took 2 steps forward, exposing his face and figure to the moonlight, the leading warg suddenly howled, turned around and ran down the hill. The other wargs next to him seemed to have just woken up, and followed the leading warg without looking back. For a while, this area became quiet again. Levi silently retracted his sword and turned to look at the place he was looking for. Close to this deep lake, there is a vertical and smooth rock wall, which looks like it has been cut by something. As Levi gradually approached, several patterns lit up in the middle of this smooth rock wall. This is a hard and magical gate mixed with elves and dwarves. Even the army of Sauron in his heyday could not break through it, and could only be blocked outside. To open it, a secret code is needed. Melon. Levi said that syllable, which means friend in Elvish. Crash. The magical door opened automatically. The door of a dwarf kingdom needs to be unlocked and opened in Elvish, which is enough to prove the friendship that once existed between the two tribes. In fact, the door itself is also a symbol of friendship between the two parties. Before a region was destroyed, it was often open. But at this time, it is better to close it. As the door closed, the only light source disappeared, and there was only darkness inside, and nothing could be seen clearly. Levi did not take out a torch, but drank a bottle of night vision potion. The vision suddenly widened. Levi opened his eyes wide. I saw 2 thick stone pillars several dozen meters high standing in the huge cave, guarding the wide passage in the middle leading to the inside. There was a small door on each side of the stone pillar. I didn't rush forward. Creak. One of the small doors on both sides of the stone pillar was pushed open. What came into view was a room that was not very big. There were several straw beds placed inside, close to a fireplace. There were some empty weapon racks hanging on the wall in front of the bed. In front of the weapon rack was a small table with dusty plates and wine glasses on it. Sentry? Levi thought of a word to describe this place. It can be seen that no one has been here for a long time. Of course, after the fall, such a place would not be of any use. After searching the sentry posts on both sides, Levi rubbed his hands after searching through the boxes and cabinets, but found nothing good. The player's looting addiction came, and it would be uncomfortable if he didn't find some good stuff in the ruins. After closing the gate of the outpost, Levi walked towards the wide passage in the middle of the stone pillars, and walked all the way inside until he came to a dangerous path. With the night vision effect, Levi could see the entire terrain outline here. The path was close to the rock wall, and below was a deep valley that could not be seen to the bottom. Something seemed to be moving somewhere in the deepest part, like an orc, but from the look of him, he didn't notice anyone above. Looking up, Levi found that this road connected 3 directions, up, middle and down, and the top one was connected to a dwarf-style passage, and the other 2 did not know where they led to. Levi walked up without hesitation. As it turned out, this choice was right. Soon, a wide hall appeared in front of him. As always, it was in the magnificent style of the dwarves, high and wide, supported by multiple stone pillars. If it weren't for the fact that the walking height of a staircase going up was too low, people would believe that this was where the giants lived. The surroundings were quiet, and there seemed to be nothing unusual. Levi walked along this road for a long time, so long that he drank all the night vision potions in his backpack. He had to take out the alchemy table and various materials from the inner box, and make some on the spot. This boring journey lasted for several days, with all kinds of detours and obstacles that were impossible to understand. Sometimes you just walked to the end, and sometimes you turned around and ended up in an unknown room. This reminded Levi of a rumor. The entire Moria itself is a huge maze. After being lost for several days in a row, Levi got anxious. He took out a pickaxe directly. Forgive me, Thorin, your place is too difficult to walk. I will help you repair it a little. Chapter 135. Paw. Another stone on the wall was knocked down. After helping his allies to renovate the passage in Moria, Levi finally found a relatively wide road that looked like it led to the eastern exit. Gulp. Another bottle of night vision potion was swallowed. On a downward staircase, Levi looked up, his eyes gradually widened, and his breathing slowed down. This is a real, huge, wide hall that you can't see the end of at a glance. Countless magnificent stone pillars over 100 meters tall stand neatly on the ground, connecting the sky and the earth, supporting this underground kingdom. Those magnificent stone pillars, each of which has been carefully carved and engraved with dwarf-style carvings, are eye-opening. This is Khazad-dûm, the miracle of Middle-earth, the magnificent underground palace. But soon, people will see new miracles outside. Levi walked slowly in this palace, this long palace that can't see the end. The surroundings were silent, and Levi gradually lost himself and began to lose his direction. He didn't know how long he had walked or how many bottles of potion he had drunk. Suddenly, Levi turned his head and looked across the distant corridor to a place on the east side of the hall with a slightly different outline. A door. A door with a metal frame. Finally seeing something new, Levi was a little excited. He ran over and tried to push the door. With a clang, the door did not open, but only vibrated slightly. It seemed that something was stuck inside. This door was very hard, and it would be difficult to break it open with normal methods. But Levi was not normal. He took out his axe and knocked down the door. Clang. As soon as he entered the door, Levi's foot touched something brittle, and the thing scratched on the ground, making a slight sound. This is... Levi squatted down. The body of a dwarf, which had decayed to only bones, and the bones were so brittle that they fell apart, obviously quite old. He was still wearing armor. Putting the unknown dwarf's body aside, Levi continued to explore inside. Creak. A wooden box was opened, and a thick layer of dust slid down from it, while the things inside were brand new and shiny. Gold, silver. Another box was opened. It was a pile of jewelry. There were many boxes like this here. Most people in this world would be happy for a long time when they saw these things. After all, the treasures here are definitely enough for one person, or even a whole family for several generations. However, as the boxes were opened one by one, the treasures inside also reappeared, but Levi felt a little bored. It was just a little gold and silver treasures. Things like this, as Levi said before, if all his wealth was put out, it would flood the roadside fort. This little gold and silver treasure was really nothing to him, and there was not much space in the backpack, and he felt it was a waste of space to put these things. So Levi closed the boxes, and when he continued to walk in, he only opened the boxes or containers to see what was inside, and then lost interest. Until he reached the end of this room. On a forging table, there were several silver-white objects stacked there, covered with dust. Gently wipe off the dust, and the item bar will mark the ID of this thing. Mithril. The strongest, most beautiful, and rarest metal in the world. It is whiter than silver, more resilient than gold, and more shiny than diamond. Added Mithril series synthesis recipes, Mithril chain mail, Mithril leggings, Mithril boots, Mithril crown. A 4-piece set of Mithril equipment, with the same properties as nether alloy, slightly stronger than diamond, but no anti-knockback. Well, nether alloy is better overall. However, although the armor is a bit weak, Mithril can be used to forge a sword with a damage of up to 9 points, which is the same as the basic properties of Nemesis. It can only be said that it is worthy of being the strongest material in the world, and it is indeed expensive for a reason. There are a total of 4 pieces of Mithril on this forging table, just enough to make a Mithril chain mail, which is equivalent to a char. This is much more precious than all other things in this room combined. Mithril. A long time ago, when Mithril could still be produced stably, it could be exchanged for gold at a ratio of 1:10. Later, with the fall of Moria, Mithril could no longer be mined, and its price continued to rise, and it was no longer circulated, and no matter how rich you were, you couldn't buy it. After collecting these precious pieces of Mithril, Levi continued to explore other parts of the room. After making sure there was nothing better, he put the door back in place, and prepared to leave. But when one foot had already stepped out, Levi's eyes suddenly moved, and he found that there seemed to be something different on the dwarf's body next to the door, stuck in the sternum. The thing was stuck very hidden, and because of the angle when he moved before, he didn't see it. This? Sorry, may your soul rest in peace. Muttering, Levi reached in and took out the thing. A small silver-white axe, finely crafted and solid, with some difficult-to-understand symbols engraved on it. Could it be? Levi was a little unsure. After all, he had never seen it, and didn't know what the symbols on it meant, but judging from the workmanship, it was indeed extraordinary. Let's take it out to Thorin to see. Maybe he recognizes it. After making a decision, he closed the door tightly, and reinforced the bolt, and Levi suddenly frowned. Ding! An arrow shot on the breastplate, and was bounced aside. Roar! A strange cry came from a stone pillar. Levi looked over, and saw an oak with a hideous face full of tumors, and almost indistinguishable facial features staring at him with wide eyes, sizing up this foreign visitor he had never seen before. Of course, you have to give a gift in return after receiving it. Levi also took out his bow and arrow, and shot at the position of Oak. Whoosh, Oak quickly moved to the side, but it was useless, he was still hit by the arrow. If it was shot by someone else, it would be fine, it would not be a big deal. But this was shot by Levi. And the arrow he shot, as long as it was hit, there is no such thing as no damage. Touching, it means hitting. Crash! Flames burned from his body. Oak couldn't stop wailing, and desperately rubbing against the stone pillar, trying to extinguish the flames, but this was destined to be a futile effort. Soon, he fell from the stone pillar like a burnt dead branch, making a thump. That light, and that sound were particularly eye-catching in this hall. I think this place is definitely suitable for concerts, Levi commented. Boom! The sound of drums came from deep underground. Boom! Boom! The sound imitated the frequency of heartbeats, one by one, and then approached. Levi took the initiative to walk forward 2 steps, and looked into the distance. At the end of the hall, there were dense outlines of creatures pupating, pouring out from all directions, filling the space like ants. If they couldn't stand on the ground, they climbed on the stone pillars. If they couldn't climb down on the stone pillars, they hung on the dome. Those hanging on the dome must have good arm strength. After all, if you don't have good arm strength and dare to play like this, you should have fallen to death long ago. Orcs. An army of orcs from deep underground in Moria. A fierce army of hell. Okay, the audience is here. In the darkness, they stared at the invading invaders with their scarlet eyes. Just as the orcs were about to rush over, intending to let the invader experience the taste of crops being bitten by the large number of locusts passing through, the man suddenly spoke with some polite words. Wait a minute, please wait a minute. Levi shouted loudly, and the voice echoed in the hall. I don't know what kind of magic it was, but the orcs really stopped unconsciously, and stood there waiting for the follow-up words of this human. You may not know me, after all, we have never seen it before, and this place, oh, in my opinion, it doesn't look like it can receive news from the outside world. But I promise that everyone will recognize me soon, because you will soon run away like a cowardly dog whose master has died. Run away like a dog. Run away. Run away. The hateful voice echoed in the hall, from one end to the other, far and long. The scene was somewhat silent for a while. Something seemed to be brewing in the darkness, becoming more and more hideous and terrifying, like a doomsday volcano about to erupt. Chapter 136. Anger continued to grow in the hearts of every orc until it reached a critical point. Roar! Instantly, like a dam that suddenly broke, this army of orcs from hell roared like a flood, overwhelming the tiny human. No one could bear such an insult, let alone the orcs, who were naturally violent and bloodthirsty. They roared and screamed desperately, hitting and smashing the weapons in their hands like ADHD, venting their anger and restlessness. The armor was hideous and black with spikes, the weapon was coated with poison and blood rust, and the face was hideous and full of greed. It was a scene that would scare anyone who saw it. The momentum is quite good. There are not many orc armies in the world that are as courageous as them. Levi bit a golden apple, drank enough potion, and drew his sword. In this dark, wide, miraculous hall, he charged at the orc army alone. The armor was darker than the darkest orc, as if it was going to absorb all the darkness, and the shining sword was so dazzling that the orcs, who were approaching, suddenly woke up for a moment and broke away from the collective emotions. However, it was too late. The humans in black armor had already collided with this army. With a crash, several orcs flew out with fire on their bodies, some fell down to the group of orcs behind, and some hit the magnificent stone pillars in the hall, and then fell miserably. Like a meteor in the long night, it was fleeting, illuminating the front, and left for a short moment. The dark warrior stood still, like a boulder in a turbulent river, with only waves of water pushed back by the boulder and splashing into the air. Get out of the way! A rude voice came from behind the orcs. A troll rushed over with a huge spiked iron ball tied with an iron chain. Some unfortunate orcs were scratched by the spikes and immediately fell to the ground, becoming food for other orcs. As the troll swung, the iron ball rose high and gradually occupied Levi's entire sight. Boom! Dust flew, and only the noisy shouting of the orcs remained in the hall. The large iron ball, with a diameter of several meters, seemed to have flattened the man and his sword together. There was no movement, and no light. Before the orcs began to be proud, suddenly, a golden light flashed from under the iron ball, dazzling and rich. The 2 rings on his hands flashed and shone, and runes appeared all over his body, supporting Levi to directly block the iron ball. Ring. Behind the army, an orc leader, who looked the calmest, suddenly widened his eyes. The master will definitely like this. Kill him, chop off his fingers. Ouch. The ogre screamed and swung the iron ball again, and Levi held the sword horizontally in front of him. Block. Dang. The spikes on the iron ball intersected with the long sword, and a huge force came, hitting Levi and making him take a step back, but this attack was also successfully exempted. Taking this opportunity, Levi thrust forward and smashed the orcs blocking the road, then the sword pointed downward and suddenly lifted up, knocked away. The ogre's entire body was lifted up in such an incredible and counterintuitive way, and Levi also jumped up, and before landing, bang! He received a jump chop, which directly cut through the ogre's skin and ignited it. The accompanying impact force directly overwhelmed the group of orcs nearby, and he was unable to use any strength in his body. The ogre, who started to burn with a bang, no longer cared about the situation in front of him, and swung the big killer in his hand frantically, trying to kill the human who hurt him. This action was destined to be futile. At the moment of landing, a pearl was thrown upwards and landed on a stone pillar. As the purple light dots flickered and fell, Levi appeared in the air. In a flash, a block was placed on the stone pillar, allowing Levi to successfully gain a foothold. The orcs followed the purple light particles and found Levi on top. They also began to climb the pillar and tried to take him down. Others drew their bows and aimed upwards. In this hard-earned breathing opportunity, Levi quickly glanced around. Whoosh, 7 or 8 arrows hit the armor, but failed to make Levi retreat half a step. One of the powerful arrows came from a far distance. Levi looked in the direction and found an orc who looked very calm. His expression was particularly conspicuous in this irritable army. Found you. This was the orc who had just shouted and given orders. Bang! Several red blocks fell along the edge with flashing light. While the orc's eyes were attracted, Levi threw another ender pearl in the direction of the orc leader. Boom! There was an explosion under his feet. A big pit appeared on the floor. A corner of the stone pillar was blown off. Before the second TNT exploded, a group of purple light particles fell. Levi flashed and appeared in the pile of orcs in the distance. He stepped on the orc's head and threw another pearl. While Levi was flying towards his destination, the orcs at the original place finally realized the danger of the red glowing blocks and hurriedly moved away, but it was too late. The dense explosions quickly sounded, attracting the attention of all units present, including the orc leader. Everyone, step back and let the ogres go. The leader of this army quickly made adjustments and gave orders to other ogres, but when he squinted his eyes and looked at the top of the broken stone pillar, he found that the figure had disappeared. Where? The leader's eyes widened suddenly, his heart pounding, and a bad premonition rose. Swish! An orc flew out from behind with flames and landed in front of him. Here! The voice was close at hand, and the leader quickly drew out his knife and slashed behind him, and all he could see was a golden color. Rune shield puff. The long sword stabbed into the chest, and the leader burst into flames and wailed. The sword flashed, and an orc's head was removed from the body like a part, and the incision was smooth and neat, as if it was natural. Rush to the army, show force, find the leader, behead, and release fear. After many battles, Levi has initially adapted to a set of tactics to deal with the orc army. Plop. The headless body fell to the ground. Levi held a torch and grabbed the orc head and shouted, "Scum, look who this is." However, this time, he miscalculated. Roar! A troll swung a big club in his hand and hit him. Levi quickly dodged to the side. With a creaking sound, the armor on the headless body was deformed and blurred inside, where he was just now. Following the troll was the orc army around. They finally found that their target had run behind them at some point, and rushed over here with strange cries. No one cared about the death of the orc leader. Chapter 137. At this moment, Levi suddenly understood one thing. The orc leader was actually just a leader. He could command these orcs and command the army, but that was all. He could not represent these orcs. Levi watched with his own eyes. An orc passed by the leader's body, drooling, reaching out to take out a few pieces of meat from the remnants of armor, swallowing them, and then casting his ferocious eyes on the only enemy. There was no order in that look. Compared to the orcs in the Misty Mountains, this army of hell was more chaotic and ferocious. The powerful leader, who could directly lead them, Azog, the former leader of the Moria orcs, had died. After Azog and Borg were beheaded by Levi one after another, there was no leader-level figure in Moria who could lead all the orcs. The so-called leader, who was just beheaded, was probably just sent by Sauron to temporarily take over the command here. Before a new and truly powerful leader emerges, the only one the orcs are loyal to is Sauron. There is a dark, huge, and oppressive will that dominates all orcs and forces them to surrender. This will is like a mountain, pressing on the hearts of all orcs. As long as the source of power is still there, they can regroup their troops countless times without being affected by any external forces. Just killing a temporary leader is not enough to shake their spirits. The gold content of Azog has risen again. In this case, then fight, as I said at the beginning, kill them until they recognize themselves. Let me see whether the fear that Sauron brings to you is greater, or the killing you are experiencing in front of you is greater. With a crash, large pieces of orcs turned into a rain of fire, flew into the air, and fell heavily on the floor, cleaning up the dust in the hall. Boom! Some charred pieces of meat fell from the air and hit the unfortunate orcs, and were immediately torn and swallowed by the orcs that came over and turned into nutrients. Boom! The ogres waved their huge weapons and hammered hard. Some were blocked by an ordinary wooden shield, some were bounced off by the golden light, and some fell to the ground with a dull sound. Boom! The war drums of the orcs were still beating. Boom! The giant beast emerged from the pit. Its huge body was extremely oppressive. With the siege of the ogres, even Levi had to retreat temporarily. Boom! The red TNT exploded, making the floor bumpy, and the remains of the orcs flew everywhere. After a while, magma suddenly appeared and flowed down from the stone pillar, burning the orcs and ogres so much that they screamed and the giant beasts had to move aside. The noise in the hall continued for a long time, and the sound echoed through the dome and the floor and spread far and far, until the deepest part of the ground. A pair of scarlet, hot, and glowing eyes lit up. After nearly 10,000 years, the evil from the ancient times awakened from the deepest pit in Moria. Boom! A feeling of heat rose from his heart, and Levi took back the magma, always feeling a little flustered. It's been a long time since I felt this way. This strange and intoxicating feeling. Fear and excitement. Even smog couldn't make him feel this way. Great. At this moment, Levi had no intention of getting entangled with the orcs anymore. As the heat swept through the hall, the orcs seemed to realize something, and their offensive was much reduced. Like Levi, they couldn't help but glance around, trying to find something in the darkness. The sound of weapons clashing with each other gradually stopped until it stopped completely. The first to flee were the ogres and the giant beasts. They found a superior hunter who was higher than them. It was not just a superior in combat power like Levi, but a superior in all aspects, from physique to breath to genes and even soul. The escape of the ogres and giant beasts made the orcs confirm one thing, that is, they should also flee. With a whoosh, like the ebb tide, the orcs evacuated quickly and retreated in the opposite direction of Levi. Levi didn't care about these frightened poor guys at all. He walked step by step in the direction of the heat with his back to back with the orc army. A deep pit. A huge deep pit with no bottom. Levi stuck his head out and looked down. The heat swept up and rushed towards him. If some people who didn't know the situation came here, they would definitely think that there was a huge underground magma lake below. But this thing is much more powerful than magma. Gulp. Levi drank a bottle of fire resistance potion. Almost at the same time, a pair of scarlet and shining eyes appeared in the deep pit, and a huge thing like an erupting volcano suddenly surged up. Caught off guard, Levi only had time to dodge to the side and jump to a long staircase. Boom! Just after landing, he suddenly felt a sense of weightlessness, his vision began to tilt uncontrollably, and his body inevitably leaned back. Levi looked up and found that some stone fragments flew up. Then he looked down and found that the huge stone pillar that supported the stability of the stairs was like soft tofu being shattered by something, and was falling down in pieces. He himself fell down with the rocks. A huge shadow appeared from below, and the charred body was burning with hot flames from the abyss. Along with the flames, 2 wings that were big enough to cover the entire valley opened. That was the nemesis of Durant's clan, the Balrog. Roar! The roar was deafening, and the Balrog opened his mouth and squeezed the air like a bellows. His body covered with flames was like red-hot charcoal, becoming more and more bright red, and the fire became more and more fierce. He stretched out his hand, and the flames gathered in his hand with this action. Almost in an instant, a huge flaming sword condensed and appeared in the hand of the Balrog. He raised the flaming sword in his hand and chopped it hard at Levi, who was falling. In midair, Levi quickly bit off a golden apple and drew out his sword and shield to block in front of him. Boom! Golden light flashed, the shield exploded and shattered, the rune belt triggered the emergency mechanism, and a powerful impact burst out, separating Levi from the fire demon. During this brief separation, Levi only felt that he saw the rock wall for a while, the deep red body of the fire demon, and the twisted air around him for a while, and then he saw a few stones beside him. Hula, a figure flew out from the deep pit, and stayed in the air for a short moment with the stone fragments around him. Only then did Levi recover and get out of the trance. Oh, it turned out that he was hit. This sword directly shattered the ruined shield all over his body, and emptied the durability of a shield. So terrifying. Levi took a breath of hot air. The fire demon. Worthy of being the corrupted Maya, an existence of the same level as Sauron. This sword, I am afraid that even if Sauron himself came, he would be split in half. Chapter 138. The heat came from below, penetrating the armor and warming the back. The emergency rune shield flickered on his body, preparing for the possible impact. The long sword condensed by the flames attacked, and Levi quickly threw an ender pearl and teleported it to the wall. The heat waves scattered the remaining purple particles. The fire demon climbed on the rock and looked left and right. He found a figure below who was running and putting blocks under his feet. In a few seconds, he built a stone road and tried to climb up. Hee. A mocking laugh sounded, and the flaming long sword in his hand dissipated, turning into a hot long whip. This long whip snapped. It was swung in the air and rolled down like it had eyes. Levi's foot suddenly sank, and the next moment the whole person flew out uncontrollably, rumbling against the cliff, scraping the protruding rocks and debris all the way and rolling up. Whoosh, the figure disappeared, and the person wrapped in the whip turned into a piece of purple particles. The next moment, Levi appeared above the head of the flame demon, and after patting a few blocks, he quickly poured a few buckets of water. The long stream of water spread downwards and poured on the flame demon, making a sizzling sound, and a lot of steam returned. But it couldn't cover the pair of orange-red eyes that were gradually approaching. Boom! The blocks under his feet shattered, and the small few grids of water looked a little ridiculous in front of the flame demon's huge body. They were evaporated in an instant. Looking at the flames on the flame demon, the flames on his body did not decrease at all, and with a roar, they became more intense. Levi lost his foothold again, and continued to fall down. For the flame demon, the one grid wide road that was temporarily built was too thin. It was not enough for him to hold with one hand, and it would break into slag with just a pinch. Ding! Levi drew out his nemesis, and fought the flame demon below with a sword. The sword shone brightly, emitting a light that it shouldn't have. The huge impact separated the two sides, one downward and the other upward. The repulse enchantment finally showed its true effect at this moment. This enchantment made every swing of the long sword like a heavy hammer, greatly enhancing its striking power. This also gave Levi the capital to compete with the flame demon. Right? Levi looked at the sword in his hand with some surprise. This? No, it's not just repulse, there are other things that have not been recognized by the system. This sword has been used in his hand for so long, Levi knows too well which enchantment it has for what purpose. Roar! The unwilling flame demon climbed up the wall, and once again condensed a flaming long sword in his hand. Levi was not afraid at all, and slashed hard at the flame demon. Buzz! A sharp collision sounded, and the huge force made Levi's arm numb. Even the sword with such a strong vibration ability could not relieve much of the impact. The recoil from the sword made the hand float backwards uncontrollably, and the flaming sword in the hand of the fire demon was successfully bounced away. This time, the fight was evenly matched. Ordinary swords are useless against the fire demon, and will only be melted into molten iron by the high temperature on his body. But this does not include some swords with mysterious powers. The nemesis hummed and exuded a cold glow. At this moment, Levi finally understood that it was a blessing from the elves of the First Age. One of the titles of the fire demon is the elf nemesis, because they killed too many elves, but the elves did not surrender, but bravely fought with them. Looking at the sword, the fire demon showed an expression of surprise for the first time. Which lord is here to seek revenge? I have been sleeping for more than 6,000 years, but these tiny creatures are still so powerful. For thousands of years, this Durin nemesis has never left Moria, and he doesn't know what the outside world is like. Perhaps in his cognition, the outside world is still full of elven lords. Interesting human, I will remember you. No need. I don't need the memory of those who live in shame. Levi grabbed the protruding stone, looked down, and responded loudly to the Balrog. Ha ha ha. The Balrog laughed. The flames on his body turned from orange to deep red, and then approached white. Thick smoke rolled up from both sides of the wings, carrying waves of heat. At this moment, Levi had a sense of déjà vu that he had become smoked meat. It was Moria deep pit-style meat smoked with Balrog as fuel. This plate must have cost hundreds of silver coins. If Gandalf was here at this time, it would be great. Thinking of this, Levi threw out the ender pearls one by one, constantly flashing and teleporting on both sides of the rock wall, as if running and walking on the vertical cliff wall, avoiding the Balrog's attacks again and again. The Balrog spread his wings and followed Levi's teleportation trajectory closely, flying in the cliff valley. Everything behind him was burned black, and anything that blocked his way was shot down and crushed. The momentum was extremely fierce. Gandalf was able to defeat the Balrog, relying not only on Gramdren in his hand or those limited magics, but also on the fire ring of the three elves, Naya. This ring has the power of fire, and can command the sun fire representing light to a certain extent to suppress the Balrog. Hula, the sudden sound of wind made Levi withdraw his attention, and an orange-white flame erupted, submerging Levi's entire body. However, even the hottest flames could not cause damage to him at this moment. Under the effect of the fireproof potion, Levi could only feel the existence of heat, but would not be harmed by the heat. However, the attack of the fire demon is more than just heat. A huge metal collision sounded, and the rune shield shattered. Under the bombardment of the fire demon's fist, which was bigger than an entire ogre, Levi's whole body flashed a residual image and rolled out of the deep pit canyon. The durability of the armor decreased for a long time, and the life bar was greatly deducted, and then quickly recovered. Are you cooking? The status bar briefly showed a nausea buff for 2 seconds. Taking advantage of the opportunity to fly away from the fire demon in the air, Levi quickly threw out the ender pearl, passed through a door, escaped from the canyon, and returned to the miracle hall. Then, at the moment of landing, he took a deep breath of cold air. I've never felt that cold air can be so comfortable. However, this coolness did not last long. The scorching heat was chasing after him. Levi bit a golden apple, and a faint golden light appeared on his body. At the same time, new amber runes spread from the ring, covering all parts of his body. In the inventory, the magic element stored in the staff continued to decrease, charging the rune shield. This is really the most embarrassing battle in history. Levi turned around with gritted teeth. After fighting for a long time, he didn't even see the health bar of the fire demon. How can he bear this? Rumble. There was a vibration from the ground, and Levi's mind reflected a huge figure climbing up the valley wall. Can I bear this grievance? He quickly sprinted to the door, placed several rows of TNT along the door frame, and then squatted aside and waited quietly. The vibration sound was getting closer. Boom! A huge noise exploded in his ears. Since the door leading from the hall to the deep pit was not big enough for the body of the fire demon to pass through, he simply smashed the door directly, cracking the door frame and the wall above, turning into irregular rubble. As the door collapsed, a foot stepped in. Good opportunity! Levi shouted, drew out his long sword and slashed down. Dang! Roar! The fire demon screamed, and his toes retracted. Durin Nemesis Fire Demon, 998/1000. Chapter 139. Compared to dragons, Balrogs are undoubtedly a little smaller. But this does not prevent them from being more powerful than ordinary dragons, and having stronger vitality. 2 eras ago, when dragons were still rampant, those winged dragons were often just mounts for Balrogs. They carried Balrogs over the towering city walls, allowing Balrogs to enter the city and wreak havoc. Before Morgoth bred flying dragons, the elves never thought that they would have to guard against enemies attacking from the sky, and they paid a painful price for this. In the hall, in front of the broken hole, Levi looked at the health bar in front of him and was surprised. Add 1+1. Almost instantly, the small damage caused by the sneak attack was completely restored with the leaping of the flames on the Balrog. The life recovery rate was close to Levi himself. Another mechanical weirdness. Levi was helpless. The fire-resistant potion can only make him immune to fire, but it cannot restrain the fire of the Balrog like the Ring of Fire. And if the water does not reach the scale of a river or a lake, it is probably unable to do anything to the Balrog, and it cannot even make the fire on his body a little darker. Unfortunately, Levi does not have time to fill a lake now. Moreover, in the final analysis, water can restrain the Balrog because all water in the world contains the power of the ocean, and the ruler of water, Ulmo. All water in this world has a natural purification effect, and can suppress all evil and dark things. This also causes the orcs to drink only dirty water from birth to death, because clean water hurts them more. Wow, Levi's sneak attack obviously angered the flame demon. He grabbed a piece of rubble, and threw it at Levi, but Levi had already thrown a pearl and teleported to a far place. The flame demon would naturally not watch him escape, and immediately pulled open the broken pieces of the door that he had smashed down, bent over and walked into the hall. Hiss. The piles of TNT that had been placed on both sides were ignited by the flames on the flame demon's body, glowing at the same time and emitting a black smoke. The flame demon felt a certain throbbing in his heart. Boom! A series of explosions sounded, blasting out one big pit after another. TNT splashed everywhere, exploding around the flame demon, and bursts of white light mixed with the smell of gunpowder kept lighting up and flashing, opening the door completely up and down. Now this door, oh no, it should be this collapsed wall or huge hole that has become very suitable for the flame demon's body to walk through normally. Levi stopped where he was and looked back. Boom! The stone debris was casually thrown into the sky, and the fire demon crawled out of the ruins, roaring, and the flames around him did not diminish. Pathetic insect, are you trying to use explosions and flames to deal with me? Levi could clearly see the sarcasm on the demon's face. Yes. Explosions and flames, aren't these within the power of the fire demon? Levi knew that this was a coincidence. Let me see what you are. He unconsciously took out the lens and studied the fire demon, who was approaching step by step. Fire, chaos, void, hunger, energy, darkness, soul. And immortality, rage, arrogance. A new magic element appeared, and its name was Taboo. When the huge flaming body appeared in front of him, raising the flaming long sword in his hand, Levi also swung the nemesis again to fight with it. Boom! The intersection of the swords flashed with white light, shaking the two sides apart, but no one retreated, just swung the weapons in their hands again, hitting each other again and again. Boom! Levi couldn't stop stepping back, and a long scratch was scratched on the floor. The knockback resistance provided by the nether alloy seemed a bit stretched at this moment. It could bounce off the flying arrows, resist the heavy punches of the ogres, and perhaps even withstand the strong attack of the behemoth. But how can these be compared with a fire demon? That was the fallen Maya, a god often mentioned by people. Boom! The long sword was swung out again, confronting the fire demon head-on, and the rune shield was reduced little by little, resisting the impact brought by the fire demon. With the blessing of basic sword skills, every time Levi swings a sword, the power of the next sword will increase a little, until it reaches the upper limit of the blessing. In addition to basic sword skills, there is also some mysterious thing helping Levi. Every time he fights against the flame demon, the long sword will emit a white light to protect itself from being shattered. Elf. The flame demon murmured disdainfully, and a long whip condensed out with his other hand. Snap! The air was twisted. He swung the long sword with his right hand, and raised the long whip with his left hand. While Levi just blocked the sword he swung, he immediately swung the long whip, and rolled it towards the sword in Levi's hand. Are you trying to disarm me? This time it was Levi's turn to be disdainful. Sword skills. Block. The whip was shaken away unreasonably and retreated, but Levi did not give up. He stretched out his hand, grabbed the end of the flame whip, and pulled it towards himself. Bang! The long whip was instantly straightened, and for a moment the flame demon found that he could not hold the weapon in his hand steadily, and it slid towards the direction of the human in front of him. What kind of strange power is this? Levi and the flame demon thought at the same time. Levi did not grab the whip for no reason. This was the combo effect attached to the block. Disarm. After the sword skill was activated, as long as the opponent was holding a weapon that could be detached, Levi would have a chance to find the opponent's weakness and knock the weapon down. But it was obvious that the power of the flame demon was completely overwhelming for Levi, and even if the weakness was found, it would be difficult for the weapon to fall out. It was a bit weird. At this moment, the flame demon finally began to think seriously. Get out and kill him! He issued an order. The shivering oaks hiding in the darkness were confused, their faces gradually twisted, and they fell into struggle. Since ancient times, Balrogs have been the natural generals of the evil army, the highest class on the battlefield. They only accept direct orders from Morgoth, and any other legions must give way to them, even dragons. And the orcs are just filler babies created by Morgoth, and any army is superior to them. The fear hidden in the blood was awakened, and the evil will suppressed in the minds of the orcs persisted for a little while, and then withdrew sadly. With just one sentence, the Balrog usurped Sauron's control over the orcs, liberated them from the oppression of the dark consciousness, and then became the oppressor himself. The ferocious creatures in the shadows opened their eyes, full of cruelty. Now, they will have to face the human who has reason, but is more cruel. With fear, there is also an involuntary urging. After fighting for so long, even the orcs can see that this is a big man who can compete with the Balrog, and they are not the ones they should fight against at all. But the order must be obeyed. The orcs rushed forward and surrounded Levi. Levi looked at the orc army that had reorganized and returned to the battlefield, then looked at the Balrog, and said politely, "Goodbye." Then he turned and walked into the mountains. Chapter 140. He knew that he could not outlast them. In front of him were the orc army and various giant beasts that were blocking and consuming resources, and in the back were the Balrogs that were waiting to attack and deliver a fatal blow. After fighting for a long time, Levi had a good understanding of the combat power of the troops present. Orcs, as lowly as ants. Ogres, slightly threatening. Beasts, slightly risky. Balrogs, evenly matched. One Balrog could still fight, but adding others would be a little hard to say. Even a large number of ants could kill an elephant. In this situation, I am afraid that all the troops of Moria are gathered in this hall, and anyone who misses a golden apple will be in danger of death. A brave man will not suffer a loss in front of him. I will definitely come back. Levi threw out a pearl and teleported away on the spot after saying a harsh word. You can't escape. I have memorized your breath and your soul. The Balrog roared and chased after him. The orcs hurriedly squeezed to the sides to make a wide road for him, and then hurriedly followed behind him. Rumble. The vibrations continued to come from under his feet, and the scorching hot air stuck to his back for a long time without subsiding. As if to vent his anger, the stone pillars in the hall were grabbed with several deep marks, and the fallen fragments were crushed into slag by the Balrog. In the corridor, a figure passed by at high speed and accidentally hit the weapon rack next to him. Oh, sorry. Levi braked suddenly, quickly picked up the weapon and put it back carefully, and continued to run forward. Hula, almost the next second after he left, the weapon and the rack were swallowed by the white flames, turning into molten iron and ashes. Boom! The narrow corridor was forcibly rammed into a wide passage by the Balrog, and the orc army followed closely behind, not forgetting to beat the war drums to create an atmosphere. Plop, plop, plop. The drums kept beating, catching the beat of his heart, making Levi irritated. These oaks were like the toad, not biting but annoying. You wait for me to come next time, and you will definitely suffer. Why not become the fruit yourself? The flame demon didn't know how he understood this sentence, and replied while swinging his whip. Shut up, you coward who has been sleeping in the pit for thousands of years. Coward? Now there are even more cowardly people running ahead. Let's fight if you have the guts. I promise you. Do you think I will believe it? Boom! The sound of the drums gradually approached, and at the corner, Levi jumped onto the wall in one step, made a sharp turn, and almost ran horizontally on the wall of the corridor for several steps. An orc emerged from the gates on both sides of the corridor and rushed up. He was knocked away in an instant and hit the top of the corridor. When he flew up, he was roasted by the flames. When he fell down, he was burned to ashes by the passing Balrog. The process was perfect, and with the drums of the orc army, the etiquette was also very good. Swish. In front of another deep pit, Levi drank a bottle of speed potion, accelerated his running and jumped to the steps above, rushed to the opposite passage in 3 or 2 steps, and did not forget to blow up the steps. Let's see how you can. Levi turned around and saw the Balrog spread its wings formed by flames, jumped high, and glided for a short time. Okay, this guy has elytra. While the Balrog was gliding, Levi quickly took out the cube to block the passage and built a wall. But within a few seconds, a big hand smashed a hole in the wall, and the huge demon head stretched out to look around, but could not find a single person. Levi tiptoed along the wall to the head, and suddenly drew out his long sword and jumped up. Dang! Ouch! A flash of white light passed by, and the flame demon covered his head and cried out in pain, and could not help but step back a few steps. He must be hit head-on. After the attack succeeded, Levi fled eastward without any regrets. Despicable bug. With a loud bang, the wall made of cobblestone shattered like toy blocks, and scattered all over the ground. The flame demon's anger increased greatly. Stupid guy. Levi sneered, and his heart was also beating. If there was this flame demon during the Battle of 5 Armies, the outcome would be a bit suspenseful. With this posture, ordinary city walls can't stop him at all. Why don't you go back to your pit and sleep right away? Cowardly fellow, a dog without a master, your pursuit is meaningless, and everything you do is just a waste of effort. Levi kindly advised him, and while considering the health of the Balrog, he also friendly and loudly suggested, if you ask me, you might as well continue to fall into deep sleep and be loyal to your failed master in your dreams. The loud voice echoed in the underground space. The orcs who understood this suddenly felt cold in their hands and feet, and dared not look at the tall figure emitting flames in front of them. Huh? The flame on the Balrog's chest stagnated, and it shrank as if it was poured with a basin of cold water. Well said, you touched me. Your pursuit is indeed meaningless. Now I will chase you to the end of the world, until I witness your death with my own eyes, and then burn your body to ashes. Boom! The flame soared with excitement. Levi's psychological counseling and comfort obviously worked, cheering up the flame demon and making him full of hope for life again. He became a flame demon that warms people's hearts like the sun, in a physical sense. From now on, you will never get rid of me forever. The flame demon's anger bar filled up instantly, and he kept chasing behind him, tirelessly and endlessly. Even Levi didn't know how long this pursuit lasted. Maybe 1 day, maybe 2 days. Maybe a week has passed. In this indistinguishable time, the man and the flame demon fought countless times and fought countless swords. Sometimes the flame demon had the upper hand, pressing step by step, beating Levi to roll and dodge repeatedly, and he would be seriously injured if he was hit more. Sometimes Levi could gain the upper hand, attack by surprise, or get stuck in the terrain and beat the Balrog so hard that its health bar dropped sharply, and it had to order the orc army and the giant beasts to come forward to hold it. No one knew how much terrain was destroyed and how many objects were melted in the process. One day in the future, when the dwarves return to Moria again, perhaps they will sigh with heartfelt emotion, "Where am I?" Plop. Levi jumped down a big step and looked around blankly. The layout of this place was a little familiar, but not quite sure. The gate, the corridor, the stone bridge under his feet that could only accommodate one person at a time, and the narrow passage that seemed to lead to the outside world. Levi lay on the side of the bridge and looked down. Even with the bonus of the night vision potion, the deep valley could not see the end, as if it led to the void outside the world. There was not much time to think. The noise and heat soon emerged from behind him and occupied the entire space. The flame demon stood in front of the cliff stone bridge and roared loudly. Levi raised his sword, blocked the bridge and shouted, "You can't pass here!" Chapter 141. Darkbrook Valley. This is a valley on the east side of the Misty Mountains. A rapid stream falls from the mountain pass, forming a stream-like waterfall at the north end of the valley, rushing into a lake in the northeast of the valley. Its name is Mirror Shadow Lake. The east gate of Moria is located on the hillside on the west side of Mirror Shadow Lake. Here, damaged dwarf statues can be seen everywhere. But today, this place welcomes a group of unusual guests. Large pieces of armor shone with golden light in the sun, and the momentum even overshadowed the brilliance reflected by the lake. Rumble. There was a vibration sound coming from the mountain. Plop. Levi rolled out of the gate. When the dazzling sunlight shone on him, Levi realized that there was a big downward slope here. Oh ah! The armor clanged and came into close contact with the stairs. The figure bounced on the stairs and rolled. It took a long time to stop and landed on the soft grass. Levi took a deep breath, climbed up from the grass under the stairs, and patted the dust on his body. Although the process was a bit embarrassing, he finally got out. Unfortunately, he still couldn't stop the fire demon in the end and let the guy cross the bridge. The air outside is still good. In front of the grass, Levi couldn't help but sigh, "Ah, this grass, this sunshine, this waterfall, this lake, this..." Elves? His face froze. I saw an army of fully armored elves holding the flag of Lothlorien standing quietly by the jingling lake, with a serious face and a formation, without any shaking, like a stone. Why is there an army of elves here? Dear ally, we are here with support. An elf waved and shouted in the distance, with an unstoppable smile on his face. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. And can you please stop laughing? Beside the elf who shouted loudly, a noble and beautiful lady slowly nodded at Levi. She was wearing a long skirt and walking barefoot on the ground, but she was still clean and not stained with any dirt. "Hello, ma'am." Levi shouted it the first time, but now is not the time to talk. "Listen to me, let the army evacuate quickly, he is behind me." Listening to Levi's shouting, the elves were really a little confused. Who is the he in the mouth of the ally? Soon, this question had an answer. As the mountain shook more and more obviously, there was a scorching heat rising from the ground, and the elves' breathing unconsciously became heavier, and they even vaguely couldn't hold their weapons steadily. A heat enveloped the hearts of all the elves. Natural enemy. That was the existence that was called the nemesis of the elves thousands of years ago, the Balrog. He was not only the nemesis of the elves, but also the natural enemy of all living things. No one on this continent could be higher than him, including Sauron and the 5 wizards, and the Lady of the Golden Forest in front of him. Boom, along with the heat, there were also war drums from the abyss of the underground, and the army of hell it represented. Boom! The rocks were broken, and flames erupted from them, rushing straight into the sky, followed by two charred giant claws, which opened the exit and crushed the door frame. Roar! For the first time, the huge wings were fully spread out in the sky, almost blocking the sun and turning this place into a cloudy day. Ah! Ah! When the sunlight on their faces turned into fire, thick smoke and pungent sulfur filled the entire valley. Finally, some elves could not bear the fear and shouted on the spot, and stepped back several steps. The Balrog disrupted the elves' formation with just one appearance. For these young elves, the Balrog was too exciting. Just like orc-facing Levi, the elves' fear of the Balrog was almost engraved in their souls, and only the strong could defeat it. Not to mention them, even the elves in the Holy Land of Valinor, who were really capable of fighting, did not dare to fight the Balrog. Maintain the formation and hold the position. Behind Lady Galadriel, the captain of the elves, who was in charge of leading the army, was the first to recover, and turned to shout at the army. However, the Balrog did not even look at them. From beginning to end, there was only one person in his eyes. I told you, you can't escape. You ridiculous fellow, you think you can escape by calling the elves as reinforcements? You will all die here today. The flames gathered in his hands. Levi knew this move too well. After fighting for so long, when the flame demon raised his hand, Levi knew what he was going to do the next second. I have memorized it by heart. Swish, he drew out his long sword, stood in front of the elf army, and swung forward to fight the flame demon head-on, knocking the flaming long sword in his hand away. At this moment, Levi could clearly feel that the sword in his hand was more convenient than ever before, and the blow just now was heavier than any time in the past few days. Nemesis seemed to have noticed something, and the light on it was even brighter and more powerful. That is the sword made by our relatives. The elves looked at the long sword that faintly resonated with their souls, and their hearts throbbed. Who do you think you are, a weak guy? Ding! The long sword and the weapon of the fire demon intersected, rubbing against each other, producing bursts of light and scattered flames, and the rune ring on his hand kept flashing a dazzling orange-yellow glow, removing the impact of the fire demon. A golden ring? Lady Galadriel suddenly put down her raised hand, and she was a little alert. She chose to wait and see for the time being. Led by Galadriel, the elves did not move for the time being. On this side, the power of the fire demon finally prevailed. While fighting with the knife, his other hand condensed a whip that had been prepared long ago at an extremely fast speed, and wrapped it around Levi's feet. This guy also learned to sneak attack. With a whoosh, Levi was thrown onto the hillside and flew high. The flame demon on the ground was looking forward to it, holding the sword tightly in his hand, staring at the falling Levi and preparing to charge a heavy blow. However, the flame demon was not the only one who couldn't use his skills underground. Whoosh! A burst of fireworks sounded, and Levi instantly changed his elytra. After using the fireworks to provide power, he quickly cut back to the chest armor, using this kinetic energy to sprint to the flame demon in an instant, hitting his head like a missile, and taking this opportunity to chop him hard. Boom! Before he could react, the flame demon was knocked to the ground with a bang, and his whole big head sank directly into the soil. At this moment, he only felt his head buzzing. -103, the heavy sword with accelerated kinetic energy directly cut off 1/10 of the flame demon's vitality. It's just that the force is mutual. When the Balrog was hit hard, Levi also felt a strong kinetic energy, and his health bar was directly emptied by more than half. He was not hit, but thrown. He quickly ate a golden apple. Not much. Whether it is golden apples or food, there are not many left, and there is really nothing to eat. Damn it! Since its birth, the Balrog's anger has never been as fierce as it is today. Since you can't kill me, and I can't kill you. The Balrog pulled his head out of the soil, suddenly laughed loudly, and said, "Then I will kill all your friends and relatives, and destroy everything you care about." Roar! Without paying attention to Levi, the Balrog turned and rushed towards the elf army. At this time, Lady Galadriel, who had been watching, finally moved. She raised her right hand high, and a star-like thing flashed between her fingers, shining with silver-white light. Boom! The next moment, the Balrog suddenly stopped in front of the army, as if it had hit an obstacle, and could not move forward. Water Ring Ninja. Levi stared at the thing between his fingers. Ninja, one of the 3 rings of the elves, has the power of understanding, creation and protection. It has always been because of the existence of this ring that Lothlorien can be full of vitality and grow the Maelstrom tree, a characteristic species of Valinor, which has become the golden forest in people's mouth. Later, after Sauron's main ring was destroyed, Ninja also lost its power, and the golden forest under its protection soon became desolate. In a sense, this ring is equivalent to Levi's territory system, maintaining the rules of a territory. It is because of its existence that the Golden Forest can be as prosperous as it is today. What kind of power is this? The Balrog felt a little strange. He had fallen into a deep sleep since the end of the First Era, and had no idea what was happening in the outside world. And these power rings were made in the Second Era. Seeing the Balrog was stopped, Levi also relaxed and took a breath. Lady Galadriel was very powerful, and with the water ring in hand, it was not difficult to restrain a Balrog. You know, there is a lake next to it. As the water ring began to show its power, a holy white light appeared on Galadriel's body, which became brighter and brighter, and was mixed with a trace of silver white similar to the stars. Go back to your sleeping place, Balrog. Lady Galadriel slowly said, where the stars can shine, there is no place for you. Boom! The silver white light became more and more obvious, forming a barrier that isolated the Balrog. Go back. With a roar, the Balrog was forced to retreat several steps. But that was all. The powerful force contained in the ring might be able to restrain the Balrog, but it could not really threaten him. Even if the distance was close enough, the Balrog's extreme high temperature could threaten the ring in turn. Very dangerous. Levi raised his sword and stood in front of the Balrog again. I still want to say that. You can't get through here. Armor break. Bang. After a charged attack, the Balrog could not stop retreating again. Without giving up this opportunity, Levi locked onto the Balrog and slashed at him with one sword after another, forcing him step by step to the Gate of Moria. The flames disappeared from the sun and shrank back into the dark Gate of Moria. I will come back. The Balrog grabbed the door frame and shouted unwillingly, I will come back to destroy everything. In front of the door, he stared at Levi, leaned down, and said slowly with a big face to Levi, by then, you will not only face me. We will find you. The power of suppression became stronger and stronger. The darkness returned to his shadowy home. But the drums did not stop. The light on Lady Galadriel gradually disappeared, her body softened, and she sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Levi hurried over to check the situation. Fortunately, the blood volume was healthy. But it seemed that the consumption was not small, so he had to slow down. A legion of hell is approaching, ready to fight. The captain of the elves raised the long sword in his hand, signaling the army behind him to prepare for battle, and stop the brutal orc army that followed the Balrog. He looked at Levi beside him. Allies, do you want to join us? Levi waved at him. The captain nodded. I understand. Please go to the back and rest. We will take care of those orcs. No need. Levi stepped forward and sat on the steps at the Gate of Moria in a relaxed manner and said, waving your hand does not mean rejection, but no need to say more. You don't have to move. I'm here. Chapter 142. He just sat on the steps with his back to the gate, a sword inserted at his side, shining. He looked quite relaxed. But the drums behind him stayed inside the gate, and did not approach. The cruel and bloodthirsty orcs held sharp weapons in their hands, but they did not launch an attack. This guy was obviously full of flaws, but he always felt that he would be killed as soon as he attacked. This was the first thought that emerged in the minds of the orcs, who were eyeing him. They were just generally irritable, hyperactive, cruel, and bloodthirsty, but they were not without wisdom or thinking. The sword made the orcs tremble from the bottom of their hearts, and that man, just as he said before the battle, he successfully made all the orcs know him. Not only was there that man blocking the way, but there was also an army of elves outside. Do you want to go? The orcs looked at each other. The giant beast also scratched his head, and looked at the orcs under his feet. Ah! Levi stretched his body, and the orcs immediately became agitated. Some raised their weapons and shouted, while others closed their eyes and ran back. No more fighting. The leading Balrog boss has gone back, so why fight for life? With a crash, the army retreated and scattered. The giant scratched its head, looked at Levi, and then looked at the collapsed army. It thought about it with its small brain, and went back. The will support provided by Sauron was forced to retreat, and the Balrog as a replacement was also beaten back. This army of hell has completely lost its morale, and will fall apart at the first blow. Seeing the army retreat, Levi was also relieved. To be honest, although he was not afraid, those orcs and giants, especially the giants, would still be very lethal to the elves if they really rushed out. No matter how many martial arts you have, the giant beast can defeat them with one force. It will take a while for that thing to go crazy. Elves fight with the diversity of martial arts, and orcs fight with the diversity of life. There is nothing wrong with this. Swish, the light on the sword caused by the approach of the orcs gradually dissipated, and Levi put it away, and put it into the sheath. Then he stood up and greeted the elves formally. "Thank you for your support." You're welcome, respected ally. It's the lady who led us here." After politely greeting the captain, Levi walked towards Lady Galadriel and saluted her. Lady Galadriel glanced meaningfully at the retreating orc army and said to Levi with a smile, "I anticipated your visit and the trouble you might suffer, and I'm glad to see that you are safe and sound. This is all thanks to your help." This respected lady came to help him on purpose. Levi can be sure now. As expected of the White Lady of the Golden Forest, her foresight was as strong as ever. I'm afraid she had already had a premonition when she was fighting the Balrog underground. This is not a suitable place for conversation. There is already a banquet hall in Lothlorien. Please come with us. The east gate of Moria is not far from the Golden Forest. On that day, the elf army and Levi returned to this golden and lush land. Along the way, many elf warriors couldn't help but secretly look at Levi. The scene of being evenly matched with the Balrog was really shocking. In history, those who could do this were all some famous and powerful elf lords or kings. Wow, when we stepped into the border of the Golden Forest, the fog on the map gradually dissipated. This area is golden on the map. It's so beautiful. Levi looked around and sighed. The elf captain next to him said, "If it is an ordinary stranger or some stray people, we usually send them out. You don't have to cover your eyes." Levi made a joke. "How do you know?" The elf captain turned his head in surprise. "No, it's really like that." "I guessed." "Then you guessed it right." The captain explained, "This is all for the safety of this beautiful land. Maybe in many rumors outside, we are mysterious and indifferent, and we keep people away from us, but I can guarantee that we have never hurt any innocent people, and every stray person has been safely sent to where they should go." "What about the visitors?" Levi asked. "Usually, our relatives are the ones who come to visit us. They know how to get here. You are one of the few humans who can walk here." As they spoke, the group had already reached the end of the forest path. When they took another step forward, a soft light came out, making people feel their skin open and comfortable. Standing at the intersection, Levi looked into the distance. "I saw a gray-white wall covered with green leaves and vines built on a clearing in the forest. The moat surrounded it, and above the moat, there was a curved bridge leading to a gate inlaid with dazzling gems. White, shining, and solid. Like a dream or fantasy. The guard on the city wall looked down and saw Lady Galadriel sitting sideways on horseback with legs together elegantly, and immediately ordered the gate to be opened. The scene in the territory was revealed. The buildings of the elves always make people feel like they are dreaming. There are many tall malong trees in the city, and there are wooden buildings between the branches of almost every tree. Some are just simple platforms without any shelter, and some are houses, where the elves of Lothlorien live, walking up and down by rope ladders. In addition to the platforms and ordinary houses with nothing, there are also a few large trees with a whole luxurious mansion built on them. Places like this have spiral stairs, so you don't have to climb up. After a while, the elves returned to their respective places, either resting or busy with other things. While they were busy, they spread the news of this trip. Balrog, human legend, the scared hell army, the sword forged by the relatives in ancient times. It can be imagined that there will be no shortage of topics in this forest for a long time. The army behind him disbanded, and only the elf captain and Lady Galadriel accompanied Levi. They came to the largest malong tree in the city. This is the residence of Lady Galadriel and her husband Celeborn. It consists of several platforms and a hall built around the trunk. "Welcome, Levi." On the sacred hall, an elf walked down slowly, gently took Lady Galadriel's hand, and welcomed her off the horse. That was the Lord of the Golden Forest, Celeborn. The two stood side by side and looked at Levi together. The soft light filled the space, but it was not dazzling. "It is an honor to visit here and say hello to both of you." Levi smiled and bowed slightly. Celeborn returned the salute. Chapter 143. Perhaps it is due to environmental factors. Compared to the valley, the Golden Forest seems more quiet and cold. At least the valley has an open sky and mountains to see, while the Golden Forest has golden leaves and white branches, plus dim and soft lights that can only be seen at night. One is open tranquility, and the other is closed peace. It is quite unique. In the hall, the Lord and his wife of the Golden Forest personally entertained Levi. Celeborn and Levi sat casually on both sides of a small table, while Lady Galadriel sat on the same side with Celeborn. As the banquet unfolded, the sounds of harps and flutes rang out around, and exquisite dishes were served and neatly placed on the table. Most of them were desserts and light vegetarian dishes, with a small amount of meat mixed in, but they were all placed on Levi's side. Levi is not picky about food. The minimum requirement is that it can be eaten. If necessary, he can eat some rotten meat or maggot bread. But of course, delicious food is the best. Although most of them are vegetarian dishes and snacks, these dishes are made with great care, and you can see that each one has been worked hard. After eating a few bites and a biscuit, Levi is full. It's not that he has a small appetite, but because the biscuit is called lambas. Eating one of this thing can restore a row of satiety, and it also has the effect of cheering people up. It was served as a separate dish. To be honest, this cream-colored, thin and crispy biscuit tastes really good. After eating the small piece of lambas left on the plate, Levi asked, "I like this kind of biscuit very much. Can I take some away?" He sent out a package request. In the past 2 years, Levi had been traveling around and had to be entertained wherever he went. He was used to such occasions. It was quite natural for him to make a request at this moment, without any embarrassment or hesitation. Of course, we are willing to share with friends. Celeborn and Galadriel nodded together, waved their hands, and asked people to prepare. "Thank you for your generosity. For a hero who can fight against the Balrog, no generosity is too much." Celeborn praised and said bluntly, "Ally, may I ask where the ring on your hand came from? It seems to have extraordinary effects." "I made it myself." Levi took off a ring and handed it over, saying, "It contains the power of protection, which can protect its owner from harm." The couple across the table looked at each other, and finally Celeborn took the ring and put it in front of him to examine it carefully. "Protection," he murmured, and handed the golden ring to Galadriel beside him. "There is no trace of pollution in it." After looking at it for a while, Lady Galadriel said, "I can feel that it has only pure protective power." She shook her head. Compared with the water ring, this kind of protective power is not strong. It is just a simple protection of the body, and it does not even touch the concept of power. As a craftsman's work, this ring is quite good, and the craftsmanship contained in it is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. "It's amazing." Celeborn returned the ring, and while expressing his sincere admiration, he was relieved. Fortunately, it was just one, no, 2 magic rings, not the rings of power. "That's fine." Both elves breathed a sigh of relief. That was a human lord who could fight dragons and fire demons. Once he went crazy, the harm would be no less than Sauron. Even the beginning of a new era might be marked by him. Maybe the first sentence in the history books would be it was an era of fighting against evil lords. But fortunately, this kind of thing will not happen. So, the legend in the wilderness, the Dragon Slayer, the founder of the Free City. Omitted, what is the purpose of Levi's trip? Celeborn said Levi's title in one breath, and his breath was quite stable. "Are you going to challenge the Balrog?" "No, that's beyond my expectation." Levi shook his head and said, "I just think it's closer to Moria, and there may be some good things in it. Oh, of course, I am an ally of the dwarves. They won't mind if I take something out of there. I didn't plan to fight the Balrog at first. It was the orcs who were too noisy and woke him up from underground. That's not in my plan. After all, if you really plan to fight the Balrog from the beginning, Moria will have to be renamed the Deep Water Pit the next day. By the way, I also found this there." Levi took out the silver white hand axe he found in the small room. "This is..." Galadriel stared at the hand axe for a while, and said, "It has a deep connection with Durin's family, and should be their treasure." "I see." Levi put away the hand axe. "I will return it to the dwarves." "Very good." Celeborn shook his head, picked up the goblet, and drank a little wine in silence. His little action was naturally noticed by Levi. Levi blinked, looked away, and smiled awkwardly. "I almost forgot. This lord doesn't seem to like dwarves very much. His relatives were killed by dwarves. That was the beginning of the hatred between the dwarves and the elves. The dwarves were killed by their own greed and killed the king of Doriath, which then triggered a series of wars. As a person who experienced this betrayal, the Prince of Doriath, no matter how he thought about it, this lord could not have any good feelings towards the dwarves. He did not trust and hated the dwarves. If Thranduil was called here, the two of them would definitely have a lot of common topics. Plus there's a drunkard inside, who might go and fight with the dwarves after drinking, and then Thorin would have to run more than 1,000 kilometers to ask someone for help. "Oh, right." Levi changed the subject and said, "To thank Lothlorien for your support, please accept these." He took out 2 golden apples. When this round, pure, golden thing appeared, the lord and lady opposite were immediately attracted by it. "I hope this can serve as a testimony of our friendly relationship. So beautiful and precious." Lady Galadriel gently took the apple, and lingered on it for a long time, obviously quite satisfied. Celeborn also nodded and thanked. I will remember this friendship. The reputation value increased again, but it didn't matter anymore. It didn't matter at all. Levi finally spoke out the real purpose of this trip after leaving the trivial matters aside and giving his own small gift. I came here for the mail on tree. I hoped to get a seed of it. On the way here, Levi had already used a lens to study the mail on tree on the roadside. The types of magic elements contained in it were exactly the same as those in the silver tree, and the quantity was even richer. In other words, this might be a material of better quality than the silver tree. Mail on tree. This matter is not big or small. Under normal circumstances, the unique magical tree species of the Golden Forest must not be passed on, but there are always exceptions. Celeborn looked at his wife, and Galadriel nodded at him. The two reached a consensus. I will personally select the good seeds for you later. After finishing the business, this rather quiet reception ended soon. At this time, Levi began to miss a certain gray-robed old man again. If he were here, the banquet would definitely be much more lively. This guy can find a topic to talk to anyone for a long time. A wizard is needed here to smooth things over. After leaving the hall, an elf immediately came to guide Levi. Levi turned around and found that it was still an acquaintance. It was the elf captain. See you again, the guest room is ready, please follow me. He took Levi to a platform with a very good view, and was about to say goodbye. But Levi stopped him. Wait, what's your name? The elf captain was obviously a little surprised, but he immediately replied, Halder, this is my name. I think you must be a good elf. When facing the Balrog, I saw that you quickly broke free from fear and issued a counterattack order. Thank you for your compliment. Halder smiled and said, these little things are not enough to prove anything. In fact, I am just a small border guard. I am usually responsible for leading the team to protect the safety of the northern part of the forest. Apart from that, I hardly step out of the forest. I see. Levi nodded and said, can you introduce the environment here to me? I want to walk around. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? You are our guest, you can go anywhere. From here to the south is the city gate, and there are high platforms and small houses to the west and east. Standing on them, you can see a good view. There is a garden to the north. Usually, there are not many people going there, and it is especially quiet at night. I see, thank you. This is what I should do. Halder bowed slightly, and said goodbye for the time being. Levi followed his instructions, looking here and there. Sometimes he ran to the tree to look up and greet the residents next door, and sometimes he ran to the river, turned his back to the elves, and fished for pufferfish alone. Is there such a creature in our river? An elf asked in astonishment. I don't know, I've never seen it. The elf next to him, who had some fishing experience, shook his head. Wait, did he not put bait? How did he catch the fish? The strange rumors increased again. After experiencing the beautiful scenery in the Golden Forest that night, Levi did not return to the guest room or sleep, but walked towards the secluded garden that Halder mentioned. There was no movement in the Golden Forest at night, so quiet that it seemed as if time had stopped. Only the starlight shining through the gaps between the leaves and the occasional sound of the wind confirmed the flow of things here. Walking in the garden, Levi walked and walked until he came to an open space. His sight could not help but be attracted by one thing. It was a silver shallow basin filled with water placed on a stone platform. Standing in front of the stone platform, Levi could clearly see his reflection in the basin. Would you like to see it? A question suddenly sounded, and when he turned around, a figure emitting silver light slowly walked down the steps. Lady Galadriel. At this moment, she was holding a small box in her hand, which was filled with soil, and there was a silver seed in the middle of the soil. I hope it can thrive somewhere else. Thank you. This is the seed of the Malong tree. After handing the silvery white tree seed to Levi, Galadriel walked to the basin and said, the water mirror can show you the past, present, and possible future. I want to give it a try. Levi agreed. When he turned around, he found that Mrs. Galadriel had a silver water bottle in her hand. She poured water into the basin and said, I can't predict what the mirror will show you, nor can I guarantee that what it shows will come true. The future is ethereal and illusory. If you see something you can't control, close your eyes. Everything will dissipate like clouds. I know. Levi took 2 steps forward and looked down at the basin again. Mrs. Galadriel took 2 steps back and waited quietly. Waves of waves were rippling in the basin, and the mirror was no longer a simple reflection, it began to change. Levi opened his eyes wide, but all he saw was a blank white. Is that my future? It's all white, without any color. Does this mean that my future is blank? Hearing this, Lady Galadriel was not surprised. She comforted, That is no different from what I saw. Maybe it just represents an uncertainty. Before she finished speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted her. No. Levi corrected, it's not blank. He opened his eyes, and found that the picture in the water mirror had changed slightly. As the picture gradually moved away, Levi's face appeared in the water mirror. The two Levis looked at each other quietly across the water mirror. Levi in the water mirror smiled, as if saying hello. Levi in reality got goosebumps all over his body, and his heart trembled. The reflection in the water mirror had empty eyes, and a kind of light faintly emanating. Is that me? Or him? Chapter 144. My respected Lady Galadriel, what you see may not be a blank, but a pair of eyes looking at you. This is terrifying if you think about it carefully. Levi raised his hand stiffly, and waved to the existence in the water mirror as a greeting. Slightly different from what Levi imagined, he did not do anything in the water mirror, but just smiled gently. The smile was meaningful, and seemed to have a hint of tenderness. He nodded and responded to Levi. At the same time, ripples appeared in the basin. The things in the mirror disappeared. What did you see? Galadriel approached curiously, and found that the basin had returned to its original state. Nothing, maybe I was scared by some kind of prank of my future self. Lady Galadriel put the silver water bottle in her hand away in silence, and didn't know how to comment for a while. Scaring the past self. I can only say that it is very much in the style of this ally. I hope your future is bright. Thank you, you two. The little episode just passed. That day, Levi did not sleep, but found a treetop platform with a nice view, and laid down to watch the scenery all night. Although it seemed a bit closed below, the scenery on the tree was still good, especially this relatively tall tree, where you can see the scenery above the forest. Whether it is night or day, it is quite beautiful. At sunrise, Levi got up and walked towards the guest room. When he arrived under the tree, he happened to find an elf standing at the door of the house. The elf raised his hand, and seemed to be ready to knock on the door. I'm here. Levi waved at him. What is this? The elf brought over 2 large sacks. Levi opened them, and found that they were all small square cookies wrapped in magnolia leaves. So many. 2 large sacks, at least hundreds of cookies. He was really willing to give. Please convey my gratitude to Lady Galadriel and Lord Celeborn. Hearing this, the elf showed a look of understanding. The lady foresaw your words. She said you don't have to take it to heart. As long as you are willing, you can come here as a guest anytime. Levi smiled. I know. Please wait a moment. After Levi put away Lambas, the elf suddenly said, I have heard a lot about your deeds. In fact, I have a personal request. You say. Can you lend me your sword? Of course, it's nothing. Levi took out the nemesis and handed it to the elf. Thank you. The elf took the sword, pulled it out, looked at it carefully from top to bottom, and gently stroked it to feel its sharpness. I can feel that there is a blessing from our people on it. May the owner of this sword cut through thorns and darkness, and cross the fire and the abyss. A blessing was added to it. The sword was sheathed and returned to Levi. I want to thank you, Levi said sincerely. Can I ask your name? The elf shook his head and said, Don't worry, friend. I can feel that the power of darkness is increasing day by day, like a syllable that is gradually getting heavier, slowly and heavily. Although it retreats temporarily, it will soon return again. If this blessing can help you, it will be the best reward for me. After saying that, the elf left without looking back. Ah. Levi stood there in a daze, watching his back as he walked away. Okay, I will, I promise. But sometimes the elves' nagging and reserve are really annoying, and they don't even want to leave their names. But this doesn't bother Levi. He went straight to an acquaintance, Halder. Do you know the elf who sent me Lambas? Oh. Halder thought for a while and said, I did see an elf carrying 2 large bags towards your room. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Kern. What's wrong with him? Levi told him what happened this morning. Halder smiled and said, Not surprisingly, he is also a relatively unique one among us. If you get up early enough, you can see him looking at the sun on the highest platform. If you get up early every day, you can see him every day. Well, it seems that he is an elf who yearns for light. Yes, he is like this. He likes dazzling things very much. Dazzling things? Levi suddenly realized something. I have gained a lot from this trip, but I should leave. He said goodbye to Halder, and went to the hall in the center of the city, to say hello to the Lord and his wife. May the sun and the moon light your way. They sent Levi out the door, and pointed him in the direction of departure. Not long after, Levi appeared on a large plain full of flowers outside the forest, but he did not rush home. Instead, he turned around and headed straight for Changhu Town, the border of the Black Forest. People kept going up and down in the elevator, and the mine car passage was clattering, carrying carts of stone. Yes, yes, just install it like this, put that stone down, okay. Next one. At the construction site, there were dwarves directing residents to build roads, providing various safety instructions and experience teaching. Over there. Remember to tie your rope tightly, don't worry, it's as strong as my beard, and it will never let you fall. I'm even more worried. The man didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he felt inexplicably relaxed. I don't know why. When the residents who were building the road at the front heard the rough voices of the dwarves and the humorous slang with dwarf characteristics from time to time, their fear of heights was reduced a lot, and some people gradually adapted to it, and could respond to the dwarves' jokes while working. It must be said that with the experience of the dwarves, and the support of various equipment and tools, the construction progress of this wide and high road has indeed become much faster, and it is getting faster and faster. At this rate, it won't even take 10 years to build it. No, it won't even take 5 years. No, it can even be shorter. Long Lake Town, Mayor's office. Bard looked at the recent report inside. Isn't it? Levi gently opened the door, walked in and said, Branduil simply gave me the airspace where the viaduct passes. It's my territory, and it's quite safe. When everyone supports something, it's hard for it not to succeed. Unless these people are your enemies. Bard added. How are you doing recently? He greeted Levi. Not bad. I went to Azek's hometown, but his family is not very friendly. And there's a big guy inside, which is more difficult to deal with than a dragon. We fought for several days, but couldn't decide the winner. A guy who can fight with you for several days. Bard was really curious. While pouring tea for Levi, he said, Then I really want to see it. If necessary, my bow can still serve you. I have never fallen behind in training. No need. Levi drank the steaming tea in one gulp and said, Although I believe you can muster up the courage to fight him, that thing is really not something that mortals can deal with. No matter how powerful mortals are, they can't do it. Whether it's your bow, the crossbow of the dwarves, or even the black arrows, ordinary attacks will be melted before they get close. The dragon is just a mount to him, do you understand? What on earth are you talking about? Is it really that scary? Bard was a little unconvinced. That is a being that even Sauron has to be careful to talk to, a powerful evil creature in ancient times, the culprit of the destruction of the dwarf kingdom of Moria. Balrog. Chapter 145. When Bard heard the name, he was stunned. As a human living in the late Third Age, he didn't know much about ancient creatures like Balrog that only showed signs of activity before the First Age. But he could destroy an entire prosperous dwarf kingdom by himself, and even fight Levi for several days without any problems. That must be a more terrifying existence than the dragon. Okay. But I still say that as long as there is a need, I will not step back. This topic is temporarily off the table. Looking at the still powerful Levi, Bard drank a sip of tea and felt much more relaxed. Is there anything worth noting recently? Yes. Oh. This answer was indeed a bit unexpected. It was just a casual question, but there was actually something wrong. East. Bard cleaned up the table and took out a map and spread it out. Since the development of the river valley, many merchant ships from Dorwinion have passed through here. According to the merchants above, their old neighbors have not been very quiet recently. Old neighbors. Levi pointed out this word, thought for a while, and said, It should be the Dani. What happened to them? It is said that there was some unrest within them, and the border guards became very vigilant and even refused to let the Dorwinion caravan enter. That's really unusual. Levi tapped the table lightly with one finger, recalling the scene he saw with the Palantir on the Tower of Orthanc. There is a large army. An army from Mordor crossed the Valley Pass and marched to the north, behind the Dani. What happened there? Aren't Dani and Mordor allies? Why send troops there? And they look murderous. It can't be that Dani is going to join the light side. Find out more about this, and strengthen the border defense. We can appropriately expand the armaments and army size. Appropriate means? Expand as much as possible. I understand. Levi said this casually, but he didn't know what kind of chain reaction and consequences this simple sentence would cause. Always, although he likes to relax, the current governor of the valley has never slacked off in business. The valley city is thriving, and Changhu town is thriving. Trade and cooperation with neighbors, dwarves and woodland elves are going smoothly. Externally, the import and export of various products, and the expansion of influence are also easy to achieve. On the surface, He likes to slack off and drink tea when he has some free time. But if you look closely, you will find that whether it is the development of the territory or the project started by Levi, everything is arranged by Bard properly, and there is nothing wrong with it. Even better. Yeah. Levi nodded and said, I believe you can do it well. Donnie. The activities there have been a bit frequent recently. If I have time, I will go and see what's going on. After chatting with Bard for a few words, Levi put down his teacup, left Changhu town, and continued to head north. Lonely Mountain. In front of the open door, a dwarf greeted the visitor and said a greeting. It's the Big Eater, the overlord of the wine party, the top chef among humans, the legend in the wilderness, omitted, Levi. A group of dwarves exclaimed. Apparently, among the dwarves, Levi has more titles. Although some of these titles are actually completely unnecessary. As soon as we stepped into the gate of Lonely Mountain, a dwarf came towards us. Haha, Levi, I saw you coming from a distance. Groin stared at Levi and gave him a bear hug, although he couldn't even reach his waist. Out of politeness, Levi didn't move for a while. When he spread his legs, he coughed, shook hands with him, and said, I came to find Thorin and have something to give him. Of course, it's not something shameful, you can come with me. Is that so? I'm free. Let's go. He's in the hall. After a while. On the main seat in the hall, Thorin wiped his sweat, recalled the various reports of the meeting just now, leaned back on the chair, slowly raised his head, and closed his eyes. It is still a bit difficult to restore various projects. With more and more tribesmen returning recently, the population base of Erebor has increased, and more abandoned facilities have sufficient manpower to start up again, and the development of the entire region is getting better and better. It seems so. But there is a hidden problem. The startup resources that can be put into use directly are really a bit less. It seemed generous to make big promises to Levi before, but who will make up for the missing resources for me? This area has similar problems to Iron Hills. Iron Hills has resources but no money, and Lonely Mountain has money but no resources. However, unlike Iron Hills, Lonely Mountain has a lot of undeveloped resource reserves, and the current problem will soon disappear with the subsequent mining. It's just a short-term problem, but it's still annoying. Maybe I should contact Dane and exchange some resources for emergency. Just thinking about it, two figures, one tall and one short, walked into the hall. Thorin stood up immediately. Levi. He greeted him as he walked over. How are you doing recently? Pretty good, how about you? Also okay. Alright? That means it's not very good. Is there a problem? Nothing, just a short-term problem. It will disappear by itself in a short time. Really? I hope everything goes well. Thank you. After a few words of greeting, the three of them were already sitting at a table. Levi didn't hesitate, and took out a silver-white axe under the curious eyes of Thorin and Groin. Swish! The first moment he saw the axe, Thorin stood up suddenly, and opened his eyes wide. Groin opened his mouth wide, and his big head kept moving closer. He said uncertainly, This is the treasure of our clan, the axe of Durin. Thorin's voice trembled slightly. He took the axe solemnly, stroked the words on it, and said, Once upon a time, it represented the royal rights of Khazad-dûm Durin's clan. Where did you find it, Levi? Thorin's eyes were filled with excitement, but there were also some doubts. Like you said, of course I found it in Moria. Levi said, I also found some mithril there, probably enough to make a mithril armor. Do you mind if I take it away and use it? No, of course I don't mind. If necessary, we can process it for you. Thorin sat down slowly, his mouth curled up slightly, unable to be suppressed. Compared with the treasure of Durin's family, what are a few pieces of mithril? Even if you double the mithril and offer it as a reward for finding Durin's axe, no one will dare to accept it. I don't know how to repay you. After calming down, Thorin stroked the axe and looked at Levi. It's meaningless, I don't need anything. That's what's a headache. Thorin sighed softly. What's the headache? Do you think I'm one of those tomb robbers who risk their lives for treasures? Or a mercenary who throws his life away for some reward? No, you're not that kind of person. I won't allow anyone to call you that. Levi smiled and said, Speaking of which, I called myself an adventurer at first. At that time, I liked to go on adventures everywhere. Although I still do it now. Just think of this axe as something an adventurer found by chance during his adventure. Hearing this, Thorin shook his head slightly, just thought about what Levi said for a while, and suddenly smiled again. Okay, it's very much your style. Compared to a lord, you are indeed more like an adventurer. After all, which lord is away from home for several times a year, and goes out every day? Ah! Groin next to him, suddenly exclaimed. This guy just recovered. Bang! He slapped the table and said, no, I have to tell them about this. Dwalin, Balin, Keely, Philly, Dory, Nori, omitted. Look what Levi brought. Gloin ran out while shouting his friends' names. I will tell the whole clan about this. Thorin slapped the table and made a decision. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what's the situation in Moria? Not very good. Levi said, there are a lot of orcs stationed and multiplying there. They are more brutal and violent than the orcs in the Misty Mountains. And not only orcs, but also many giant beasts and ogres are there. They almost blocked me from getting out. That's really dangerous. Thorin said seriously, I hope you won't be in such a dangerous situation again. It's okay. The orcs and the giant beasts are actually okay. I can deal with them. They can't stop me if I want to leave. It's mainly the Balrog. That thing is too sticky. I can't get rid of it. I fought with him for several days, from the west gate to the east gate, and neither of us could kill the other. Ah. Thorin listened carefully, nodded from time to time, and when Levi finished speaking, he suddenly frowned, with a little confusion and puzzlement on his face. Wait, what did he just say? What does it mean to fight with the Balrog from the west gate to the east gate? Chapter 146. The good news is that I had a competition with the Balrog. Although the process was a bit difficult and many buildings were destroyed, he did not gain an advantage. What's the bad news? We competed in your hometown. Then this is really good news. At least we don't have to worry about having nothing to do for a long time after we recapture Moria. Thorin said frankly. His mood was quite stable. Well, don't worry about this little thing. At least it's still intact there, and I'm still here. Levi patted his shoulder. You're right. Thorin nodded slowly, but his expression did not relax at all, but became more solemn. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Levi asked whenever he had something to say. No, I believe that with your help, everything will be fine. It's just, the Balrog, he is still there. It will probably take a long time to recover Moria, and there is little hope. Thorin confided, Balin has always wanted to do this. He told me a few days ago that when all the tribesmen return and the equipment and weapons are ready, he will lead an army to recover Moria. Of course, this is what I want to do. You know, Levi, we dwarves have always lost our homes and wandered, first Moria, then the Grey Mountains, and then Erebor. And the things that occupy our homes are always beyond our power. The cold dragons, the fire dragon Smog, the Balrog. We have never given up fighting them, but, Thorin sighed, the mountains where the dwarves live are always dangerous. If they live on the ground, dragons will come to them smelling the smell of gold and silver, and if they dig too deep, they will encounter Balrogs. In addition to these big guys, there are ugly orcs all over the mountains, who are directly controlled by Sauron. Surrounded by enemies, no one is easy to mess with. Levi didn't know what to say. The mines that can be stepped on in Middle-earth have almost been stepped on by the dwarves. At least everything is moving in a good direction now, isn't it? Yes, I believe it will get better and better. By the way, there is one more thing. Levi suddenly said, the elves also contributed to bringing back the Axe of Durin. Thorin stopped and looked at Levi. It was the elves of Lothlorien, led by Lady Galadriel herself, who led a large army out of the Golden Forest, and used her power to drive the Balrog back. Is it the witch who can bewitch people in the legend? No, I mean, is it the lady who controls magic? Yes. I see. Thorin nodded, his eyebrows twisted. If there is a chance, I will thank the lady for her help, and I will not owe them a favor. That's best. The matter is over for now. The day after Levi brought Durin's axe to Erebor, a grand ceremony was held. The king made a generous speech on the high platform, announcing to his people the return of the treasure of Durin's family. And behind the return of the treasure, Levi's battle with the Balrog and the dangers he suffered in Moria were also vividly described. One man and one Balrog fought for several days under Moria, and the gate was destroyed. At the end, the support and assistance of the Golden Forest elves were also reluctantly added to the story. The length is not much, but it is rare in the story of the dwarves. Let's give them a credit for the time being. Humph, it's because we live too far away, otherwise it would not be their turn. That witch. It's the Magic Lady, that's what our king calls her. Well, the Magic Lady, I heard she is very beautiful, I guess her beard must be very long. But don't elves have beards? Well, maybe that lady is a little different. No matter how the process is. From the result, the reputation of the elves among the dwarves has indeed improved a lot. At the same time, a new name spread among the dwarves. Enemy of the Balrog. That is a person who can be an enemy of the Balrog. Legend has it that the Balrog can't get any good in his hands, and can only be beaten back to the ground. His name is Levi. The dwarves praised his title. But in another place, this name has become a taboo. Him. Not long after Levi arrived at the lonely mountain, a tall figure wearing a black robe and a tall black helmet walked out of Mordor. The horse under his crotch was also huge, ugly, and covered with a terrifying mask. His head was like a skull, and evil flames were coming out of his eye sockets and nostrils. If someone who didn't know the situation saw him, they would probably think he was a ringwraith. But whether it was strength, status, or age, he might be taller than most ringwraiths. From the mouth of Sauron, Baradur's lieutenant greets you. A few days later, in a deep pit in Moria, the tall dark human politely greeted the Balrog. The terrifying heat that filled the underground did not affect him at all. I don't like the color of your armor. I'm so sorry. I promise it will be a different color next time we meet. What do you want to do? My master said that we have a common enemy, him, the human. Boom. The heat wave that was enough to roast all life swept over and stayed within a few feet, almost melting the armor. So what? Flames erupted from his mouth, simulating the sound of speaking. The mouth of Sauron took 2 steps back and took out a roll of magical parchment that could resist high temperatures. The master said that in some unreachable caves at the foundation of the earth, there may be some sleeping fire spirits. This contains the black magic that can call your people, if they really exist. This may require a little help from you. No one knows how Sauron discussed with the Balrog. But what is certain is that he completed the task assigned by his master excellently. A ball of jumping flames was stored in a sturdy little box and brought back to Mordor. A few days later, another group of orcs set out from Mordor and stationed in the Moria pit. At the same time, a new Moria orc leader appeared. The changes happened quietly. Even the nearby Golden Forest could not detect the movement. The skeleton horses galloping in the wilderness seemed to be covered by something, and were not noticed by anyone. Except, what is that? In a field north of the White City that intersects with the Death Swamp, a ranger hid behind a tree, lowered his body, and secretly looked out. Black robes, skeleton-like horses, such an ominous aura. Could it be the remaining Black Numenor, the mouth of Sauron? The ranger took off his hood and looked into the distance. Perhaps something has happened in this land again. But I have only been away for 2 years. What can happen in these 2 years? Theoden stared at the black figure that was gradually going away for a long time. After making sure that he had left, he emerged from hiding, stepped onto the road, and continued to head west of the Misty Mountains. It's time to go and see the Wizard of the Wilderness. I wonder if he is doing well recently. Chapter 147. The northern part of Middle-earth has been quite lively in the past 2 years. The dragon Smaug was killed, the king under the mountain returned, the orc army from the Misty Mountains and Moria was defeated, and a shadow rose over Dol Guldur and rushed into Mordor. Soon after the return of King Erebor, a new force was established, called the Free Cities, covering many towns on the east and west sides of the Misty Mountains, where the people are rich and happy. Although Dale is known as the largest and most prosperous city among the Free Cities, there are rumors that it does not seem to be the main city of the Free Cities. Oh! The most prosperous and vast place is not the main city, so where else can it be? In a tavern somewhere in Gondor, Theoden was extravagant for once and asked the bartender for 2 glasses of foamy beer with malt aroma, as well as a plate of barbecue and some vegetables. The main feature is a balanced nutrition, with meat and vegetables. Sitting opposite him was another ranger, a member of the Gondor Native Commando. The pressure from Mordor has been inexplicably reduced recently, allowing these human rangers, who usually ambush on the front line, to have a moment of leisure and relax a little. Theoden handed a glass of beer to the ranger opposite him. The ranger took a sip and continued, "It is said that it is a miraculous city built by a powerful human wizard overnight. The name of the city seems to be a roadside fort?" Puff. Thalodin choked on the beer. He smiled and said, "Ha, then your news is really gossipy. Are you going to say that the man is called Levi? Did he kill the dragon and defeat the orc army? Hey, you've already heard it, so why are you asking me?" The ranger shrugged and drank the beer that Theoden offered him in one gulp, savoring the aroma of the malt, feeling comfortable. However, Theoden couldn't laugh anymore. "Ah? No! Wait, don't leave." He grabbed the ranger who was about to get up and said, "I buy you another drink. Can you tell me more about it?" "Well, there's still time, so I talked to you for a while." The ranger sat down and asked, "What do you want to hear?" "All of it." The ranger leaned back. "That's a long story. I'd love to hear it." Theoden looked at the ranger seriously. Seeing the persistence of the Dune from afar, the local ranger of Gundor also felt like chatting. He responded, "First of all, I have to point out that my news is all hearsay. Some come from wandering refugees, some from distant caravans, and some are interrogated from the mouths of orcs from the northern mountains. I cannot guarantee their accuracy. But they all talk about that man. The refugees call him the savior of the valley, and the caravan people call him the generous and great lord with countless wealth flowing from his fingers. And the orcs, they are afraid of his name, and dare only use him as a pseudonym." As the ranger told the story, a story pieced together from many rumors gradually unfolded, and Faradin became more and more confused as he listened, so much so that he didn't even notice that the food on the plate was cold. Distracting while eating is a bad habit. But this is not difficult for Levi. Unlike most people who eat 3 meals a day or hobbits, who eat 7 or 8 meals a day, Levi eats when he is hungry. When he eats depends on when his satiety level drops. He only eats some food with complicated cooking steps when he has more free time. Most of the time, he just eats dried meat or bread to fill his satiety level. After saying goodbye to the dwarves, Levi didn't go anywhere else. He immediately returned to the roadside castle and counted the gains of this trip. The most important things are actually two. One is mithril, and the other is the seed of the malong tree. In front of an open space near the castle, Levi rubbed the faucet hard a few times, took the little powder that rushed over to the side, and let it stay quiet. Then he walked a little further away and gently planted the seed of the malong tree. Then he took out the bone meal. Brush, 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 a series of green particles lit up, indicating that the bone meal was indeed promoting the growth of this tree species. As the bone meal in his hand continued to decrease, the seed finally showed some slight changes. It grew into a small sapling. So absorbent? Levi was sweating, thinking that one set of bone meal might not be enough. It is indeed the most vigorous magical tree species in the whole Middle-earth. It took more than 10 bone meals to turn it from a seed into a sapling. If it wants to grow into a towering tree like the Golden Forest, it must use a box of bone meal, right? With this, how many ordinary trees can be born? Although it consumes a lot, Roadside Castle has never lacked bone meal. This is all thanks to the orcs and the wargs, who are still making use of their remaining energy. Pulling back the curious little Pinky, who came forward, Levi continued to give birth. As the bone meal in the backpack decreased in groups, the malong saplings grew taller at a speed visible to the naked eye, growing white branches and golden buds. When it grew to a height of one person, the color of the grass on the surrounding soil gradually changed, becoming brighter than other places, from dark green to light green, and looked full of vitality. On this day, the residents who were chatting in the square turned their heads, and suddenly found a dazzling golden color in their sight. A tree. A huge tree appeared out of thin air near the Lord's castle. Its bark surface was smooth and silver gray, the leaves were dazzling golden, and there were golden flowers blooming between the branches. So beautiful. More and more residents gathered around the grass affected by the vitality of the malong tree, and looked up quietly, looking up at this scenery they had never seen before. Crash. The leaves somewhere in the crown of the tree shook, and Levi broke off a few branches that grew more crowded, and used them as raw materials for magic. The tree was so beautiful that he couldn't bear to cut it down. Even if it was cut down, it could be planted again. But since the demand was so limited, it was better to keep it, just like he always asked the residents to do. Take as much as needed, and don't make unnecessary pre-stocks. Ah! While climbing the tree, a childish cry suddenly came from below. Leeway lowered his head, and found that it was Shuffin playing happily under the tree. It was scratching the trunk with its claws and short legs, and it seemed that it wanted to come up very much. Looking at its excited look, it was estimated that it would not leave today if it couldn't come up. In desperation, Leeway had to build a ladder and go down to carry it up himself. As soon as it came up, the little guy was very excited. He sniffed here and rubbed there. After running for a while, he seemed to be tired. He found a wider branch and lay down there. He closed his eyes and fell asleep. Get up. Levi picked it up and interrupted its sleep to force it to turn on. Now it's asleep here. Let's see how you get down later. Little Pink tugged at Levi, hugged his legs, and looked at him with his big eyes. Is this going to use this tree as a nest? Oh, okay. Levi put Little Pink down and let it take a nap on the tree. He went to the warehouse to get some materials. After a while, a spiral staircase of the same style as the Golden Forest was built, which could walk directly from the bottom of the tree to the treetop. In this way, Little Pink could go up by himself. After building the stairs, Levi also trimmed the treetop and built a few small platforms. Perfect. After doing all this, Levi put his hands on his waist and nodded. It can only be said that the elves of the Golden Forest chose to build their homes on trees for a reason. The crown of the malong tree is much larger than that of ordinary trees, and it is quite strong and has a super load-bearing capacity. This is a natural foundation, which is simply perfect for building a house. Of course, Levi does not plan to live here. Since Xiaofan likes it, let it be a nest. After settling Xiaofan, Levi walked down the crown, showed his face in front of the residence, and went straight to the magic altar of the high tower. The branches of the malong tree were placed in the middle of the altar. On the pedestal next to it, the 6 basic element fragments were placed separately, plus a balance fragment formed by the fusion of the 6 elements, and the surroundings were filled with bottles and jars filled with basic elements. The formula and elements are the same, but the main material is changed from silver tree to malong tree. Snap! The rune matrix flashed a thin deep purple spark, which startled Levi's eyelids. What's going on? Is it going to fail? Buzz! The matrix starts as usual and begins to absorb the source material into the magic injection process. Huh, Levi patted his chest. It's okay. As long as the magic injection program can run, it can be regarded as bug-free. If it can run, don't move it. Whether there is a problem or not, as long as it doesn't crash, just treat it as if it doesn't exist. As a little bit of source material and elements are injected into the branches of the malong tree, the branches gradually change, becoming round and regular, and the whole body flashes silver light. After a while, the element injection ceremony is completed. Levi picked up the middle branch. Oh no, it should be called the handle of the staff now. When Levi picked up this new thing, an unprecedented new research appeared in the magic manual. Malong staff handle, made from special materials brought back from the Golden Forest by the mysterious messenger Levi. It is closer to magic than the silver tree and contains more purification power, and can be used as a superior substitute for the silver tree. When the staff handle flashes, the light of life bursts out from it. Chapter 148. A good handle must be matched with a good tip. Levi could not wait to install the charged mysterious tip on the handle of the Mauron. This material can reduce the consumption of elements by 10%, and is one of the materials with the greatest affinity for magic. Better than it is the void tip, which can provide 20% mana reduction, but this material is just like its name. To make it, you must first unlock the knowledge of the outer realm. Outer realm. This word usually refers to the place outside the world. Arda, that is, this world, actually has a way out. There is a gate in the westernmost part of the world. Its name is the Gate of Night, through which you can reach the place outside the universe, that is, the Void Realm, which is a place beyond time and existence, and it is also the place where Morgoth was exiled. However, the authenticity of this matter needs to be discussed. There is only one existence in this world who can exile things outside the universe, and that is the creator god of this world, Eru. As for Morgoth, it is recorded that he was banished to the void by the Vala. From various historical materials and books, it can be seen that in fact, people in this world often confuse the concepts of universe and void. The record about Morgoth being banished to the void is likely to be problematic. The Vala are unlikely to have the ability to banish people outside the universe, that is to say. Morgoth is probably just floating in an unknown corner of outer space now. As for whether he has stopped thinking, it is unknown. There is a prophecy that when this world falls into decline, Morgoth will return from the void and set off the final doomsday battle. That will be a war that will affect the whole world. But by then, he may not only face the Vala and the Maya. He also has to aid Levi. Back to the topic. As a mystical material, the performance of the Malong tree is quite excellent, and its upper limit of storing the 6 basic magic elements is 150 points. Not only does it have excellent storage capacity, it also comes with a special effect. When the staff is in Lothlorien, and the owner of the staff has enough Lothlorien reputation, it will automatically restore magic. This is support from allies. A full 150 points of element storage, twice that of the staff used before, means that without taking up more backpack slots for the staff, the number of times the rune shield can be recharged has also doubled. Stronger endurance. A good staff must be equipped with a good spell core. The so-called spell core is a magic crystal that records fixed spells. Putting it on the staff can guide the magic in the staff and release the corresponding magic. This kind of core is actually on the staff of Brown-Robed Radagast. As far as performance is concerned, the main function of the staff core of that wizard is to heal and purify, and it may also be used to release some attack spells. However, after being affected by the evil power brought by the big spider in the Black Forest, the core has become a little unusable, and it will short-circuit and malfunction for a long time after using it twice. Maybe I can try to help him fix it next time we meet. Let's not talk about the staff cores of wizards for now. There are 10 kinds of staff cores recorded in the magic manual, and their functions are different. For example, the classic flame, ice, and shock. The corresponding functions are fire, shooting ice balls, and summoning lightning. The first one is equivalent to a flamethrower, which can continuously emit flames. Of course, compared with the flames of the Balrog, it can only be regarded as a small flame. Moreover, due to the continuous eruption, the magic power is consumed very quickly. It is good for lighting a fire when camping near the ancient tomb. The second ice core is directly skipped. The ice ball summoned by that thing is about the same power as the stone thrown by the hobbit. As for the third shock, which is the lightning core, the lightning summoned by this thing is too fine, and the power is about the same as the leakage of a small machine. It is estimated that it will take several times to kill an orc. Compared with the thick lightning of Gandalf that can kill dozens or even dozens of orcs at a time, it is far inferior. In addition to these 3 cores, there is another more powerful one, the original core, although the damage is still not as good as Levi's casual sword. And this thing is pure rebellion. It sometimes contains outright malice magic manual. According to the records in the magic manual, this staff core will do everything it can to annoy its user, and the magic ball it launches will actively deviate from the direction the user is aiming. If there are boxes, workbenches, furnaces, etc. that belong to the staff user nearby, it will deliberately hit them and destroy them. It is not easy to use. Even if you can add tracking enchantment to forcibly twist the trajectory, it is still not easy to use. No matter what, it always contains malice towards its owner. This core must not be kept. Among the offensive staff cores, Levi is most optimistic about another one, 9 Hells. It can be used to summon a creature that only exists in Hell, the 9 Hells Flame Bat. This kind of small bat will track the target and continue to attack, and there is a chance that it can ignite the target. In addition, the nature of this creature is extremely unstable. When attacking the enemy, it may explode at any time, causing a small range of damage similar to that of firecrackers. Another point is that this thing has very little health, only 5 points, and one sword can cut one off, and the attack power is really not high, only 1. It doesn't seem to be strong. Except for a few more special effects than ordinary bats, it is not a threat. However, the accumulation of quantity can produce qualitative changes. If one is not enough, then come with 100. As a harassment and anti-aircraft prop, the 9 Prisons core is quite excellent. Scan the cores in the magic manual. Although most of the staff cores are useless, Levi still made one. After all, what if it can be used at any time? Just like the ice core, it can be used to cool down wine and various beverages in summer. It is actually quite practical. In addition to offensive cores, there is another type of core called functional core. For example, portable cave. The function of this thing, in simple terms, is to open a hole in the wall so that it is convenient to pass through directly. Although according to the magic manual, this thing is just an ordinary functional core, and there is no risk in the production process. But in Levi's opinion, it should be marked with a taboo. Because it is very dangerous for the user, and if it is not properly controlled, it will also cause damage to the surrounding things. Do not use it unless necessary. Levi put a label on it. So far, all regular cores have been made. Except for an unobtainable curse of rock spirits, and a guardian that is difficult to obtain. Guardian core, which can impose a protective barrier close to the rule level on a block or an object, which cannot be shaken by ordinary life. Only the person who created it can cancel it with a staff installed with the core. Regarding this, if the staff is lost after creating the barrier, and the person who created the barrier happens to be in the object protected by the barrier, then it can basically be declared dead. He will never be able to go out, and things from the outside world will never come in. This thing was also marked as taboo by Levi, and it should not be used unless necessary. However, it is not necessary, but it cannot be without. Make it. The materials for making the Guardian Core are very expensive, and a nether star is required, which can only be obtained by defeating a creature wither that is more powerful than the Ender Dragon in terms of numerical value alone. But this matter. It's very simple, I just need to kill the wither. A few days later, Levi gathered the materials needed to summon this terrifying and powerful creature in a hell fortress. One by one, the wither's skulls were placed on the soul's sand. Boom! As the skull was placed at the last moment, a bell echoed throughout the hell, announcing the arrival of something. In a temporary underground space, the violent product born in chaos was awakened by Levi himself with a huge explosion. It was suspended in the air, with 3 hideous huge heads. Under the heads was a dark sternum, and black particles with the breath of death fell. 3 terrifying heads uttered the roar of life and death, and 6 white eyes conveyed the brutality from the underworld. The powerful and terrifying legend, Wither. The monster was born in this world with the sole purpose of destroying everything it saw, whether it was other monsters, humans, animals, or the person who summoned it. It sent out skull-shaped luminous flying objects, bombarding the ground with its power of decay, and the power to cause everything in the world to wither. Every ordinary attack could blow up a big pit. And all the creatures killed by it will grow a black rose on their bodies after a while, which is the beauty watered by death. And this kind of beauty is poisonous. All creatures that approach this black rose will inevitably fall into corruption, until they completely wither. Crack. The sternum was broken, the head was cracked, and the shining sword was embedded in the huge bones, splitting the spine in half. The huge body glowed and fell from the sky, crashing into a piece of hell rock. Wither, dead, 5 minutes old. Good fellow, you can really run. Levi wiped his sweat, quickly ate a golden apple, and drank a bucket of milk to remove the wither buff on his body. In other words, you can choose the summoning site yourself, and make targeted preparations in advance, such as summoning it directly underground to trap it. Otherwise, if this thing really flies around, it will be quite troublesome. With the death of the wither, a white, shining, star-like thing fell to the ground and was picked up by Levi, Star of the Nether. Chapter 149. After killing a wither, Levi did not stop. A moment later, another wither was summoned and then destroyed by the person who summoned it. Using obsidian as the base, a netherworld star was placed on it, and then a glass shell was put on it, and this made a beacon. Achievement: bring the beacon home, click. In the castle, Levi placed the newly synthesized beacon on the full layer base, and replaced all the building materials above the beacon with glass. Swish, in an instant, a solid white beam of light shot up into the sky, cutting through the night sky, and it was unknown where it spread. Achievement: Beacon Engineer, Strength, Life Recovery. 2 types of amplification were stimulated from the beacon. On this day, many people felt that they had become stronger and more active, and the minor injuries they accidentally suffered healed by themselves before they had time to treat them. The source of all these changes came from the Lord's castle in the center of the territory. Regardless of the night, a large number of residents got up from their beds, walked out of their homes, and gathered around with reverence and awe, praying to the light column that suddenly appeared above the castle and the person who created it. The miracle that seemed like the presence of a god made the residents' eyes appear fanatical. It's so beautiful. In the castle, Levi stroked the glass cover on the outside of the beacon, staring at the crystal inside that was as bright as day, as blue as the clear sky, and whiter and flawless than mithril. He didn't blink for a long time. The only thing that can compare with it in the world is probably the Silmer. However, in terms of performance, the power contained in the latter is still greater than that of the beacon. The beacon is an indiscriminate increase, and the Silmer is the nemesis of evil. Any evil creature with insufficient status will be blinded on the spot after taking a look. As soon as he placed the beacon and walked out of the castle, Levi was startled by the residents. "What are you doing here?" "Sir, we are here to see the miracle you created." One resident took a step forward, put one hand on his chest, and made some kind of prayer gesture. Levi waved his hand. Okay, go back after seeing enough. It's late, it's time to go to bed. If you don't go to bed, be careful of the sun shining on your butt the next day." Sun shining on your butt? A resident frowned slightly when he heard this. What does this mean? Why does the sun shine on your butt? He simulated the scene in his mind where this sentence would happen. A person was sleeping soundly in bed, with a rather indecent posture, and he didn't wake up for a long time after the sun rose, until his butt was exposed to the sun. Oh! So that's it. The Lord is quite humorous. The resident's brows suddenly relaxed, and he suddenly realized and looked at the other residents around him, who were confused. He knew that this would become his topic of conversation tomorrow. An unintentional remark became a kind of slang, which gradually spread in the roadside fort. Some sleepy children don't know that their parents have learned a new idiom from the Lord, which will run through their childhood. Follow your instructions. The residents agreed and returned to bed reluctantly. Many people couldn't sleep at night. Their minds were full of the light column, and the tall figure before the light column. Sending away the gathered residents, and pressing back the little pink head that was sticking out of the tree, Levi walked into the tower, and made the guardian core with the star of the lower world as raw material. This thing can't be used lightly. Its power is too extreme, and it can easily lead to disaster if you are not careful. Every time you use it, you must be cautious and cautious. When you guard it too much, it will become an eternal torture, whether it is for the enemy or yourself. That kind of thing is too cruel. I studied it in the tower all night. The next day, before the sun rose, a group of people were discussing in the square, looking up at the white light column above the castle. She often even lay on the edge of the tree canopy, and stretched out a dragon head to stare at it motionlessly in the early morning. I was urged to sleep at night, so I could watch it during the day. Don't fall down. Levi went up and added a guardrail to the platform. A few seconds later, a dragon head drilled out from the gap in the guardrail, and stuck outside to stare at the light column. You'd better not let me hear the sound of your head being stuck. After measuring the size of the gap in the guardrail and confirming that it was not stuck for the time being, Levi walked down the tree, touched the big yellow dog lying on the grass beside the road and taking a nap, stretched his body, and strolled around the territory. While strolling, a voice attracted his attention. Have you remembered everything? In a house with a slightly different layout, an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s stood in front of a large table, and said something to the children sitting on the chairs opposite the table. Remember. The children answered in unison. What is this? Levi pushed open the door and walked in. Lord. The old man was refreshed and came over to salute Levi. The children sitting at the table also stood up and saluted like the old man, but the movements were quite unfamiliar. Levi pressed his hand and gently touched the head of the child standing in the front, and asked, What are you doing? I am teaching the children knowledge, sir. Oh, it turns out that I am in class. The room is indeed decorated with a learning atmosphere. The walls are all full of bookshelves, on which there are some new or old books, as well as some paper and pens. Some names are written on them. These are the names of the children. Their parents entrusted me to teach them knowledge. The old man stepped forward and explained to Levi. The inheritance of knowledge. Levi's face became more serious. Before, the population in the territory was too small, and there were not many children at all, so education was not considered for the time being. Now, your face is a little strange. Did you come recently? Levi asked the old man. The temperament of this old man who plays the role of a teacher is quite unique. It is a temperament that belongs only to cultural people, calm and stable. Standing there is like dust falling on the ground, old and thick, and there will be no floating as long as there is no interference from external things. If such a person had come to the territory long ago, he would definitely have had no impression of him. Yes, sir, I come from a small town between the forest and the river mouth in the west of Honorian, and I used to work as a librarian in the town. Honorian? This name. If I remember correctly, it should be a fiefdom in the north of Gundur. Levi thought for a moment and asked, What happened in your town? How could someone like you wander out? Seeing Levi asking, the old man did not hide anything and told his experience in detail. It was not like this in the early years, sir. When I was young, there were still many young and strong people in the town, and occasionally there were caravans passing by. Later, I don't know when it started, orcs appeared in the surrounding woods, and there were scarlet-eyed wolves wandering around the town at night. Many people couldn't stand it, and chose to migrate to the southeast, and gather around Minas Tirith. In the end, there were only old people like me left in the town, and there were many abandoned houses. However, I haven't seen any fire in other houses for a long time. Maybe I am the only one left. I didn't want to give up the precious books and knowledge accumulated there for many years, so I stayed there, watering the vegetable garden, making fire and cooking, and reading books every day. This life continued until a few orcs riding wolves suddenly broke into my house. At that moment, I regretted staying in the town. Just when the orcs were discussing whether to chop me up and stew me or roast me directly, a passing ranger rescued me. He was strong and agile, with a longbow on his back and a rather ancient sword on his waist. He told me that if I didn't want to go to Minas Tirith, I could also go west. There was a recently built city on the west side of the mountain that seemed willing to take in refugees. Besides, he also said that if I was willing to come here, he could personally send me off. Oh! Levi suddenly became interested. Where did the ranger go after he sent you here? He went further west, sir, and said he was going to a place called the Forgotten Inn. Huh. Levi's mouth corners could not help but rise, and he almost laughed. Well, I didn't expect to hear news about that guy from the residence. Who could be the ranger who carries an ancient sword and often moves around the Forgotten Inn? It's really hard to guess. It's been a few years since we last parted. I don't know where this guy went. This time, he even picked up an old scholar on the side of the road. Looking at the Lord with a somewhat subtle expression, the old man was quite uneasy. At a certain moment, he seemed to suddenly realize something, and his breathing slowed down. The Lord asked this question, which means that he was completely unaware of all this. He didn't know about the outsider's refuge, nor did he know about the children's class. The old man who had reacted quickly said, Please forgive me, sir. I gathered the children without reporting to you and taught them my limited knowledge. He slowly lowered his head. No, it was my negligence. I should thank you for reminding me of this. Levi smiled. The old man raised his head. The Lord in front of him said, the population of the territory has increased recently, and there are so many children that they can fill a room. I think we need to set up a special place for learning. How about you be the first lecturer? The knowledge you have learned in the past few decades will be useful. Chapter 150. Lecturer? Me? The old man pointed at himself, his eyes wide. Sir, I have never received higher education. I only started working after learning some basic grammar and arithmetic. I am afraid I am not qualified. I am honored to be a guide to look after and teach these children the most basic knowledge. For those higher-level grammar and technology, you may need to find someone else. Don't rush to refuse. Levi interrupted the old man and said, there are many wise men in this world who are quite humble, so humble that even they think they are just mediocre people who know nothing. Humility is good, but if you are always humble, your wisdom will really be buried. Sometimes, whether you can do something is not just a matter of your own words, it also needs to be tested by practice. I also have some knowledge of history, grammar, arithmetic, and various crafts. During the time of seclusion in the Orthan Tower, I really read a lot of such books. I think I can still tell whether someone is qualified to conduct educational activities. Let's do an entrance exam. That morning, due to the sudden visit of the Lord and the temporary decision to take the entrance exam for teachers, the children were temporarily given half a day off. They returned home and told their families about what they saw and heard in the classroom. Among them, the child whose head was touched by Levi walked into the house with his back straight. It seemed as if he was going to break the door frame. In the temporary classroom, when the children all went home, Levi made the test questions at a fairly fast speed and handed the paper and pen to the old scholar. The old scholar took the test paper a little nervously and looked at the contents on it. This was a comprehensive test paper involving arithmetic, history, mythology, poetry, grammar, and some common laws of the kingdom. However, except for one or two arithmetic questions that made him doubt what he had learned in the past few decades, the other questions were quite simple and easy to answer. Looking at the answer sheet, Levi knew that the piles of books he had read in the Tower of Orthanc for dozens of days were really too scarce compared to what the old man had learned in decades. Very good insights. Not to mention being a teacher, it's enough to be a principal. It's decided. Levi made a decision and asked, what's your name? Tabor. The old scholar said his name. Okay, Tabor, you have proven your knowledge. What you have learned in the past is not useless. The children of Roadside Castle are now in your care. But you still need to think carefully about the specific details. After the temporary examination, another temporary meeting was held in this room. About the specific teaching methods and models. Levi discussed with Tabor and chose to directly imitate Gundor, but the difference is that only a few people are qualified or have the resources to carry out higher education in Gundor. But in Roadside Castle, this will be something that everyone has to go through. If all goes well, this will create a force where all members have extremely high literacy. There are forces in Middle-earth that can do this, such as those next door. Northern Nomads, or Dundane Rangers. But they have their reasons for doing this. After all the Nomads are Dundane, whose bloodline is called the king among men, and whose lifespan is 3 times that of ordinary humans. In addition, they all come from the kingdom of Numenor, a powerful kingdom that can build the heavenly road as a small project just like Levi. Although it may not be as fast as Levi. Numenor was once the most powerful kingdom in the world, at least before the last king of Numenor tried to conquer Valinor by force to achieve immortality. This kingdom was still very prosperous. As for the consequences of their march to Valinor, let's take a look at the sea. Numenor is sinking below now. The reason for the sinking is that the king stepped on Valinor with his left foot first, and the country was destroyed before he had time to be happy. Before Numenor sank, only a small number of people escaped, and they established 2 kingdoms, one called Arnor, which fought with the Witch King for more than 600 years until it collapsed, and the other called Gundor, which is now fighting fiercely with Mordor. The Northern Nomads are a tribe formed after the collapse and dissolution of the Kingdom of Arnor. All the Dundane in this tribe can be said to be the most orthodox descendants of the Numenor royal family. But then again, the Nomads have extremely high literacy, and are good at both literature and martial arts. There is also a reason that their number is too small, much smaller than the elves in any other place. Even if they are given a month to gather, they may not be able to gather hundreds of people. It is easier to lead a small number of people, and the average value is easier to raise. Maybe we can ask some nomads to be teachers. After confirming the school construction project, Levi thought of these nomads. Nomads who are a little older can be lecturers, whether in history, grammar, or sports. But whether they are willing or not is another matter. A few days later, the first school in Roadside Castle was established, and Tabor, an old scholar from Gondor, served as the first principal to manage all aspects of the affairs. Levi served as the honorary principal, responsible for slacking off and being offline. This newly established makeshift team can be said to have made the newly appointed Old Tabor worry a lot. There were too many people who signed up for the course, including many adults. Because Levi said that those who were illiterate or had never been to school would be taught as much as possible, and they could just open more classes. Tabor didn't know what try as much as possible meant, so he could only find a way to satisfy them all. Why do you all want to go to school so much? I've never seen farmers and workers from all over the world so keen on learning. Old Tabor asked. That's because people in other places don't have time. Everyone is busy making a living. Who has the mood to think about this? And another point is that it's because the Lord supports this. The community representative, Old Wade, answered by the way when signing up. Even I want to make it easier for the Lord to understand when I write a report. You won't teach me, right? Looking at Wade, who is older than him, Tabor curled his lips helplessly. Okay, remember not to be late. Don't worry, after all, the work is so little, I will arrange the time well. Alas! Although there are many things to do, it is comforting that as time goes by, the Lord's reputation and rumors gradually spread to more places, and the population in the territory is always growing steadily. Even if they are not so outstanding, they can still find people who can support this school. As for some people who are qualified but are nervous, and shy or don't want to do it, just tell him that the Lord is the honorary principal, and he will immediately take the initiative to assume a certain position, as if he is possessed by something. As for when they can see the Lord personally give a lecture, Tabor can only answer, I don't know. Because the Lord ran away again. Chapter 151. Ding! A silver coin was thrown into the air and caught by Levi. Then it was thrown into the air again. This behavior attracted the attention of some dusty passers-by. But when many people cast their eyes on the figure wearing black armor and linen robe, they couldn't help but slow down their breathing. They frowned and tried their best to recall, but they still didn't understand where the familiar feeling came from. It was not until the man was far away that someone suddenly realized. He took a breath and said, It's that person with many titles. He just passed by. Who? It's him. Britain's border. In the simple environment of the Forgotten Inn, Levi sat down, like a big stone, directly suppressing all the discussions next to him. This made the inn, which was originally not crowded, seem even more deserted. Only the innkeeper was still standing in front of the counter, placing the cups very naturally, making some noises. I want a beer and a barbecue, Levi ordered. Wait a moment. The boss immediately put down his work and planned to go to the kitchen. Just at this moment, another voice suddenly interrupted. Give me a piece of bread, no need for drinks. Levi turned his head and found a familiar figure. The man greeted the boss, sat down opposite Levi, and sighed. He said, Long time no see. It's been a long time. Levi took the beer handed over by the boss and took a sip first. Wouldn't you like a drink? No, for some reason, I'm a little short of money recently. Okay, but this is easy to do. I've made a little money recently. I can pay for this meal. A little fortune? The other person was silent. If that's a little, then nothing in the world can be called a lot. It's indeed a lot, anyway, I can't count how much. Levi shrugged. I always feel like you're showing off. But it's really amazing. I didn't expect you to be able to do so many things in just over 2 years. When I first heard it, I thought people were joking with me. Anyway, it looks like you've been doing pretty well recently. Not bad. Let's not talk about me, let's talk about you, Faradin. You've been missing for several years. Where have you been? Levi asked the boss for 2 more beers and a barbecue, and said, I almost thought you had quietly become a ghost in some corner. Hearing this, Faradin was speechless. Even if I become a ghost, I have to bring you news, although you may not need it now. What news? Click. 2 glasses of beer were served and placed in front of the 2 men. Faradin took a sip and was quite happy. He replied, The gold mine you want and some news from distant areas. After listening to your commission, I went all the way east, passed through Athelion, and went south from the Poros River ferry, and successfully sneaked into Umbar. That is really not a good place. There are spies everywhere who worship the existence in the evil Black Tower, and develop the magic I sec with him as their belief. I searched for a long time in the war zone between Gondor and Umbar, and finally found some mines in the area west of Umbar that can mine precious minerals. However, before I had time to find out more information, I was suddenly exposed. The Harrods there found that I came from the north and shouted that they wanted to burn me to ashes. I ran for many days before I returned to the war zone and left there with the help of some Gondor rangers. To be honest, I don't think it's realistic to go to the Harrod region to find what you want, so I rested for a while and explored north of Mordor again. Besides Dorwinion, there is Run. Did you go to where the Easterlings live? Yes. 2 plates of barbecue were served, one of which had an extra piece of bread. Levi took the one without bread and started eating directly. But Farad'n didn't have such a good appetite. He recalled, staring at the beer in the glass, and said, "I thought Rune would be better at first, but I was shocked by the situation inside after just walking a little bit inside. There is a turmoil there, a big turmoil. In the further east, there is a resistance force fighting against the Dani. During the time I was in Rune, the fighting there became more and more intense. Later, in addition to humans, there were orcs, wargs, and larger and sun-unafraid troll mutants called Oleg. The fur of the warg is darker and more evil than that of the northern mountains. It reminds me of the demon wolf in ancient history. They are assisting the Dani people to attack certain forces." Listening, Levi frowned. "There is so much commotion in Rune, no wonder the borders are blocked and Dorwinion's caravan can't get in. However, the resistance?" Levi swallowed the last piece of barbecue and was about to ask when he heard Farad'n suddenly say, "Before the border road was blocked, an old man in a blue robe and agile body found me and sent me out. Before leaving, he said something to me. I still haven't figured out the meaning of that sentence." "What?" Levi was refreshed. "He said he might not be able to go back. Some people are sad because they can't return. Some people have a headache because they can't send something away." Rivendell. Under the starry sky, Elrond sat at the table, gently picked up the pen, and wrote a line on the paper, to Levi. "Long time no see, my friend. How are you recently? It has been 2 years since we last parted. I have heard many legends about you, and am also very happy about what you have done. But have you forgotten that you still have a very fast horse here?" Writing this, Elrond sighed. The horse gave the groom, who was responsible for taking care of it, a headache. Although Levi said that he didn't need to feed it, when the groom occasionally passed by with a handful of wheat, the horse stared at him straight, no longer as casual as before. The groom noticed something and immediately handed the wheat over. Sure enough, the stunned horse ate it all in one gulp. Then, it began to get agitated, rubbing against the wall for a while, and then trying to go out the door. The groom guessed that it might be pent up, so he took it to the grass outside to relax. When they got to the grass, the horse seemed to be in a much better mood, and even lowered its head to nibble on the grass from time to time. He immediately realized that he might have had some prejudice against the horse before. Just because Levi said it didn't need to be fed, he treated it as an alien and kept it in the manger. The elf groom repented immediately, and from then on he took good care of the horse. Not only did he often take it out for a walk, but he also took it to the herd of horses in the valley to try to get it to get along with its own kind. The horses in the valley were all bred through excellent breeding and selection. They were all good horses with stable emotions and fast running. They did not show rejection to this new stranger companion, but chose to accept him, even though he looked a little dazed. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction. Until one day, the groom fed the horse a handful of wheat on the pasture. It immediately became agitated and quickly approached other horses that were grazing with their heads down, regardless of whether they were male or female. In order to prevent it from being kicked by the frightened horses, the elf groom had to continue to put it back in the manger. This incident has made the elf sad until now. He believes that it was his improper care that caused the horse to have many abnormalities. Since it was a horse entrusted by an ally to take care of, Elrond would occasionally, about once a year, pay attention to the situation here. Then he discovered the abnormality of the groom. While thinking, the letter has come to the end. Although asking Levi when he can take the horse away is the main purpose, this main purpose is only mentioned in 1 or 2 sentences in the letter. There were more caring greetings, praise for Levi's recent work, and some words expressing his longing and welcoming him to visit at any time, and that Rivendell would definitely treat him warmly. After writing these, Elrond marked the end of the letter, "Your friend, Elrond." After doing this, Elrond waited for a while, letting the evening breeze blow and dry the ink. At this time, footsteps came from the side. Elrond turned his head, and found that it was a young man, so he smiled at him. Estel. Estel means hope in the elven language, and it is also the name of Aragorn by the elves. This young man is Aragorn. Since the kingdom of Arnor was declared destroyed, Elrond has been helping those wandering nomads. Every chief of the nomads was raised and taught by Elrond when he was young. Of course, it is not just a simple raising and teaching, but also a kind of protection for the royal bloodline. At this moment, Aragorn stood not far away, bowed slightly to Elrond as a greeting, and then approached and asked curiously, "Are you writing a letter to a friend?" After living here for so long, it was the first time for little Aragorn to see his adopted father writing a letter to someone, and his curiosity could not be stopped. Facing Aragorn's curiosity, Elrond did not hide it. He nodded and said, "That is a very unique person." The writing on the letter paper had dried at this time. While sealing the letter, Elrond told the young Aragorn the story of the Lord of Roadside Castle, and the legend in the wilderness, omitted. He kept talking for a long time. When Aragorn's mother came over, Elrond stopped and sent the mother and son back. While walking, Elrond suddenly stopped and turned his head to the west, looking at the night sky. The mother and son noticed something unusual, and stopped to look in the direction of Elrond's sight. But they saw nothing. What happened? Aragorn's face was full of question marks. Elrond put one hand on his shoulder and said, "In a place that our eyes can't see, there is a white beam of light that divides the night sky into two. I guess it's Roadside Castle." Elrond smiled and continued to send the mother and son back. But young Aragorn could not calm down for a long time. He was still thinking about this sentence, when he was sent back to his room by his mother and lying on the bed. Roadside Castle. Levi. In the dark night, Aragorn leaned on the soft pillow, his big eyes blinked, and he was unwilling to close them peacefully. He just stared at the roof, motionless, his mind full of the legend he had just heard. Chapter 152. Can't go back. Listening to what Farad'n said, Levi suddenly had a sense of déjà vu. Ordinary people would definitely not understand this sentence, because they don't understand the mission of those wizards. A total of 5 wizards were sent to Middle-earth to assist the free people in fighting Sauron. 3 of them were in the middle of Middle-earth, and 2 went to the far east. After a while, one of the 2 went to the Harad area in the south. Whether it is the east or the south, the area of these 2 places is actually not smaller than the central and western areas of Middle-earth. There is only one problem. Both sides are basically under the control of Sauron, not to mention the Dongi, who are completely allies of Sauron. Not to mention Umbar, who has developed the Magic Eye sect. People only know that there are Dongi in the eastern Ron area and Umbar in the southern Harad area, but in fact, these 2 forces are only a corner of the 2 regions, not all. West of Mordor, there is still a lot of room for stable development, but east or south of Mordor is not so easy to say. From most of the maps currently in circulation, Mordor seems to occupy only a corner of Middle-earth. But the real reason is that the map can only record Mordor. It seems that the free camp surrounds the small piece of Mordor, but in fact, Mordor unites the surrounding camps that cannot be recorded to surround the entire central and western Middle-earth. This is why the Lonely Mountain must not be lost, and the Witch Kingdom of Aumar must not be restored. If these 2 places fall into Sauron's hands, the western Middle-earth will be like a piece of meat in the mouth of a giant monster, waiting to be slowly chewed up. After all, there is no Arno now. If the Witch Kingdom really wants to restore, those rangers alone cannot defend the entire north. Unless Levi moves his home to the gate of the Witch Kingdom. This is the first time I know the situation over there. It is very valuable information. I am glad that I can help you. After saying this, Farad'n began to deal with the barbecue and bread on the plate. Judging from the speed of eating, it is obvious that his appetite is quite good. East. Levi looked at the large fog on the map and fell into deep thought. When the Dongi resolve the current disputes, I am afraid that the next target will be the next Dale city. In the original timeline, in the Lord of the Rings War 80 years later, Bard's grandson Bran died to protect the Dale city and the Lonely Mountain, and the king of the mountain at that time, Dane, fought with the Dongi with Bran's body, and finally died of exhaustion. The invasion of the Dongi killed the 2 kings of humans and dwarves in one fell swoop. They fought around Lonely Mountain and Dale City for more than 10 days, until the ring was destroyed and Sauron was defeated. The morale of the Dongi army began to waver, and the remaining dwarves and humans found an opportunity to counterattack. Gulp. Just thinking about it, Farad'n had finished the meat and bread on the plate, and drank the last bit of beer. I have an adventure that I thought of at the last minute. Levi tapped the table lightly with his fingers, looking at the ranger opposite, who was much more energetic. Adventure? Thalodin raised his eyebrows, with a bad premonition. Yes, an adventure. Maybe we will need some more manpower. Levi nodded slowly and continued. It would be best if it is someone who is agile and has experience in the corresponding area. Can I ask where you are going? Donnie? Why don't you just say my name? Faladin looked helpless. I am willing to help you, but I have some things to do recently. You know, I haven't been back for a while, and I have to go see my people. What happened to them? Nothing, wandering in this wilderness as usual, but I don't know what happened. Almost all the companions in the nearby area disappeared. They seem to have given up their vigilance here. Maybe it's because there is really no need to be vigilant around this area anymore. How could it be? Halfway through his words, he looked at a living legend in black armor in front of him and shut up. Well, anyway, I have to reconnect with my companions as soon as possible. I don't know how they are doing recently. In fact, if I hadn't seen you on the road, I would have set off now. Where to? To our hiding place. That's really curious. Speaking of which, I remember I said that you and your people can come to the roadside fort at any time to use the supplies inside, but until now, why haven't I met any other vagrants except you? Did you not tell them? Facing Levi's question, Faradin smiled lightly and replied, I did pass this message on to the tribe, but even if they are poor and often fall into difficult situations, vagrants also have their own pride. No merit, no reward, no one disdains to eat for free. That's probably what it means. We can still achieve the minimum self-sufficiency, and with you here, there are almost no enemies in this area, so there is no need for them to stay here. Okay. Levi understood for a moment. Not to mention other vagrants, even Faradin, who was familiar with Levi, would not come to the roadside fort when he had nothing to do. You are going to find companions next, right? Can you take me with you? I am curious about your hiding place. Sure, if you want. The short journey was decided in a few words. They left as soon as they said they would. After settling the bill, the two left the inn and headed south to a hill. Nangang. This is a barren hill located east of Guzhungang and south of Fengyun Hill. There are few green plants and trees. The soil underfoot is mostly mixed with sand and gravel. It is gray and gloomy. A real uninhabited wasteland. Are you sure your base is here? Levi stood on a high place and looked far away desperately, but he could not see any trace of human activities. I'm afraid even the orcs don't want to come to this place. You're wrong. Faladin said from below. On the contrary, the orcs often gather in this land. Then, they will be cleared out by our tribesmen who suddenly appeared. Leading the way in front, Faradin said, in this wilderness, no one can detect our location. In fact, if there are no special codes and marks, even we may not be able to find the previous base the second time we come. I hope the mark has not changed during my absence, otherwise it will be a headache. Walking for a while in silence. Suddenly, Faradin raised his hand to signal Levi to stop and squat on the ground. What's wrong? Levi walked over and took a look, but he really didn't see anything special. There's a problem. Something has been here. A bad premonition rose in his heart. This way. Chapter 153. Without time to explain, Faradin called out and ran in a certain direction. Levi hurriedly followed. After walking for a distance, Faradin in front suddenly braked and laid down behind a raised mound next to him. Levi also turned over and hid. The linen robe on his body blended into the environment, like sand and stone. Look over there. The sight extended in the direction Faradin pointed, and saw a mass of small black dots crowded in a certain place, which looked quite lively. Occitan. Faladin's face was solemn, and one hand was placed on the ancient tomb sword at his waist, estimating. About 100, and there are many wargs. Unlike Faradin's performance of facing a great enemy, Levi's mentality was quite relaxed, with only a little curiosity in his eyes. I said that there was not a single orc to be seen, and it turned out that they all ran to the south. What are they doing? Levi narrowed his eyes, and looked over there. At this moment, the group of orcs were surrounding a dead tree, and a wolf was wandering around with its head down. That's one of our bases. Faladin stared at the place without blinking, and his sight moved left and right as the wolf wandered around. Base? I don't seem to see any traces of a base. That's right. If it can be seen casually, it can't be called a hidden base. It's strange. Why are they blocking the entrance of the base? Maybe the wolf smelled something. Levi said casually. Yes, it's very likely. Faladin followed Levi's words and said, We have some methods to interfere with the wolf's tracking, but this method will also fail sometimes. Blood, they are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood, and any slight smell in the air will be smelled. As long as blood is shed, they will definitely chase us. Those wargs are wandering at the entrance of the base, probably because the smell of blood disappears here, which means that there may be wounded in our base. At this point, Faradin tightened his grip on the ancient sword. Levi, help me, I will lead those orcs and wargs away, and when they leave, You go to the tree and learn to call 4 times like a barn owl, in the order of 3 short and 1 long intervals. Stop, stop, stop. I'm too lazy to learn to call like a barn owl. Levi interrupted Farad'n, who was about to move, and said, It's just orcs and wargs, not even ogres. My suggestion is, go straight ahead. That's more than 100 of them, and there will be more if we add the wargs. Faladin emphasized to Levi, remember, it was these many orcs that attacked Roadside Castle last time. This scale is enough to plunder the village, or even attack some smaller towns. I advise you to listen to me. Don't worry, I'm very experienced. Just leave the matter of attracting orcs to me. I think I'm more experienced than you. You've been away for too long, Farad'n. Do you think Roadside Castle is still the same as before? Or am I still the same as before? Levi stood up and walked towards the orcs. This swaggering look quickly attracted the attention of the orcs in the distance. Too reckless. Faladin grinned, thought about it, stood up, and followed Levi closely. The orcs looked over and laughed out loud. Haha, 2 stinky maggots rolled out by themselves. Kill them, and have fresh meat tonight. An orc riding a warg gave an order, and the orcs around him immediately let out strange cries. Those with wargs rode on them, and those without wargs rushed over in a mess, fearing that the 2 would run away. Swoosh, seeing the enemy coming fiercely, Farad'n quickly shot an arrow and knocked down a warg. But before he could shoot the second arrow, the orcs and wargs suddenly stopped, stretching their necks to look forward, as if they were hesitating. What's going on? Faladin was a little confused, and for a moment he stopped pulling the bow. Levi stood in front, turned his head and said, I don't know where you heard the news about me, but what they said must not be complete. He pointed at the orcs. Look, they obviously know who I am and what I have done better than you do. Swish, the long sword was drawn, and it flashed with a blue light, as if it would illuminate the dim hills. Ah! The orc standing in the front closed his eyes, and said in fear, It's the Nemesis who wiped the necks of thousands of orcs, and 2 generals in a row. With a bang, the orcs no longer had the courage to rush forward. They finally knew where the fear that emerged instinctively came from. That was their nemesis. And the word nemesis means that the one standing in front of them is specifically to restrain them. Fighting against him will only bring misfortune and disaster to themselves. Levi rushed forward suddenly, waving his long sword, and the orcs immediately scattered, running in different directions, and the wargs even tucked their tails and ran wildly. After killing a few slower running orcs, Levi turned around and said, You go help your companions first. I go clean them up and come back soon. Faladin put away his bow awkwardly, took a breath, opened his mouth several times, and didn't know what to say. In the end, he could only respond, Okay, Oklahoma, I listen to you. This guy is getting more and more outrageous. Seeing Farad'n nod, Levi turned around and chased after the place with the most orcs. The orcs who have become powerful cannot be left behind. Levi's appearance only temporarily made these orcs lose the courage to fight. Once Levi left, they would still become a disaster for the free people. Looking at Levi's back, and the group of orcs running faster and faster, Farad'n felt quite complicated. What's going on? Let's go check the stronghold. Under the dead tree, the cry of a barn owl sounded. After a while, boom, boom, 2 dull crashing sounds came from underground. Snap! A piece of grass trembled, and Farad'n hurried over to lift the wooden board covered with sand and weeds. This is an entrance to the underground. As soon as the passage was opened, a hand immediately came up. A man crawled out from inside and took a deep breath. Faladin, I'm so glad to see you again. The man asked, What's the situation now? It's safe. The orcs have been driven away by reinforcements. It will probably be cleared up in a while. That's great. He looked at Farad'n and said, To be honest, I never thought it would be you outside. We haven't seen each other for 2 years since you started your journey to the east. I'm so glad you came back intact. I'm glad to see you again too. The nomad heaved a sigh of relief and said, You don't know, the situation here has become more and more dangerous recently. Because of the fear of certain things, the orcs no longer dare to stay on the north side, and all came to the south. The ferry leading to the Shire is becoming more and more difficult to defend. Hearing these words, Farad'n's expression was a little subtle. Let's not talk about these for now. I tell you in detail about the changes that have taken place during this period of time. Now let's help first. There are still wounded below. Okay. While climbing down, the nomad suddenly said, By the way, I haven't asked, which reinforcements are ours? Which one? If I have to use this word, then I can only say that it's the one from the roadside fort. What? The nomad was a little puzzled. Faladin replied, As people who have been guarding here, you must know better than me, that is the owner there. A guy who can make the orcs feel afraid. While Faradin was rescuing his companions, in a dark cave not far from the nomadic settlement. Dong, dong, dong. Inside the wall, there was a sound of pickaxes colliding with stones. The oak, who was huddled in the corner, trembled and raised the butcher knife in his hand, pointing in the direction of the sound. Dong. The sound got closer and closer, until a crack that continued to expand outward appeared on the wall. Snap. A face poked in from the newly dug hole, and the eyes that seemed to be able to see through the darkness immediately locked onto the oak huddled in the corner. Little Oak is here. On this day, a wailing filled with fear echoed in the cave. Chapter 154. Hello, the legend of Roadside Castle, Levi. When Levi returned to the original place, a wanderer was waiting under the tree. He immediately greeted the Lord of Roadside Castle, who saved his team. Thank you for your help. Don't worry too much, I didn't come here for this purpose. Levi waved his hand and said, the fewer orcs, the better. If you meet them, just clean them up. It's not a big deal. Maybe for you, but it's a big trouble for us. The Dune will remember this help. Levi smiled. I was helped by your companions before, and I will always remember this. I hope our friendship will last forever. The wanderer smiled and nodded, and the two shook hands. I heard from Faradin that you seem to have wounded soldiers. Where are they? It's underground. Faradin is there too. Please follow me. As he spoke, the nomad squatted down and opened the unlocked hidden door, revealing a downward passage. It's really hidden. Unless I dig directly down, I can't think of how to find this place. The nomad climbed down first, and Levi followed closely. We have many strongholds like this. In fact, it's not just us. Gundor's guerrillas also have such camouflaged strongholds. While climbing, the nomad said without reservation, it's not difficult to find our stronghold. Usually there is a tree above the stronghold, and there are always 3 local plants growing next to the tree. Connecting them will definitely form an isosceles triangle. Of course, there will definitely be some other things next to these plants to interfere with the line of sight. If your eyes are not sharp enough, you will miss the stronghold. In just 2 sentences, the two had already climbed down. Levi looked around and felt that the place was quite narrow and too dark. This base was about 10 meters long and wide. There were several thatched beds placed in a corner, and there were some shelves opposite with several cloaks hanging on them. At this moment, 2 vagrants were leaning on the thatched beds, gritting their teeth to treat their wounds, without saying a word. Including Faradin, there were a total of 5 vagrants here. These vagrants looked quite old, including Faradin. They looked serious and had vicissitudes of life, like weathered rocks, and they all looked taciturn. However, although they were silent now, it was obvious that Faradin had explained the situation before. When they saw Levi climbing down, they stopped their actions and bowed slightly to Levi to show their greetings. Then, they continued to treat their wounds or sat quietly aside. It was quite quiet. It was so quiet that Levi felt a little embarrassed at this stop. You're back. How's it going? Faradin was the first to break the silence and greet Levi. A small part of them ran away, but it's not a big problem. They probably won't dare to get close to here in the near future. The wail of the orc still echoed in a cave until now. It looks quite smooth. I underestimated you before. It doesn't matter. You will have many opportunities to learn more in the future. As he said that, Levi walked towards the 2 wounded and took out 2 bottles of pink liquid. Life recovery potion. Drink this. It can heal your wounds quickly. The 2 wounded raised their heads and were stunned for a moment. Faradin said on the side, you don't have the chance to drink the wizard's secret medicine normally. Levi nodded to confirm this statement. You said it is. After hearing Faradin's words, the 2 wounded took the potion without hesitation and drank it in one gulp. It was different from what they imagined. The taste of this medicine was quite strange and hard to describe. However, the effect was remarkable. As soon as the potion was drunk, the wounds on the body miraculously began to heal immediately and disappeared completely in a few seconds, as if they had never been injured. The vagrants regained their vitality again. After a while, Faradin, Levi, and the vagrant who led Levi gathered together. Faradin introduced, this is our captain, Alad. We used to be active near Fingiunding. Now only a few people are still there to collect information, such as me. I heard that your recent situation seems not very good. Levi asked the vagrant captain beside him. It's not ideal. There are more orcs in groups, and they are quite alert. Arad said calmly, but this situation has happened in the past 100 years. It's easy to disintegrate the orc team. This time is really unexpected. If the number of orcs is only 10 times ours, we won't be so embarrassed, let alone think about escaping. But 20 or even 30 times, plus a lot of wargs. This is a bit too much. Indeed. Levi echoed and suggested, next time you get hurt, you can go to the roadside fort to rest. The roadside fort is shrouded in a kind of magic. Resting there will heal your wounds faster. Don't think of my place as a closed secret place that is forbidden to mortals. It's just like an ordinary town. You can come anytime. We will. Alad nodded. Besides, didn't I ask Faradin to tell you before that you can use the supplies there at any time? After all, we have a common enemy. Thank you for your kindness. Few people know of our existence. Ellard said, but what they also don't know is that since we started wandering in this wilderness, more than tens of thousands of orcs and wargs have died under our blades or bows. Indeed. Unlike those hired mercenaries, the Wanderers have a blood feud with Sauron and his minions. Whether there is payment or support, they will fight the orcs to the death. Of course, even if there is no hatred, they will take the initiative to take the responsibility of clearing the threat. This is a highly educated group. Just like a certain human king said, if all the nomads go to the grave one day, no one will dare to step out of their homes at night, whether in the Shire or the nearby human settlements. Lonely Land. This land is not only a lonely land without people, but also the homeland of nomads. But think about it, there are a large group of soldiers at the level of kings protecting this land at all times, which is quite safe. You don't have to worry too much. The captain of the nomads said so. In this case, after thinking about it, Levi decided to borrow the name of an ally, and he said, I know you often contact Elrond and often accept help from Rivendell. I have a good chat with Elrond, and I have an unbreakable and solid alliance with Rivendell. I think we should be the same. Don't worry about adding any burden to my territory. Besides, this is not a one-sided gift. I hope you can occasionally send people to teach the children in my territory, teach them how to survive in the wild, and what to do when they encounter enemies. And soon, maybe a few years or more than 10 years, I would like to entrust you to do something. If you are willing, we can reach more cooperation. This statement is obviously effective. Elrond has a great relationship with the Dúnedain. Specifically, his twin brother is the first king of Númenor. At first, Elrond and his brother Elros were both half-elves. Later, one of them chose to become an elf and live forever in the world, and the other chose to become a human and rule Númenor. Since then, although the two have the same origin, their races are no longer the same, and time has become more and more reflected in them. Elrond is destined to watch his brother's bloodline die generation after generation, and is also destined to experience separation again and again. But he is still resolute, guarding the royal bloodline of the Dúnedain generation after generation. Until now. Back to the point, Aragorn, the leader of the nomads, is the only Dúnedain who is currently qualified to inherit the throne of Gondor. He is actually related to Elrond by blood, and is the descendant of Elrond's brother. It is also for this reason that Elrond has always taken good care of the nomads, because the two sides are one family from the root. If that's the case, Ellard and Faradin looked at each other. It was the first time for both of them to hear about the relationship between Levi and Rivendell. It would be a bit abrupt for a relatively unfamiliar and unclear emerging force to suddenly say that it wants to help these nomads that ordinary people don't even know exist. It would definitely not be tried unless it is absolutely necessary. But if it is an ally of one's own family, that would be normal. A certain complex unfolded all of a sudden. We are consistent in the route of fighting evil. I will bring this up at the next tribe meeting. In any case, we will never forget your help. So far. Roadside Castle, Valley, and Nomads. These three forces are closely linked together, surrounding this huge lonely land. Chapter 155. Although everything that should be done has been done, and everything that should be said has been said, it seems that nothing has happened. However, some people are still not satisfied. Levi frowned as he looked at the narrow underground base in front of him. A week later, there were many more wide underground spaces in the area from Nangang to Seine Ferry. There were all kinds of emergency supplies, a good environment, and unnoticeable ventilation holes. Each of them had a small piece of farmland with common crops such as potatoes, and a stone that could emit light, and heat provided the light source needed for growth. Now these bases really looked like bases, not just temporary shelters. At this time, the vagrants finally understood how magical the magical construction magic that Levi was rumored to have was. Actually, I'm a little curious. On the way back to the roadside fort, Levi asked Faradin, do all your people live like this? I mean wandering around, hunting orcs and wargs, and constantly moving between various strongholds. No, we also have some fixed settlements, and there are also some houses and farmlands there. Faradin only just recovered now, and he said, no one knows where our tribe lives, except the elves. Yes, elves. As soon as he returned to the roadside fort, Wade found Levi. There is an elf who claims to be from the valley, saying that there is a letter for you, and it will be handed to you personally. Where is he? In the farmland. Farmland? Yes, he is farming following the direction Wade pointed. Levi paused in front of the vegetable field. Agra? He shouted. The elf who was planting potatoes stood up quickly and greeted Levi. A moment later, Agra, who had dressed neatly, met Levi in the castle, and Faradin listened on the side. The nomad and the elf greeted each other, then turned to Levi and started talking about business. Agra said, a few days ago, Lord Elrond wrote you a letter. I was curious about what you were like here, so I took the initiative to deliver the letter. After I found out that you were not there, I tried to find a hotel to stay in, but I couldn't find one. At this time, a resident arranged a free place for me. I heard that the residents here have to do some labor every day, so I followed them. It's amazing that the crops here grow so fast, as if some kind of magic was cast. You can also regard it as... Levi was too lazy to explain. Agra took out a well-preserved letter and handed it to him. Faladane took a peek and found that it was indeed the letter from the Lord of Rivendell. The mark on it could not be faked. This also confirmed what Levi had said before. He was one of his own and could not be doubted. Once the envelope was opened, only Levi's movements were heard in the castle. After a moment, he smiled awkwardly. Oh no, I really forgot that Rivendell had a horse. Although the content of the letter was very polite and only mentioned 1 or 2 sentences about this matter, Levi could still see the point. The horse was indeed a good horse with full speed, but there were still a lot of horses like this in the roadside castle. It was not obvious that one was missing, so he didn't even remember it. Well, I have to say that I did forget something, and this reminder came at the right time. After putting the letter away, he finished his business. At this time, Levi formally said, Welcome, Agra. As you can see, this is my castle. But when I invited you here before, the scale here was not that big. At that time, the roadside fort was really just a castle. And some walls that were not very high or very long. Paladin added on the side. At that time, there was neither such a large scale nor the tower outside that seemed to have suddenly fallen from the sky. Even though he had seen it many times, every time he looked over there, Faradin couldn't help but sigh. It was simply a miracle. He secretly glanced at Agra next to him. The elf was calm. But it was also true that he had only lived for more than 100 years. How could he compare with an elf in terms of the scenes he had seen? It's just... From what Levi said, it seems like this is his first time here? Wait, this guy doesn't think this place has always been like this, does he? Indeed. Levi sighed. Time flies, it's been so long. Long time? Faradin leaned back. It seems like the memory of meeting you was just yesterday. Agra also smiled and said. Levi blinked and couldn't open his mouth for a long time. Yes. A Dune and an elf. 2 long-lived ones. I can't chat with these 2 people at all. Let me ask you a question. Agra suddenly said, What is that? He pointed to the beacon behind Levi that was emitting a dazzling light. I feel a strong vitality and power from it, which makes me move faster when swinging the hoe. It's a magic item I made. You can call it a beacon. Beacon? Faradin was also quite curious. In fact, he couldn't get rid of this thing from the corner of his eyes since he entered the door. This luminous object was really magical. When he saw it for the first time, many long-forgotten legends emerged from his mind, but none of them could match this item. This was the case with Faradin. As an elf who was born with no resistance to beautiful things, Agra had been attracted to it for a long time. That is, he was pressed by Elrond's letter, otherwise he would have asked about it as soon as he saw the beacon. Yes, beacon. The vitality you feel, and the power that emerges from your body all come from it. Levi stood up, tapped the glass cover of the beacon with his fingers, and said, Everyone who enters its coverage will receive this blessing. Due to the appearance of the beacon, it has become a daily activity for residents to rest in the square next to the castle every day. This also makes the square very lively at certain times. If this continues, the small space will be insufficient sooner or later. In response to this situation, Levi plans to take the time to chop down another wither and build a place like Life Square. A hospital can also be built near the beacon. The injured will suddenly find that their injuries are healed after staying in the hospital, and those who are seriously injured or seriously ill can come here to temporarily hang on to their lives until a complete cure is found. It's really great and beautiful. Agra did not hesitate to praise it. Your skills are no less than those of the greatest craftsmen in history, whether they are righteous or evil, in order to create such a nearly perfect work. In ancient times, Thenor made the Silmaril, and in the Second Age, Sauron forged the Supreme Ring. Now Levi is rubbing the beacon. Time always brings surprises, and I am very happy to see such beautiful things. Then you must look forward to it. There is still a long time in the future. Levi said this mysteriously, and then changed the subject. It's rare for you two to come here. Why don't you take a walk in the territory with me? There are many things I haven't introduced to you yet. By the way, I wonder if you have seen Schiaffen. I heard this name from the residents. Agra said, but I haven't seen it yet. This is the first time I heard of it. Baladin moved his eyes away from the beacon and responded. Levi called the two. Then let's go and take a look. It lives in the Malong tree next to the castle. It? I guess it's some kind of creature with wings, maybe with pink feathers. Faradin chatted with Agra in the back. Agra thought about it and said, but it's definitely not an ordinary animal. Maybe a magical bird, or some kind of big eagle. I can't think of anything more. Chapter 156. This wine is really good. Inside the castle, Agra tasted a glass of wine poured by Levi himself, and his hand holding the glass trembled slightly. Faradin stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back, looking at the sky, frowning, motionless. Don't be in a daze, come and eat something? Levi called out. Okay, I will, eat in a while. Levi was helpless. No, why do you need to be called to eat when you are so old? If you don't come, you only have jerky to eat soon. As if he had caught some key words, Faradin responded immediately. It likes jerky very much. When I fed it, it let me touch it twice. It also eats vegetables, cabbage, potatoes, radishes, corn, and even weeds. Agra continued, and it seems to be very interested in the lambas I brought, which shows that it is at least not evil. Like other elves' creations, lambas has a restraining effect on evil creatures. Even if they starve to death, those evil creatures will never be willing to eat a bite. It's normal. Dragons are omnivores. I'm still thinking about whether to feed it some minerals when it grows up. Levi brought a plate of vegetarian dishes and replied. Agra gently put down the wine glass and took the plate of light vegetarian dishes. I'm not saying this. I just think. This is simply against the nature of dragons. Incredible. A dragon who is neither evil, nor bloodthirsty, nor greedy for money. How strange. Can I take the news back here? He asked Levi. Yes, it's not a secret. With permission, Agra raised his glass and saluted Levi. Faladin quietly lit up the old Toby tobacco he treasured at the window, and I don't know what he was thinking. Still smoking, why don't you come to eat? Levi's hand holding the spatula tightened a little. This grip seemed to hold his heart. Faladin alertly put away his pipe and returned to the table to start eating well. It was rare for two friends, who had known each other for a long time, to come to visit. Levi was unreserved and showed all kinds of cooking methods. Although there was no prompt in the synthesis table, from the content, whether it was the extra food synthesis or the frying pan, chopping board and kitchen knife, there was a shadow of a certain Pan Moss farm. Eat it all, although this meal was rich and delicious, and the wine was quite intoxicating. But obviously both Faladin and Agra were very restrained, did not drink too much, did not eat too much, and only tasted a little. Levi silently drank a sip of juice and recalled. It was still lively to have a meal with the dwarves. As long as there is a dwarf at the table, the meal will never be dull or quiet. Unless the dwarf is Thorin, or all the seats except the dwarf are elves. Time passed like this for a few days. Faradin is a busy person. These days, he goes directly to school to teach children outdoor activities, and sometimes he also talks about history, poetry, mythology, etc. Agra is experiencing various jobs, fishing, walking, and farming every day like a resident. Such days continued until Levi dealt with all the affairs of the territory, including instructing Community Representative Wade and Principal Tabor about the vagrants, the subsequent resource production, and some precautions for friendly camps and those with malicious intent. Not only Roadside Castle, but also River Valley City was visited, and the updated education policy was brought over. Bard will take care of everything. Everything is becoming more prosperous, like a blessed land. On this day, Levi walked out of the gate of hell, and the three of them gathered again. It's time to set off. What? Agra was not very clear about the situation. We have a very far adventure. How far? Far east of Mordor. That's a pity, I can't go with you. The elf shook his head slowly. East of Mordor is not suitable for elves to go for many reasons. Apart from other things, the appearance alone is a big problem. Those donkey people will probably greet arrows and spears as soon as they see elves coming. However, although they can't go to run together, they can still go to the valley together. After preparing the supplies in the backpack, the three of them headed for the valley. 3 people, riding 2 horses. The advantage of this is that Levi doesn't have to go back to deliver the horse more than once. The disadvantage is that it's a bit crowded. It would be better if it were replaced by dwarves or hobbits. Welcome, Levi. Lord Elrond is waiting in the hall. At the entrance of the valley, as always, the deputy lender came out to greet Levi. Levi's coming here means that Agra has completed his mission very well. You are welcome to visit my home anytime. He nodded to Linder, left this sentence and went back first. Then considering that it was a meeting between lords, it might involve some secrets, and Farad'n also planned to avoid it first. No need. Levi interrupted, it's not a big deal, I just left something here, we continue after we get it. Okay. Although he said that, things were still a little beyond Levi's expectations. Because in the reception hall, waiting for Levi was not only Elrond, but also a teenager, and the woman standing behind him, who should be his mother. When he saw the 2 people, Farad'n bowed quite standardly and respectfully. This was a greeting to Aragorn too, the 16th patriarch of the Dúnedain, and his mother. Gilrian, Aragorn's mother, smiled and nodded to Farad'n in response, and Aragorn also made a polite greeting gesture to Farad'n. Then he looked away, raised his head, and stared at Levi with his big eyes, without blinking. Levi was a little scared. Long time no see, my friend. I've been hearing a lot about you lately. It seems like you've had a great time. Elrond stood up and greeted him. Not bad, just traveling around or fighting something. After responding to the previous sentence, Levi formally greeted him. For me, we haven't seen each other for a long time. He turned around and asked, who is this child? This is Estel, the current patriarch of the Dúnedain. Greetings, legend in the wilderness, dragon slayer, evil nemesis. Mr. Levi. The boy wanted to finish all those titles in one breath. But after saying only 3, he realized that his memory was not that good, and his breath was not as long as he thought. Just say it politely. Hello. Levi smiled and touched Aragorn's head, and tried to pick him up. Wait a minute, sir, I'm not a little kid anymore, please don't do this. Ahem, I'm sorry. Levi pulled his hand back awkwardly. It's a pity that I can't say to Aragorn anymore, I held you in my arms when you were a child. Chapter 157. Estel likes to hear your story very much. Elrond said to smooth things over. Since he heard your legend, he has always wanted to meet you. I'm glad you like to hear my story. Levi shook hands with Aragorn and said, you seem to be very interested in adventure. Yes. Aragorn gave a very affirmative answer. After that, he asked again, have you really fought with a dragon? Of course, it was in the Lonely Mountain, the territory of the dwarves. Levi recalled, the dragon is a chatterbox. Once you stand in front of it, it will chatter with you all the time, trying to disturb your mind. It will slowly extend the huge dragon head that can occupy your entire field of vision in front of you, stare at you with its golden vertical pupils, and then ask you questions. As Levi told the story, Aragorn used his imagination. At this moment, it seemed as if there was a huge dragon head in front of him, looking down at him. And once you answer it, you will be cursed viciously, so never answer the dragon directly, either keep silent about its questions or fight with it to delay time. Besides that, it will also ask your name. If you tell it your name, your soul will be taken away by it, and you will become its puppet. Aragorn listened attentively, obviously attracted by the details of the story. Levi's mind moved, and he suddenly said, it once asked me what my name was. Did you tell it? Aragorn couldn't help asking. A big face came over and answered slowly and gloomily, yes. Ah! Aragorn exclaimed and stepped back repeatedly. Puff. Levi's mouth couldn't stop rising, revealing a sly smile of success. Farad'n's mouth twitched. Elrond covered his eyes helplessly. Gilrian took 2 steps forward and gently stroked Aragorn's head. At this time, Aragorn also reacted. The boy took a deep breath, curled his lips, and stood there with his fists clenched. Obviously, he was not very happy. No one had ever scared him like this since he grew up. But after such a small episode, the gap between the legend and reality disappeared. At this moment, Aragorn suddenly realized that the person standing in front of him was not only a legend in the story, but also a living person. Okay, don't be angry, I apologize to you. Like a magic trick, a small red flower suddenly appeared in Levi's hand, and he handed the flower to Aragorn. The flower that never withers, the specialty of Roadside Castle. I hope it can bring you good luck. Thank you. Although he was a little angry, Aragorn still politely took the little red flower and thanked Levi. After that, there was a small potted plant in his room. Pat Aragorn on the shoulder, and the matter was over. A private reception banquet was held soon, but this time the elf chef of the valley was not bothered. Levi chose to do it himself. After years of accumulation, the types of food in the synthesis table have been quite rich. All kinds of vegetarian, meat, roasted, boiled, snacks and salads are all easy to get. In addition, Levi also took out more than a dozen barrels of homemade wine in his backpack. Even Elrond couldn't help but drink a few more cups that day. Fine wine. The Lord of Rivendell gave a rather brief, but pertinent evaluation. Aragorn held the juice in his hand, looking at the people at the table who were drinking happily, wondering when he could try it. It was rare to see his adoptive father Elrond so happy. Presumably the drink must be delicious, right? But let's put the drink aside for now. This dish is really delicious, and the ones we ate in the past were just dry food. Someone didn't know yet that the banquet he made casually had an immeasurable impact on the teenagers of Rivendell. Perhaps one day in the future, when this Dúnedain chieftain drinks some carefully stewed broth, he will think of today's scene. No matter what the future holds, it's better to eat more now. Listening to the conversations of several people, this scary lord of the roadside castle next door doesn't come often, and he often disappears without a trace, and you can't find him at all. In other words, there are few opportunities to eat the dishes he made himself. The small banquet, which was enjoyed by both the host and the guests, ended quickly. It was already late, and Aragorn was sent back by his mother to rest. Levi found Elrond and took out a golden apple. I can see that he will shoulder more than just the fate of the Dúnedain. When he leaves, I hope you can pass this apple to him on my behalf, which can save his life in times of danger. Elrond took the apple solemnly, and was obviously a little surprised. He was surprised that Levi was willing to give such an apple, and he was also surprised that he valued Aragorn. What the future holds, where fate will lead, these things are unpredictable. Elrond maintained his usual style and said, "But it is clear that today, a kind of fate favors our hope, Estel. I thank you on behalf of Estel." "And me." A gentle voice came from the side. "Gilrian. I thank you on behalf of my child for your gift." She bowed slightly to Levi. It can be seen that this mother has a very gentle personality. Of course, gentleness does not mean cowardice. Like Aragorn, she is also a Dúnedain. If necessary, she can always pick up the sword and chop down 10 times her number of orcs to the ground. "I hope you don't mind my little prank." Gilrian smiled and shook her head. Finally, she said goodbye to Agra. The next day, 2 armored horses galloped out of the valley, and the sound of wind whistled in her ears. "This is the first time I've ridden such a fast horse," Farad'n shouted in front, and even at full speed, there was no sign of losing control. "Unlike a certain old man." "Ha, then you'd better be careful. An old man sprained his waist on this kind of horse. Then he must be in poor health, and, although I may be older than most humans, I am not an old man." This full-speed gallop continued until the misty mountain pass. In front of a blocked hallway, the two of them ate a bite of food, planned the route a little, and continued on the road. In this relatively narrow and obstacle-filled terrain, the horse's speed was a little slower. It was also at this time that Farad'n suddenly said, "I haven't asked you about your purpose of going to the Far East." "Purpose? If I have to say, I hope the war there can stop, and those who long to return can return to the place they miss day and night, instead of getting lost somewhere. Homeland always has a fatal attraction for some people. This attraction is often far better than gold and anything else, and can even make people desperate." "You are right," Farad'n sighed. "Indeed. Some people are still not satisfied with their homes, while others are working hard for their homes, even if it is just a dreamlike bubble or a ruin that has been destroyed." The figure of the old man in blue robe appeared in front of me. "I may not be able to go back." "Are you going to help him go home?" A strange word came out of Farad'n's mouth. The people behind him also understood it inexplicably. "He will go back. Just like everyone else." Chapter 158. It feels a little too quiet. Farad'n looked around vigilantly in front. He had never let down his guard since he rode on the road. According to my experience, there should be many orcs here, or goblins coming out from somewhere. They like to attack passers-by the most. There may be wargs at night. In the past, I would never set foot on this road if it was not necessary. Your experience is outdated. Unlike Farad'n, who was always tense, Levi didn't pay much attention to the situation on both sides or above his head. It is unlikely that there will be orcs in this place now. The front hall of the orc town has been blocked by me. As for the orcs and wargs that usually roam in the mountains, the orcs suffered heavy losses in the Battle of 5 Armies. Most of them were slaughtered. It is estimated that they will not be able to recover for a long time. How many orcs died in that battle? Faradin asked. I haven't counted them, probably tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. There may not be that many orcs in the entire Lonely Land now. With so many dead, it can be said that all the orcs in the Misty Mountains have been wiped out. In addition, the orc town is blocked. Okay, now I know why it's so quiet. Having said that, the Wanderer did not fall behind in being vigilant. Highlight a professional. The two of them kept moving forward and arrived at the Anduin Valley without any waves. I always feel that this place is also very quiet. In my impression, there are many orc camps or fortresses in this area, which are quite troublesome to deal with. Now they are all gone. Well, Gandalf and I, the Grey Wizard, came here not long after you left. He was responsible for evacuating the residents, and I was responsible for clearing out the orcs. What happened next? We both completed our tasks very well. Okay, I see. But we have to turn. Faradin explained, the Black Forest is ahead, and the road over there has been covered by trees and cannot move forward. We can go south first, bypass the woods, and then go to Lunghu Town. This route is safer. No. Levi reminded, don't worry about safety. In this wilderness, we only need to consider one thing, which is which road is the fastest. Okay, do as you say. The original trip to Lunghu Town was cancelled. The two bypassed the Black Forest and drove eastward in the wilderness of Rovanion, only stopping to rest for a while at night. Although a warlike Dúnedain could run for several days without rest even without riding a horse, it was not necessary. It was not an extreme situation now. What was needed now was to conserve energy. But even so, the speed of travel was very fast. Not too many days passed, and the Rovanian wilds were behind them. At night, a road with simple repairs appeared in front of them. This was a crossroads. The horses were tied to one side, and the two found a place to sit down by the road and began to discuss. Let me think about it. Faradin recalled, this is the road built by the Dorwinians. They called it the Wine Road. Far to the north from here is the city of Dale, to the west is the great wilds of Rovanion, to the east is a major trading port city in Dorwinion, where there are many elves, to the south is the activity center of Dorwinion humans, and from there is a ferry crossing a little further south, from which you can sneak to where the Easterlings live. But it may not be easy to get in now. After all, the Easterlings have been very alert recently. Don't worry about it, there will be a way. Levi was quite confident. Very alert, so they can't see it, right? Then let's go south? Okay. Just as he agreed, Faradin suddenly drew out the longbow behind him, and shot an arrow into the bushes next to a tree. A quick scream came, and this arrow seemed to have triggered something, and a large number of orcs emerged from the bushes, and a black-furred warg passed over these orcs, and rushed over first. Faradin drew his sword and rushed forward, blocking the open mouth and fangs of a warg. Then he pushed hard and overcame the warg with his strength, pushing it forward and slashing it again. With a whoosh, the warg was on fire and howled. Before setting off, Faradin's equipment was also enchanted. Now the sword in his hand is quite sharp, and it also has special effects such as knockback, sweep, and fire. However, the combat pressure is still not small. Obviously, both the warg and the orc know that they should pick the soft persimmon first. Compared with the man in black armor, this ranger looks much more fragile. As long as he can kill this one first, he can besiege the one behind him and consume it. Bang! Several wargs flew back with fire on their bodies, knocking down several orcs. I haven't seen such a courageous orc for a long time. As Levi said this, the nemesis in his hand flashed a blue glow, which was very conspicuous under the night sky. Whether it was the orcs or the wargs, their hearts trembled when they saw this weapon, and then looked at the man. Although they didn't know him, they felt very scary and uneasy. The orcs of Mordor. Faradin took a step back and brought back a reminder. No wonder. These are all orcs and wargs directly controlled by Sauron. They may not be as brutal as Moria, but their will is more determined. Moreover, their equipment is better. Their armor is black and solid, and the feeling of the sword on it is obviously different. Roar! The orcs did not retreat. After the death of several companions, they became more fierce, including the wargs. They roared and pounced. If the wargs in the Misty Mountains still look like animals, then the dark wargs in Mordor are completely out of the normal range. Their eyes are completely scarlet and crazy. Faradin chopped down the orcs, who rushed over with a few swords, and flexibly shuttled between the gaps between weapons and fangs. Occasionally, he suddenly drew his bow and shot backwards quickly. Without any warning, an arrow was stuck in the head of the orc archer who tried to sneak attack. It can be said that he has both strength and agility, and can attack from far and near. After a while, there were no enemies standing around him. When Farad'n finished dealing with more than a dozen orcs and wargs on his side, he turned his head to look at Levi. I saw Levi stepping on the head of a warg and slowly pulling out the sword stuck in it, and the trees, grass, and open space near him were all charred corpses. The number is at least twice that of his side. Farad'n put away his sword and could only say well done. If I hadn't been watching it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was an orc rain. Chapter 159. I should remind you to leave one alive. Faladane sighed. I really didn't expect that they would be killed so quickly. What's the point of leaving one alive? Levi asked, and walked over here, but he didn't put away his sword. Sometimes you can get some useful information by torture. Okay. The long sword still flashed with azure light against the neck of an orc. Even though he was lying on the ground, his body was covered with blood, and he seemed to be dead. If you want to keep pretending, I don't mind cutting your neck right away. The blood bar is empty. Who are you trying to fool? Hiss. The orc opened his eyes, and took a breath, with some difficulty. Faladane immediately held him down, making him unable to move. Tell me, why are you here? Tell me everything you know. I can consider giving you freedom. Hee. The orc grinned, revealing his black and dirty teeth, and sneered. You won't live long, the master will swallow this place soon, you will all die, no one will live long. The breath was consumed as he said this, and as the voice gradually faded, the body of the orc gradually stiffened, and there was no movement. Farad'n rubbed the orc's eyes twice. Don't look, it's really dead. The orc was already in a dying state, with only a drop of blood hanging there, and it wouldn't live long if left alone. It seems that as you have found out, Sauron has been making a lot of noise here recently. We have to speed up. There was no rest at night. The two shadows continued to run on the road. This continued until the sun rose completely, and the horse's hooves stepped on a fertile green land. Levi jumped off the horse, and could clearly feel the difference between this place and the wilderness behind him. It looked much more fertile, with more lush and tall plants and grass, and brighter colors. And the road looked smoother. As they walked, not long after, a large rack covered with vines appeared in front of them, with plump bunches of grapes hanging everywhere, looking sweet and juicy. However, when Levi tried to reach out to pick one to taste, Farad'n suddenly grabbed his arm. Don't do that. Although these grapes grow on the roadside, they all have owners. Faladane said bitterly, I really don't want to recall that incident, but the Dorwinians. They value grapes and wine more than their lives. Last time I passed by, I was so thirsty that I couldn't help picking a small bunch of grapes on the roadside. This action happened to be seen by two guards. They shouted and chased after me. No matter how I explained, they didn't listen. They chased me from noon to dusk until they couldn't hold on any longer. Listen, Levi, don't pick their grapes without permission. In order to protect their grapes, even small animals such as rabbits and birds are often wanted. I think they will definitely not mind adding another person to the wanted list. Moreover, the great guards of Dorwinion are not servants or bodyguards of the manor. Each of them is a soldier with a record. It is better not to do this if you can avoid conflict. Ah? So scary? Levi's hand froze in midair. Although that's what he said, but those are new crops and seeds. This grape field is so large, how many guards can there be? He said, we can pick a little secretly, just a little bit, we won't be discovered, and I'm not taking it for free, I leave some silver coins here, a few bunches of grapes are definitely not worth so much. That makes sense. Faladin nodded seriously, his eyes fixed on the grapes. I know the local prices, 2 bunches of grapes only cost. What are you two doing? The sudden shouting scared the two of them, and they quickly retreated several steps. The two of them turned their eyes away from the grape racks, one rubbing his hands, the other with his hands on his waist, and they looked like they were almost guilty. These two people who would not blink when facing tens of thousands of orcs were frightened by a guard's roar, and dared not look at him. This guard has also achieved a rare achievement. I saw you guys were sneaking around. What are you doing here? The guard looked at the two of them. His face was not friendly. The great guard was well armored, with a sharp-looking sword hanging from his waist, and a round shield behind him, engraved with the characteristic golden wine-glass logo of Dorwinion. He did have the capital to question suspicious people. I want to buy some grapes from the owner here. I don't know if it's convenient. Levi stood up to explain. You'd better want to buy. The great guard looked at the man who took the initiative to stand up, and the hand holding the sword suddenly became a little stiff. Even though some legends have not yet unfolded in this Far East land, The experience and past will always turn into a natural temperament, making people involuntarily take corresponding actions. Although the man in front of him looks gentle and not hostile at the moment. But judging from the equipment and a certain intuition bursting from the bottom of his heart, the guard only feels that even if 10 of him fight together, he may not be able to beat this man. When someone you can't beat wants to talk to you nicely, it's better to talk nicely. After taking a breath, the guard said in a relatively calm tone, "I can make the decision on this matter. Just go by the market price. You can go to the market to see for yourself. It guarantees fairness. Also, remember to think about it before you make a plan for grapes next time. We will not be polite to thieves. I will pay attention." Levi nodded to him and paid for 3 bunches of grapes. It was very cheap, so cheap that it made people feel that it was almost a symbolic fee. As soon as the grapes were in hand, Levi put them in the synthesis column. Now the seeds are also in hand. 3 bunches of grapes, one of which quenched Feriden's thirst. The other 2 bunches all turned into seeds. One bunch was purple grapes, and the other was green grapes. These 2 kinds of grapes can be used to make red wine and green wine. In the future, we will have endless grapes to eat and endless wine to drink. Are you going to buy this whole piece of land? Feriden guessed. With Levi's financial resources, it would be easy to buy all the wine estates in this area, let alone this one. No, of course, I plant it myself. I've got the seeds. Planting. Thinking back to the production efficiency of Roadside Castle, Feriden was silent. Well, there is no shortage of grapes. 2 days later. In a city east of Dorwinion where most people live, an adventurer in a linen robe and a man dressed as a rare ranger sat in a tavern, eating and listening to the conversation of the guests at the next table. Donny invasion? Where did this rumor come from? It's nonsense. A border guard on duty said while drinking the wine on top, "Our trade is going well." That's right. Another guard sitting opposite him said, "Don't be afraid, and don't take it as a threat. After all, no matter how fierce the trouble is, they only want our wine, not blood. Compared to these, it's better to pay more attention to those thieves who steal grapes." The guard said, and suddenly shook his head, "Oh, but it's really ridiculous that the once greatest guard has now become a policeman who catches thieves. Be careful with your words." Hearing this, the guard opposite sobered up a little and immediately issued a reminder. "I am very interested in Donny." A voice interrupted the conversation between the two. Levi stood up slightly and moved to the next table, put a small bag of silver coins on the table, and said, "Can you tell me in detail?" The 2 guards looked at each other, and one of them looked around and made a gesture. The other person put away the silver coins quite naturally and said, "Okay, it's not a secret. Those Donny people, even though they are barbaric, are very rich. In their land, gold and gems are everywhere, just like our wine here. Even the armor worn by their sentinels is gold-plated. I saw it with my own eyes. However, their weapons are indeed a bit inferior. Steel is not very common there. We usually get along well, and there is no conflict. But I think this is just because they are afraid of our guards. Once they lose the guards, it is hard to say what will happen in the future." Hearing this, the guard on sentry next to him suddenly frowned. Is this what you should say to a trading partner? Ignoring his companion's abnormality, the talkative guard came a little closer and asked Levi in a low voice, "What should I call you?" "Adventurer." "Well, my dear adventurer, I welcome you to Dorwinion. You can taste the most mellow wine in the whole Middle-earth, and see beautiful scenery that you can't find anywhere else. But listen to my advice. If you are just traveling, then stop here and don't go east any further." Chapter 160. It's an honor to meet you. For many years, Dorwinion has maintained a good trade relationship with the towns in the valley. The wealth of both sides has increased as a result. In a manner, Levi successfully met the owner here, as the founder of the Free City State and the lord of multiple cities. Although due to geographical reasons and the fact that there are few people in daily life, this easternmost land of Dorwinion knows little about the rumors from afar. As for Levi's statement about his identity, it is impossible to verify it in the short term. But when Levi showed his nemesis and changed to the corresponding title, none of this mattered. Because unlike the guards in the tavern, the owner of this wine manor is an elf. Elves are naturally close to magic and are very sensitive to mysterious things. And Levi happened to be a being who was almost immersed in mysterious things. Without deliberately hiding, he was as conspicuous as a light bulb to the elves. With such characteristics, the manor owner has determined that even if the person in front of him is not a lord from afar, he is definitely a person worth entertaining. This is the best quality batch of wine in the manor. How does it taste? In the manor hall, The elf manor owner of Dorwinion handed Levi a glass of wine. It's great. Forgive me for not having so many words to describe the taste, but drinking this glass of wine makes me feel very happy. Pleasure is the best description. The elf said, if a kind of wine cannot make the person who drinks it feel happy, then this kind of wine has no meaning to exist. That's right, I couldn't agree more. The elves in Dorwinion are a little different. Compared with the elves in the valley and the woodland, the elves here have a kind of urban style in addition to the elegance of the race. Or to put it another way, down to earth. This may be caused by the strong business atmosphere here. Welcome to Dorwinion. This is the easternmost elven kingdom in the world that still exists. Elven kingdom? But I think there are more humans here. Hearing this, the owner of the elven manor smiled and said, in the beginning, this was indeed the kingdom of the elves, and all the people living here were elves. Until later, some humans migrated here, and we allowed them to live here and build their homes. At that time, humans were still a minority, but in the blink of an eye, they developed into a huge ethnic group, and the elves became a minority. I see. Levi tasted the fine wine, and felt that the historical knowledge in his mind had increased again. This is indeed what happens to immortal species and ethnic groups with limited lifespans. The former seemed to have just lived as usual for a while the latter suddenly multiplied for several generations, and were everywhere. I have always had a good conversation with elves, whether they are reclusive, warlike, or away from home, but this is the first time I have talked with elves in the Far East. Western elves. The owner of the manor said, in my memory, many relatives in the West think we are unbearable because we have never seen the light of the two sacred trees. No, the elves I am talking about are not that far west, I mean the elves that are still on this continent. Levi was choked by the words of the elf, and his eyelids were twitching. What happened today? Why did every word he said hurt the other party? Every topic pierced the heart of the far eastern elf. Even the elves on the west side of the continent are very different from us. The most obvious point is that our compatriots rarely migrate to the west. For us, this place is beautiful enough. Arrogance has made our relatives gradually decline, but Dorwinion has stood from ancient times to today. In the past thousands of years, many human kingdoms have claimed this place, but we all chose to obey because we knew that it would not last long. Humans are always fragile and easy to fall. Time is the best weapon for resistance. Well, there is a saying that everyone has his own ambitions, which is also good. Hurrying to end these not very harmonious topics, Levi directly mentioned the main purpose of his visit. That is, things about the Donny. Don't go to the east. The owner of the manor gave the same answer as the guard. The enemy spreads rumors in the east, and the humans there have been deceived for a long time. He said, I have been worried for a long time that their blind obedience will bring us destruction. Even though we are still good trading partners now, all elves know, including some humans, that all this is only a temporary appearance, and this temporary is getting shorter and shorter. Sooner or later, the horn of invasion will sound at the border, along with the horn of Mordor. That day won't come. Levi said this in a rather calm tone. The owner of the manor did not answer. He said, let's have a drink. The sound of glasses clinking was heard. The identity of this elf may not be ordinary. When he walked out of the manor, Levi obtained a pass to the Eastern Ferry and a handwritten letter. May you meet your two companions smoothly. I haven't heard about the two blue-robe bearers for a long time, but I know they have made many contributions to peace in the East. May the sun and the moon illuminate your way forward. Wait, did this guy misunderstand something? Levi hesitated. Forget it, strictly speaking, they are indeed companions, although they have not met yet. Thank you very much, and please forgive my negligence. I haven't asked your name yet. Orohir, an ordinary manor operator, from 2 eras ago to now, has always been. Leaving this wine estate, which may be the easternmost in Dorwinion, Levi and Faradin met again in a nearby town where most of the humans lived, according to the agreed time and place. How is it? Very smooth, at least there is no problem at the ferry. We can use some more normal methods to get there. More normal. Thalodin looked at Levi and said, I am a little curious about what the abnormal method you mentioned is. From the sky, or underground, or invisible, or... As long as no one sees it, our stealth is successful. I don't understand a bit. Thalodin shook his head and changed the subject. Well, it's best to get through normally, then my plan will not be used. He said, I have learned the detailed topographic information of the Donny border area, which will help us to move after landing. At least it won't be like me last time, where I was driven back soon because I went to some places I shouldn't go. 1 day later. A ferry connecting Donny and Dorwinion. During this special period, caravans are prohibited from entering. I hope you can understand. and Dongi guard stopped the merchant ship and prohibited the people on it from going down. The head of the caravan on the ship responded, "I know, one hand pays the money, the other hand delivers the goods, and we will leave immediately after the transaction is completed." The guard nodded. A moment later, when the money was delivered to the ship, a batch of wooden barrels rolled down and were loaded onto the carriage. That was the fine wine from Dwinian. The roads in Dongi are quite flat. With unified and efficient transportation, it didn't take long for these wooden barrels filled with wine to be moved into a cool and dark warehouse, guarded by multiple guards. "Someone will come to relieve the shift soon, and we will have something to drink later. The wine looks good, and the Dorwinians are worthy of praise for this." The guards outside the door discussed. "But the elves are not good. They have lived too long, and everything is under their control." "What's the noise?" A guard suddenly raised his hand alertly, signaling his companion not to speak. Clang. The door of the warehouse was opened, and the two walked in and found nothing. Nothing unusual. "It seems to be a sound coming from underground. It may be a rat." "I guess so." Pop. Not far from the warehouse, a big hole suddenly appeared in the ground. This method will never get out of date even if you use it 100 times. Levi built a few ladders and climbed up, followed by Faradin. "Hiding in a barrel is the most classic method." Faradin added, "It's just a little dizzy. Since it's night, we have to disguise ourselves well." While Levi was filling the tunnel, Faradin took out some small accessories he had prepared in advance, took off the Star of Dundan on his left shoulder, and modified his clothes to put on local-style clothes. Finally, he took out some powder and rubbed it on his face. After all the operations, he couldn't recognize his original appearance at all. Just turning around, Levi almost thought that this guy had been replaced. Just a few changes in clothing and facial details made the feeling so different. At this moment, Faradin no longer looked like a member of a certain force or country. He looked like an ordinary traveler or a tramp. No matter where he looked like, he had nothing to do with Gundor or Rohan, nor did he look like a Dundane. During this period, as long as he was not from these places, he would not be hostile to the Dongi. "It's your turn, Levi, you." After making a good disguise, when he turned to look at Levi, Faradin was suddenly stunned. "You? Don't need to pretend, forgive me, I noticed for the first time. It's not what you think." Levi waved his hand and said, "I don't belong to this world." "I understand." Faradin was relieved immediately. That makes sense. For some beings, appearance is never fixed or determined. What they look like can only represent that they choose to look like this. Just like those wizards. They wore the appearance of old men, but they were more energetic than any young man. At dawn, the two split up again, each looking for the information they needed. Faradin walked to some dark alleys and places where wanderers gathered, and sometimes he could be seen near farmland. And Levi went straight to the largest and most luxurious tavern in the town. Sometimes it is good to have slow information flow, just like now. The people in the tavern just glanced at Levi, who pushed the door in and turned their heads away. This one glance was also because of the dark armor and linen robe vaguely exposed on his body. Whether in terms of dress or temperament, this person revealed an unusual meaning. But at most it was just unusual, not abnormal. He was dressed differently from ordinary people, and he was probably a person of status. Many people thought quietly. A glass of wine and a serving of roasted rabbit. "Okay." The bartender agreed, looked at Levi, and suddenly asked, "Sir, would you like copper cup wine, silver cup wine, or gold cup wine? What's the difference between them? The cups are different, and the price will be higher." The bartender's words made Levi silent for 3 seconds. "Why should I spend more money? It will be very face-saving. Then leave this thing for those who love face." A moment later, under the bartender's regretful eyes, Levi ate the carefully cooked roasted rabbit and drank the wine freshly poured from the barrel with a copper cup. "This rabbit is not bad," Levi praised. "It's much better than the roasted rabbit I had in Dorwinian." "Have you been to Dorwinian?" The bartender, who had been paying attention to the situation at the counter, asked. "What's wrong?" Seeing that Levi was not opposed to chatting during the meal, and even seemed to be willing to talk a few more words, the bartender immediately came closer and asked quietly, "I heard that there is a demon with a long lifespan. Is it true?" Levi's mouth twitched. "It's fake. Where did you hear this strange rumor from? And some people are called elves instead of demons," the noble said. "Come on, don't mention this. Your nobles must have been controlled by Sauron a long time ago, so of course they have to say this. But the residents here look quite normal." Thinking, Levi waved his hand and said, "Anyway, this dish is really good. It's our honor that you like it. If it's delicious, You can come more often in the future. Not coming anymore. Levi glanced at the newly unlocked entry in the synthesis table. Do it yourself next time. Sir, you said you went to Dorwinian. Have you been to places further west than Dorwinian? The bartender continued to chat with Levi with great curiosity. I haven't been to places too far west either. The truth, but not entirely true. The bartender looked clear, and he whispered mysteriously, I heard that Westerners are very strange. I heard that in some places further west, people there respect horses and regard horses as more important than people. And those people in the southern desert area, they survive by eating snakes. Alas. At this point, the bartender couldn't help sighing and shaking his head. This world is simply crazy. Are we the only normal people? Levi's mouth twitched. This guy's words are indeed a bit dense. No matter how to offend enemies and friends at the same time with one sentence. If there is a Rohan or Herod in this place today, this bartender will be in trouble. Do you know orcs? Levi suddenly asked. Orcs? If you mean those ugly guys, then I know them. Yes, that's them. What do you think of those orcs? Very annoying. The bartender said, No one likes them, sir, even if they are our allies. I heard that they gathered in our capital, as if they are going to deal with someone. God, I hope it won't become a mess there. I'm thinking about going to see the scenery of the capital, if I have the chance. The capital, to deal with someone. Levi extracted 2 key points. After talking for a long time, this guy finally said something useful.